Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Became Chaotic Hacker. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Powerloader just looked tired as he looked at Izuku and Mei, who were standing in front of his desk. Seriously, I don't know what to do with you two anymore. Izuku shuffled his feet nervously. Is this because of the tunnels? Because we had Nezu's permission and it's not because of the tunnels. Powerloader groaned. Although that is an entire headache in and of itself. I don't think I've ever seen Nezu this delighted and it will live in my nightmares forever. Izuku and Mei shared a look. She was used to being called up to talk to the teacher, although admittedly that was usually because she'd blown something up. But for Izuku, getting a teacher's attention had never been a good thing. He knew that Powerloader probably wasn't actually mad at him, but he couldn't shake the feeling he'd been bad somehow, even if he couldn't remember what he'd done. Sir. Izuku cleared his throat. If it's not about the tunnels, what is it about? Powerloader sighed. Internships. Internships. Mei repeated. Internships. Powerloader droned. Izuku furrowed his brow. Aren't those just for hero students? Not technically, Powerloader said, pulling a file out from under a mountain of paperwork on his desk. Support students usually intern with local companies in the afternoons during internship week, so classes still continue as normal, unlike the hero course, which cancels their classes for the week. You two, however. He plopped the folder down in front of them and opened it up, revealing a glossy brochure and a pile of permission forms. Mei and Izuku looked at him suspiciously before leaning over and picking up the brochure. As soon as she realized what it was for, Mei yanked it out of Izuku's hands with a gasp and he let her, too shocked to do anything. Powerloader sighed again. You've been invited to intern at Island. So, Shinso. Who are you gonna intern with? Uraraka asked. You got offers, right? Hitoshi nodded. Yeah, I actually got quite a few. It's a little unbelievable. You deserve it, Yomomo said kindly. You were very impressive at the sports festival. Yeah, Mina said, especially since you activate your quirk by. She smiled hopefully, but Hitoshi just rolled his eyes. Nice try, Mina, but no, I'm still not telling you how my quirk works. Awa, Mina pouted. But the curiosity is killing me. You're going to be responsible for my death, Hitoshi Shinso. Hitoshi kept a completely straight face as he responded. Then die. If you're really that curious, why don't you just go ask some of his old classmates? Gyro suggested. I'm sure someone in Class 1H knows how Shinso's quirk works, since it was probably Midoriya's idea to hide the activation requirements. I already tried that. Mina groaned and collapsed onto her desk. But they're all too scared of the wall gremlins to say anything. Yeah, that makes sense, Sue said. I can see those two threatening Shinso's old classmates. That's the best part. Hitoshi laughed. Mei and Izuku never actually threatened them. I don't think the idea even occurred to them. They just saw my kidnappers often enough that they realized being scared was just common sense. Maybe that's because you call them your kidnappers, Uraraka pointed out. And they're not that bad. Sure, they're a bit high energy, but they are literally the definition of mad scientists. Hitoshi deadpanned. Everyone laughed and Hitoshi found himself smiling as well. The girls were nice and they seemed to genuinely like having him around. He got the feeling that they'd still talk to him even if they knew how his quirk worked. It was nice, especially considering his current living situation. So, internships? Uraraka asked again. I'm thinking about going with Gunhead, but I don't know yet. I was actually looking at him too, Hitoshi said. I've got a pretty good handle on my quirk, thanks to Izuku's training. But with a mental quirk, I don't think it's possible to have too much combat training. Maybe I should go with a combat hero as well. Yamomo interjected thoughtfully. I was leaning towards Uobami, simply because she looks so effortlessly confident, but some hand-to-hand training would be helpful. Just because I can create weapons doesn't mean I always know how to use them. Do it, Mina yelled. We need more badass female combat heroes. I wanna intern somewhere stealth-based. Hagakure said. I may as well specialize in what I'm good at, right? Same here, Sue said. I've got an offer from Selkie, so I'll probably go there. Wouldn't it be awesome if we ended up at Gunhead Agency together, Shindig? Uraraka looked excited. I wonder if he takes multiple interns. Hitoshi shrugged. It would be nice to have a familiar face around, but he didn't want to hold Uraraka back at all. Even after all the training he'd done, he was still a new addition to the hero course and had a lot to catch up on. He was just hoping his internship would be enough to help him close the gap. I don't even know what I'm supposed to bring, Mei yelled, throwing a wrench across the room. Am I supposed to bring all my tools or will they have tools there that we can use? Oh my goodness, I bet their tools are like, top of the line. Who am I kidding? Of course they're the top of the line. It's Island. Hitoshi shook his head as he dodged another projectile. I'm sure you'll be fine, Mei. You're the top invention student in the school and Izuku is the only analysis student. Besides, you've already impressed them. That's what makes it so bad. Extra credit con. May's eyes were rapidly zooming in and out as she looked around the lab, trying to decide what to pack. They already have high expectations, and what if I don't live up to him? Izuku came up and gently put a hand on her arm. You'll be fine, Mei-chan. They'll love both you and your babies, I know it. Going to Island may be a lot of pressure, but we've done high pressure before, remember? We've helped fight actual villains, Mei-chan, so a few high-class inventors should be a piece of cake. Mei groaned and her shoulders slumped as the panicked energy finally started ebbing away. Yeah, we can do this. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Why are you guys even packing anyway? Hitoshi asked. Internships don't start until next week. Izuku shrugged. Mei-chan was nervous. Hitoshi nodded. That makes sense. Hey, Mei pouted. Don't put this all on me, Izuku-kun. Izuku just gave her a cheeky smile and shrugged, making her pout harder, before turning back to Hitoshi. You don't have to help us pack, you know. School ended 2 hours ago, so your family's probably wondering where you are by now. Hitoshi grimaced. I'm kinda avoiding going home right now. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. What? Why? Well, it's kinda complicated. Hitoshi explained. I've been in the foster system for a while, which whatever, it is what it is. But when I got into the hero course, apparently Nedzu wanted the teachers to keep a closer eye on me. Probably because I'm gonna be getting more dangerous training now, I guess. Anyway, I'm living with Eraserhead and Present Mike now. Izuku and Mei just blinked at him, processing what he said for a long moment before Izuku spoke up quietly. What do you mean keep an eye on you? Hitoshi shrugged. You know, keep me from going villain and stuff. What? Ochako followed the directions the email had given her carefully, triple-checking them when she realized that the beach park she'd been told to go to was actually a dump. Her mind wild with questions. First of all, why would All Might insist on having a private meeting with her? Second of all, why not have that meeting on campus like a teacher normally would? And last of all, if they couldn't meet on campus, why meet at a dump? She didn't even know where in the dump she was supposed to meet him. For some reason, she thought he'd just be there, but now that she was here, she couldn't see him anywhere. Maybe she'd gotten the wrong address after all. She picked her way around the trash piles for a few minutes, wondering whether she should just give up and email him an apology for missing their meeting. She had to be in the wrong place, right? Suddenly, she heard a voice behind her. I am here. Ochako jumped and fell on her butt, scrambling away as quickly as she could before her brain caught up that it was just All Might. She blushed and cringed as she slowly got to her feet and started brushing sand off her pants. Sorry, All Might. You snuck up on me, I guess. It's all right, young Uraraka. I'm glad to see you found the beach all right. All Might coughed softly. Or, well, what's left of it anyways. Speaking of, Ochako asked hesitantly. Why meet here, of all places? Why not meet on campus? All Might coughed again. Well, at UA, you never know quite who's listening, you know. I'm sure you've heard that phrase, the walls have ears. Uraraka giggled and nodded. Or crazy support students. All Might nodded in relieved agreement. Or crazy support students. Anyway, I wanted to talk to you about some things I didn't want well, some things that powerloaders gremlins don't necessarily need to know. Dangerous secrets that should be kept in the hands of heroes and all that, I'm sure you understand. Kinda, Uraraka said. But, no offense. But if they're that dangerous, why are you telling me? I'm just a first year. Yes, All Might coughed again, this time spewing out a little blood. Well, shit, I thought I had a little more time. I guess I shouldn't have stopped that bus robbery after school. I apologize, young Uraraka, but please don't freak out. Ochako was about to ask what that meant when all of a sudden, All Might started steaming, then deflated with a sudden poof, leaving only a skeletal man who honestly looked like a drug addict behind. It took all her self-control to follow All Might's orders and not freak out, but she managed it, barely at least on the outside. Oh, she said slowly, I guess that's one of the secrets? All Might, if she could even call him that in this form, nodded tiredly. Yes, unfortunately. I was injured in a battle a few years ago and now well, now this is what I look like. I can only hold my muscle form for a few hours at a time, and soon enough, I will lose my quirk entirely. That is why I wanted to talk to you. All Might looked at his hand as he clenched it into a fist. My quirk is a sacred power that has been passed from generation to generation. I received it from my mentor, who received it from hers, and before I die, I need to pass it on to a worthy successor who can take my place as the symbol of peace and lead the world into the future bravely and selflessly. Uraraka's head spun. A quirk that could be passed on from generation to generation. Was that even possible? And the next symbol of peace. Uraraka thought through her classmates, but she wasn't sure she could think of anyone who was ready to live up to such high expectation. All of this sounded unbelievable, but since All Might was the one telling it, it must be true. Which again brought up the question of why he was telling her, of all people. And that, of course, leads us back to your question. All Might continued. I'm sure you're wondering why I'm telling you all this, and the truth is that you impressed me. When you faced down Bakugo at the sports festival, you kept going even when it became clear you had no chance of winning. You pulled a bold strategy that, if you'd just had a bit more power, could have won you the match. The world needs that kind of tenacity, young lady, and that's why I've chosen you as my successor. Uraraka, will you inherit my quirk and become the next symbol of peace? Itoshi wasn't sure what exactly he'd said wrong, but it must have been something because he was currently being dragged to the principal's office by not one, but two enraged kidnappers. They hadn't even said anything to him, or to each other, but apparently they hadn't needed to, because it wasn't like the two of them were dragging him in opposite directions or anything. Nope, by some unspoken signal. Both Mei and Izuku had somehow decided to physically drag Hitoshi to Nedzu's door before he'd even had the chance to protest. Not that he was brave enough to. What the hell was even going on? The door opened before they had the chance to knock, but for some reason Hitoshi got the idea that they wouldn't have knocked before barging in anyway. Izuku finally let go of Hitoshi's arm and stormed up to Nedzu's desk. I can't believe you. If Nedzu was confused, he was very good at hiding it. Hello. I was honestly expecting young Hatsum to come through the wall the next time she came. Not the door, but oh well. What can I help you three with today? Izuku's face was red and he looked like he was about to explode. You can explain why you thought someone needed to keep an eye on my friend. Hitoshi isn't dangerous. You, of all people, should know that's just discrimination, and I thought you were better than that. Why did you put Hitoshi under hero custody like you're waiting for him to go off the rails or something? What gives you the right? Nedzu's eyes widened, and if Hitoshi didn't know any better, he would say that the principal was surprised as he turned to look at him. Hitoshi immediately shuffled under his stare and felt his face growing hot as he looked at the floor. He appreciated that Izuku was apparently protective, but he couldn't help the sinking feeling that this was just going to make things worse. It's not that bad, he muttered. I'm used to it, Izuku, so just drop it. It makes sense. Okay, I'm fine. None of this is fine, Toshi-kun. They growled. And if the rat thinks that he can get away with treating you like this just because of a quirk, then he'd better say goodbye to all four of his walls. And his tail. I believe I understand what is happening, Nedzu said calmly, not even responding to Mei's threat as he leaned over and activated the intercom. Aizawa, Yamada, please come to my office immediately, thank you. If anything, that just made his kidnappers even angrier. And Hitoshi flinched as Mei's grip on his arm got tighter. If you're calling the heroes to hurt Toshi-kun, I assure you that I would never do anything to hurt young Shinso. Nedzu raised his paws consolingly. I'm afraid that there has been a rather unfortunate understanding. One that I must admit I am at least partially responsible for. I ask that you be patient for just a bit longer and that you trust all will be explained momentarily. Izuku looked at him suspiciously. And why should we trust you? Nedzu looked him in the eyes as he responded seriously. Because Shinso is not the one we meant to lie to. That calmed Izuku and Mei down, at least for the moment. Hitoshi was still confused and embarrassed. But he wasn't in trouble at least. At least, he didn't think so. But was Nedzu implying that he had meant to lie to someone? And what was the lie? They stood in tense silence for another minute or so before Aizawa and Mike walked through the door, immediately tensing up in response to the atmosphere in the room. Aizawa in particular looked like he was getting ready to fight if needed as his eyes flitted around the room, taking in every detail of the scene. Nedzu. Shinso, what's going on here? Aizawa. Nedzu said simply. Would you mind explaining why you and Yamada took custody of young Shinso here? Aizawa huffed. Because his old foster parents were assholes who didn't let him talk at home and he didn't deserve to live in a place like that. In addition to simply being a terrible environment for any growing teen, it wasn't conducive to his training as a hero. Is that all? Nedzu nodded and turned back to Izuku and Mei. I had thought the ruse was obvious, but in hindsight, I suppose we underestimated the depth and severity of young Shinso's past treatment and how that must have affected how he would see the situation. Due to a few legal limitations, we needed the permission of his previous guardians to remove Shinso from their care, and the easiest way to get that was to play into their own fears and biases. I assure you that we never intended to harm him in any way. Mei looked between Nedzu, Aizawa, and Mike suspiciously. So you didn't take custody of him because you thought he was going to snap and turn into a villain? Heavens no, Mike yelled, losing control of his quirk and making Aizawa activate his quirk for a split second to prevent them all from going deaf. Sorry, but there's no way we'd ever treat the little listener like that. We were trying to get him out of that situation, not make it worse. Hitoshi didn't know how he was supposed to feel. They didn't hate him. They didn't think he was just a villain in the making. They thought he deserved better than to be treated with suspicion and were doing their best to protect him despite their limitations, just like Mei and Izuku were doing. He felt relieved, but also, he was an idiot. Oh, Izuku turned red and both he and Mei looked embarrassed as the rage finally left them. Sorry, I guess we overreacted a little. Just a little. Hitoshi elbowed Mei in the side. Mei, Sorry for barging into your office, they grumbled. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow, and she sighed. And sorry for threatening to destroy your office. And other things. Nedzu smiled gently. No offense taken. I am wonderfully impressed by how protective you are of young Shinso. He needs friends like you. Hitoshi almost smiled, and he felt like he was about to pass out as all the stress finally left him. I think I'm ready to go home now. Is that all right? Aizawa and Yamada both exchanged a look before Aizawa looked him straight in the eye and responded, Yeah, kid, that's all right. Let's get you home. Ochako felt disgusting. She was nauseous, and it wasn't even from her quirk. No, it was because she was a terrible human being and felt like she was lying to everyone around her. She wasn't trying to. It wasn't like she was working with the villains or anything but ... Well, she must have done something to trick All Might into thinking she was actually worthy of being his successor, or he wouldn't have offered her his quirk. The motion of the train should have been calming. Shinso was asleep next to her, slumped down in his seat as they made their way to Gunhead's agency. But Ochako just couldn't stop thinking that he would make a much better holder of One for All than she would. Anyone in their class would have been a better choice, because at least they actually had heroic motivations. She had decided to become a hero to make money, for goodness sake. Her reasons for becoming a hero were inherently selfish, and for some reason she'd been an idiot. And thought she'd be able to get away with that. All Might, however, deserved a successor who was actually heroic, and not just some poor girl who wanted to be rich. As flattered as she was by the offer, Ochako knew that she didn't deserve to be the symbol of peace, and that was at the crux why she felt so terrible right now. All Might hadn't been trying to pressure her, she knew that, but he was the #1 hero. She'd looked up to him her entire life, and here he was, giving her the offer of a lifetime, an offer that anyone and their dog would be ecstatic about getting. An offer that she would have been ecstatic about getting if she could just stop feeling like an imposter. Receiving One for All was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And anyone would count themselves lucky to get offered a quirk with unimaginable power, especially from, objectively, the best hero to ever live. How was she supposed to just turn her nose up at that? She didn't want to look ungrateful or presumptuous, like she didn't need All Might's power. And he was the #1 hero, so she couldn't just tell him he'd made a mistake in choosing her because he was the symbol of peace and she was just a first-year hero student with no idea what she was doing. All Might didn't make mistakes, and even if he did, she hadn't earned the right to call him out on them. All Might have phrased it as a question, but at the same time, it felt like an offer she couldn't just refuse. Ochako hadn't known how to say no, so she hadn't. She vaguely remembered stuttering out an appropriately polite response. But everything had been happening too fast, and the only thing she could do was fall back on being polite to try to hide the way she was panicking inside. One thing led to another, and before she was really able to process what was happening, All Might had given her a piece of his hair to eat, which was oddly enough one of the least weird parts of the entire experience. And then it was done. She had All Might's quirk. Ochako had spent every day just trying to keep her head above water. She had felt the unfamiliar power welling up in her a few times so far, but she'd shoved it down in a panic every time. She didn't deserve One for All. She shouldn't have ever accepted it, but she just hadn't known what else to do, and now it was too late to take it back. Last night, she'd woken up in the middle of a panic attack and had half-drafted an email to All Might trying to convince him to take the quirk back before she'd realized that she didn't even know if that was possible, and even if it was, she probably shouldn't be talking about One for All over email. She didn't know what to do. So instead, Ochako did the only thing she could do and tried to ignore the whole thing. She'd left on her planned internship and tried to put the whole symbol of peace thing out of her mind, thinking that maybe if she put it off for long enough, it would stop feeling like she was a liar and a fake. It hadn't worked yet, but hey, All Might had chosen her because she refused to give up, so there was always hope for tomorrow, right? The train started slowing down and Ochako shook Shinso awake. Hey, Shindig, it's our stop. Huh? Shinso blinked slowly and blearily sat up. Oh, we're here. Not quite. Ochako giggled. We've still got to walk to the agency. Awesome. Shinso stretched and stood up, grabbing his duffel as the train came to a stop. Well, let's get going. Ochako grabbed her duffel, pushing down One for All again as it tried to rear its head again. Yeah, let's go be heroes. Edshot had said that, since he mostly operated at night, there was no point in Shadow showing up until the evening. Instead of telling his father that, however, Shadow had packed up like normal, gotten out of the house as soon as he could, and put on a beanie so he could head to Epper's murder alley. Alright, maybe it wasn't fair to call it her murder alley, considering that it was most likely Shigaraki who had done the murders. But it had a certain ring to it, and Epper hadn't scratched him when he told her the joke, so she probably thought it was funny too. His father would probably be furious to know that he was spending most afternoons in a grimy back alley playing Space Heater to an angry cat, especially since some of those days also included the company of a guy who had quite literally tried to kill All Might. But out of all the ways he could rebel against his old man, Shadow thought this was probably one of the mildest, and it was the bastard's own fault for kicking him out in the first place. Plus, this way at least someone could get some good out of his fire quirk. Hey girl, Shadow smiled as he bent down and Epper immediately butted into his hand. I brought you some food today. Do you want it? Epper screamed at him like the answer should be obvious, which made Shadow laugh. Honestly, part of the reason he'd chosen Edshot out of all his offers was because his patrol route cut fairly close to here, which meant that if he had any free time, he could drop by, and if he didn't, he was already familiar with a lot of the streets and shortcuts. So it wouldn't be as anxiety-inducing as going to someplace completely new. The other major reason, of course, was that Edshot was the number 5 hero, which meant that Endeavor wouldn't be able to bully him into rescinding his offer just so that Shadow would be forced to intern with him. It was a win-win. He opened one of the cans of cat food that he'd stashed in his bag and smiled when Epper let him pet her while she was eating. Actually, a better way to put it was that she made him pet her, considering that every time he'd brought her food in the past, she wouldn't stop screaming at him until he did, but Shadow didn't mind. Honestly, it was more physical contact than he got at home, so he didn't really care if she was picky about it. And he liked to think that it was a sign that she trusted him, since he'd read that some animals didn't like to let others near them while they ate out of fear that their food would be stolen. Shadow had probably done way too much frantic Googling about cats since the first time he'd come here, which would have led to a very interesting search history if he hadn't deleted it. But he felt like he was at least a little more knowledgeable than he had been before. He at least knew that Epper wasn't going to kill him, probably, so that was good, and he knew enough to not accidentally kill her, which was even better. When she was done eating, Epper spent a few minutes just kneading at his leg before hopping up onto his shoulder and starting to lick at the nape of his neck. The only place his hair wasn't completely covered by his beanie. He wasn't quite sure why she always did that when he came by, but she got angry if he interrupted her, and he didn't really mind, so he just let her do her thing. Eventually, she hopped back down into his lap and purred while he pet her until the sun was ready to set and it was time to go to Edshot's agency. Izuku was fairly certain that he and Mei were the only 2 students, including the entire hero course, that had to take a plane to get to their internship. Mei spent the whole flight rambling about how the plane worked and about how all of the in-flight technology could be improved, much to the annoyance of their flight attendant, but Izuku just nodded along the whole time, making notes on any interesting quirks he found along the way to keep his brain and his analysis loose. Neither of them knew what to expect from my island, but if Mei's fangirling was any indication, they were about to be put through the ringer and he wanted to be as prepared as possible. The flight didn't feel long, but the sun was already almost setting by the time they landed. Mei was bouncing with energy as she physically pulled Izuku from the plane, barely remembering to grab their carry-ons as Izuku laughed. Don't forget we have checked baggage too, Mei-chan. Oh, I could never forget that. Mei waved away his concerns. That's where my babies are. It's a shame there's so many things they won't allow in the plane. I could have been making so many cool babies to show all the big brain inventors this week. I'm fairly certain that's why they don't allow them. Izuku pointed out. You do have a habit of blowing things up when you're making babies, Mei-chan. He ignored the weird looks they got as they gathered their luggage, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as he grabbed Mei's bag off the conveyor belt and only stumbled a little. Sure, Mei immediately took it from him and hoisted it onto the floor no problem, but months ago he wouldn't have been able to lift it at all. He was getting stronger. It was only after they had their bags that Izuku suddenly realized that he didn't know who was picking them up. Mei-chan. Did Powerloader say who we were supposed to be looking for? Nope. Mei grinned and pointed to someone standing a little ways down. But I think the sign is a pretty good replacement, don't you think? Izuku looked where she was pointing and he smiled in excitement as he saw Midoriya and Hatsune written out in big block letters. The girl holding the sign was only a few years older than them, but from the way she was holding herself, she definitely knew her way around. Mei didn't waste any time grabbing Izuku's hand and dragging him toward her. Come on, Izuku. Mei whined. The sooner we get out of this airport, the sooner we can start making babies. To his surprise, the girl picking them up didn't even blush at Mei's loud outburst. She just laughed. Oh, you must be who I'm looking for. Uncle Might mentioned you two were a bit high energy. Now, which one of you is Hatsune and which is Midoriya? I'm Midoriya, and this is Hatsune, Izuku introduced, keeping a tight hold on Mei's hand to keep her from leaping at their ride, which was a distinct possibility considering how her eyes were zooming in on every piece of potential tech the girl was wearing, from her glasses to her earrings. Thank you so much for the opportunity to intern here. We're so excited to see everything that Island has to offer. Are those tracking earrings? Mei interrupted. They've got microchips in them, but do they just track or do they do something else? The girl laughed. They're not trackers. They're actually a prototype I'm working on for civilian support. I'm hoping to have them be an early warning sign for panic attacks, if I can tweak them just right, and maybe even help counteract them, but maybe you'll be able to help with that. Mei's eyes widened, and Izuku could feel her practically vibrating next to him. I will take that as a challenge. Come on, Izuku. We're burning daylight. You work in a lab, Mei. You don't need natural light. Izuku shook his head as Mei pulled him along, their ride following along beside them. And besides, you don't even know where the car is. We didn't even ask our ride her name. Oh, I'm sorry, I guess I forgot to introduce myself. The girl smiled kindly and skipped ahead so she could stop in front of them, holding her hand out for a handshake. I'm Melissa Shield. Welcome to Island. And turning with Gunhead was everything she hoped it would be. Achako's whole body was sore, but she'd managed to throw Shinso just as often as he'd thrown her and even managed to hold her own against some of the other interns as well. The only downside was the one for all had been much more active now that she was in a combat situation for some reason, but she was getting pretty good at controlling it, so it wasn't a problem. Overall, she was satisfied, exhausted, and ready to go to sleep. After taking a shower, she dried her hair and went to the shared kitchen to get herself a cup of tea. She was so tired that she didn't even register Shinso sitting at the table until he spoke up. All right, you've been off all day. What's up? Huh? Achako looked up and smiled. Oh, I'm just tired, I guess. Shinso raised an eyebrow. I am the king of insomnia. I know that's bullshit. Achako sighed. I guess I'm just feeling insecure. I mean, I just ... Are you gonna judge me if I say something kinda bad? Only if it makes you a villain. Shinso deadpanned. In which case, I will not hesitate to hand you over to the police, or worse, to Izuku and Mei. Achako laughed tiredly and slumped down in the chair beside him. It doesn't make me a villain ... Just a bad person, I'm pretty sure. All right. Shinso looked at her oddly. I shouldn't be recording this for posterity, right? Cinnamon Roll admits to being a murderer would definitely be a viral headline. Achako shoved him and he laughed. All right, but seriously, I'm not gonna judge you. What's on your mind? Achako screwed her eyes shut and just spewed the word out as fast as she could to get it over with. I only became a hero for the money. When Shinso didn't respond after a long moment, Achako slowly peeked her eyes open just to see him staring at her, looking neutral. Of all the times when he just had to decide to confuse her, she was so angry that she almost lost her grip on One for All, but managed to rein it at the last minute. Well, she huffed. Aren't you gonna say anything? My primary motivation is spite, Uraraka. Shinso rolled his eyes. I am literally the worst person on earth to be able to judge your heroic motivations. Wait ... What? Achako looked at him in shock. Your motivation is spite. Shinso shrugged. Pretty much. Well, that and pettiness. Huh. She sat back. Seriously? Yep, he said. Turns out, after enough times of being told I'll be a villain, I wanted to prove everyone wrong. Oh, Achako nodded. I guess that makes sense. I mean, it's still better than just wanting to be rich. Debatable. Shinso grinned. But if you're feeling insecure, you should talk to Mei-chan. She's an inventor because she's insane. Obviously. But she's also planning on owning a company and being filthy rich. I don't know, it seems to work for her, so why not for you, right? Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Achako took a sip of her tea and felt One for All welling up inside her for a split second before she instinctively pushed it down again. I'll talk to her when we get back. Izuku grinned at Mei's reactions to everything as Melissa gave them a tour around the island. He didn't think her eyes ever stayed still, zooming in on every detail she could find as they both nerded out and asked questions about everything. There were so many cool quirks and even more cool tech on display everywhere, and by the time they reached the building Melissa's dad worked in, Mei had already filled half a notebook just with ideas for inventions. It was awesome. The security on Island was especially impressive. To get to Dr. Shield's office, they had to pass through 2 layers of security at the building, and then there was a biometric lock and a keycard entry to get to his private lab. He was immersed in a project, but looked up when he heard them come in. Melissa, right on time. Dr. Shield grinned. And these must be Power Loader's gremlins that I've heard so much about. All good things. Izuku began but Mei cut him off. Don't care. Are those temperature regulators? Her eyes were wide as she ran up to the device he had been working on. Wait, are you just using water vapor? I see that none of the stories about your eagerness to invent were exaggerated. Dr. Shield laughed. And yes, sometimes the best solutions are actually the simplest. It's just our job to make them usable and convenient. They looked at the device from every angle and Izuku could see her quirk working overtime as she took in every angle before looking the doctor for permission. When he nodded, she picked up the device and started fiddling with it. You might want to move the capacitor over here. It's a little too far from the water tank to be effective. Dr. Shield smiled. Good work. You pass. Mei didn't even look up as she kept fiddling with the device. Pass. It's a test that Dad gives newcomers. Melissa explained. Let them handle an old invention and see if they can point out what's wrong with it. Old invention. Mei put the device back on the table. That means there's new, improved versions of this baby. Where are they? Can I see them? They're all around you. Dr. Shield gestured widely to the whole room. I designed the entire climate control system for this building and most of the other buildings on this island. Never greenlight an invention you're not willing to use yourself, right? Right. Mei grinned. So, what's the plan? I can't wait to start making babies with all these fun toys. Are we gonna be building robots? Networking? What are we doing? A little bit of all of it, honestly, Dr. Shield said. It's getting late, so tonight, we'll just let you get familiar with the lab where you'll be spending most of your time, and then tomorrow, we'd like you each to choose a project to work on this week. We'll help you out with design and troubleshooting and basically workshop it all together. Does that sound good? May grabbed Izuku's hand and started pulling him from the room. Let's go, Izuku. We're wasting baby-making time. But Mei-chan, Izuku yelled at her as the shields laughed behind them. You don't even know where we're going. Tenya turned down his covers and resisted the urge to beat up the pillow he'd been provided by Manuel's agents. Half a day in Hasu and he hadn't seen any sign of the hero killer. He couldn't have moved on to another city, not with only one victim here, so he had to be around and Tenya would find him. He took a deep breath. He just had to be patient. Stain was a master at laying low, so it was understandable that he was still hiding in the shadows. He had all week to find him, so he just had to be patient. Ochako had woken up refreshed and exhilarated, ready for another day of sparring and maybe even a patrol or two if they were lucky. The worries and insecurities were still there, obviously, as was one for all, but she was able to let all of that fade into the background as she focused on everything she was here to learn. Most of the other interns were already there when she skipped into the kitchen. Good morning. Good morning, Uraraka. Shinso grinned. How'd you sleep? Like someone knocked me out. Ochako answered. It was amazing. Well, I'm glad you're finally here to make us breakfast. One of the other interns laughed. I mean, the woman's place is in the kitchen, so I don't know what took you so long. Ochako stopped and stared at him, as did the other interns. Shinso gave the kid a long, disappointed look before sighing. Would you care to repeat that? Come on, guys, it's a joke. The kid rolled his eyes. You know, 'cause she's the only girl. It's not like I actually expect her to make breakfast for all of us, though I wouldn't complain if. Yeah, that's enough. Shinso took a sip of his coffee as the kid's body went slack under his control. Misogyny isn't a funny joke, and Uraraka has every right to slap you for that, but let's save her the effort. Yeah, slap yourself in the face and then wake up. There was a slap and a chorus of laughter from the rest of the watching interns as the kid woke up and started stuttering out an apology. Ochako caught Shinso smiling, even though he tried to hide it by taking another sip of coffee. She shook her head and rolled her eyes at him, but he just grinned wider and took another sip of coffee. She still couldn't believe that he was becoming a hero out of spite. But from what she knew of him, it made sense, and honestly, maybe part of the reason he was such a strong hero was because he was constantly having to stand up for himself and do things his own way. It was admirable and he made it work, despite how it might sound to someone who didn't know him. Ochako didn't know if she could do the same. She still felt really guilty about wanting to be a hero just for money, but maybe if she talked to Mei about it, she might be able to give it a chance, at least. Ochako still wasn't sure if Shinso was telling the truth about Mei being motivated by money too, but if he was, then at least maybe she'd know she wasn't alone. She let her insecurities fade into the background as Gunhead led them through warm-ups and ordered them to spar. Ochako grinned at Shinso and he looked bored, but at this point, she was about 75% sure that meant he was actually taking her seriously. She charged first, going through the movements that Gunhead had taught them yesterday and forcing Shinso to take a step back before he was able to move to counter her. She still felt like a fake, but the repetitive movement and action helped. The trade-off, of course, was that One for All seemed to wake up as soon as she was in any sort of combat situation, but she was confident that she could make it stay where she wanted it to. She launched a punch at Shinso and was unsurprised when he sidestepped her and grabbed her arms. She felt One for All well up in her as he followed through with the move and started forcing her to the floor, but she pushed it away. Maybe after she'd talked to Mei, she'd be able to. Her eyes widened as she felt One for All push back. She tried to stamp down on the power like she had been doing for days now, but this time, the power was like a tsunami and whatever control she'd assumed she had over it was washed away as she felt gravity shift. David Shield tinkered away in his private lab, working on an actual project this time. He had been impressed that the Haystone girl didn't even need prompting to tell him what was wrong with the invention, and he was excited to see what she would choose for her project this week. Nedzu had warned him that Midoriya would seem quiet in comparison, but that he was just as smart and observant as Hatsune was, if not even more so they should give him a quirk or a computer program to work on rather than discounting him. David was sure the boy would get along well with their analysts, so he wasn't too concerned. If Nedzu said the boy was smart, David wasn't stupid enough to think he was anything less than a genius. Suddenly, there was a crash and David jumped to his feet to see a young girl in what looked to be a hero costume steadying herself against the table. She looked up at him with wide eyes for a moment, and he only briefly noticed that she looked both green and absolutely exhausted before she stumbled quickly toward the nearest trash can and started puking her guts out. He was torn about whether he should comfort her or call security, and he ended up just staring at her in shock as she hunched over and grabbed her stomach. How had she gotten in? She felt vaguely familiar. But then again, she was also a teenage girl that looked like every other teenage girl he'd ever seen, so he didn't trust that enough for it to do any good, especially since she had somehow gotten into his private office. There were 2 layers of security just outside the door, and then she would have had to bypass even more security to enter the building, and that's not even counting getting onto the island, and yet he was fairly certain that the only teenagers authorized to get on the island this week were his interns, which, considering that he didn't even know who this girl was, meant that there was something really wrong with their security. After a minute, the girl finally stopped puking and she looked up at him, her voice scratchy and barely there from exhaustion. That wasn't supposed to happen. He lunged forward just in time to keep the poor girl from slamming her head against the floor as she passed out. Questions whirled in his brain as he pulled out his phone. Who was she? How had she gotten here? What was supposed to happen? The line only rang twice before someone picked up and David finally managed to pull his gaze away from her and look around the room. Yes, island security. We have a level 7 security risk. Put the island on lockdown. What do you mean she disappeared? Shouta was about to tear his hair out. Shinso, she doesn't have an invisibility quirk or anything. She can't just disappear. Well, I don't know what to tell you, because one minute, I had her in a capture hold and the next thing I know, I was holding air. Shinso sounded like he was freaking out, which was perfectly understandable, considering the circumstances. She just popped out of existence with 0 warning. We've torn the entire agency apart and we still can't find her. Oh, okay. Shouta took a deep breath. Okay. Uraraka's missing. We can deal with this. Gunhead's already on the phone with Nezu, correct? Yeah. Shinso almost sounded like he was about to cry. You'll find her, right? Shouta swallowed. We'll certainly try. He hung up and rubbed his temples. Of all the things he'd expected to deal with on internships, a missing student wasn't one of them. Noise complaints, behavior recommendations, maybe even a villain attack, that was all within the realm of possibility. But a student going missing, it was every teacher's worst nightmare, and to make it even worse, they had 0 leads because she'd gone missing from a secure hero agency in full view of a pro hero and a half-dozen other interns, and no one had seen anything. He didn't even know where to start. His phone rang again and he picked it up without looking. Shinso, if this is about Uraraka, it hasn't been long enough for us to find anything yet. Well, this is about Uraraka. Nezu's voice sounded grim. But I believe there is one lead you need to be informed of. Izuku hopped up on the desk next to Mei, who was currently welding something or another. Wasn't Dr. Shield supposed to be here already? Who cares? Mei shrugged. If he needed to unlock the lab, that'd be a different story. But if we're just picking a project to work with anyway, then it doesn't really matter when he shows up, I guess. Izuku said slowly, going back to his laptop. I've been thinking about what I want to do and I'm not sure whether I want to do some sort of mapping software or maybe something to help with those earrings Melissa was wearing. Having an early warning sign for panic attacks sounds like a really useful technology. What are you working on? Right now. Mei tightened one last screw and pushed her newest baby to the side. Nothing, but that was basically a portable artificial sun. I got the idea from that bird boy in Shinso's new class. There might be all sorts of other quirks sensitive to light. Cool. Izuku grinned and got out his notebook. That would be really useful for a lot of heroes. Do you think there's an advantage to having it spherical or would it work better as a flashlight? What about? He was cut off by his phone ringing. He looked at Mei to see if she knew who was calling, but she just shrugged and started taking her new invention apart, so Izuku just picked it up. Hello. Izuku. Hitoshi sounded panicked on the other end of the phone and Izuku immediately put down his notebook and waved Mei over. You've got that whole man and chair thing going on, so you know how to keep secrets, right? Yeah. Izuku put the phone on speaker as Mei came to stand beside him. You're on speaker with Mei, by the way. What's wrong? Well, Hitoshi's voice became a little softer. I probably shouldn't be telling you this, because it would be really bad if the media found out right now, so ... but I know that you know a lot about quirks and thought maybe you'd have come across this one or something like it. I just don't know what to. Take a deep breath, extra credit kun, Mei instructed. We're right here and the media are boring. So we're not going to tell them and you know we can keep a secret, otherwise Izuku would probably be dead, so let's see if we can help. Izuku nodded in agreement. Take your time. Well, Hitoshi groaned. You know how I'm interning at the same place as Uraraka, right? Izuku and Mei exchanged a confused glance. Yeah, why? We can't find her. Instantly, Izuku and Mei both sat up ramrod straight. What? On the other end of the phone, Hitoshi sighed. She just disappeared in the middle of a spar. One minute I had her in a hold and the next, she's just nowhere. Izuku ran to the nearest computer, and there wasn't any purple mist, right? That's what happened at the USJ, so try to remember. No. Hitoshi took a deep breath. She was just gone. Wait, I might have seen a little bit of some sort of greenish glow. Or maybe it was pink. That might have been a trick of the light though, and there definitely wasn't a purple mist or anything. Does that sound like any quirk you've come across? No. Izuku frowned and typed a few things into his search, and from what I can see, it's not on the quirk registry either. Most warp quirks have some visual indication that they're being activated, and if she were attacked by a villain, you would have seen that. We hadn't even left the agency. Hitoshi insisted. There are no villains. Izuku sighed. I'm sorry we couldn't help more. We'll keep thinking and get back to you if we come up with anything. Thanks. Hitoshi sighed. I mean, Aizawa and Nedzu are already working on it too, so hopefully we'll find her soon. Let us know. Mei said. Gravity-chan is way too nice to just disappear off the face of the earth. Will do. Hitoshi said. Thanks, guys. Yeah. Izuku hung up and looked at Mei. I wish there was something more we could do. What can we do, Izuku-kun? Mei whined. We're on a floating island hours away from Japan. I guess. Izuku bit his lip. Well, back to work. Mei nodded and picked up her screwdriver grimly. Back to work. Shouta figured he should be getting used to getting angry on behalf of his students by this point. So you're telling me that you not only gave my student an extra quirk without informing me, but that this impossible miracle quirk has painted a target on her back a mile wide because it comes with a nemesis that runs the goddamn League of Villains. Oh, and considering that she disappeared into thin air, they're probably the ones who took her, especially since you didn't even give her any extra security after handing her a giant I am here sign. Am I missing anything? All Might. All Might cleared his throat awkwardly. Well, I had not anticipated them finding her this soon. Shouta glared at him. Well, they did, so what now? Now, we do everything in our power to find her. Nedzu said calmly, a cup of long cold tea on the desk beside him. What's done is done, Aizawa. Your Araka is gone, and dwelling on the past and what should or should not have been done will not help us get her back. My only issue is that no one present saw any signs of Kirigiri, Tsukachi said. Even when we asked specifically about Purple Mist, everyone present said that they didn't see anything like that and none of them were lying. So do we think the League got their hands on another warp quirk? All Might asked. With All for One at the helm, it is a possibility. There's also the possibility that she wasn't taken by the League at all, Tsukachi pointed out. We can't afford to get our hopes up for that. Shouta said, out of all the possibilities we've considered, the most likely is that your Araka was kidnapped by the League because this blonde oaf decided to give them an incentive to do so. All Might sighed. I know. Shouta noticed that Nedzu had been suspiciously silent and found him staring grimly at his screen. He wasn't sure how this situation could get worse, but he had the sinking suspicion that he was about to find out. Nedzu. What's wrong? I just received an email from my island's security team, where Midoriya and Hatsum are interning. Nedzu turned to stare at them. There was a security breach. The entire island is now in lockdown. After 2 hours of waiting in the lab and working on various projects, Izuku decided it was high time to go find out what was going on. If only because he was getting restless just sitting at a computer screen when he knew one of his friends had gone missing. So he left Mei working in the lab and started trying to find Dr. Shield. So far, he'd just been wandering the halls, but the few people he'd seen had looked worried for some reason and had been too busy to talk to him. Eventually, he'd found someone who was able to point him toward Melissa's room, so right now, he was hoping she'd be able to either take him to her dad or at least tell him why no one had even peeked their head in on them all morning. He was just a few halls down from where he'd been told to go when he caught sight of Melissa, and to make it better, her dad was walking beside her. Izuku waved wildly and started running toward them. Hey, Melissa, Dr. Shield. Oh, Midoriya. Dr. Shield's shoulders were slumped and he looked much more tired than he had when Izuku had seen him last night. Sorry, I never showed up this morning. I should have sent one of the other inventors in my place, but we've all been working overtime with ... well, everything. The current situation has thrown all of us for a loop. But what is the current situation? Izuku asked. Because if there is one, no one's told us anything about it. The island is currently in lockdown. Melissa explained. I was just on my way to let you know. We had an intruder come into Dad's lab a few hours ago, and until we're sure how she got in, no one's allowed on or off the island, and communication is limited as well. It's ... well, it's kinda a mess right now, but if it helps keep everyone here safe, then it's worth it, right? Izuku nodded. Right. Did they get through by hacking, or was it some kind of quirk? I know you probably have a lot that are analysts and programmers and everyone here, but if there's anything I can do to help. Dr. Shield shared a look with Melissa before he turned to Izuku. Honestly, we have no idea. It could be a quirk or it could be some tech we've never seen before. She just popped into existence right in front of me. No warning, no indication that anything or anyone would be arriving. Honestly, our scientists would be absolutely ecstatic about having a mystery to solve if it weren't such a threat to the safety of the island. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I can see why that ... Wait, did you say just popped into existence? Melissa nodded. Dad was the only one there. But when we played it back on the cameras, 1 minute the room was empty. The next she was stumbling into the table and puking her guts out into the nearest trash can before she passed out. We've given her medical attention, but so far, nobody knows who she is or how she got into his lab. Dr. Shield groaned. Our only lead is that she was wearing what looked to be a hero uniform at the time. We're waiting to hear back from the company that produced it, but it doesn't match any licensed heroes, because she doesn't have a hero license yet. Izuku muttered. Dr. Shield stopped. What? Izuku's mind was racing. If his suspicions were correct, then how in the world had Uraraka gotten all the way to Island in just a couple of hours? It had taken him and May over 3 hours to fly here, and he didn't even know exactly where here was. Still, as impossible as it sounded, Shinso had described her disappearance in the same way that Dr. Shield had described the intruder's entrance. Here one moment, gone the next. And the after effects of Uraraka's quirk would explain the extreme nausea and vomiting when she'd arrived. Was there a sort of weird greenish-pink glow? Izuku asked finally. It would have been really faint, almost to the point where you'd think it was a trick of the light. Dr. Shield looked at Melissa, who nodded. When I was watching the video, I thought it was just a lens flare. She explained. It faded pretty much as soon as she appeared though, so it only lasted a second or two. Why? Dr. Shield asked. Do you know what's going on? Oh, I don't have a clue, Izuku answered. But I'd like to see her, if possible. I think I might know who she is. Achako was exhausted. She didn't think she'd ever felt this tired and gross in her entire life. But even with all that, there was still too much energy vibrating inside her, and she kept her eyes screwed shut, hoping that if she could just keep it all in, then maybe it would go away and she'd be able to fall asleep again. She really hoped that the last thing she remembered was actually a weird dream. Because if it wasn't, then she didn't know where she was on top of everything else. But if she just kept her eyes shut and pretended to be asleep, then she could just pretend she was safe in Gunhead's agency and wouldn't ever have to know the difference. A door opened and she heard a few people walk into the room before an unfamiliar voice started speaking. She seems to be suffering from quirk exhaustion. But since we're not sure what her quirk is, then there's no way of knowing whether that's from coming here or if it's from whatever she was doing before. Well, this is interesting. This voice was familiar and Achako's eyes shot open. The room spun as she sat up too quickly, but she was too relieved to care. Midoriya smiled at her. Hey there, Uraraka. You're not supposed to be here. Achako looked at Midoriya for a long moment, then promptly burst into tears. Oh, thank goodness. Please tell you know what's going on. Midoriya gave her a sheepish smile as he sat down on the bed beside her. Not yet, but we're gonna figure it out together, okay? We can do this. Achako took a deep breath and wiped her eyes. Yeah, we can do this. What do you need to know? Midoriya grabbed a notebook out of his pocket and opened it to a fresh page. All right, so first of all, do you know where you are? Well, you're interning on Island, so. Achako thought for a moment. Well, either I'm on Island somehow, or you came back early. Midoriya laughed. It's the first one. Do you know how you got here? Was there a villain involved? No, I was at Gunhead's agency, so there wasn't a villain. Achako racked her brain. 1 minute I was sparring with Shinso and she felt gravity shift again, but not as intensely as it had last time, and she was still in the hospital when it righted itself just in time for her to throw up again. Thankfully, the nurses had had the foresight to put a tub beside the bed, and Midoriya just tossed his notebook out of the splash zone and rubbed her back until she was finished. Ugh. Achako wiped her mouth. I'm sorry, that's gross. Well, you are suffering from quirk exhaustion, Midoriya reminded her. Which ... Well, what else do you remember? Well, it was kinda like what happened just now. Achako grimaced. I was completely fine this morning, but then I got really dizzy and all of a sudden I was someplace else. Izuku made a note of something. Any other details? What you were trying to do during the spar? What you were thinking about? Achako thought for a moment. I mean, in the spar, I was just trying to keep Shinso from pinning me, but I was also thinking about how once internships were over, I needed to talk to May about. Izuku jerked back in surprise as Uraraka just disappeared into thin air. Sure, there were slight traces of some sort of light, but mostly she simply blinked out of existence, exactly like Shinso had described. It was a weird sight and he almost didn't believe his eyes. But at least now he could form some theories. Dr. Shield, he looked up from his notebook. You wouldn't happen to have any equipment for measuring gravitational fields on this island, would you? The moment Achako felt gravity shift again, she tensed, even though she'd half been expecting it this time. The bed disappearing out from under her was still a shock, and she didn't have nearly enough time to get her feet under her before she was falling hard on the floor. Seriously, which of you beautiful babies decided to fall off May circled the table and she stopped and blinked when she saw Ochako on the floor, the gesture looking even more strange with the way her eyes were magnified underneath her goggles. Oh, hi Gravity Girl. I didn't see you come in. You're supposed to be missing, so how did you get all the way out here? Ochako groaned and flopped down on the floor. Yeah, that's what I'd like to know. They hummed. Well, as long as you're here, you may as well earn your keep. I need an extra set of hands. Ochako nodded and groaned as she stood up. She still felt unbearably nauseous, but she didn't feel like she was going to lose what was left of her breakfast at any moment, so that was a positive. Maybe it was because she didn't go as far this time. But, of course, that brought up the question of why she'd gone at all, and Ochako wasn't sure she really wanted the answer to that. They handed her what looked like the handle of a lightsaber. Just hold that part steady, all right. Ochako nodded again and let May do her thing. But her thoughts started to spiral again, and she bit her lip nervously as she remembered the reason why she'd been thinking about May in the first place. Hatsum, do you mind if I ask you something? Sure, but Hatsum's too formal. May tightened another screw. I thought I told you to call me May. Ochako half smiled. Hey, yeah. Why did you choose to go into support? May grinned. It's fun. I get to make so many wonderful babies. Ochako frowned. And, is that why you want to have your own company too? I could work for somebody else and still make cool stuff. May stuck out her tongue in disgust. But if I'm gonna make these babies, I want everybody to know who made them. It's branding. One day, I'm gonna be famous for all these beautiful babies. Just you wait and see. But Ochako struggled to figure out a polite way to phrase it before realizing that May probably didn't care. Isn't that kinda selfish? Yeah, May tightened something else on her device. So, Ochako stared at her. So, May cackled. A lot of people have this really stupid idea that being selfish is bad. Just like they think failure is bad, but failure is how you make wonderful babies. If being selfish helps motivate me to be a better inventor, then why in the world wouldn't I do that? Ochako blinked a few times, feeling like the world had shifted underneath her in a way that wasn't literal. I guess I'd never thought of it like that. That's because too many people limit themselves and don't give in to the best ideas, May declared, tightening one final screw and taking the device from Ochako. If something isn't helping, throw it out. And if something is helping, then make it a part of the design. Ochako smiled as May turned on her device, only to frown when nothing happened. May, however, just shrugged and threw the device over her shoulder. The original design was better. Back to the drawing board. Ochako laughed. If at first you don't succeed, then use that failure to fuel your next success. May returned with a wide grin. Hand me that wrench. Oh, and I'm glad you're all right, by the way. Sorry I forgot to mention that. Shinso said you just went poof. Ochako groaned. I'm dunno. Before I came to talk to you, I was hoping that Midoriya could. The gravity shifted again and Ochako had to resist the urge to scream in frustration as she found herself on a random street somewhere. She was just so done with the whole thing. She felt emotionally and physically exhausted and she just wanted to stay still for a little while. Was that really too much to ask? At least she was finally getting used to the sensation. Ochako still didn't know what was going on, but she was almost certain at this point that it was One for All's fault, even if she couldn't pinpoint how. Alright, so maybe trying to push all that power down until it blew up hadn't been the best idea, because her new quirk obviously wasn't letting her repress it anymore, considering she could potentially end up halfway across the world with just a stray thought. Alright, how did I do this last time? Ochako grumbled. I was just thinking about Midoriya and... Gravity shifted and Ochako felt a brief sense of pride until she looked around at her new location and Midoriya was nowhere to be seen. You've got to be kidding me. Izuku popped his head into the lab. Hey, kind of a weird question. But have you seen your Uraraka? May looked up from her current project. She just popped out. Of course. Izuku groaned. Did she give any clue of where she was going? Nope. May shrugged, then thought for a minute. But I think she was talking about you when she disappeared. Alright, that makes sense. Izuku scribbled a few things down in his notebook. Her quirk must be using people to anchor her when she warps, but the only question is which people ... and of course where she ended up this time. If you were her anchor point, Izuku, May pointed out, then shouldn't she be with you? You'd think so, but no. Izuku jumped up to sit on the table. Her quirk uses gravity, but that's such a widespread force that she's probably only able to approximate her target, at least right now. May hummed. I didn't even know she could teleport. Neither did she. Izuku shook his head in amusement. I'm still trying to figure out why, but it's like her quirk got more powerful overnight and now she's dealing with a new manifestation of it. It's really cool, but she hasn't had time to develop the ability, so she doesn't have any way to stop herself from warping, or any way to predict where she'll end up. They finished. She pushed her project to the side and started grabbing more materials. Well, I can help with one of those. Dr. Shield smiled and lifted the tarp. It's been a while since I had an excuse to dust off this old baby. Melissa rolled her eyes. You realize you could take it out for a spin at any time, right? You're just old and boring. Is that the car you and All Might used during his study abroad? Izuku's eyes were wide as he dissolved into a muttering storm of facts. The technology was state-of-the-art at the time and still holds up under today's standards. The engine alone is. Come on, Izuku-kun, you can nerd out in the car. Mei grabbed him by the collar and hauled him into the back seat. The device in her hand was only mostly finished, but Dr. Shield had been tracking the gravitational fields around the island, and Uraraka's warps were becoming more frequent, so they needed to find her before she accidentally ended up in the water or something. All right, Midoriya, your turn to navigate, Melissa said, strapping herself into the passenger seat as Dr. Shield started the car. You connected your laptop to the gravity sensors, right? Yep, Izuku said. I'm probably going to have to write a program to really track her, but for now these readings will at least tell us when she moves and get us in the general ballpark of where she is. Oh, she moved again. Head west. Ochako sighed and tried not to think of anything at all as she made her way down the streets, too tired to pay attention to the weird looks she was getting for wearing a full hospital gown in the middle of the city. At least it wasn't one of the ones that was open in the back. But honestly, at this point she didn't care. Maybe if she just didn't think she wouldn't find herself suddenly halfway across the city with no way of knowing where she'd end up. She passed a fast food place and only hesitated for a moment before muttering, "Screw it." An electronic bell chimed as she pushed open the door, and the look on the poor cashier's face when he saw her was way more funny than it had the right to be. But Ochako was too tired to laugh or even really care as she walked up to the counter. "Hey, do you guys sell ginger ale?" Yes. He looked her up and down, and Ochako knew she should be embarrassed, but she just found herself half wondering whether they'd turn her away for violating a no shoes, no shirt, no service policy, or whether they'd just roll with it. The cashier hesitated for another moment before meeting her eyes again. I'm assuming you don't have any money with you." She warped again. Izuku yelled. "Ooh, she's closer this time. Where to next, then?" Dr. Shield stopped the car, ready to double back if they needed to. "Where is she?" Izuku looked at the screen and his eyes widened. "She's 2 streets over." "Great. We can cut through that alley." Mei grabbed his hand, and Izuku had just enough presence of mind to set down his laptop before she was pulling him from the car and running toward the alley. "Wait," Melissa called. "Shouldn't we?" "Sorry, we'll meet you there," Izuku yelled back. It was only a few seconds before they were running out onto the next street, which was more crowded than the one they'd just come from. "Excuse me, has anyone seen a girl in a hospital gown?" Ochako sipped on her soda and took a few deep breaths as she ignored the stares of the other patrons. She wasn't nearly as nauseous as she'd been when she'd first gotten to Island, and she could feel herself steadily regaining energy, especially with the way that One for All was buzzing just underneath her skin, but she still wasn't used to it. It would have been nice if One for All came with an off switch, because the way things were going, she would be having to shower in a bathing suit for the foreseeable future. She slumped further down in the hard plastic seat and took another sip, only partially sitting up when she heard the bell on the door chime. "Hey, Gravity Girl," Mei grinned as she bounced up to her table. "Happy birthday." But it's not my birthday." She stared at Mei in shocked confusion as she grabbed Ochako's arm and fastened something around her wrist. "Nope," Mei confirmed. "But I got you something. That's a tracking bracelet. I'll make you a better one when we get back, but this little baby will keep us from having to chase you down again. We'll be able to see where you are even if you accidentally warp yourself to America." Ochako shuddered. "Oh God, I hope that doesn't happen." "Unfortunately, it's a possibility." Izuku ran up to them, hands on his knees as he caught his breath. "But this way, even if it does, we'll be able to find you." "Okay, yeah, that'll be nice." Ochako nodded gratefully. "Thanks, Mei. Now come on. We gotta get back to the labs so I can get back to work on my babies," Mei said. "And not that the hospital gown isn't a statement piece, but we should get you some actual clothes. Come on, let's get going." Ochako stood and stretched. "Yes, please and thank you." The 2 gremlins led her outside, where a red sports car was waiting to pick her up. She recognized the driver from her unfortunate arrival, and he smiled when she slid into the backseat. "You must be Ochako Uraraka. It's nice to officially meet you. I'm Dr. David Shield, and this is my daughter Melissa." Ochako grimaced. "Sorry about ... you know." "No, don't worry about it." Dr. Shield laughed. "Honestly, now that we know you're not a security threat and we figured out how you got in, it's more entertaining than anything else. Freaked us out a bit at first, but we're good." "Well, I'm glad someone found it entertaining." Ochako grumbled. "I honestly wasn't expecting to learn how to teleport when I woke up this morning." "I know. Everyone back in Japan was really." Izuku's eyes widened. "Wait, Mei, did you ever tell anyone we found her?" Mei frowned. "No, I think I assumed you told them, and then I was too focused on the tracking bracelet to think about anything else. I believe that our people were focused on making sure our security was up to date and incorporating a warning for gravitational shifts." Dr. Shield scowled. "How did we forget that?" Didn't you ever call them, Midoriya? Melissa asked. Izuku groaned and put his head in his hands. No, I was busy trying to figure out the quirk science of how she was even warping. Everyone's probably still freaking out. Mei shrugged and grabbed her phone. Well, better late than never. Shouta wasn't doing well. All the teachers had been called in and some of the more adept reporters were starting to realize that something was wrong. Uraraka's parents had been contacted and were with a police escort, but there wasn't a whole lot they could tell them. Their daughter had been missing for over 4 hours now and they still hadn't found a single lead. All Might and Tsukachi were all gathered in Nedzu's office, grimly combing through what meager evidence they could find as they came to terms with the fact that they had failed as teachers and as heroes. His phone rang and he took one look at Tay caller ID before picking up. Hatsum, please tell me you're safe. I really don't have the time or energy to deal with two. Oh, I know, Mei interrupted. I thought you might want to know that we found your missing student. Shouta immediately sat up straight. You found Uraraka. How did you even? Never mind, I'm putting you on speaker. Where is she? Mei cackled. She's sitting right next to me. Say hi, Gravity Girl. Uraraka's voice sounded tired, but she was there. Hi, Sensei. Sorry for worrying you. Nedzu came closer to Tay's phone. Never mind that, young lady. Are you all right? I'm tired and overused my quirk, but I'm already getting my energy back. Uraraka's voice echoed with a kind of forced cheerfulness. Don't worry, I'm gonna be fine. I'm glad to hear it, Nedzu said. Although, if you are with young Midoriya and Hatsum, then, yeah, that means she's here on Island, Midoriya said. It's complicated. It took us a few hours to even realize she was here, but we're working on it. I'm assuming that Shinso was the one that told you she was missing, Shouta asked tiredly. I would probably lecture him about confidentiality, but I guess it's a good thing you were aware she was missing. Oh, I'd almost forgotten about Shinso. Uraraka fretted. He's probably so. Shouta looked at the receiver in confusion as there was a brief shout and then he heard the phone drop and the audio became slightly muffled as Midoriya started speaking. Uraraka, focus on me, okay. Don't think about Shinso or anyone else. Just focus on me and Mei and where we are right ... and she's gone. Mei, already on it. There was the sound of shuffling as the phone was picked up and Shouta looked at the others in confusion and worry. What did Midoriya mean she's gone? Ugh, sorry, I really didn't think she had enough energy for that already, Midoriya said finally. But, good news, Uraraka's back in Japan and we'll send Shinso her location so he can pick her up. She's back in Japan. All Might stuttered. Young Midoriya, that's at least a 5-hour journey. Midoriya sighed. Not really. Do you want the short explanation or the long one? Nedzu took the phone. I believe any explanation will do at the moment. Midoriya, thank you. That made Midoriya chuckle. I guess that's true. Well, basically, I guess I should start by saying that Uraraka does not have a gravity cancellation quirk like we thought. Her quirk, which I think got a lot stronger recently for some reason, is actually some sort of gravity manipulation, and since according to the theory of relativity gravity is basically just bends in space-time, then, well, Uraraka can use gravity manipulation to warp. They finished. She uses people as her anchors, most likely people that she's already used her quirk on. Midoriya interrupted. Otherwise she would have teleported to you, Eraserhead. Yeah, that, Mei agreed. But she can't control it yet, which is why we fitted her with a tracker. She's across town from Gunhead's agency, and I'm sending her location to Shinso ... now. She'll probably be a little worse for wear when he finds her. Midoriya added. The warp here knocked her out for over 2 hours. Let us know if you have any questions. Good luck. They hung up, leaving a room full of shocked adults to process whatever that had been. Well, All Might cleared his throat awkwardly. At least it wasn't villains. From Kidnapper number 1. We found Gravity Girl. Let us know when she disappears again. Call you with more info tonight. Hitoshi stared at his phone in a mix of shock and relief. He really shouldn't be surprised that his kidnappers had managed to find his kidnapped friend. But it was still impressive that they'd found her in a matter of hours. Also, should he be concerned that they seemed to fully be expecting her to disappear again? He shook his head and knocked on the door to Gunhead's office before pushing it open. I just got a location for Uraraka. I'm going to go pick her up. Gunhead almost dropped his coffee. You found her. I didn't find her. My kidnappers did. Hitoshi shrugged. Sorry, my friends in the support course. They tracked her down somehow. The important thing is that I know where she is and I'm going to go get her. I just wanted to let you know. Oh, right. Gunhead set his coffee down and stood up. Let's go. Minda had actually finished the chores Mount Lady had told him to do hours ago, but she was too absorbed in checking her social media to notice that. She was a new hero, and notoriously obsessed with her image, so it wasn't a hard choice when he needed to find someone to drool over that would still allow him time to keep tabs on all his other classmates. He hadn't been expecting all that much to happen this week, honestly, except that Ito was most likely going to try to go off the rails, which Sensei would be delighted about if the hero he was interning under couldn't stop him in time. But today had been busier than expected. There was a distinct lack of UA in the media this morning, which meant that they were actively trying to stay out of it, which meant that they were hiding something. He hadn't been able to dig up what exactly it was yet, but he'd sent out a few feelers to the rest of his classmates, just asking them how they were doing. None of the girls had responded, which was irritating, but understandable considering his cover, and Shinso was the only guy to leave him on read, which meant that he was either involved in whatever they were trying to cover up, or he was just too close to the girls, either one. If the news didn't break, he'd look into it more tomorrow. His main interest at the moment was Island. The notification that they had gone into lockdown this morning didn't seem like major news for Japan, but Sensei had asked him to keep an eye on the support course, and it was odd enough that 2 of the first years had been asked to intern there. Add an island-wide lockdown to that, and it was exactly the type of thing Sensei would want to know about. Maybe if they were lucky, those 2 had actually caused the lockdown and there might be some chance for recruitment. Maybe they could even help the league find this cheat code know-it-all who kept breathing down their necks. Grape juice, Mount Lady called. Can you be a babe and get me another soda from the fridge? I'll love you forever. Anything for you, gorgeous. Minder read one final notification before putting away his phone and made a note to pass it along in his report. At Island official, sorry for any panic this morning's lockdown might have caused. Our experts have determined that a quirk accident was at fault for this morning's apparent security breach. The situation has been resolved and our security system has been updated to prevent a repeat of this morning's false alarm. Though sensitive information was compromised, Shadow walked a few steps behind Edshot, not really sure what he was supposed to be doing at the moment. With Endeavor, he was supposed to be learning from the best and projecting as much don't talk to me energy as he could. But did other heroes try to seem more likable to the media? Was he supposed to be looking for villains, or would that count as getting in the way? I can hear you thinking from here, Edshot said. Oh, sorry, Shadow said quickly. Oh, stop. Edshot stopped and looked at him strangely. Stop. Why would I ask you to stop thinking? Intelligence is an essential part of being a hero. I just wanted to know what was on your mind. Sorry, Shadow apologized again. I suppose I was just wondering what the purpose of this patrol is. Aren't you mostly a nocturnal hero? Edshot gave him an appraising look. Yes, I am. But why do you think I would patrol during the day? To catch criminals in the act, Shadow said, and to be visible to the media. Edshot paused thoughtfully for a moment. The media, yes, partially. The criminals, not so much. Most of my takedowns, like you said, are at night, so I'm content to leave everyday purse snatchers to lesser heroes. But the main reason I routinely patrol during the day is for the people. Yes, Shadow nodded. To protect them. Edshot looked ahead. That's part of it, but it's actually not what I was referring to. Shadow, do you know why people become villains? Shadow got the idea that this was like one of Aizawa's logical ruses, but didn't know what the trick was, because they put their own desires over what's good. Sometimes, Edshot nodded. Or they simply don't trust that the law is good. A lot of people struggle in this world, and if a hero is out and about during the day, they know that someone is there to save them if ever they need it. We can't save everyone, unfortunately, but even just being visible can keep some from falling into despair and taking matters into their own hands. So a hero's job isn't just to protect the defenseless from villains. Shadow frowned. Interesting. Edshot didn't seem like he was expecting anything else from the conversation, so Shadow followed along in silence for a few more minutes. He paid attention to how people looked at them. If he was with Endeavor, he'd be getting both awed and terrified looks, and maybe a few angry, which didn't seem like it would help bring people hope like Edshot was describing. The civilians they passed didn't look at Edshot with as much obvious admiration as they did Endeavor, but it almost seemed like they trusted him, which was hard to wrap his head around. Shadow heard a familiar yowl and turned to see Epper weaving in and out of people's legs as she rushed toward him. Shadow couldn't be bothered to hold back a smile as he crouched down. Seeing a hero student petting a cat on patrol would be reassuring, right? It would piss off his father at the very least. Oh wonderful, it's the devil cat. Edshot muttered. Careful, she may look cute, but don't get too close. Edshot trailed off as Epper butted up against Shadow's hand and made him scratch her between the ears. She always went for his left side first, which Shadow thought was hilarious. His father spent so much effort in planning to get a child with the perfect dual quirk, and he used it to attract cats. It was beautifully ironic. Devil cat. Yeah, that describes her pretty well, Shadow said fondly, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly as she purred and headbutted him again. Epper can be pretty mean when she doesn't get her way. When Edshot didn't respond, Shadow looked up to see him staring at them in shock. Did she really let you name her? Shadow shrugged and stood up. Is that weird? Edshot shook his head in disbelief. You realize that every hero that patrols near here has tried to pet that cat, right? She's scratched at every single one. Anytime anyone tries to give her a name, even some of the shop owners that feed her, she hisses and refuses to respond to it. That's why we call her the devil cat. She's way more likely to attack you than let her pet you. He started walking and Shadow followed behind. Epper ran alongside them, hopping up onto a nearby fence. Maybe she wasn't in the mood to be pet. From what I've seen, she has ways of getting whatever she wants. No, Epper, not ... Okay. Epper had launched herself off the fence and onto Shadow's shoulder and almost immediately settled in and started grooming him. He reached to grab her and make her go back to the ground, but she simply swatted at him with a hiss and kept working. Shadow pouted and felt his face heat up as he turned to Edshot and gave a small bow. Careful not to knock Epper loose. My apologies, sir, but I'm afraid that she never lets me stop her when she gets like this. So unfortunately, this predicament might last a while. I understand that patrolling with a stray cat on my shoulder is highly unprofessional, so if you would like me to return to the agency until the situation is resolved, He trailed off and straightened up as he realized that Edshot was laughing at him. Sure, it wasn't loud, but his shoulders were shaking and his eyes were starting to tear up as he held a hand over his mouth. This makes much more sense. What? Shadow absent-mindedly reached up to pet Epper, who purred and flicked him with her tail. I had thought you managed to tame her. Edshot chuckled. But nope, I guess it's just a rule of the universe that the devil cat can't be tamed. I wasn't trying to tame her, Shadow insisted. I was just sitting down once and she came and sat on my lap because I have a fire quirk and it makes me warm. Vernon has a fire quirk too, and she's never been able to get close to the little devil, even with his mask. Shadow could tell that Edshot was smiling. Nope, I can't believe that ... What did you call her? Epper, I'm pretty sure she thinks you're her kitten. What? Shadow blinked. I'm sorry, but you're mistaken. I'm much larger than a kitten. Edshot rolled his eyes. Yes, I'm aware of that. But adoption is pretty common in cats, actually, and they'll even adopt babies from other species if the real parents aren't around. To her, she may not have given birth to you, but she's acting like she just woke up one day and decided to be your mother. So I'm sorry to break it to you, Shadow, but you're adopted. Shadow huffed softly. Well, Epper just needs to give me a good scratch and I'll have scars from both my moms. Edshot frowned. What was that? Sorry, you were muttering and I didn't quite catch it. Oh, nothing. Shadow shook his head. Wait a minute ... Are those people taking pictures? Edshot chuckled again. Are you kidding? Kid, this is why we go on patrol. You're going to be trending by the time school lets out. Oh, Shadow took a deep breath and Epper's presence on his shoulder was oddly steadying considering that this was all her fault. Okay. That's a good thing, right? Yes. Edshot shook his head in amusement. Yes, Shadow, that's a very good thing. Itoshi looked down at his phone again. Then up at the park, well, according to Izuku and Mei, she should be somewhere around here, hopefully. They did warn me that she might disappear again though, so I guess I could text and ask if they know anything. Gunhead nodded. Yes, that would probably be best. Itoshi was halfway through a text when a yell from the playground caught his attention. No, get away from there. You don't know what kinds of diseases that thing has. A little girl was trying to tug Herschel free as her mother pulled her away. It's not a thing, it's a person. What if they need to go to the hospital? She caught sight of Hitoshi and Gunhead and immediately started waving them over with her whole arm. Are you guys heroes? We need your help. They shared a glance before Gunhead put on a happier voice and bounced over. Of course. We can't stay long. We're looking for someone, you see. But I'm sure we can get someone to help out with whatever the issue is. It's not an issue. The mother groaned. It's just a drunk who decided that the playground was a good place to sleep after a mid-morning bender. I looked up from my phone and there she was, a raggedy thing puking in the trash can before crawling in the tunnel and passing out. Disgusting. I mean, she wasn't even wearing any shoes. I don't want my daughter being around those kinds of influences. I'm sure you understand. She was puking. Shinso blinked. Where did you say she went? Over there in the play tunnel. The little girl slipped out of her mom's grip and grabbed Hitoshi's hand. Here, I'll take you to her. Aya, get back here right this instant. Aya didn't listen as she dragged Hitoshi to the playground and tugged him to the ground outside the tunnel. Look, there, can you help her? I am so sorry. Aya's mother grabbed her by the shoulder as Hitoshi knelt down to look inside the tunnel. You need to apologize to the heroes. You can't just go grabbing them. They have important things to do. But, Mom, Aya started to protest, but stopped when she saw Hitoshi's face. Mr. Hero, what is it? What's wrong? Nothing. Hitoshi tried to smile reassuringly, but he had a feeling it fell flat. I just need to yell at my friends to make sure they give me all the information next time they send me to find someone. Gunhead, over here. I found her. The sunset was beautiful and Kurogiri wished he could pay it the attention it deserved. But young Tamura was enjoying the view for a very different reason. He grinned as he scratched at his neck, the 3 Namu that Sensei had given him standing dead-eyed and at the ready, waiting for their orders. Even if he should be used to it by now, it was still creepy enough to send a shiver down Kurogiri's spine. I'll show him. Shigaraki grinned. Let's see who's in the news tomorrow. Hero killer. Izuku frowned as he looked at his notes from the morning. I really don't think I want to do any of these ideas. I know. May scribbled something frantically and tore a page out of her sketchbook, crumpling it and tossing it over her shoulder as she started jotting things down again. Gravity Girl's new quirk is giving me so many good ideas. It's not a new quirk. Izuku rolled his eyes. Actually, it does kind of act like one, doesn't it? I wonder. Melissa giggled as she watched them both bury themselves in their notes. You can still change your mind, you know. Normally you would have already picked your projects, but today obviously wasn't normal. Besides, since Dad wasn't around this morning, you pretty much have until he comes back to really make your decisions. What do you have in mind? Well, my first thought is to find a way to stop Uraraka from teleporting with a support item or something, Izuku said, grabbing his laptop. But I don't think that will be very practical, and repressing a quirk can often make it more difficult to control, so it'll be best to just throw that out the window. Melissa said. I mean, I wouldn't know, but that makes sense. I wonder if you could make something like training wheels, May. Like, to help her learn to control her quirk. I like the way you think, lab assistant. May grinned and wrote a few things down, then groaned. But there's a lot of mistakes and explosions between now and being able to use technology to impact gravity. We need to grow a few more giants before we can stand on their shoulders. Izuku thought for a moment. I mean, I know you already gave her the bracelet, Mei-chan, but I could always perfect this program for tracking her warps. That's an idea. It could help her find patterns in where she usually ends up and help her warp more accurately. Melissa nodded encouragingly. And didn't you try to use it to predict that she was about to disappear in the car? Izuku's eyes widened. Oh yeah. I mean, the program is just tracking her gravity fluctuations and everything starts going wonky before she teleports. So if I get it running fast enough. Melissa grinned as she finished his thought. Then she could potentially have enough warning to stop unintentional warps. You'd need a good alarm system. May said. Sure, you could always do an app, but that's no fun. And what if she doesn't have her phone? It would need to be small, portable, and... She trailed off as her eye caught on Melissa, who started fidgeting as the seconds dragged on. May. Is something wrong? Is there something on my face or something? May's face slowly morphed into a terrifying grin. Your earrings. And my earrings. Melissa took a step back. Izuku gasped. That's brilliant, Mei-chan. Melissa, you invented those to counteract panic attacks, right? How do they work? Melissa stopped and she slowly started smiling as well as she caught up to what they were thinking. They track a person's vital signs so they can send an alert when their heart rate or breathing goes too high. I've been brainstorming different options, but it shouldn't be that hard to just make them beep when the activation requirements are met. Good. Izuku opened up his tracking program. I can debug this program and focus on giving Uraraka as much warning as possible before she warps, and Mei-chan can figure out how to make gravity sensors fit inside a pair of earrings. May's eyes zoomed in anticipation and she made grabby hands to tell Melissa to hand over the jewelry. Ew, this baby is gonna be so much fun. Melissa giggled as she took out her earrings and handed one to each of them. You guys really are a power couple, aren't you? Izuku fumbled the earring and almost dropped it as he blushed a bright red. Power couple. We're not dating or anything. May's just my best friend, and I know we spend a lot of time together and everything, but that doesn't mean. Yeah, I just use Izuku to help me make babies, May said distractedly, eyes already moving rapidly to visually dissect every tiny detail of the earring on the table in front of her. Lab assistant, get your dad all ready. I need to take a look at your gravity sensors. Hitoshi had half dozed off by the time Uraraka groaned and blinked her eyes open. Ugh, I feel like I just puked a Skittles factory. Hitoshi flinched awake and he almost fell out of his chair, but after half a second, he breathed a sigh of relief as he double-checked that Uraraka was here. She was safe on Gunhead's couch. She was fine. He chuckled and shook his head. Yeah, well, for all I know, you did. What happened? Izuku and May didn't give me any details on what happened. They just told me where to find you. We were all so worried about you. Uraraka played with a bracelet on her wrist that Hitoshi didn't recognize. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, Shindy. I just was stupid and thought I could just push it down. But then I lost control and yeah, somehow I ended up on an island. Hitoshi blinked. Can you maybe run that by me again? Uraraka sighed. I accidentally bent space-time, teleported to an island. Yeah, it's about as crazy as it sounds. Whoa, Hitoshi took a second to process that. That's one hell of a quirk evolution, I guess. That made Uraraka snort and she shook her head as she sat up. Yeah, it's great. And what's even better is that I can't stay put because I can't control it yet. It's a real joy. Hitoshi chuckled and ran a hand through his hair. So that's why you disappeared. And why I'll probably disappear again. Uraraka nodded and slumped back against the armrest. I feel like I'm turning into you. I'm just exhausted. He gave her a small smile. Are you sure you want to add a terrible sleep schedule to everything you've got going on? Ugh, no. Uraraka rubbed her eyes. How about this, Shindig? You keep your sleep issues and I keep my disappearing act. Deal? She held out her hand for a fist bump and Hitoshi returned it. Deal. Also, where did the Shindig nickname come from? It's not bad, it's just ... Why? Uraraka chuckled. It's dumb. I just wanted payback after you confused the hell out of everyone with your quirk activation requirements at the sports festival and thought a dumb nickname would be a fun way to confuse you back. She frowned. Not that I haven't done a bang-up job of that already. Yeah, you definitely threw me for a loop, but whatever. Hitoshi shrugged. Am I supposed to have a nickname for you? I mean, you have one for me and I did just pull you out of a play tunnel an hour ago, so. Uraraka blushed and buried her face in her hands. Ugh, don't remind me. That's so embarrassing. Those kids probably thought I was crazy or something. Drunk, actually. Hitoshi pointed out helpfully. So, what nickname do you want? Uraraka groaned. By the time Izuku and Mei called, Ochako was feeling a little more like herself. She hadn't teleported at all since getting back to Japan, but she had a sneaking suspicion that she probably would have if she wasn't so exhausted from 2 long jumps and all the little ones she'd made while on Island. She'd had the weird world tilty feeling a few times, whenever she thought about Mei or Izuku or really any one of her friends that wasn't in the room with her. But she hadn't gone anywhere, so for now, she figured that as long as she stayed close to Shinso, there wasn't much risk of her ending up somewhere she wasn't intending to be. That might change in a couple of hours, depending on how much One for All hated her at the moment, but that was a tomorrow problem. Shinso's phone rang just as everyone was finishing up dinner. And he took one look at the caller ID and picked up, Hey Izuku, how are you? Next time you send me a cryptic location, could you add a few details? Ochako giggled as she imagined Izuku panicking on the other end of the phone. But she stopped when Gunhead came up behind her and put a hand on her shoulder. All right, you two, let's take this to my office. Her heart sank, and even though she knew she probably wasn't, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was in trouble. She had messed up. Maybe if she had just tried to use One for All earlier, or if she'd realized her quirk was gravity manipulation, or if she had better self-control, then she wouldn't have made everyone panic by disappearing out of the blue like that. It was her fault that everyone had thought she'd been kidnapped or something, despite that she had no control over it. More accurately, it was her fault because she had no control over it. She dragged her feet as Gunhead closed the door behind them. All right, put it on speaker. I'm your hero mentor, and in order to help you, I need to know what's going on too. Is that all right? Shinso raised an eyebrow at Ochako, who took a deep breath before nodding resolutely. Gunhead was here to teach her and help her. She'd already learned a lot, even though she'd only really had a couple of hours to spar with him yesterday, and today had been, well, today, so she just had to trust that he wouldn't judge her too harshly for losing control of her quirk. Shinso shrugged and pressed the button. All right, almighty kidnappers, care to explain what in the world is going on? I mean, Uraraka should have explained part of it already. Izuku said. I explained what I know. Ochako interrupted. But that isn't really that much. I mean, I get that I'm warping space-time and it seems to be related to people, but that's pretty much all I know. Gunhead took the phone from Shinso and set it on the desk. What we really need to know is what's causing her to teleport and what we can do to help her control it. These kids seem to think you know what you're talking about, so do you have any advice? Can you tell me how to stop? Ochako added desperately. It would be really nice to be able to just turn it off. Unfortunately, that's not really going to be an option, Izuku said sheepishly. Until you get enough practice and learn how to control it, you're probably going to instinctively teleport to any anchor that pops into your head. Anchor, Shinso said. Those are people, right? Yep. Izuku sounded excited. So, I've been thinking about it and I'm pretty sure how it works now. Uraraka, when you use your quirk on someone, you don't just cancel their gravity, you basically change it somehow. We're gonna have to run a few more tests with that part. But that means that your quirk basically becomes familiar with the way gravity naturally affects them, and you can use that unique gravity signature as an anchor to warp to them. With training, you might even be able to use objects, but that will probably be a lot more difficult, since people are more distinct in weight, body shape, muscle distribution. Shinso rolled his eyes. So what you're saying is that once she's cancelled a person's gravity once, she can find them forever. Pretty much. Mei jumped in. Well, unless they go on a diet or get fat or something. Yeah, Izuku agreed. A bit of fluctuation shouldn't affect things. But if their gravity signature changes too much, then you'll probably have to use your quirk on them again to refamiliarize yourself. Okay. Ochako sighed. So basically, anyone who I've ever activated my quirk on could be receiving a surprise visit from me at any time. For right now, yeah, sorry, Izuku said. But we're gonna help, Mei said. Izuku has this really cool program that he's rewriting to help predict your jumps. And I'm gonna make you some super awesome earrings that'll warn you when you're about to go poof. We're going to hopefully have them ready by the end of internship week, Izuku added. For now, it's clunky. But I can send Hitoshi an app that'll do basically what the earrings are supposed to do, and if it's a bad time and you don't want to warp, he can brainwash you and order you to stay. Will that actually work? Shinso asked skeptically. No idea, they answered. Now come on, Izuku-kun. Dr. Shield's almost here with the circuit boards, and I wanted to have the prototypes ready with... Ochako ended the call and sighed as she headed toward the door. It's gonna be a long week, isn't it? Sure is, Shinso agreed. I'd offer to brainwash you the whole time, but not quite there yet. It's fine, Ochako said. I need to learn eventually, right? And you're gonna do great, Gunhead said. This is what internships are for. Learning new skills and doing hard things. And you know what? You have me and Shinso and all the other interns here to help you out. All right. Ochako gave a small smile in spite of everything. Yeah, let's do it. They walked back into the common room where all the other interns were hanging out, only to see them all crowded around the TV and watching the news tensely. Gunhead immediately took charge. What's going on? There's an attack in Hasu. One of them answered. There's, these monster things attacking everything and tearing things up. Monsters. Ochako got closer to the screen and gasped. That's in Namu. What the hell is a Namu doing in Hasu? So it's the League. Shinso frowned. That's not good. I mean, obviously, but nobody hears from Hasu, are they? Everyone shook their heads and Ochako frowned. I mean, wasn't that where Ingenium was? Wait, it is intern. Shinso shouted her name, but she couldn't really focus on him with the way the world was shifting. After a moment, things stopped spinning and she swallowed a wave of nausea as she looked around. Okay, I'm still here. I guess quirk exhaustion has its perks. Heh. Shinso glared at her. Seriously, you freaked me out. I thought you were gonna just pop right into the middle of an attack and pass out again. Yeah, Ochako chuckled. That wouldn't have been fun. Passing out sounds like a really good idea though. I think I'm gonna go do that. Shadow followed behind Edgeshot, stomping the street to create another ice slide as the chaos finally wound down. His father would probably be pissed that he'd been relegated to rescue work the whole time. But Edgeshot didn't make it feel like a punishment or a second tier of heroism at all. He just gave Shadow permission to use his quirk, then went and saved as many people as they could. Simple as that. No explanation, no complaining. Just rescuing any civilians who had been unlucky enough to be in the upper stories of the surrounding buildings when the Namu attacked. It was odd. Shadow was starting to shiver at this point, but Edgeshot had been told that the monsters had all been captured, so it wouldn't be too much longer until he'd be able to get back to the agency and warm up. He just had to push through it until then and he'd be fine. He could do this. The building they were currently working with was close to collapsing, but Shadow held his slide steady as Edgeshot herded all the people onto it. He gave the signal for all clear and Shadow had to hold back a sigh of relief as he stopped producing ice. Just a little longer. He heard a cat scream behind him and whirled around to see Epper standing far too close to the ruined building to be safe. What are you doing, you stupid cat? Get away from there. The building's coming down. Epper just screamed at him again and took a few steps into the alley she'd come from, which unfortunately meant she was even closer to the building. Shadow felt like the panic was starting to choke him as he gestured wildly for her to come closer. Come on. Epper, don't. No. He heard a crack and his eyes widened as the building started falling. A piece of the wall breaking off and hurtling down right toward the alley Epper was standing in, still screaming at him with no idea of the amount of danger she was in. Shadow didn't have time to think. He rushed forward, ignoring his father's voice in his head saying that love was weakness and that he was risking his future as the ultimate masterpiece. No, his only thought was that he couldn't let an angry orange street cat die. He dove toward Epper, wrapping himself around her and creating an ice dome around both of them seconds before the wall slammed down on top of them. The ice creaked ominously, cracking along one side, but ultimately held firm. Shoto didn't uncurl as he desperately scratched behind Epper's ear. What were you thinking? You can't leave me like she did. I won't let you. Epper was shivering in his arms and Shoto realized with a start that he was hurting her. He had been creating ice for hours. He knew he was basically a human glacier at this point. And yet, here he was, holding himself right up against her as her hisses and meows grew a little weaker. He hesitated. He'd vowed to never use his father's side in battle, and even if this was just a rescue, it was still undeniably a battle. But Epper gave another violent shiver and Shouto's face hardened in determination. His left side was his father's side. But if it meant saving this stupid cat, he'd just have to steal it back. It wasn't his father's side, not anymore. It was his, and he wasn't about to let that flame-bearded bastard hurt anyone else he cared about ever again. He activated his fire side, careful not to warm up too quickly so he didn't burn her, and she'd barely stopped shivering when Edgeshot squeezed his way through one of the cracks. That was reckless, kid, but it looks like you got it done. Good job. Shouto uncurled himself slightly as Epper started hissing again and scratching to be let down. I don't know what's gotten into her. She just wouldn't come. Edgeshot frowned and looked at her. Cats are smarter than we give them credit for, that one in particular. I'm pretty sure she wants you to follow her. Shouto looked down at the cat in his arms, who was still fighting to leave, and nodded as he let her go. Okay. lead the way. Epper scratched at the cold wall of ice that her kitten had made and hissed at him to go faster. She didn't know why he was so cold today when he was normally so warm, but they didn't have time for that. His littermate was in trouble. She'd been trying to avoid the chaos, she really had. A cat didn't survive on the streets as long as she had if they were stupid enough to run toward every fight they saw. But when she'd been looking for a quiet corner to lay low, she'd caught a scent. It was familiar, at least a little, and she recognized it as one of the scents that always clung to him when he visited her from the other kittens he spent his days with. His littermates. But the other kitten was in trouble and Epper couldn't do anything against an attacker with such big claws. Her kitten was strong though, even though he didn't think so. And it was her responsibility to make sure her kitten was socialized correctly and knew how to treat and protect his littermates. She had to get him. She'd been so focused that she'd almost put herself in danger too, but her kitten had saved her and even warmed himself up in the process, which in any other situation would have made her purr with happiness. But today, she needed to take care of him and he needed to take care of that other poor kitten. Her kitten melted a hole in the ice large enough for both of them to crawl through and Epper immediately shot off like a rocket, weaving through the familiar alleys and only stopping occasionally to let her kitten and his babysitter catch up. Almost there. When she reached the alley, the attacker was already gone and the scent of blood made her hiss and crinkle her nose, screaming for her kitten as she pawed at his littermate. He was still warm, still alive for now, but if her kitten didn't help him soon. She turned to look at her kitten as he pounded into the alley, skidding to a stop and gasping as she urged him to stop gawking and just hurry already. He just kept staring though, and a soft whisper escaped him as he stood rooted to the cement. Thankfully, her kitten's babysitter wasn't more than a few seconds behind, and he was at least a little calmer than her poor stressed-out kitten, grabbing at his ear and speaking to someone that she couldn't see. Paramedics. This is Ed Shot. I need 2 ambulances to my location, priority 1. Achako had never been so grateful to be tired. Apparently, the trip to Island and back had burned through all the energy from her week of repressing One for All, so it was taking her longer to recover than it had when she'd first started teleporting, which she would normally have found really frustrating, but right now she was just relieved. If she was tired, then that limited how far she could warp, and it seemed like the only person who was in that radius at the moment was Shinso, so the farthest she'd ended up in the past day was a block from the agency. It was a nice change of pace. Being grounded also meant that she could actually focus on the quirkless sparring techniques that Gunhead was teaching them. They were fun, but she could also see how they were going to be useful in their fights. Her match against Bakugo would have been so much easier with skills like that under her belt. They'd just finished the last spar of the day when Gunhead clapped his hands to get their attention. All right, everybody. We're gonna do something a little different for our cooldown today. We're gonna play a game of hide and seek with our very own Uravity. Achako blinked in confusion as everyone turned to look at her. What? Hide and go seek? Gunhead repeated, grinning. You use your quirk on all of us so you can use everyone as anchors. Then we'll all spread out throughout the agency. And you try to get as close to your target as possible. It'll be a nice way for the boys to wind down after a long day of training. And it'll be great quirk training for you, so it's a win-win. Plus it's fun. I mean, he has a point, Shinso said. You'll be able to focus on accuracy without exhausting yourself or throwing up again, since the jumps will be pretty short. That's a good point, Achako said thoughtfully. It's not gonna help me stay put through, is it? No. Gunhead grimaced apologetically. But at your current energy level, it looks like you're confined to the city, right? So we don't have to worry about you going too far away. Only until she gets her energy back up, Shinso pointed out. Then it's off to wherever the whims of fate take her. Well, then your goal is to control fate, so then at least you'll know where you're going. Gunhead gave them a big thumbs up. I believe in you. Well, you already control gravity. Shinso shrugged. So why not? Shouldn't be too hard. Achako clenched her fists in determination. All right, let's do this. Izuku sighed. No, Mei-chan, you can't make your Uraka get gauges. But it'd be so much easier to fit the tech. Mei groaned. No, it's okay. I'm Meihatsu. I can do this. Yeah, gauges might not fit her marketing image very well. Melissa agreed. But we've already managed to make the sensing tech almost 3 times smaller, so we're making progress. Mei glared at her. That's not that special when the original tech is the size of a room. Mei, just go explode something already, Izuku said, turning back to his computer. You'll feel better, I promise. All right, fine. Mei scooped an armful of suspicious items off the table and stomped off to one of the testing rooms, which started giving off muffled booms within seconds of her going in. She was always such a fast worker. It's cute how you always seem to know what she needs. Melissa gave him a sly smile. I wish I had a boyfriend like that. Izuku almost deleted an entire paragraph of code as he jumped and almost slammed his hands into the keyboard. I already told you. We're not dating or anything. We're just good friends. Melissa laughed. I'm just messing with you, Midoriya, don't worry. But still, the relationship that you two do have, even if it's just friendship, just seems so special. We inventors can be intimidating sometimes, so having someone around who can encourage our weirdness and give us permission to go make things explode sometimes. It's rare, but it can make all the difference in the world to us, especially when projects get frustrating. I just think it's sweet that you're willing to be that person for her. Izuku shrugged and got back to work. It's not that special. I mean, it's no more than what she does for me. People can find my analysis creepy, but Mei-chan just thinks it's cool, and she's really one of the only people I've ever met that really support me and thinks I can do anything, so honestly, I'm just returning the favor. Melissa frowned sympathetically. Bullies. Yeah, Izuku nodded. But, I mean, I wanted to be a hero as a kid, so obviously people weren't going to support that. Why not? Melissa asked. She looked genuinely confused, and Izuku realized with a start that she probably didn't know. Quirks weren't that important in support internships, after all. His first instinct was to hide it. He could just come up with an excuse about being a crybaby or something. But his inner Mei was screaming at him to stop being such a coward and just own up to it. Eventually, he decided to compromise between the two. If she really wanted to know, she could ask more questions. Quirk stuff. What is your quirk, if you don't mind me asking? Melissa asked. When Dad showed me your file, the quirk section was just blank. Uncle Mites is kinda like that too, so I was wondering if it was confidential or something. Like I said, it might be a rude question, so you don't have to tell me or anything, I was just curious. Izuku swallowed. No, it's not confidential, just non-existent. Melissa's eyes widened. Oh. Izuku nodded, his mouth dry. Yeah. Quirkless heroes don't really exist though, so I had to find another dream. Me too, Melissa said. I wanted to be a hero too. I mean, what kid doesn't, right? But, after Dad got the X-rays back and we realized my quirk wasn't just late, Uncle Might encouraged me to follow my dad's example and go into support. Izuku stopped and stared at her. You're quirkless too. Melissa smiled sadly. Yep, certifiably part of the less evolved. Whoa. Izuku sat back in his chair. I guess we all end up in support, then, huh? Melissa shrugged. If you can't join them, help them, right? Izuku chuckled. Right. It's so frustrating sometimes, though, because, I know quirks and sometimes I'll see someone and think, oh, they could just be so much more powerful if they just did things this way. I mean, sometimes I just want to say, okay, give it here and just let me do it. You know, Melissa laughed. I thought I was the only one. It's just so frustrating. I'll make an item for someone, but then I can't really test it because using technology to imitate a quirk can only get you so far. And then, of course, they refuse to use it because they think relying on their quirk is enough, so it doesn't even matter. You get it. Izuku tore at his hair. It's just so frustrating. And then, of course, they have the audacity to look at you and tell you that you don't know what you're talking about, just because you can't change your eye color. It's like they think being quirkless is a mental disability, not a physical one. They really do though. Melissa made a face. I had a teacher in elementary school that tried to put me in remedial classes, even though I was at the top of my grade in academics. Oof. Izuku grimaced. That sucks. Melissa nodded seriously. Yeah, it was ridiculous. Thankfully, though, I went crying to Dad and he pulled me out the next day. He didn't stand for anyone treating me like I was less than anyone else just because I was quirkless. I wish my mom was like that. Izuku's eyes widened and he hurried to explain. Not that she was bad or anything. She did her best, I know that. It's just that she'd trust the teachers sometimes, you know, especially near the beginning. It didn't help that she always just thought I was weaker than everyone else. I mean, I get it. My best friend as a toddler has an insane quirk, so she was probably just comparing me to him. But I had a teacher who wouldn't let me play outside during recess because I'd break, and she didn't even question it. Wow, Melissa gave a low whistle. Yeah, I guess wanting to be a hero wouldn't really be the easiest thing for her to swallow. Izuku shrugged. At least she supports my analysis. It keeps me away from fights, so yeah. I get to save people and she gets to stop worrying about whether or not I'm safe. We both win. They worked in silence for a few seconds, listening to Mei's explosions through the wall, before Melissa spoke up again. Are you glad you changed your mind and picked support instead? Izuku nodded. Yeah, if I hadn't, I never would have met Mei-chan or done any of the amazing things I've been able to do. It's fulfilling and I'm able to be successful and even respected. That never would have happened if I'd still been chasing after an impossible dream. Melissa nodded and she looked like she was about to say something when the door to the testing room slammed open and Mei came out, covered head to toe in soot. I figured it out. We just need to vaporize everything that's unnecessary. Back to work. Izuku smiled and shook his head fondly, rolling his eyes when Melissa shot him a knowing smile. They may just be friends, but he was beyond lucky to have a friend like her. Everyone's in position. Hitoshi said. You ready? Uraraka scrunched her nose in frustration. No, I'm probably not going to be able to find any of them. It's gonna be so embarrassing. Yep, Hitoshi nodded. Sure will. Uraraka glared at him. Gee thanks, Shindig. I'm glad I have your undying support. You're welcome. He gave her a shit-eating grin. But, hey, now you have to prove me wrong. She kept her glare up for as long as she could before bursting into a fit of laughter. Ugh, this is gonna be terrible. Who should I try to find first? Gunhead maybe. Hitoshi shrugged. I mean, it is his agency, so. The app Izuku had sent him beeped and Hitoshi blinked as he watched Uraraka disappear. When she was actually trying to jump, the process was a little bit slower than when she did it by accident, and he couldn't keep his jaw from dropping at what he saw. It only lasted a split second, but for that tiny moment after Uraraka had activated her quirk and before she'd warped to wherever she was thinking of, it was like the entire energy of the universe had lit up around her. He didn't know if it was because she was messing with space and gravity or if it was just something about her quirk, but it was one of the most beautiful sights he had ever seen. Uraraka had been surrounded by the aurora borealis. Izuku muttered to himself as he worked, not bothering to stop it, since the only people around to hear him weren't going to be annoyed. So then, if we use that marker and adjust the sensitivity. He jumped when Dr. Shield laughed. You know, Nedzu said you two were impressive, but I just have to say, I wasn't expecting you to tackle revolutionary technology in your first week. Izuku blushed. I mean, it's not that revolutionary, is it? Gravity tracking already exists. And all the components are being used in new and interesting ways. Dr. Shield finished. That's what progress is, Midoriya. It's taking something that already exists and changing it to fill a need, just like you're doing for your friend. Izuku winced. I guess you probably think it's insane to work so hard just for one person? I mean, aren't support companies supposed to develop and sell to as many people as possible? To his surprise, Dr. Shield shrugged. That actually comes later, most of the time. What usually happens is that you invent something first and then find more uses for it later, because most needs aren't unique. Just look at what Hatsum is working on. Melissa came up with the concept to help panic attacks, and now she's using it to predict a difficult quirk. Imagine how revolutionary those earrings will be in a few years when she figures out how to modify them to other quirks as well and starts marketing them to children who haven't quite figured things out yet. There's a possibility that she could make childhood quirk accidents almost non-existent with the basic tech that she's working on now. Inventions are made to build off of one another and grow. It's how we move forward. Izuku bit his lip thoughtfully. Mei says something like that a lot. Basically, she says that failure is a good thing because every failure helps fuel the next success. Dr. Shield smiled. She's pretty smart. Izuku nodded dramatically in agreement. Definitely. She's amazing. And she knows it, which is even more impressive. Dr. Shield laughed. Just remember that you're allowed to steal some of that confidence for yourself too. Your work has just as much potential as hers does, you know. For example, let's consider that program you're writing. What do you want to do? Izuku frowned and looked at his almost finished code. It's supposed to track Uraraka's quirk so that we know where she is without having to rely on a GPS tracker, which could be dangerous once she's a pro hero. That's a good base. It will be very useful to both her and her support team when she's a hero. Dr. Shield praised. Now let's start taking away those original boundaries. Who else can your program help? What else can it do? What else could it do? He designed it with Uraraka in mind. So could it even be used for anyone else? It was primarily a tracking program, but that was really only useful for people who were going to be teleporting, and there weren't many others that Izuku knew of. It was only Uraraka, a couple civilians, and Kurogiri. Oh, Izuku's eyes widened. Oh, come up with something good. Dr. Shield grinned. Those ideas are the lifeblood of innovation. Keep on working. I'm excited to see what you come up with. Shigaraki wasn't going to be happy. Sure, the League had made front page in the newspaper and the media wouldn't stop talking about the attack, but it seemed like every single news outlet had decided to balance the tragedy and fear from the Namu attack with a feel-good story about Todoroki and that stupid cat. There are even memes about him. But, of course, Shigaraki was a worse attention hog than Mount Lady, so Mindo assumed he wouldn't be content with just that, especially since his most recent tantrum probably meant that Stain had rejected the offer to join. Though Stain meant that pretty much the only thing they'd actually accomplished was the USJ attack, which obviously didn't make them seem competent. Recruiting Stain would have added to their credibility and elevated their status in the underworld, hopefully leading to new recruits in the future, but now that was gone and all that was left was Shigaraki throwing temper tantrums. Real good publicity, right there. Are you really just gonna stare at Mount Lady's ass the entire patrol? Gyro snapped. Seriously, if I'd known our mentors were going to work together, I would have gone with someone else. Mount Lady and Death Arms work together all the time, Minda said sweetly, stalling as he recovered from spacing out. Unlike you, I did my research. Ugh. Gyro sneered down at him with disgust. Stupid little grape. You planned this. He hadn't, but he wasn't opposed to letting her think he put all his energy into peeping, rather than spying, guilty as charged. Awa, don't be like that. I just like you girls so much. She jammed her earphone jack at him and he only just managed to close his eyes in time. Yeah, shut up. Ooh, Minda smirked. I like a girl who takes charge. Gyro gagged. Gross. I'm going to go get lunch. Don't you dare follow me. Normally, he would have ignored her and followed her anyway. But he'd gotten a text from Kurogiri earlier to call as soon as possible, which normally meant a mission. There was a chance it was just another side quest from Shigaraki. But it was always possible that the assignment came from All for One, in which case, it was best not to ignore it. After checking to make sure Mount Lady wouldn't miss him, he found a quiet alleyway to duck into and pulled out his phone. It rang twice before Kurogiri picked up. Hello. I hope your information gathering is going well. Of course it is. Minta grinned. I'm not an amateur. I should hope not. Kurogiri drawled. Otherwise this next mission would be far outside of your expertise. Oh, Minta started to get excited. And what is the next mission? Stain, Kurogiri said simply. Sensei wants you to capture him. Minta choked. Capture Stain. The hero killer. Will that be a problem? Kurogiri challenged. I thought that with your quirk, capturing a man who relies on hit-and-run techniques would be child's play. But if not, I can always let Sensei know that. I'll do it, Minta assured quickly. Just ask Sensei when he wants it done. You'll have 2 weeks, Kurogiri responded. Don't disappoint us. Ochako felt like she was finally getting the hang of this teleportation thing. She couldn't quite use it in a fight yet, but in tonight's game of hide-and-seek, she'd been able to consistently get to approximately the same hallway as her target, even if she'd never managed to find the correct room. She was getting used to the sensations of both teleportation and One for All, and she was even starting to figure out how different anchor points felt. It wasn't much, but it was still progress. The system Midoriya had suggested for preventing her warps worked decently well. And with Tei extra warning, Shinso was able to stop her about half the time. They never had more than a few seconds, though, which meant that Shinso had to tell her how his quirk worked. He'd pulled her aside just before breakfast, and she'd been terrified at first because he'd just looked so nervous. I need to be able to brainwash you quickly, Uraraka. He'd refused to look her in the eye as he spoke, which means that I can't afford the time it takes to confuse you. So confusion is what activates your quirk. Ochako had yelled. No, Shinso had somehow gotten even more nervous. Its verbal response. She'd had to spend the rest of the morning coaxing him to talk to her, which was mildly frustrating, but she understood why. People had probably avoided answering his questions in the past. But he hadn't taken control of her when they'd talked before, so why would he now? Plus, it made it significantly easier for her to stay put, because as soon as Shinso's phone gave them the notification, he just said her name like it was a question, and all she had to do was say yes so he could order her not to teleport. It felt so cool that she was in the know that it almost made up for her not being able to stop on her own. Almost. As soon as Gun had released them for the evening, one of the other interns, a second-year named Shindu from Ketsubutsu, immediately called out for everyone's attention. All right, guys, dinner time. Who wants to go out to eat? She looked over at Shinso, who shrugged. I could eat. Let's walk together. One of the guys turned to her, and no cheating. You can't teleport to get there faster. Ochako rolled her eyes. You know that's not how my quirk works. I'd need an anchor point already at the restaurant. Still, don't worry about her falling behind. Shinso smirked. You remember how strong she is from when she made you eat the mat earlier. The guy groaned as everyone else laughed, and Ochako fell into step with the group, Shinso right beside her. He was good at making sure the other boys didn't make fun of her, but she was also proving that she deserved to be there in her own right as well. Sure, she still lost more spars than she won, but she did win. It was a good feeling. So, Shindo slowed down so he was walking beside them. What are you guys gonna do when you get back to UA? Shinso shrugged. Probably make sure my kidnappers don't destroy more than about 30% of the school. Shindu gave him a vaguely concerned look. That's ... good. What about you, Uraraka? Oh, you know. She gestured vaguely. Don't do drugs. Stay in school ... Well, that one probably won't work very well, actually. Shinso tried and failed to hold back a snort. Yeah, she'll probably just be here and there. She gets around, you know. Shindu sighed and shook his head. I don't know what I expected. Do you guys have other friends? Are they just as bad as you two are? Oh, my kidnappers definitely are. Shinso nodded. And we're working on corrupting the rest. Are you kidding? Half of them are already corrupted. Ochako laughed. Not really registering when Shinso got a text. I mean, last month, Mina pulled this prank where a wave of nausea hit her, followed by a wave of frustration when she realized she didn't have a clue where she was. Dang it, Mina was having a blast. Yorai Musha was way more dignified than she was used to, but it made him fun to play off of. Plus, she was learning a lot about being a hero, although she wasn't afraid to admit that she was just a little bit jealous of Todoroki. He got to meet a cute cat and go viral. Seriously, how was that fair? They were half an hour into their evening patrol when her phone rang. Loudly, she flinched and looked up at Yoroi sheepishly. I guess I forgot to put it on silent. He had a small smile on his face, and she almost deflated in relief when she realized he wasn't angry, just amused. It's a slow night, so you can go ahead and answer it. Perhaps it's important. A hero should always be reachable. Mina nodded and hurried to answer the phone. Pinky here. What can I do for you? To her surprise, Shinso's voice greeted her on the other end. Is Uraraka with you? Uraraka. Mina frowned. Aren't you both interning with Gunhead? Shouldn't she be with you? Theoretically. Shinso groaned. Ugh, can you just take a look around and tell me if you see her anywhere? Sure. Mina pulled the receiver away and turned back to Yoroi, who was looking at her with one eyebrow raised in question. It's a friend of mine. He was asking if another friend was with me. Yoroi frowned. Are they interning in this city? No, they're about an hour away. Mina answered as she started scanning the street. So I'm not sure why she would be here, but oh. Achako, over here. Achako was still in workout clothes, but she was grinning as she jogged toward them. Hey Mina. I was wondering when I was gonna run into you. What are you doing here? Mina asked, giving her a quick hug. I thought you were interning with Gunhead. Oh, I am, Achako assured her. It's just that things have been super weird lately. But enough about me, how are you? I'm good, Mina said. I mean, it's super fun and I'm learning a lot. But, are you allowed to be so far away from your agency? Oh, this is nothing, Uraraka muttered. I mean, technically no, but again, everything's been super weird. Yeah, Mina frowned. I was just so surprised when Shinso called. Oh wait, I totally forgot to tell him I found you. She held the forgotten phone up to her ear, glancing away from Uraraka for a second. Hey Shinso. Yeah, I found her. Wait, where? Oh, she's back, Shinso said suddenly. Well, down the street, but close enough. Thanks Mina. See you later. You're welcome. Mina let the phone fall after he hung up. He said she's back with him. Yoroi looked just as confused as she felt. I thought you said they were interning an hour away. They are. Mina looked at the spot Uraraka had been just a second before. Super weird. I'm gonna miss you. Melissa gave him a big hug. It's been fun having another quirkless person around. Izuku sniffed. I'm sorry. I'll try to come back as soon as possible, I promise. We better. May threatened. I'm ruined for any lesser lapse. How am I gonna survive without a microplasma fusion printer? Dr. Shield held back a smile. You can always make your own. A wide grin spread across her face. I like the way you think. Izuku wiped his tears away and shook his head. You know that Powerloader is going to hate you for that, right? Nah, old Ironclaws will be fine, Dr. Shield said. He secretly likes the chaotic ones. He just likes to complain to hide how proud he is. An automated voice echoed through the airport. Last boarding for Tokyo, last boarding for Tokyo. Izuku sighed. Do we really have to go? Yes, Melissa laughed. You have to run field tests with Uravity and tell us how she likes the earrings, remember? Oh right. May grabbed Izuku's hand and started dragging him away. Come on, Izukun. The sooner we get on the plane, the sooner we can get back to testing our babies. I don't think that's exactly how it works, Mei-chan. Izuku chuckled. He turned as best he could to wave goodbye to the shields. Bye. We'll be back. Hey Shindig, do you know why they wanted us to come straight to the school? Achako asked. I mean, doesn't it make more sense to drop off our stuff at home first? Hitoshi shrugged. I think it's timing. For me, my adults are already at work, but you don't live with your parents, so I don't know why they're having you tag along with me. Achako sighed. Well, it would be a lot more annoying if I couldn't make our bags weightless. Do you think they'll let us leave them in the office? I'm sure they will. Hitoshi nodded. But if not, then my kidnappers can probably stash them in the tunnels for us, so it's not a big deal. Achako rolled her eyes. You're forgetting that I don't know how to get into those. You don't have to. Hitoshi gave her a mischievous look. All you have to do is focus on the right person and you'll pop right in. Achako shook her head, but couldn't hold back a smile. Their nightly games of hide and seek had become the highlight of their internship, and Gunhead had gotten them all mochi last night to celebrate Achako getting in the same room as him. Sure, that room had been the training room, which was the largest room in the agency, but she'd done it. Next, she might even be able to stop teleporting randomly without Hitoshi's help. Aizawa and Mike met them at the door and Mike lit up as soon as he saw them coming. Hey, little listeners, we're glad to see you're okay. We were a little worried there for a minute. Uraraka, give your bags to Shinso, Aizawa ordered. You can put them in Midoriya's workroom for now, or the teacher's lounge, I don't care. Izashi'll help you. Now hurry up, everyone's waiting for us. Everyone? Uraraka left her bags floating and hurried to catch up with Aizawa, who was already striding down the hall. What's going on? Aizawa raised an eyebrow. You really thought that you could disappear for half a day and not get a call home to your parents? We're having a parent-teacher conference. Achako's eyes widened. Mom and Dad are. She felt gravity shift and she was suddenly down the hall from the principal's office. Here. She grinned and started running forward, only to stop. Was she supposed to wait for Aizawa? That would make sense. But then again, they knew that she could teleport, and so it wouldn't be a surprise that she'd gotten there faster. The decision was made for her when Nezu's door opened invitingly. It looked like they were expecting her. She ran straight into her dad's arms. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Dad kissed the top of her head. "I just needed to see that you were all right with my own two eyes, Ochako. You really gave us a scare." "Sorry." Ochako smiled sheepishly. "My quirk kinda. They are well aware of the changes to your quirk," Nezu piped up. "Or quirks, as the case may be." Ochako froze in panic. They knew, but All Might had said that it was a secret and she wasn't allowed to tell anyone. Someone cleared their throat and she whirled around to see All Might in the corner, still in his smaller form, with a bloody handkerchief in his hand. "My apologies, young Uraraka," he said. "I had attempted to keep the knowledge of One for All in as small a circle as possible, but when you disappeared, well, the main concern was that you had been kidnapped." Aizawa finished, finally walking through the door and closing it behind him. All Might has plenty of enemies, many of which would jump at the chance to target his quirk while it was vulnerable with a new, untrained holder. "We decided that telling your parents was the only call we could make in good conscience," Nezu explained. "If you had been kidnapped because you were holding One for All, they deserved to know why their daughter had disappeared. We deserved to know before the decision was made," Mom said sternly. "Ochako is a teenager. You can't expect her to make such a big decision without even being allowed to talk to anyone about it." All Might hung his head. "I see that now, and once again, I apologize to both you and to young Uraraka for putting her in that position. It was unfair of me, and I was blind to how the secrecy would impact her decision. I also had no idea how drastically One for All would affect her quirk. I was under the impression that I was giving her a simple strength enhancer, not ... Well, all this to say that I would like to make this right." He took a deep breath and turned to face Ochako. "It was unfair of me to push this quirk onto you with no explanation or understanding of the consequences. So I would like to offer you the opportunity to choose if you truly want this quirk. I will understand completely if you decide that it is too much trouble and give it back to me." "No." Ochako hardly even waited for him to finish the sentence before she gave her answer. "Absolutely not." Everyone looked a bit taken aback. And All Might coughed into his handkerchief again. Are you sure? You can take all the time you need to think about." "My answer is no," Ochako repeated firmly. "One for All is mine now, and there is absolutely no way you are getting it back." There was a long moment of shocked silence before Nezu chuckled. "Well, it seems you are quite determined, young lady. Would you mind giving us an explanation for your decision?" "I didn't want this quirk," Ochako answered plainly. "But then it gave me a challenge, and if I can't rise to that, then I don't want to call myself a hero. Forgive my language, but I have worked too damn hard to throw in the towel. I am going to make this quirk my bitch and use it to save as many people as humanly possible. And then I am going to move back home with my parents and save on rent by teleporting to school. And you can't stop me." There was a beat, and then her dad started laughing. "Well, you heard her. Our Ochako is gonna win this. The quirk stays. How long do you think it'll be before you move home?" Mom asked. "Oh no, honey, we've been using her room as an extra office. Where are we gonna put everything?" "I'm sure you'll figure it out," Nezu said with a smile. "And please, let us know if there's anything we can do to help you with this transition. We've already contacted an old mentor of All Might's to give Uraraka some remedial quirk counseling, and he is well aware of the special circumstances surrounding One for All. And between him and our support students, I expect that we'll have her popping over to see you in a few weeks." "Is that all?" Ochako asked. "Can I go to class now?" Aizawa jerked his head toward the door. "Fine. And tell Shinso that next time he leaves for a week, he should clean his room before he goes." "Okay," Ochako said slowly. "Oh, and I might be a little late for class. I have to drop by and see his kidnappers first." Aizawa groaned as she disappeared. Izuku reached out and grabbed Mei's hands. "Stop. They'll work perfectly and Uraraka will love them." "I know." Mei bit her lip. "But there's still so many ways that they can be better, and you'll have plenty of time to perfect the design later," Izuku said patiently. "But even the current design will help her so much." Mei smiled. "I guess you're right. I need to." She was cut off by a short scream out in the main labs, and they both rushed out of Izuku's workroom to see the rest of the class looked at Uraraka in shock as Kohaku fumed. "What the fuck? What did you two do?" "Oh, gravity girl." Mei grinned widely as she pulled her into Izuku's room by the arm. "Your control's getting better. You like pink, right? I looked at your costume and the accents were pink, so we assumed you liked it." "Yep." Uraraka nodded, rolling with the weird questions like a pro. But then again, Izuku assumed she was used to weirdness at this point. "Good. Here." Mei shoved a jewelry box into her hands. "Happy birthday." Uraraka shook her head. "Still not my birthday. But these are the tracking earrings, right?" "Well, are they moving?" "Yep," Izuku said. "Be careful," Melissa suggested, using gyroscopes. "So yeah, they shouldn't get caught on anything. But it's still not a good idea to just stick your fingers in them or something." They're so cute, Uraraka gushed, putting them in, and they'll track my warping, right? Right, Mei said, and Izuku wrote the program, so he can track your location and send a ping to extra credit Kun's phone when you jump. That way we won't lose you again. That's more of a training wheel feature, Izuku explained. But, yeah, we tested them and they should beep when the gravity around you shifts too much, which will warn you of any incoming warps. Thank you so much. Uraraka pulled them both into a hug. This means so much and it'll be super helpful. You too. I don't think I would have gotten through this without you. I probably would have just given it back by this point if I'd gone to anyone else on my first jump. See you later, bye. There was a quiet chirping sound and there was a brief light that surrounded her like an aurora before she disappeared, probably using Shinso as an anchor again. Izuku frowned and turned to Mei. What did she mean by give it back? Hitoshi held back a smile as Ochako ran into the room 2 seconds before the bell. Mina immediately abandoned her attempts at interrogating him and ran over to her, only for Aizawa to banish them all to their seats before she could get a word out. Mina pouted and shot a glare at Hitoshi, who just shrugged unapologetically. Sure, he probably could have explained how and why she'd gotten a surprise visit in the middle of their internships, but that wasn't nearly as fun as saying you'll have to ask Ochako yourself. All right, class, welcome back. Most of you did well, Aizawa said. Now, today's lesson is going to be about Sensei. Yamomo's hand shot into the air. Do you know where Ida is? He's never late for class, especially not on the first day. Aizawa sighed and Hitoshi frowned as an unfamiliar chirping sound echoed around the room. It took him a half-second too long to realize what that meant. Ochako. Wait ... and she's gone again. Oh well, I guess she'll say hi to Ida for us. The classroom erupted into confused whispers and it took a full 10 seconds for Aizawa to glare them all into submission. Isn't it your job to make sure that doesn't happen, Shinso? Hitoshi shrugged. Well, you know her. Acha going. Acha gone. Aizawa groaned. Well then, we were trying to keep this under wraps, considering that it's a miracle that the media hasn't picked it up yet. But since Uraraka is going to figure it out, I may as well make you aware that there was an incident during Ida's internship. You mean the Namo attack? Todoroki asked. But that was on the news. No, Aizawa began. It happened around the same time, but Hitoshi's phone buzzed and he checked the message to see that he'd been sent Ochako's new location. Wait, where is? Ida's in the hospital, Aizawa sighed. And that, students, is why today's lesson is on the dangers of vigilantism. How in the world had Ida ended up in the hospital? Ochako tried to look like she knew where she was going as she tried to figure out what room he was in. He had to be here somewhere, right? But at least now she could tell Yamomo why he wasn't in class. Being in the hospital kinda came with a free late pass. Hey, shouldn't you be in school? A guy in a wheelchair called out to her. I mean, UA started again today, right? Ochako nodded. Don't worry, my teacher knows where I am ... or at least he should be able to figure it out. I'm actually here visiting a friend, but okay, this is silly, but I forgot the room number. Do you know if there's any nurses around who would know? The nurse's station is just around the corner, but I've been here long enough that I might be able to help. The guy smiled, the movement making his bandages shift slightly. I'm Tensei Ida, who are you looking for? Tensei Ida. Ochako sighed in relief. Oh, you might be the perfect person to ask then. I'm looking for my classmate, Tenya Ida. Are you related? Tensei's face fell. He's my brother. You didn't call ahead, did you? Not really, no. Ochako grimaced. Coming here was kinda impulsive. Well, I'm sorry, but you just missed him, Tensei said kindly. The doctors just took him back for surgery about a half hour ago. Surgery? Ochako's eyes widened. What happened? Tensei looked at her in confusion. You don't know? Ochako took a second to think of a better excuse than I only know something's wrong because I can't control my quirk. Aizawa told us he was in the hospital, but didn't tell us any details. So, Tensei stared at the floor. It's my fault. If I hadn't been so weak and gotten hurt. I'm sure Ida doesn't blame you, Ochako assured him. Tensei smiled sadly. Thanks, but I don't think that matters much. Tenya ... Well, I guess he wanted revenge. He went after the hero killer. Ochako didn't know what to say. The hero killer. Honestly, he was lucky he was only in surgery and not in a box. Oh, yeah. Tensei gave a small chuckle. He was lucky to escape alive, but the hero killer targeted a lot of major arteries, mostly in his arm and shoulder. The paramedics were able to save his life, but, well, he was never going to be able to use that arm again. Ochako panicked, reaching out to Ida again with her quirk. Maybe she could jump close enough to the operating room. She could. Well, she didn't know what she'd do, but it didn't matter, because no matter how hard she looked for it, Ida's familiar gravity signature was gone. Tensei was grim. We had to make the decision to amputate. By the time Ochako walked into the classroom again, the mood was a lot more somber. Aizawa just nodded to her as she found her seat and she nodded back, ignoring the curious stares of their classmates for the rest of class. As soon as the bell rang, Hitoshi made a beeline toward her and put his hand on her shoulder. Hey, Acha, are you okay? Did you see him? Achako shook her head. He was in surgery, so I couldn't go in. But, Hitoshi, I can't feel him anymore. Hitoshi furrowed his eyebrows. What are you talking about? My quirk. Achako had tears in her eyes as she looked at him. They had to cut off his arm, Shindig. It threw off his gravity and I can't anchor to him anymore. Hitoshi didn't say anything, just pulled her into a hug. I'm so sorry, Achako. Achako buried her face in his shoulder. I could have helped him, if I just had better control over this quirk. I even thought about him, and if I hadn't been so exhausted. Then you would have been exhausted when you got there and you would have been hurt too. Hitoshi reminded her firmly. You just barely developed this ability, Acha. Don't blame yourself for not being perfect. Remember what May says about failed experiments? Achako sniffed. They're what our successes are built on. Exactly. Hitoshi smiled. Now, come on. Everyone is freaking out over you disappearing. I would probably just let them suffer, but you're too nice for that. Yeah, I should give them some sort of explanation, at least. Achako said tiredly. Wait, did we ever tell Mina how I got there? Nope. Hitoshi smirked. And I didn't explain anything this morning before you got there. Like I said, I personally would just let them suffer. Achako hit him in the arm. Don't be mean, Shindig. They're our friends, and eventually, I'm hopefully going to learn how to use it in a fight, so they deserve to know. Not everyone can just get away with confusing people constantly like you can. Not everyone has the support of vent gremlins. Hitoshi shrugged. He took a few steps before he noticed that Achako wasn't beside him and he sighed, making sure she wasn't behind him before switching directions and heading toward the support classrooms. This was gonna take some adjustment. May was pouting. At the beginning of class, Powerloader had gone over how their final exams were going to work, which was more of a final project. Not that she'd expected anything different, but it was supposed to be something that was going to challenge them, and even 3 different explosions hadn't been enough to get the creative juices flowing. She almost wanted to go pester Izuku about it, but he was so deep in his program that he hadn't even heard Powerloader telling him class was over, so she didn't want to bother him. If only she could count Gravity Girl's earrings as her final, they'd be perfect, but then she'd be bored for the rest of the semester. She just wanted a baby to work on. Almost as if on cue, Gravity Girl herself slammed the door to the labs open. May-chan, I need your help. Oh, thank God. May swiveled around in her chair to face her. Please tell me that you need a baby. I don't, Achako said. And May made to turn around in her seat, but one of my classmates definitely does. May immediately grabbed a pen and a sketchbook. I could kiss you right now. Oh, you can save that for Midoriya. Achako teased. But seriously, it's about Ida. Ida. May tapped her chin with the pencil. Oh, engine legs. He's like a living cyborg. That's the one. Achako grinned, but her expression fell after a moment. I was actually hoping there might be a way to make him more cyborg, if you think that's possible. Uraraka-kun, don't encourage her. Izuku walked out of his workroom, rubbing his eyes. I already have to talk her out of making cyborgs every other week, but it's for a good cause this time. Achako insisted. One of my classmates ... he got injured during his internship. Oh no. Izuku looked like he was about to start sympathy crying. I'm so sorry. Achako nodded grimly. He was attacked by the hero killer and lost his arm. It's a career-ending injury, unless we make him a new one. May immediately started scribbling down ideas as fast as she could. I need everything. Measurements, quirk limitations, nickel allergies. Izuku, I get to make a cyborg. Izuku, the killjoy, just rolled his eyes and grabbed her hand. Consent, May-chan. We need to talk to Ada and see if he's even interested in continuing hero work first before you make him our new pet project. May pouted. Okay, but if he says yes, then can I make him a cyborg? Yes, Izuku gave her a sly smile. Then you can make him a cyborg. Minta ignored the glares the girls were sending his way, not really caring if he came across as oblivious or just straight up rude. Either would make him underestimate him and think he was paying attention to their bodies instead of their words. And then she disappeared just like this morning, and Shinso just hung up on me. Mina cried. The audacity. And now nobody will give me a single ounce of explanation. Sue tapped her chin thoughtfully. Maybe Midoriya and Hatsune would know what's going on. Gyro rolled her eyes. Just because they act like cryptids doesn't mean they're all-knowing. If it's a quirk thing, and let's be honest it probably is, then you'd have better luck asking cheat code. Minda perked up. Did you see Midoriya at the sports festival? Hagakure asked incredulously. He's almost as smart as cheat code is, and way easier to contact. He is Nedzu's personal student. Yaoyorozu mused. So I doubt he has anything less than spectacular intelligence. But cheat code is a professional analyst, and doesn't Midoriya focus on creating inventions with Hatsune? They both interned on Island. After all, they were the ones interning on Island. Minta blurted out. Gyro glared at him. Don't act like you actually care. You're only interested because Hatsum has big boobs, and she refers to inventing as making babies. Hagakure added helpfully. Minda filed the information away for later to help him identify Hatsum just in case he couldn't swing an introduction. And if she and Midoriya were always talked about as a pair, that meant he was probably her boyfriend or something, and if he found one, the other wouldn't be far behind. Sure, All for One had said cheat code was probably a second or third year, but they were looking for a student, so it was still worth investigating. Plus, Nezu wouldn't dream of taking on a personal student unless they were almost smarter than he was, so even if this Midoriya guy wasn't cheat code, All for One would still want to know about him. Who knew? Maybe he'd find some other way to make use of him. Mina's shriek knocked him out of his thoughts, and he saw Uraraka walking toward them with Shinso following a few seconds behind. Mina pointed her finger at them accusingly. You have so much explaining to do, young lady. Uraraka giggled. Yeah, I guess I do, don't I? Minda inched a little closer, only to be stopped by Gyro's glare when he got a little too close to Yaoyorozu. Buzz off, you little pervert. Minda gulped as Shinso turned to look at him, a bored expression on his face. Is this guy bothering you? Yaoyorozu blushed. And no, well, I mean, but it's fine. Yes, Gyro cut in. Shinso hummed and stared at him far too intensely for a few seconds until Minda was shuffling in place. Well, what do you have to say for yourself? Why would I ever explain myself to a villain like you? Minda whined. You could have any girl you wanted with that quirk of yours, and you wouldn't even have the balls to tell them how it works. He trailed off as his brain clouded over and everyone's voices sounded suddenly far away. Shinso didn't stop staring at him. Go away. Don't wake up until you're at least 3 halls away from here. Thanks a million, Shinso, Emina said as Minda was forced to stop walking away. Yeah, Uraraka added. We owe you one. If only you could teleport other people with your quirk, Acha, Shinso said. But, whatever, my quirk's perfect for getting rid of creeps. If Minda had control over his facial expressions, he would have been grinning. A teleporter in Class 1A. Now that was valuable information. No, absolutely not. Izuku put his foot down. You can't bring explosive materials into a hospital, Mei-chan. But I want to start testing as soon as possible. Mei pouted. It's nothing too dangerous, just a tiny micro. It's a hospital, Mei-chan. Izuku interrupted. Everything is dangerous. I'm sure they'd let Bakugo in if he came to visit. Mei grumbled. And he's the definition of explosive. He's also a person, Mei-chan. Izuku sighed. So still no. But I already brought it. Mei whined. I can't just leave it outside. Make Acha take it back to the school. Itoshi suggested. I think Zero had detention today, so he should still be at school. She can use him as an anchor point, then take whatever you need back to the lab. Ochako nodded. Yeah, it'll be good practice. Mei glared at them before giving in and shoving her bag into Ochako's hands. Fine, but be quick about it. Ochako grinned and Izuku reached for his notebook. He'd really only seen that weird light around her a few times now, since most of the time she was disappearing too fast for him to get a good look. But it seemed to appear whenever she was searching for an anchor, which made Izuku completely nerd out with questions. How did she tell anchors apart? Could she train her quirk to figure out how far away they were or even where? If she used 2 anchors, could she theoretically jump to a point between them? There was a beep from the tracking earrings and Hitoshi whistled as Ochako popped out of existence. I keep thinking that'll get less impressive, but so far, no luck. It was really freaky the first time, though. Now it's just cool. Izuku frowned. It's weird that it came on so suddenly. I would have expected her quirk to get stronger gradually, which means there would have been signs and then she could have trained herself to jump, rather than jumping and having to train herself to not. Well, she has been pushing her quirk a lot, Mei said. Would that affect it at all? There is a trend of hero students' quirks changing while they train. Izuku acknowledged. But those normally happen during the second year when training gets more intense in preparation for licensing exams. Not when they've barely started training. I think Izuku might be onto something. Hitoshi butt in. Eraser's been acting super weird about her quirk too, like there's some sort of secret about it or something. But then again, he's also been pretty frustrated with All Might and that seems to be normal, so it might be nothing. I'm kinda still learning how to read him and Mike. What with internships and everything, me and my adults haven't really just had time to hang out at home, you know. Mei leaned into his personal space and looked him in the eye. But it's better, right? They weren't lying about protecting you and making sure you had a better place to live than that stupid foster home, right? Hitoshi nodded. They actually encourage me to talk at home, which is nice, but I never know how to respond when they ask me how quirk training is going. I've never had any adults be genuinely interested before. They asked. They were just testing the waters to make sure I wasn't going to murder them in their sleep or something. Who are you going to murder? Ochako had popped into the middle of the conversation. I hope they deserve it. They would have, Hitoshi assured her. But don't worry about it too much. You're ready to introduce Robo Boy to his new kidnappers. Hitoshi, Izuku squawked. You can't just call us kidnappers in everyday conversation. Why not? Hitoshi said innocently. Mei-chan calls things her babies all the time. I'm pretty sure that makes it worse. Achako giggled. If you're not careful, people are going to think you two steal people's babies or something. I would never steal another person's baby, Mei said indignantly. It's much more fun to make them myself. The rest of them laughed as Izuku groaned loudly. Can we just go now? We don't want to keep Ida waiting. Yeah, let's go. Achako led the way. And can we just appreciate that we just talked about Ida and I didn't immediately disappear? Good work, Gravity Girl. Mei clapped her on the back. A little more control and I'll be able to make you such awesome babies. Izuku grabbed his notebook again. What are you doing differently? If we can figure it out. Achako shook her head. It won't really work that well for everything. Right now, I'm just reminding the stupid quirk that Ada is right there, so I don't need to go to him. That's about it. But I'm not usually close enough for that trick to work. Still pretty good practice. Hitoshi shrugged as they arrived at Ada's room. So, should we just knock? Mei was already barging through the door before he could even finish his question. Minta may have known exactly how he'd gotten here, but that didn't mean he had to like it. Seriously, how had All for One stayed in power this long if he thought it was a good idea to send a first-year hero student against a serial killer? What kind of stupid plan was that? He wasn't actually going to fight the serial killer. Unlike Shigaraki's beloved sensei, Minta wasn't an idiot. If he faced Stain head-on, he was gonna end up like Ida or probably even worse. So no thank you. That didn't mean he was giving up, though. There was more than one way to skin a cat. He looked around the alleyway one more time, making sure all of his traps were in place before taking out his burner phone. He'd stolen Mount Lady's login information for the Hero Network during his internship. Not that Bonga $ Lady was a very secure password to begin with, but it gave him access to a lot of the investigation files he wouldn't have been able to access as a student and allowed him to make some connections that made him doubt the competency of the Hero Commission. The police had already picked up on the pattern of 4 heroes per city. He'd moved on after Hasu and only had 1 attack so far, so Minda wasn't too concerned about missing him, especially because of the pattern the police had missed, with the exception of Ingenium, who seemed to have simply stumbled into him. There was usually a call on the Hero Network a few minutes before the hero was attacked, which meant that Stain was either looking for crimes and chasing them to the heroes or, more likely, listening to police and hero scanners to find and trap his targets. All Minta needed to turn that tactic against him was a little bit of bait. He dialed the police and took a few shallow breaths so that it sounded like he was hyperventilating by the time the operator responded. Please, you gotta help me. Kid, take a deep breath with me, okay? What's going on? I don't know, Minta choked out. I was just walking home from school, and I have to pass through his alley. Is it a villain? Minta looked around the empty alley. I think so, yeah. Just one. I think so, Minta answered. I don't think the guy on the ground is a villain. Are you safe? I think so. Minta had to pinch himself to keep himself from laughing. Oh no, he's coming this way. We're sending the nearest hero to your location. Stay hidden and stay on the line. Minta rolled his eyes and slammed the phone on the ground, stomping on it for good measure. According to the Hero Network, the nearest hero was some D-lister by the name of Slugger who had a reputation for leaving the difficult fights to other heroes while he warmed the bench, which should be a tempting enough target to bait his real target. He used some of his balls to scale the wall and watch the chaos from the roof. All that was left to do was wait for a bite. Tenya stared at the sheets and tried to ignore Tensei's disappointed glare from the corner. He had just about as much success with that as he had with ignoring his parents' tears the past few days, which was to say practically none. Why had he let his anger get the best of him like that? Why hadn't he talked to someone or thought through how it would affect his parents to have not one, but both of their sons lose all chances of being a hero within 2 weeks of each other? Why had he been so prideful as to think he could actually take on Stain? Tensei sighed. How are you feeling? Strange, Tenya responded. My arm hurts. Tensei frowned. I thought Recovery Girl was able to repair the damage in that one. Maybe there's something wrong. We can call the doctors. Not that one. Tenya cut him off. I think they called it phantom pain. Oh, Tensei said softly. I'm sorry. It is not your fault that my stupidity got me injured. Tenya said firmly. I should have been there for you. Tensei looked like he was going to start crying again. I shouldn't have put so much pressure on you to be the next Ingenium and now. Tenya didn't have any response to that. Ingenium was gone. There were no more Ida-sons to carry on the name. Generations of heroes, cut short by a monster with a katana. What a legacy. Tensei opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by the door bursting open. A girl with pink hair that he vaguely recognized from the sports festival rushed in. So, you're the boy that lost the arm. Let me see. Another student with green hair ran after her in a panic. Mei-chan. You can't just say things like that. Why not, Izuku? Mei asked. If I'm going to be making him a new arm, then I need to see the situation. It's a sensitive topic, Mei-chan. Izuku said. We don't even know if he still wants to be a hero, much less if he's willing to. Who are you? Tenya's brain was still catching up as he spluttered. And your companion is quite right. It is quite rude to burst in here like that. To his surprise, Uraraka rushed into the room as well. I am so sorry, Ida. I know Mei and Izuku can be a bit much the first time you meet them, but Tenya's brain finished buffering and his eyes widened. Wait, why do you want to know if I still want to be a hero? So we can help you, silly. Mei had pulled a tape measure from nowhere and Tenya flinched as she started measuring his shoulder. Are you allergic to any metals? How well do you respond to radioactive materials? Shinso walked in and for some reason, in contrast to Uraraka's arrival, his arrival made complete sense. These two must be the support students, Midoriya and Hatsume. That helped him win the sports festival, then. It still didn't make any of this make any more sense. But at least someone was here who knew how to navigate the chaos. They want to make you their new project, just like Acha and I have been. Shinso said, I'd recommend just rolling with it. No offense, wheelchair guy. None taken, Tensei said calmly. But what would this project entail exactly? Cyborg hero. They shot him a manic grin. Half man, half groundbreaking Hatsume tech. Midoriya sighed. What she means is that she wants to make him a new arm. A lot of heroes have managed to continue their careers after losing a limb. Ectoplasm being the prime example, but it'll be difficult, and I'm sure there's a lot of different issues, so don't feel obligated to. I can still be a hero, Tenya asked softly. But well, you're still going to get into trouble for the vigilantism, obviously, Shinso said. But you're still a student, so enough community service and a probation period should be enough to put you back on track, if you can manage to get Nedzu on your side. Do you want lasers in your fingers? Mei asked, then nodded quickly. I'm giving you lasers in your fingers. From the corner, Tensei cleared his throat. Hatsume, was it? What do you know about modifying wheelchairs? Mei grinned and Midoriya started scribbling something down in his notebook. Tenya felt vaguely terrified, but also oddly hopeful for the first time since the sports festival. What had he just signed up for? Mind easily blended into the shadows as he watched Slugger hesitantly scope out the alley. He hung back for a long moment before he realized no one was there and he relaxed, stomping into the alley in frustration. He walked around for about 30 seconds before he huffed and activated his comm. Yeah, it's a bust. Prank call probably. No, there's no one. Yeah, I'll be back soon. Might go get lunch on the way, or something though. He cut the call and muttered under his breath, stupid kids, wasting my time. Could have been. He trailed off and Minta grinned as he followed Slugger's gaze and caught a glimpse of Stain's scarf before he disappeared into the shadows again. It looked like his prey had taken the bait after all. Good, it would have been annoying to have to go through all this work again. Who's there? Slugger put on a brave face. I'm warning you, I'm a pro hero, so you don't want to mess with me. Come out where I can see you. Akin clattered behind him and Minter rolled his eyes as Slugger turned toward the sound. Really, falling for the oldest trick in the book. Society really had too high of expectations if this was what they called a hero. The moment Slugger turned his back, Stain made his move. He struck hard and fast like a viper, stabbing Slugger's arm and licking the blade before the hero even had a chance to return the blow. Another false hero for me to call. How lucky. Luck had absolutely nothing to do with it. But Minda wasn't about to criticize what a serial killer said to his victims before they died. He just needed to wait until Slugger was out of the way. Then he could make his move. Just a little longer. Unless, of course, Stain started monologuing. It's cowards like you who are corrupting the word hero. You use your abilities for your own selfish gain rather than dedicating them to saving others. It's a tragedy that you were even able to get your license in the first place. It was a good thing that Slugger's agency thought he was out to lunch, because Stain sure was taking his sweet time getting rid of this guy. After another minute or so of rambling about the evils of hero society, and fake heroes in particular, Stain finally got around to actually doing his job and raised his katana. You're a fake and don't deserve to live, Stain declared seriously. I will stain myself, but at least the world will be clean of your filth. Minda tried not to flinch as the blade came down. It wasn't the first time he had watched someone die, and he was sure it was far from the last, so why should he let something like that faze him? He had chosen to work with the villains and this world was a dangerous game. Slugger just wasn't playing on the same level as the rest of them were. Stain stood and started to wipe off his knife on what was left of the hero's costume and Minda took that as his cue. He pulled the rope beside him, dropping a net that had dozens of his balls stuck to it down onto where Stain was standing. Stain couldn't fight heroes the way he did if he didn't have good reflexes. But he also wasn't prepared to fight Minta's quirk. He didn't even know what it was. So while he mostly managed to dodge in time, one of the balls caught on the loose fabric of his pant leg and he would have cut it off if Minta hadn't immediately dropped 2 more nets on him. Better safe than sorry. Once he was sure that Stain was mostly immobilized and his knives were just as stuck as he was, Minta used the balls he'd scattered around the alley to bounce down so that he was standing behind Stain, just outside of his field of vision, and pulled out his phone. Kurogiri, tell Sensei that I finished his little assignment. Shadow stared at his dinner as his father went on yet another tirade, which had been happening more and more frequently since internships ended. It had only been a week, but Shadow already had all of the go-to phrases memorized. He resisted the urge to mouth along as Endeavor repeated himself for the third time. Completely unprofessional. Endeavor huffed. Honestly, Shadow, how do you expect to be taken seriously as the #1 hero when their first introduction to you isn't a rescue or a villain takedown, but a cat meme? Really, you're not going to be a gentle hero, Shadow. That's not how you get to #1. You need to be ruthless and willing to do whatever it takes. Who cares about a stupid cat? The internet, obviously, Shadow drawled. There are 3 pages of results when you search for the memes. Endeavor glared at him, the room becoming almost unbearably hot as his mustache flared. That is exactly the problem, Shadow. You don't want to become known for the wrong reasons. And even if you were gaining notoriety for something actually worthwhile, you don't even have a hero name for people to know you by. I do have a hero name, Shadow pointed out. It's Shadow. Your name is not a hero name. Endeavor growled. The #1 hero doesn't just let everyone call him by his first name, and he doesn't stop on the street to pet stray cats. I raised you better than this, Shadow. If you keep this up, people are going to see you as weak. Most people are weak, father, Shadow said innocently. You're not most people. Shadow shrugged and took another bite. It makes me seem relatable. You don't need to be relatable, Shadow. Endeavor looked like he was about to explode. You need to be the best. Shadow met his father's eyes. Are you only saying that because you never accomplished either one? Shadow, Fayumi hissed. Stop, please. Are you trying to get kicked out again? Maybe, Shadow challenged. It's better than staying here. Endeavor glared at him for too long and Shadow was prepared for an explosion. But instead, his father went dead silent and left the room. He felt himself go cold. He'd messed up big time, hadn't he? Fayumi had tears in her eyes. Why, Shadow? You know he doesn't like it when you talk back to him. Well, maybe I don't like just sitting there and taking either. Shadow snapped. I'm just ... It's hard to keep it all inside, Fayumi. It jumps out. She looked at him sadly as Endeavor came back into the room, slamming a duffel bag down on the table. You really think the streets are better than my house? Fine. There's $100 and some extra clothes. Let's see how long it is until you come crawling back. Dad, please. Fayumi begged. You don't want to do this. Shadow, just apologize. But Shadow had already grabbed the duffel and started walking toward the door. See you later, Fayumi. Have a nice life, Endeavor. Why, you little. Shadow slammed the door behind him before he could hear whatever insult Endeavor had come up with and took a deep breath as he started to walk away down the dark street. At least he'd already been adopted by a cat mom. Hopefully Epper would let him stay with her for a few nights. Minda had never really seen All for One before. Sure, he'd heard the rumors and Shigaraki talked about him all the time. Plus he was even intimidating over the phone. But somehow his presence managed to be overwhelmingly intimidating from the moment that he stepped out of the portal and into the alley. He turned his head, taking in the scene despite the lack of eyes to do it with, and tilted his head as he turned to face Stain. You gagged him. I wanted to make sure he didn't alert any passerby. Minda explained. But it's just one of my balls over his mouth, so I can take it off if you want to talk to him. That won't be necessary. All for One replied smoothly. Good work, Trapper. Minda found himself smiling at the praise, especially since All for One was notoriously hard to please. Anyway, he deserved to be a little proud of himself. He'd captured the hero killer. Sure, he hadn't really fought him, but that still counted for something. All for One knelt down slowly, careful not to touch anything sticky as he reached through the net and put his palm over where Stain's nose should have been. Yes, this quirk will be quite useful in the right hands. Unfortunately, Stain, you have proven that those right hands aren't yours. Stain glared at All for One as his quirk was taken, but Minda wasn't sure he really understood who he'd just spoken to, because there wasn't any dread or devastation in his expression like he'd expected. Who knew? Maybe Stain's conviction was just so strong, he thought he'd be able to continue to carry out his mission without a quirk. The poor guy was delusional. What are you going to do with him? Minda asked as All for One straightened up. Do you have something in mind? All for One didn't bother turning around as he gave Minda his orders. The hero killer has outlived his usefulness. I'm sure I don't need to tell you what might happen if it's linked back to you, do I? Minda swallowed. Of course not, Sensei. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Good. A portal appeared in front of him and All for One walked through it. I don't take well to disappointment. The portal closed and Minda turned to see Stain glaring at him, daring him to actually do it, and Minda's expression hardened. He was so sick of everyone telling him what he could and couldn't do. If it wasn't that he was too short, it was that his quirk was too silly, or that he was too much of a coward, or that he wasn't good at head-to-head fights, or that he shouldn't because that wasn't what good little boys did. He was done listening to what society thought as possible. He was going to prove them all wrong in whatever way he could, and that way was right in front of him. Minda reached past the net and unbuckled one of the knives on Stain's thigh. So, what do you think, Stain? Do you think I have what it takes to be a true hero? Stain's glare didn't falter when Minta stabbed him the first time, or the second, or the third. It wasn't until he had finished bleeding out that Stain's expression finally went blank and Minta drew in a shaky breath, wiping his hands down on his jacket before digging his backpack out from behind the dumpster and taking out a spray bottle. It was actually Mina's quirk that had given him the idea, and then some of the research he'd done into some of the older support course students had helped him actually accomplish it. His balls didn't really unstick, but Mina's acid could dissolve them until they were unrecognizable as his quirk. As he sprayed each ball, the chemicals made them turn green and dissolve, expanding and bubbling until they almost resembled clumps of moss rather than purple balls. By the time he was done, the scene would have looked almost like a scene from a forest if it weren't for the bodies tangled in the nets. Minta lifted his head and made sure his bloody jacket was stuffed inside his bag alongside the spray bottle before walking out of the alley like nothing had happened. It was time to go home and go to bed. He still had school tomorrow, after all. Epper had jumped in his lap and immediately started kneading at his thighs and purring the moment he plopped down in the alley. Storming out had felt good at the moment, but now he was wondering if he'd been an idiot. Actually, scratch that. Obviously he'd been an idiot, but the question was how big of an idiot had he been? He shouldn't have pissed off his old man like that, especially since Endeavor had phrased this entire ordeal as a challenge. Going back home now would just be letting his father win, and Shadow was too stubborn to let that happen. He scratched Epper between the ears and leaned his head back against the brick wall, perking up slightly when he heard someone walk into the alley. I'm surprised Endeavor would let his masterpiece sleep on the streets, Shigaraki rasped as he sat down beside him. It's good to officially meet you, Shadow Todoroki. Shadow froze, literally, sending out enough ice to glue Shigaraki to the street as Epper yowled and hopped off his lap. Shigaraki was unfazed by Shadow's attack. He just rolled his eyes and disintegrated the ice like it was no big deal, but didn't make any move to turn Shadow into dust, which was surprising. He leaned his head back against the wall. Careful. Do that too often you'll piss off the cat. I think she's more concerned about me staying alive. Shadow responded dryly. You're a villain. Shigaraki scoffed. Noob. It's the middle of the night. I'm a FK right now, so honestly, I'm not sure much of anything. Shadow hesitantly warmed himself up a bit, melting some of the remaining ice. What do you mean? Shigaraki shrugged. You don't do boss fights on loading pages. Oh, Shadow said helplessly. Okay. Shigaraki shot him a look out of the corner of his eye. What? Have you never gamed before? My father literally just kicked me out. Do you really think he allowed me to play video games? Shadow deadpanned. I was too busy training to be his masterpiece. Your dad sounds like a dick, Shigaraki said. But hey, at least the cat likes you. Shadow smiled and extended a hand toward Epper, sighing when she hissed at him and turned away. If she ever forgives me for suddenly freezing her like that. I'm sorry, Epper. I panicked. Epper just flicked her tail and Shadow huffed. Well, there goes another mother figure. I need to stop losing those. Shigaraki frowned. Your mom's not in the picture. Mental hospital, Shadow explained. He probably shouldn't be telling a villain all this, but Shigaraki was letting him stay in his murder alley and didn't seem like he was in the mood to kill him at the moment, so he didn't want to be impolite. Besides, he'd said he wasn't a villain right now, whatever that meant. What about yours? No idea. Shigaraki scratched lightly at his neck. Don't really remember much from before Sensei saved me. Oh yes, Shadow drawled. The trauma. Shigaraki snorted. Like you're one to talk, Scar boy. How'd you get it anyway? Shadow raised one eyebrow. Did you miss the part where I said my mother is in a mental hospital? Shigaraki whistled. Whoa, I would have thought it was your old man. I blame him for it. Shadow found himself relaxing more and more in spite of himself. In every memory I have of my mother, she's crying. She called my left side unbearable right before she poured boiling water on my face. All because I looked like him. Shigaraki obviously wasn't quite sure how to respond to that, so they sat in relative silence for a while, only speaking to try to get Epper to come back and sit on Shadow's lap. Eventually they managed it, but only because Shadow practically made his body into a furnace as an apology. It felt good to use his left side after so long, especially for things like this. His father hated the cat, so of course the cat got to benefit from the fire he'd stolen from the bastard. Served him right for being father of the year. I'm getting you some games, Shigaraki said suddenly. Shadow blinked. Why? Shigaraki grinned. Just trust me, okay? You'll like them. Izuku was only half listening to the chaos happening behind him as he brainstormed a list of ideas. But Mei was on a roll, so right now he was just letting her do her thing and keeping an eye out to make sure she didn't accidentally blow up the entire school, especially since they were technically there after hours. Half the school was probably fine. Ingenium would be able to smooth things over with Power Loader. Hopefully. I do not think I am comfortable with a retractable knife. Tenya, as Mei insisted on calling him since saying Ida for both brothers was bound to get confusing, looked politely overwhelmed as he tried to talk Mei out of adding yet another weapon. Izuku sighed. Mei-chan, Tenya's still recovering, and we also have the vigilantism charges to worry about. Why don't you set it as a personal challenge not to add any weapons? Mei pouted. But that's no fun. Oh really? Izuku gave a mischievous grin. So you don't want to see how complete of a first aid kit you can fit in? Or figure out how to make a grappling hook that doesn't put too much strain on the arm or his body? Or experiment with different holographic projection systems so he can always have a map with the villain's location or… Fine, I get the idea, Mei said, turning to a new page in her notebook. Focus on support and rescue, not combat. I'm completely fine with weapons, Tensei interjected. Just for the record. Mei's eyes glinted with excitement. Then I'll just give you twice as many. Have you considered whether you'll be fighting as a team? Izuku asked. I know that your psychics are already taking charge of running the Ida-10 agency, but you're basically going to have to learn to fight all over again, so you're not going to be heading up the agency for a while. Tensei sighed. I know. I already told the team that I want them to just move on. I don't want them waiting on me indefinitely while I recover. If I recover, well, you're not going to get your legs back. Mei sighed bluntly. But we're gonna make this wheelchair baby the next best thing. Might be best to stick to urban heroics, though. We're gonna give you all the bells and whistles. But assuming that most surfaces are paved will streamline the design process and help me make a better baby for you. The best thing to do, at least from a marketing standpoint, is actually for the two of you to enter the field together and work as a duo. Izuku said. Two brothers, injured by the same villain, who work together to overcome insurmountable odds and be heroes. It's a classic underdog narrative. People will love it. Ooh, we could market them as the Cyborg Brothers. Mei bounced up and down, grabbing Izuku's arm. Bros. What sounds better? We can talk to the marketing department once they've trained a bit more with their new support items. Izuku interrupted. For right now, we need to focus on changing their fighting style to accommodate for their disabilities and to coordinate well as a hero duo. Assuming you're okay with that plan. I trust that you are the experts, Tenya said seriously. Tensei shrugged. I'm down. I've always wanted to fight crime with my little bro. He reached up and tugged Tenya down to his level so he could ruffle his hair, and Tenya looked vaguely consternated, but accepting of his brother's affection. If these two could pull this off, they could open doors to hundreds of disabled kids that thought they couldn't be heroes. If a pair of brothers missing arms and legs could be heroes, maybe even a quirkless. Izuku shook his head and turned to his list, tapping his pencil on a few of the ideas he'd put stars next to. Tenya, you experience a lot of friction when you use your quirk, right? Tenya nodded. Yes, it's unavoidable. However, I can run faster than the average person, but you have to take a lot of steps, which slows you down. Izuku finished. Have you considered rollerblades? It would match well with Tensei's wheelchair and would reduce the friction. You'd have to practice, of course, but wouldn't that be rather difficult? Tenya interrupted. What if I run into stairs or ... Well, I'm sure fighting on wheels is very different than what I'm used to. You're still young, Tenya. Tensei encouraged. Give it a try. I mean, I'm gonna have to learn wheelie fighting too. We can do it together. Tenya took a deep breath and nodded decisively. I will attempt to incorporate it into my fighting style then, but do not put them in my hero costume quite yet. Of course not. Izuku grinned. Tensei, do you happen to know the pro hero artiste? Tensei frowned. We've crossed paths, but we don't really work together that frequently, no. Why? Izuku grabbed his phone and started texting Netsu. She uses roller skates in her fighting. I want to see if she'd be willing to train you. Hitoshi couldn't sleep, which wasn't that unusual. What was unusual was that he'd been given the permission to roam the house when that happened, and no one was going to think he was up to no good. It was surreal. He hesitated another moment before leaving his room and heading toward the kitchen. Aizawa was still up too, apparently, just grading papers, and he barely glanced up when he heard Hitoshi come in. Are you going to make tea? Hitoshi nodded on instinct. Then remembered he was actually allowed to talk here. Yeah, I was. Aizawa hummed. Make me one too. Sure. Hitoshi grabbed the kettle. Will Mike want one too? Aizawa glanced up at the clock. No, he's not going to be home for at least another hour, and that's if nothing weird happens at the station between then and now. He can make his own if he wants when he gets home. It still threw Hitoshi for a loop every time one of his adults answered his questions without hesitating. Usually it was Aizawa, but even Mike didn't think twice about answering him. He'd be lying if he said it didn't feel amazing. It was almost as good as being around Mei and Izuku, so that was saying something. When he finished the tea, he set a cup down in front of Aizawa and sat down in one of the chairs. Should he go back to his room? Was Aizawa going to get annoyed with him for interrupting his work? Almost as if he realized Hitoshi's indecision, Aizawa started talking to him, most of his attention still on grading. How has Uraraka been doing? Has she been adjusting well to her new quirk? Yeah. Hitoshi thought that was a weird way of putting it, but it was a pretty accurate way of describing her new mutation. The earrings the kidnappers made her are working pretty well and I can stop her most of the time. But she's actually stopped herself a couple times now, and her accuracy's getting better, so that's promising. Good. Aizawa nodded. We'll be starting combat exercises again soon, and I don't want her to be at a disadvantage. Don't worry, she can handle herself, Hitoshi said. Do you mind if I watch TV? Aizawa nodded absently. Just make sure the show isn't stupid. Tensei's smile was kind as he looked at Tenya. Are you ready for this? Tenya took a deep breath. No, I don't deserve a second chance at heroism like this. They should have expelled me. Tensei nodded seriously. They should have. But then again, they should have told me there was no way I could return to heroism, and here we are. Whether or not you deserve another chance, Tenya, the important thing is what you do with it, I suppose, Tenya said tightly, rubbing his shoulder nervously. Even though the fabric of the uniform, he could feel where it transitioned from skin into cold metal. Katsum had said it would take a while to get used to, but both he and Tensei had wanted to get back to well, not normal, but to training as soon as possible, and Recovery Girl had given them the go-ahead, so here they were. Tenya held open the door while Tensei rolled through, and he swallowed nervously as he realized the entire class was staring at them. They were a few minutes late, which Tenya hated, but Aizawa had insisted that was the best way to make sure they only had to explain the situation once. That didn't mean Tenya was comfortable, but he was obeying the teacher, so he'd get through it. Hopefully. Perfect, you're here, Aizawa said, checking their names on the roll sheet. Everyone, you all know Ada already, and unless you've had your head under a rock in this class, you should already be aware of his brother Tensei Ada, Aka, and Genium. The class nodded hesitantly, some of them giving Tenya pitying or even wary looks. Tenya swallowed nervously and bowed. I apologize for my actions. Nedzu and Aizawa have permitted me to rejoin the hero course on a trial basis, provided that I can prove I have learned from my mistakes. For the sake of the rest of your limbs, I hope you do, Aizawa said dryly. And before the rest of you ask, Ingenium is also here as a student, of sorts. With the help of some support items, he has decided to try to re-enter the field as a hero, but that will require completely overhauling his entire fighting style. So for all intents and purposes, he's basically a first year again, and he'll be tagging along with the class for a while as part of his physical therapy and rehabilitation. He's about as immature as most of you anyway, so I have no doubt he'll fit right in. Tensei laughed loudly. Oh, come on Shu, give me some credit. My immaturity is completely intentional. Aizawa shot him a glare. That makes it worse. Find your seats. That's okay. Tensei winked. I brought my own. That earned a few laughs from the class, and Tenya hurried to his empty seat while Tensei just parked himself at the edge of the first row. This was going to be an interesting year. Achako giggled quietly as she caught sight of All Might frantically stuffing a pocket-sized teaching handbook in his pocket before striding through the door with a smile on his face that was obviously his attempt at hiding how insecure he was. Achako was sure that he'd get more comfortable with teaching as the year went on, but for now it was oddly comforting to see the number one hero flounder and make mistakes, just like she was doing with One for All. It helped her feel more like a worthy successor. Or well, helped her see that a perfect successor didn't exist and that all of them were just trying their best. It was nice. Hello children, All Might boomed. For today's training exercise, we are going to play dodgeball. Dodgeball? Bakugo practically exploded, and a few of their other classmates sniggered at his reaction. I'm in the hero course to fight, not run away from a stupid ball. Well, you also need to know how to evade attacks, young Bakugo. All Might stuttered. It is one thing to beat an opponent into submission, but it is another to survive long enough to do so. Come on, Blasty, it'll be fun. Mino laughed. Unless, of course, you don't think you can win. Of course I can win, Bakugo yelled. You damn extras, I'll make you pay for underestimating me. Well, then, not that that's taken care of. All Might cleared his throat. Dodgeball. To keep it simple, we'll be playing last man standing, so once you're out of the game, you're out. Whichever team has the last player on the field wins. Teams will be divided as evenly with odd seat numbers on one team and even seat numbers on the other. Both Adas will be on the same team, since they are still getting back into the swing of things. Any questions? Achako bounced with excitement as her classmates shook their heads. This was perfect. She hadn't given out a whole lot of details about her new abilities, and she'd been too nervous to really use One for All in a combat exercise yet, but this would be good because it shouldn't require too much accuracy on her part. She just had to dodge the balls and not get hit. She could do this. They all got into position, eyeing the balls in the center. Achako grinned at Hitoshi, who was on the other team, and he returned with a smirk of his own. They both knew each other's weaknesses, so it should be an even match, but Achako was confident. He was going down. All Might blew the whistle and everyone rushed forward. Bakugo was one of the first to reach the center, and Achako anchored to him, her earrings beeping for a split second before she was at the center. Bakugo reared back when she suddenly appeared in his face. She smirked and grabbed the ball he'd been reaching for before anchoring to Minta. who was still near the edges and disappearing. What the fuck, round face? Bakugo shouted. We're on the same team. Sorry, Bakugo. Ochako smiled and shrugged. You were the closest person to where I needed to be. Bakugo grabbed another ball and launched it with explosive force into Ajiro's stomach. Well, try to mess up the other team next time. Come on, Bakugo. Hitoshi tilted his head to the side like some sort of creepy doll and didn't blink as he stared at Bakugo with wide eyes. Can a little girl really mess you up that much? Bakugo screwed his eyes shut. Nice try, eyebags, but I've figured out your quirk and it's not gonna. Hitoshi smiled as he took control. Good idea, but not quite. Xiaoji was using all 6 of his arms to throw balls in every direction, and it didn't take long for one to hit Bakugo in the back, knocking him out of the brainwashing. Oh, eyebags, I'm gonna. Young Bakugo, you're out, All Might said. Please come to the side until the next round. Bakugo glared at Hitoshi. You're gonna pay for this, eyebags. Hitoshi returned his glare smoothly. I'm looking forward to it. About half the class was already out at this point. The initial bloodbath making almost no time at all, and Ochako hurried to remove the gravity on her ball and throw it at Gyro, who managed to dodge. Without gravity, however, the ball just continued forward and hit Tensei before he could wheel himself out of the way. Ochako winced. Sorry, I'm good. Tensei gave her a thumbs up. Nice hit. Ochako smiled proudly. Thanks. Dark Shadow launched an attack at her, but there was a group of abandoned balls near Mina, so Ochako anchored to her and disappeared right as the ball would have hit her. The more she jumped, the better she was getting at recentering herself, so when she reappeared behind Mina, it only took her half a second before she had bent down, retrieved a ball and launched it. Mina turned around just in time for the ball to hit her in the stomach instead of the back, and she laughed as she made her way off the field. Oh, we are gonna have so much fun pranking people. Ochako giggled and shook her head as she grabbed another ball. On her team, it was her, Xiaoji, and Tsu still in. Hitoshi was still in for the other team, and they seemed to be doing a bit better considering that they had Takoyami, Kirishima, Yamomo, and most likely Hagakure, since her gloves were still lying on the floor. Yamomo had created what looked like a t-shirt cannon and was using it to launch the balls with ridiculous accuracy. Shoji, however, could launch more at a time. He grabbed another 6 balls and managed to hit Hagakure by sheer luck, judging by the yelp, but Yaoyorozu used his split second of distraction to hit him with her launcher. Ochako squeaked as another ball came flying at her courtesy of Kirishima, and she instinctively teleported away and toward Takoyami, accidentally stumbling as she reappeared and knocking right into him, which gave Tsu the opening she needed to get him out, but unfortunately Yaoyorozu returned the favor almost immediately. It was now Ochako versus Kirishima, Yamomo, and, of course, Hitoshi. You may as well give up now, Hitoshi drawled, tossing a ball between his hands. Do you really think you can take on all of us? Ochako just smirked, giving Hitoshi a quick nod before using Kirishima as an anchor to warp across the field. She ended up way farther than she'd been trying for, probably overcorrecting for getting too close the last couple times, but she was still able to grab a ball and throw it at Kirishima, who was so surprised at her sudden appearance that he hardened instead of dodged. The best plan at this point was probably to keep moving. If she turned this into a game of whack-a-mole instead of dodgeball, then she might even be able to win this, especially if she could bait Yamomo and Hitoshi into hitting each other. She grinned and switched anchors every jump, never staying in one place for more than a few seconds until she got lucky and appeared right between them. She stayed put for almost 5 seconds, long enough for them both to take aim and let loose their balls, then disappeared just in time for both attacks to fly right through where she had been and hit the other person right as Ochako herself reappeared beside All Might. How was that? Did I win? Woo! Mina cheered loudly. That's our girl. How did you do that? Kaminari's eyes were wide. That's an awesome quirk development. I wish I'd learned that much on my internship. Ochako couldn't stop smiling proudly as All Might put his hand on her shoulder and spoke quietly. It seems as though you are doing quite well at making that power your own, young Uraraka. The others would be proud. Izuku watched the footage from the dodgeball match for the 3rd time. Uraraka was progressing rapidly, which was impressive, but he still couldn't shake the nagging feeling that there was something off about the entire situation. People's quirks didn't just become 10 times more powerful overnight. Quirk development and even quirk mutations were either gradual or in response to trauma, and neither case was present here. And then there was what Uraraka had said about giving it back if he hadn't helped her. There was something weird going on, and Izuku wasn't sure how he was supposed to give an accurate analysis off of an incomplete, or worse, falsified, dataset. Hitoshi didn't knock when he came into Izuku's workroom, and Izuku didn't turn to acknowledge him. But he did nod. Hey Hitoshi, make yourself at home. Already done. Hitoshi sat backwards on an extra chair so that his arms were resting on the back and spun around. Oh, are you watching the dodgeball thing? Acha did pretty well, don't you think? Izuku groaned. Exactly. She's doing great, and I still don't know why. Why did her quirk get so powerful? Why did she have no control over it? It just doesn't make sense. Itoshi hummed thoughtfully. I don't know. Aizawa was asking about her the other night and even referred to it as her new quirk, cause it's just so different from her standard gravity manipulation. Izuku's brain rebooted. Say that again. Hitoshi frowned. Teleportation is different than gravity manipulation? I thought that was obvious. No, before that. Izuku grabbed a notebook and almost broke his pencil from how quickly he grabbed it. You called it her new quirk. Well, Aizawa did. Hitoshi shrugged. But yeah, so what? Izuku grinned. So what are the problems? All of a sudden, Uraraka can teleport when she couldn't before. A new quirk would 100% explain that. She had zero control, but has developed it extremely quickly, just like a 4-year-old getting used to their new quirk. And people don't just develop new quirks, which means someone gave it to her, which explains why she would be able to return it. No wonder she's been super vague about it. Obviously, something like this is probably a huge secret. Hitoshi sat back in shock. Izuku, this this isn't is something like this even possible? Izuku's phone buzzed and he checked to see a new message from Nenzu. I think we're about to find out. Minda was tired of diner French fries. But small towns didn't have much to offer in the way of stakeout food. All for One had assigned him to look into a few Stain fanboys and determine if any were worth recruiting. He wasn't quite sure what exactly All for One had in mind for the new recruit, and really wasn't sure why he was sending Stain's killer on this mission, especially because Minda still had homework to do in the afternoons. But it seemed like Sensei had conveniently forgotten about that fact. Seriously, with all he did for the league, he should be the favorite, not the deadbeat gamer with a dandruff problem. He stuffed another fry in his face and kept an eye on the street his target should be passing though, if Minda had guessed his route correctly. Most of the others had been a bust. They were either too weak, too wishy-washy in their ideals, or just plain not cut off from society enough to be convinced to leave it all behind and join the league. Minda wasn't betting any money on this guy being any different. He consistently liked posts about Stain or ones in line with those ideals, but hadn't made any of his own, and he was the classic definition of failure to launch, staying in the same small town after high school despite the almost non-existent career opportunities here. Minda might as well just save himself some time, cross Shuichi Iguchi off his list, and go home. But he'd promised All for One he'd do the stupid mission, so he waited and finally, the guy started walking along the street below him. The street wasn't busy, but there were definitely people around, and their reactions to this Iguchi guy were almost more promising than the guy himself. People stared at him while he passed, and Minda was 100% sure that some of them were whispering slurs as soon as they thought the lizard was out of earshot. A few even passed to the other side of the street to avoid him. It was a classic case of mutant quirk discrimination, made even worse by the fact that, just like there was only one stoplight, there was probably only one mutant in town, so all that prejudice and hatred from all those people got concentrated and projected onto him. Minda smiled and started bouncing along the rooftops, keeping in the shadows as he followed behind his target, always keeping him in sight. A guy with strong ideals in line with what Stain had believed and ready, oh so ready, to leave it all behind and screw all the people that had ever shunned him. Iguchi was exactly what All for One was looking for. He slipped into the window of Iguchi's apartment while the guy himself took the stairs, even though Minda knew full well that he could climb walls. They'd have to get him into the habit of using his quirk more casually then. But that was a problem for later. For now, Minda just stuck a few balls in the corner of the room and hung out as the lock clicked and Iguchi waked in. You know, speaking from experience, it would be faster to just climb the wall and come in through the window. Iguchi squeaked, and Minda almost thought he was going to do that thing where a lizard loses its tail when in a fight or flight situation, but all Iguchi's limbs stayed attached. For now, Iguchi lowered himself into a sloppy fighting stance and stared up at Minda in a mix of fear and curiosity. Who are you? Why are you in my apartment? You can call me Trapper. Minda smiled and dropped onto the floor into a couch before standing. And I'm here to change your life. Shadow was still figuring this whole homeless thing out. Maybe living on the streets was a better term, because he's already adopted Murder Alley as his second home long before his father kicked him out permanently. Luckily, he didn't have to worry about things like showers or food because UA had a gym and a lunchroom. So he got a shower every morning and at least one meal a day, which wasn't that much less than Endeavor had been giving him anyway, so it wasn't too bad. The weirdest part of living on the streets, however, was definitely Shigaraki. He was actually fairly normal when he wasn't killing people and was apparently a pretty big gamer. He'd brought his laptop and was trying to introduce Shadow to a video game, but Shadow couldn't even figure out how to pause the game, much less what he was supposed to do. Shigaraki groaned for the 5th time. Seriously, it's just point and shoot. How do you mess that up? Very carefully, Shadow deadpanned. The computer pinged a few times and a few notifications came up on the screen. Nice burn. Dusty, you got a new streaming buddy. Poggers, new guy equals comedic relief. Shadow frowned. Is that part of the game? What did you do? Shigaraki scratched at his neck. What button did you press? I don't know. Shadow panicked. I was just pressing anything. I don't know what I'm doing, you know that. Shigaraki stared at him in disbelief. I can't believe you're so bad at this that you accidentally started streaming. The computer pinged again with notifications. Don't blame him for you being a bad teacher. Keep the new guy. An accident. How? You're a streamer? Shadow blinked. How do you even have time for that between attacking? Shigaraki slammed a hand over his mouth, thankfully with only 4 fingers, and pressed a button that made a large mute notification flash across the screen. Okay, first rule, don't ever give out personal information online. This includes you being a hero brat or me being a villain. Got it. Shadow nodded nervously and Shigaraki took his hand off his mouth. And yeah, I'm a streamer. It's just something I do for me. Sometimes it helps to rage. Okay, I'm not popular or anything, but since you're here and people are already watching, we may as well turn this into public humiliation. Hey, Shadow said indignantly. I'm not okay. Well, maybe I am that bad, but hey. Next rule goes along with number 1. Shigaraki didn't even bother to respond to his protests. But he was a villain, so Shadow didn't really expect him to. Don't use your real name. My tag is Dusty, so use it. What's yours? Shadow shrugged. Shadow. The look Shigaraki gave him very clearly stated that was unacceptable, so Shadow started looking around. His eyes fell on Epper, who was curled against his left side, which was heated just enough so that she didn't crawl across the keyboard. Again, she was the inspiration for stealing his life and his quirk back from his father, so maybe. Icy Cat. Shadow blurted out. You can call me Icy Cat. Shigaraki snorted, but unmuted the mic. Sorry about that. My local idiot somehow managed to mute us both. But yeah, I found a new streaming buddy for everyone to laugh at, so if you don't make him cry, I'll be pissed. Icy Cat here grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth and has never played before, so give him hell, yeah. Okay, now unpause the game and let's get playing again. We've wasted too much time on this side quest already. Shadow froze. How do I do that again? Hitoshi tried to shake the feeling that he was in trouble as he, Izuku, Mei, Ochako, Present Mike, All Might and Aizawa all crowded into the space across from Nenzu's desk. Izuku was practically vibrating with excitement next to him, and after a hurried explanation in the hall on the way there, Mei was doing the same. Ochako and Mike just looked confused, but that was probably because nobody had had time to explain to either of them what this meeting was about. Aizawa just looked done with life, and if he didn't know better, Hitoshi would have said that All Might was vaguely terrified. Nenzu, on the other hand, looked absolutely delighted. Well, Midoriya, it appears you have discovered yet another state secret and it's not even the end of the semester yet. I must say I'm impressed. Izuku turned bright red. I wasn't trying to. Nenzu smiled a bit wider. That makes it even better. I knew taking you on as a student would be fun. Wait, what secret? Achako's eyes flitted about the room. I can leave if you need to discuss something. Don't bother. Aizawa sighed. Midoriya just figured out one for all. It's a miracle it took him this long, honestly, considering that he somehow knew about All Might's smaller form before the school year even started. Ochako sighed in relief. Oh good. That means I can actually ask you guys all the questions now. It was getting really hard to remember that you didn't know. Hitoshi raised his hand. What's one for all? That must be the name of Achako's second quirk. Izuku piped up. What are the mechanics of it? Does it make you teleport or did it just strengthen your quirk, which resulted in teleportation? Did you know it would do that? Did you even know about it before it manifested? How did it develop? Is it genetic or artificial? How did? Ochako cut him off with a giggle. All Might gave it to me, so no, it's not genetic, but it did have to be transferred through DNA, which is kinda gross. And we really thought it was gonna strengthen my muscles like it did for him, but the quirk kinda just latched onto my quirk instead, so no. We had absolutely no idea that I was going to start teleporting. Izuku lunged to grab his notebook and Mei cackled. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Whoa, Tenya yelped as he tripped and fell into the grass for the 17th time. He'd counted. Tensei laughed as he wheeled up to him. You need to loosen up, Tenya. You keep falling because you're too tense. I'm falling because the ground keeps rolling out from under my feet. Tenya spat, tearing the rollerblades off his feet. This can't possibly be faster than just running. Just calm down. Tensei put his hand on his shoulder. Look, I know you're frustrated, but you can't let your anger get the best of you, okay? Tenya felt the anger rush out of him like a deflating balloon, leaving a familiar sense of dread and guilt in its place. You're right. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Tensei sighed. Of course it will happen again, Tenya. You can't just repress anger and expect not to blow up. That's what got you into this mess in the first place. Tenya swallowed. I know. Look, Tensei sat up and started rolling away. You have to learn how to go with the movement, Tenya, otherwise you're gonna keep slowing yourself down. The problem isn't the rollerblades, it's that you keep acting like nothing is going to move or change. You can't fight your own momentum, you have to just go with it. I'm trying, Tenya insisted, but these things are impossible. I can't balance on them. Then don't try to balance. Tensei grinned. Why don't you just, I don't know, lean into where you want to go and stop worrying so much. Stop being so tense and just go with the movement. Tenya groaned. Sure, fine. I'm just going to fall twice as fast, but fine, let's do it your way. Tensei smiled and gestured for him to continue, and Tenya rolled his eyes as he pulled the rollerblades back on. This isn't going to work. Maybe not. Tensei shrugged. But it's worth a try. Tenya sighed and shakily stood up, holding his arms out on either side. Tensei said he was too tense, that he needed to loosen up. Tenya took a deep breath and tried to relax, forcing himself not to imagine the rollerblades rolling out from under him as he started moving. Within seconds, he started falling again, but instead of freezing up, he tried to go with the movement, whatever that meant. Instead of falling over like he'd expected to, though, he just turned and gained momentum. It felt natural and almost freeing as he sped faster and faster, straight into the ground. He spat out a bit of dirt and glared at Tensei, who was holding his sides and would probably be on the floor laughing if he wasn't stuck in a wheelchair. Stop laughing. Sorry, Tensei gasped. It's kinda my job as a big brother. But how did it feel? Well, before the epic crash and burn. Tenya frowned and looked at the rollerblades. I think you're right. Maybe it's worth a try. Shuichi gulped before following Trapper through the misty portal. He didn't know why he was doing this. It seemed completely idiotic, but at the same time, it had to be better than staying here. He'd been in this same stupid town with same stupid prejudices for so long, and sure, Trapper had been a bit vague on the how. But he'd basically said that not only could he help him get out of his dead-end life, he could help him change the world and disprove all those prejudices that had been holding him back ever since he was a kid. Yeah, it was a little sketchy and was probably the exact opposite of a good idea. But at the end of the day, what did he really have to lose? Friends? He'd never had them. Family? Not the best relationship to begin with. Sanity? Okay, maybe that last one. But he had to be insane to begin with, because he was now stuck with this kid he barely knew in an unfamiliar location, and he didn't even know what city they were in. Oh, and there was a blind guy hooked to machines like some pre-Quirk hero movie. What had he gotten himself into? Hello, Agachi. The man smiled, which was somehow creepier without eyes. My name is All for One. I'm sure you're wondering what's going on. Shuichi nodded hesitantly. Yeah. Trapper said you were going to change my life in the world. All for One grinned wider. Exactly. You are familiar with the work of Stain, correct? Shuichi felt a stake of happiness spurt through him. The hero killer. Yeah, he had such a vision. Getting rid of all those fake heroes. If only he'd been able to complete his mission. I agree. All for One nodded. It's a pity that the heroes did not allow it. Shuichi frowned. The heroes. But the news said it was a rival vigilante. Do you really think that the corrupt commission would want society believing any differently? All for One's voice was full of pity. But you seem like a bright young man, Agachi. You deserve to know the truth. Stain was not killed by a rival. He was killed by one of the fake heroes he strove to destroy. Shuichi gasped. What? A hero killed him, and they just got away with it? Yeah, they sure did. Trapper piped up. It's so unfair, isn't it? The heroes get away with everything and get all the support, while the rest of us are underestimated and left in the dust. So how do we fix it? Shuichi grit his teeth. You said you were going to help me change the world. All for One nodded. I'm glad you asked. Before he died, Stain was able to leave behind one final piece of himself. A torch to pass on, if you will. My quirk allows me to take powers from some and give them to others who can use them better. In his final moments, when Stain knew death was certain, he entrusted me with finding a new holder for his quirk, someone who was worthy of continuing his legacy. Shuichi felt like he could hardly breathe as All for One reached out for him. Shuichi Agachi, you are worthy. Will you carry on Stain's legacy and vow to take down those fakes that call themselves heroes? Yes, Shuichi didn't even have to think about it. It's all I've ever dreamed of. Please, let me change the world. All for One chuckled. No hesitation, just as I expected. Well, come here and let me give you your gift. It hurt. It felt like every cell in his body was being pulled apart and rearranged as what must be Stain's quirk was forced into him. It felt like an eternity, and Shuichi was fairly certain that he screamed at some point. But a few seconds later, he was on his knees catching his breath as Trapper and All for One smiled down at him. How do you feel? Trapper asked excitedly. Powerful. Shuichi nodded. I'm carrying Stain's essence. A part of him is a part of me. His legacy. Exactly. All for One agreed. But now that you are Stain's successor, you can no longer be who you were before. What should we call you? Shuichi took a deep breath and his expression hardened in determination. Call me Spinner, because I'm the one who's going to spin the web that all the heroes will trap themselves in. All for One grinned again. Well then, Spinner, welcome to the League of Villains. Today was the day. It didn't seem like that much of an unusual day in the morning. Shadow had just showed up early to be able to shower before class like he had ever since Endeavor kicked him out. But when he'd walked into class, there was a small packet sitting on every single desk besides his, and that was only because he had already picked his up and was reading through it furiously. Ingenium had parked his wheelchair in the back of the room and waved to him with the hand that wasn't currently leafing through a packet of his own. Shadow almost hesitated, but ended up shaking his head and walking to his desk despite how weird this was. When he got to his desk though and noticed Cheat Code's logo emblazoned on the cover, everything made sense. That analyst probably still wanted him to use his fire, didn't he? Well, it was high time he started showing his old man that his fire was his now and not some gift from Endeavor. Besides, Shiggy had been harping on him for using too many of the same attack. Shadow had no idea how they had gotten so many followers in a week, but apparently people liked to see him make a fool of himself, and he got an unhealthy amount of enjoyment out of imagining his father's face if he found out that over 100,000 people were watching his perfect masterpiece fail every single night. Even just thinking about it made him smile. After that first stream, the new followers had started sending in requests for games for him to try, and one of the most popular ones had been a game called Super Smash Bros. Shadow had never heard of it, but apparently it had been around since pre-Quirk times and had gone through about 1 million different iterations, but all with the same premise of the players trying to beat the shit out of each other and push each other off a platform. Of course, Shadow hadn't understood the goal and immediately walked straight off it with a delayed oops that made the chat go wild. But it brought back pleasant memories from the sports festival. Shadow thought he was almost decent at the game, but Shigaraki apparently disagreed because he won every single time. He said that part of Shadow's problem was that he tried using the same attacks over and over and it made him too predictable and easy to beat. But Shadow thought that was kind of unfair considering that those were the only 2 attacks he knew. The only way to get better, though, was to learn more attacks, hence why he was determined to master his fire. The hero course wasn't too much different than a video game, all things considered. If Shigaraki were here, he'd probably call this entire packet a skills list or something and tell Shadow to max out his stats, which he assumed meant something like being the strongest he could be. He looked through the analysis and suggestions carefully, mentally highlighting anything he hadn't considered before or felt like he could easily incorporate into an attack. Most of it wasn't new, but before he hadn't been ready to ... how would Shiggy say it? Level up. By now, most of the class had arrived and most of his classmates were yelling about what was in their packets and comparing them to each other. Some were pretty happy with the suggestions, like Ashido, who had to be persuaded not to try some of the new techniques on her desk, while others were a little less receptive. Why should I stop looking at the babes during battle? Minda sobbed. Boobs are life, not distractions. Lactose intolerant. Aoyama's sparkle almost seemed dimmer. No. Tell me it can't be true. Consider avoiding daylight. Takoyami muttered. So the demon behind a screen wishes me to embrace the darkness. Oh, stop being so dramatic. Gyro rolled her eyes. You don't have to take the suggestions, you know. But, I mean, that's why Cheat Code is giving them to us now, right? Kaminari pointed out. So we'll have time to incorporate them before finals. Shadow nodded. It made sense. He wasn't quite sure who Cheat Code actually was or why he was so interested in their class, but his old man never accepted help, so Shadow was going to take as much of it as he could get, then hopefully rub it in Endeavor's face. Mina bounced over to Uraraka. Okay, Miss Gravity Warper over there, what does yours say? Uraraka flipped helplessly through her packet, which on further inspection was just a single page. Nothing. What? Bakugo almost exploded as he ripped the paper from her hands. Does that pencil pusher think you're better than the rest of us and don't need advice or something? Come talk to me. What the fuck does that even mean? Minda gasped and stopped crying. Uraraka, do you know Cheat Code? Uraraka's eyes widened and she started waving her arms. No, I don't. Or ... at least I don't think so. Maybe he's hiding in plain sight. Shadow suggested. Or maybe he isn't a person at all and is actually a concept. Yaoyorozu nodded. That would make sense. No, it wouldn't. Kaminari pulled at his hair. A concept can't make an analysis packet. Shadow just raised one eyebrow. Can't it? His eye was drawn back to Uraraka when Shinso walked over to her desk and whispered something in her ear. Her eyes widened and Shadow heard her earrings beep a few times before she was gone. It was going to be difficult to beat her with her new quirk developments, but he'd find a way. Maybe Shigaraki could help him figure out a way to work around the glitch. On second thought, that probably wasn't the best idea. It was hard to remember that Shigaraki was a villain sometimes and not just some hobo he met in an alley sometimes. Aizawa walked in a few seconds after the bell and by the look on his face, he was seriously considering walking straight back out again. I see Cheat Code left your analysis packets this morning. Actually, I think he might have left them last night. Shinso grinned. Pretty sure he basically haunts the walls of UA like some sort of goblin. Aizawa glared at him for a second before sighing. I'm looking forward to seeing how you incorporate his critiques, but don't forget that you have academics as well. Now open your books. We have a lot of work to do if you expect to pass the finals and earn the right to participate in the summer training camp." The class exploded. What? Spinner wondered if this was what it meant to go mad with power. He certainly felt a little mad, but Stain had believed that a little insanity was the only way to save the world. Spinner felt him sometimes, deep inside his mind, whispering. He even swore that he could see the hero killer in his dreams sometimes, a shadowy figure vaguely almost there, but not quite. It felt like there was something Stain wanted him to know, but their bond wasn't deep enough for any real communication to happen, and All for One had told him that there was only one way to make that bond deeper, by carrying on Stain's legacy and following in his footsteps. He had spent the last week killing as many false heroes as he could, and for someone who had never killed a single person before, he was actually fairly good at it. Stain's quirk covered his weaknesses perfectly, and with the way their quirks combined, it was almost as if it was destiny that Spinner continued the hero killer's work. He would use his birth quirk to climb the walls of alleys where the heroes would be passing, then strike. All for One had been kind enough to gift him Stain's katana, so he used it often, but he'd found that with the addition of Stain's quirk, his teeth had shaped themselves into sharp points, and whatever weak natural venom his lizard quirk gave him made Stain's quirk even more effective. So if he bit the false heroes, they would be paralyzed longer, and it eliminated the middleman, since the blood could be ingested immediately, instead of after a delay. He'd gone after smaller heroes so far, sidekicks and lesser-known targets such as Native, who was currently frozen on the ground in front of him. Perhaps he should keep to operating mostly under the cover of darkness. But if Trapper could effectively move and avoid detection during the day, then Spinner could learn to do the same. He couldn't afford to sit around and waste time when there were fakes that needed to be eliminated and a legacy that he needed to maintain. He licked the last of the blood off his lips and stalked toward Native. "You are a disgrace to the ranks of heroes. You're a fake and you don't deserve your title, much less your life." Native was panting heavily, unable to move to stop the bleeding from either the stab wound in his shoulder or the bite mark on his hand. Who even are you?" "I am the hero killer's successor," Spinner answered. "The mark left by Stain's murder that can never be removed. I am the one who is going to rid society of fake heroes like you." Native's eyes widened in terror. You're insane." "Maybe," Spinner smiled, his newly sharp teeth on full display. "But I've done more for society already than you've ever done in your entire miserable career, and I'm going to do so much more." He used Stain's katana to stab Native in the leg, twisting the blade as he pulled it out. "I hope the heroes find you before you bleed out so you can spread Stain's message. But if not, it's no big loss. You weren't doing any good alive either." Native's cries echoed in his ears as Spinner climbed up the wall and went off to find his next victim. Izuku ran into class just before the bell rang, and pretty much immediately his classmates turned to stare at him. He fidgeted awkwardly. He wasn't usually this late, but he'd gotten an idea about his teleporting tracker last night and had completely lost track of time before his mom ran into his room and practically cried as she told him he was going to be late for school. Kohaku looked him up and down and whistled lowly. "Dang, Midoriya. No tie today." Izuku instinctively looked down at his outfit. He was wearing the UA uniform. Mostly, he might have been in too big of a rush this morning to even want to deal with the idea of tying a tie, so he'd swapped the dress shirt for a black t-shirt, which had way better flexibility for crawling through the tunnels. He was still wearing the uniform, just styled differently. He laughed awkwardly. "Well, I mean, none of you guys keep your full uniforms on either, and just cause I'm working at a computer doesn't mean I shouldn't be comfortable, right? Besides, Katsuki's in the hero course and he never wears his tie either." Speaking of, Mei slammed her notebook down on her desk. "I have an idea. We should glitter bomb him." Izuku looked over her shoulder at the design she'd sketched out. "Mei, you do know that normal glitter bombs don't normally include C4, right?" "They don't." Mei frowned. "But then why call it a bomb? I mean, it probably wouldn't do too much damage." Power Loader cleared his throat and the class sheepishly turned to look at him. "Hatsum, if you're going to blow up the school, could you at least have the good grace to do it when I'm out of earshot? I need plausible deniability, not a migraine." "Right." Midoriya smiled apologetically. "It won't happen again, sir." Power Loader sighed. "Let's just get to work." Minda kept himself quiet and unobtrusive as he walked into the support labs. Only an idiot would draw attention to themselves before they got the lay of the land and at least had a sense of who they were hunting. There were several students spread out between the tables, welding and soldering away at their own inventions, but Minda wasn't interested in them. Somehow he didn't think that a kid with a giant shark head was cheat code ... It seemed like something that would have come up in conversation. Even though he couldn't be sure that the island incident was related to cheat code, it was still his best lead, which meant that he was looking for either Hatsum or Midoriya. Gyro had insinuated that he was only interested in Hatsum because she had big boobs, so ... the one with pink hair. There wasn't anyone with her, but from what his classmates had said, the two were never far apart, so Midoriya must be around here somewhere. It was only a matter of when he would show up. Now that he had his target in sight, Minta let his stare linger a bit too long in the right places and ran toward Hatsume's station as quickly as he could, hardly even giving a glance to any of the boys in the room, not even the one with green hair who was leaning against the doorframe of a side room, looking at him suspiciously, most likely questioning his intentions toward Hatsume. Good. If the students thought he was looking at the girls, they'd never even guess that he was actually here to find cheat code. He'd almost made it to Hatsume's desk before the green-haired kid called out to him, "Hello, Minta. Are you here to modify your costume?" Minta jumped. How did this kid know his name? He recovered quickly, though, putting on a smile as he glanced at Hatsume. Yeah, I heard some of the others saying Hatsume was the best girl to go to. You heard right. Hatsume jumped to shake his hand, but the kid, who had to be Midoriya, was still looking at him suspiciously. I'm the best inventor you'll ever find and the future CEO of Hatsume Industries. Nice to meet you. Minta grinned. I'm excited to see what you can do. Hot stuff. Cheat code gave us a lot of good suggestions. Midoriya's expression changed slightly when Minta mentioned cheat code. Interesting. Midoriya pushed himself away from the doorframe and walked over to them, subtly placing himself in front of Hatsume. Your quirk involves adhesion, right? What did you have in mind? Minta stood his ground. I dunno. Something super cool, definitely. I need to look like a badass. Hatsume pushed past Midoriya. Then your current costume isn't gonna cut it. I've seen the designs and it makes you look like a giant baby. And the fact that you cry during fights doesn't help, so you're gonna want to change that. I'd take out the white and the diaper just gets in the way, but we can keep the utility belt. Maybe we should add some sort of ranged weapon. Ooh, maybe something that can adjust the stickiness of your quirk. And with DNA incorporated into the suit, obviously. I know I had some designs a while ago. Where did I put them? About halfway through her ramblings, Hatsume had pulled out a stack of notebooks and started sorting through them for ideas, spreading old drawings and crumpled notes across her desk as Midoriya helped sort through them, muttering about the specifics of Minta's quirk under his breath. How did he know so much? He'd heard the guy was Netsu's personal student, so a certain amount of mystery was to be expected, but they'd never even met before. Something on one of the pages caught his eye and Minta sucked in a sharp breath. Was that? He glanced over toward Midoriya and Hatsume, but they had both gotten caught up in brainstorming new gear ideas for him that they weren't even looking his way. So Minta subtly nudged the sketchbook the rest of the way open, his eyes widening slightly when he realized he was right. Various versions of Cheat Code's logo were spread across the page, all slightly different than the one that had appeared on their info packet. But considering that some of them were crossed out and others were crammed in the margins, Minta assumed they must be in progress versions, which meant Minta glanced up at the duo, who were still chatting almost faster than any normal person could process. Which one was cheat code? Quickly, Minta grabbed one of the smaller balls from the nape of his neck and stuck it to the corner of the page. As soon as he was sure no one was watching, he tore the page and wrapped it around the ball before shoving it in his pocket. The page would be undamaged when the stickiness wore off, but if anyone questioned him before then, they'd inevitably try to tear the page off and ruin their evidence in the process. The timing was closer than he would have liked though, considering that Midoriya turned toward him as soon as the ball was safe inside Minta's pocket, a huge smile on his face. So, what do you think? Minta squeezed the paper ball in his pocket. I think you two are exactly what I need. Somehow, being looped in on a secret as big as One for All was enough to break the ice between Hitoshi and his adults parents. He wasn't quite sure if he was ready to go that far, but whatever Shouta and Hisashi were to him, they were better than anything he'd ever had before. And finally hearing Shouta's real opinions on All Might was hilarious. I mean, seriously. Shouta rolled his eyes. There should be at least a committee deciding who gets such a powerful, not to mention dangerous, opportunity. Impulsively putting a first year in a situation where she has to make a lifelong decision and can't even really say no to the privilege was just idiotic. Not to mention unethical, so no wonder she disappeared. Hitoshi grinned. I'm pretty sure that has more to do with her quirk. Shouta glared at him. She didn't teleport for at least a week after getting that stupid power, which means she was probably repressing the power and it had no choice but to manifest dramatically. That wouldn't have happened if that blonde oaf hadn't laid on all the pressure of a giant legacy. Hisashi smiled softly and rubbed his back. Do you want to hide in one of the cupboards and jump scare him? That usually makes you feel better. I could probably have Mei-chan make a glitter bomb for you. Hitoshi offered. I know she's building one already so they can prank Bakugo, but, I should warn you that she's still working on the formula. Last I heard, her design is more bomb than glitter. Oh, Hisashi perked up. I could probably take a look over it. I made my fair share of glitter bombs and other pranks back in my days at UA. I'm pretty sure there's still glitter in 3A's classroom from that one time That's not something to be proud of. Shouta cut in, but he was still smiling. Your other pranks were much more effective. Hitoshi glanced between the two of them. Why do I feel like I should be taking notes? Shouta grinned. Because learning from the masters is only logical. You. Hitoshi gave a shocked laugh. Azashi, I can see, but you. Shouta shrugged. There's nothing wrong with a few logical ruses. You have to battle burnout somehow. Plus Hizashi was a bad example. Hey, Azashi looked betrayed. Do I need to remind you that the air horn tripwire in the cafeteria was your idea? Shouta frowned. I thought that one was Shurikumo's. Azashi's face fell. Oh, I guess it was. It's been so long. His adults were silent for a long moment, and Hitoshi was about to ask what was wrong when Hizashi shook himself out of it. Well, little listener, I guess you're wondering why we're having your favorites for dinner tonight. Hitoshi looked at him suspiciously. I thought you were just buttering me up so that I'd trust you or something. Shouta snorted. Good thought, kid, but no, there's more to it. We're celebrating. Hizashi ran over to the counter to grab a manila envelope and shoved it into his hand. Well, what are you waiting for? Open it. Hitoshi gave them a suspicious glance, but slowly opened the envelope and pulled out the piece of paper. Is this our official foster license? Shouta answered. Until now, you've technically been under emergency custody, but now it's official. Basically, it means we can keep custody of you without having to jump through hoops and call you a villain when you're obviously going to be a hero. Hitoshi swallowed back some tears, his voice almost choking up. Oh, okay. Plus, Nedzu even pulled a few strings so that our emergency custody of you will still count toward the minimum time before adoption. Azashi grinned. That means we can adopt you, like, at the beginning of next semester. Isn't that so rockin'? Assuming you want that. Shouta cut in. If you would prefer we not adopt you, that's your right. You'll still have a place with us, even if you don't want to go that far. You. Hitoshi looked up at them in shock. You actually want to ... but you'd be stuck with me? Shouta snorted. More like you'd be stuck with us. Maybe it's best if we don't. I can't imagine having that cockatoo over there as a dad. Azashi stuck out his tongue. Well, I can't imagine having a hobo caterpillar as one either. Hitoshi stifled a snicker, but smiled. We ... we'll see. But, you'd probably have to fight my kidnappers for custody. What? Azashi flexed. You think we can't handle a couple of kids? Shouta raised one eyebrow. Speak for yourself. If those two attack, you're on your own. It's only logical to surrender in the face of undeniable defeat. Hitoshi laughed. They'd almost definitely get sick of him before they were able to adopt him. But if they didn't, then maybe. Maybe being a part of a real family wouldn't be too bad. Izuku wrote down Achako's current position as Hitoshi hurried through the tunnels. Even though they were all spread out throughout the school, Izuku had given them all comm links so that they could still communicate easily. He'd even given Mei one so she could still participate while she was fine-tuning some new toys for Tensei's wheelchair outside in the lab while Izuku was on the computer in his workroom. If all went well, this experiment would both help Achako improve her quirk and gather invaluable information on how warping worked so Izuku could use it to find a way to track Kirigiri. Your accuracy has improved a lot, Achako. Izuku rambled. But I'm really curious about how much control you really have when you warp, so we need to test your limits. Izuku watched over the cameras as Achako nodded. That's why you're having Hitoshi hide, right? You want me to focus on finding my anchor. Kinda. Izuku hummed thoughtfully. Assuming that you're actually warping gravity like we think you are. Then what I really want to know is if you can appear anywhere your anchor's gravity is affecting. If you can, then theoretically, you might even be able to appear behind a combatant during a fight. That would be convenient. Hitoshi drawled. Izuku laughed. I thought so too. That's why Hitoshi is going to stay in the tunnels and you, Achako, are going to try to end up in the hallway outside, instead of in the tun ... And oh Achako, I said not in the tunnel. Sorry. Achako yelped. I didn't mean to work, but I got distracted and ... Oh, sorry Hitoshi. Did I hurt you? Izuku stifled his laughter as Achako tried to untangle herself from Hitoshi. She had appeared pretty much directly on top of him, which wouldn't have been an issue if he had been crawling through one of the larger passages. Unfortunately for Hitoshi, he'd been crawling through a tunnel that barely had enough room for one. Acha ... Oh. Hitoshi yelped. You're elbowing me. Maybe a little to the left. Just, sorry. Achako was really trying. But there really wasn't enough room in the tunnel to maneuver. At least we know that I won't teleport into anything. Oh joy. Shinso deadpanned. Because I definitely wanted to be closer to you than I am at the moment. Move your foot, you're kicking me. Izuku, stop laughing. This isn't funny. Izuku snickered again. It kind of is, actually. Just have Gravity Girl teleport to somebody else. Mei suggested. It's probably quicker than whatever gymnastics you two are trying to do. Instantly both Hitoshi and Achako stopped squirming. Oh. Izuku heard a thud as Achako landed on the floor by Mei's desk. Hitoshi glared around the tunnel, obviously looking for whatever camera Izuku was using to spy on them. You couldn't have mentioned that earlier. Nope. Mei chirped. Now get going. Izuku needs data for his program. And try not to land on Hitoshi this time. Izuku added. Ochako winced. My bad. She took a deep breath and Izuku was gathering all the data he could as she disappeared. There had to be some identifier that was unique to every teleporter, he just had to find it. By studying Ochako's jumps he could find her identifier and then theoretically, he should be able to extrapolate that data and use it to find other teleporters. At the end of the day, to find Kurogiri, he just had to figure out what made him different from Ochako. Good job, Ochako. You're just a few hallways away from your target. Izuku hurried to write everything down before the next round. Hitoshi, find a new position. Let's do this again. I really don't know why you all find this so entertaining, Shoto said calmly, his character getting eaten by a zombie yet again. You're just watching me die 20 times in a row. Shigaraki snorted. We just like watching you make a fool out of yourself. It's like watching a guy get hit in the nuts. It's funny. Wow, Shoto deadpanned. Maybe I should have streamed my childhood. You would have found it hilarious. Shigaraki rolled his eyes. Is your old man letting you back in the door yet? It's been a while since he kicked you out, right? Oh, I can go back at any time, Shoto shrugged. But that would involve apologizing to him, so no thank you. As odd as it was to talk about his family life with a villain, it was actually one of his favorite parts of the whole thing. Their watchers didn't seem to care what they talked about, more focusing on how they interacted rather than what the content of their conversations. So they mostly just talked about whatever. They had to avoid any topics that were too closely linked to their identity, which meant that Shoto didn't get any info on the league's movements and Shigaraki didn't get any info on Yue. But Shoto had enjoyed having a place to share his conspiracy theories, so he didn't mind too much. It was kind of fun actually. You're really choosing to sleep in an alley when you could be in a bed? Shigaraki asked. You must be crazier than I am. Shoto shrugged. It's not too bad. I probably need a job, though. My sister taught me how to use a laundromat, but the money the old man gave me when he kicked me out is almost gone. Then again, he was planning on me crawling back after less than a week, so whatever. Shigaraki gave him a look. You do realize you already have a job, right? Shoto frowned. Are you talking about my internship? That was only a week and I didn't get paid. Ugh, you are such a noob. Shigaraki huffed. We make money from streaming, you know. If you need more we can start a merch line or something. I'm sure at least some of these NPCs would pay for a sweatshirt or something. Shoto blinked. Oh ... cool. Shigaraki rolled his eyes. You're hopeless ... What is up with the chat? Why are you all going so crazy? Shoto frowned and scanned some of the messages. Apparently they're concerned about my childhood. And yours. Why? I had a great childhood after Sensei saved me. Shigaraki paused the game and looked through the chat. What are they freaking out about? Your childhood wasn't that weird. Shoto shrugged. I mean, it was kinda bad. Most people's parents don't hit them trying to make them into the perfect child. Maybe he shouldn't be saying this, but it wasn't like anyone was ever going to find out who he was, so maybe he was a little careless. Whatever. It was just one more thing that would piss his dad off. Plus, Shigaraki already hated Endeavor like he hated all heroes, so he wouldn't make a big deal of it. Instead of shrugging his comment off like usual, however, Shigaraki kept the game paused and stared at him in confusion. They don't. Shoto shrugged. I wouldn't really know, but I don't think so. Most parents see their kids as kids rather than successors. Shigaraki huffed and unpaused the game. Oh, you're just trying to prank me? That makes sense. I'm gonna kill you for that. Shoto raised an eyebrow. In-game or in real life? I mean, you've tried both already, so. I'm not gonna kill my streaming partner, you idiot. Shigaraki snapped. Seriously, why is the chat still going crazy? How many people did you get in on this stupid prank, Icy Cat? Nobody, Shoto said, reading through the chat as his character died again. But from what they're saying, I think we both had messed up childhoods. Did your sensei treat you like a masterpiece? Yeah, but that's what a parent's supposed to do. Shigaraki started scratching at his throat. Sensei needed to train me to carry on his legacy. Did he give you a choice? Shoto asked. Because I'm sleeping in an alley rather than be forced to further my old man's legacy. And according to ... well, everyone, apparently, it's just us. Shigaraki scratched a little harder. Shut up. Just ... you're lying. No, Shoto shook his head sympathetically. We're not, but we can drop it if you want. Let's just play the game. Shigaraki growled. That's the only smart thing you've said all stream. Minda handed the paper over to Kurogiri, who looked at it with an unreadable expression. Where did you find this? In the support labs, like All for One suggested. Minda said. I've narrowed cheat code down to 2 students. Kurogiri nodded. And you haven't captured them yet because if they disappear right after I visited them, it ties their disappearance back to me. Minda glared at him. And if you hadn't noticed, I'm not an idiot. No need to be so hostile. Kurogiri dismissed. Just make sure you don't cause unnecessary delays to Sensei's plans. Minda rolled his eyes. Again, I'm not an idiot. Now if you'll excuse me, I have better things to do. Kurogiri sighed. One more thing, Trapper. Now that Spinner is gaining some popularity as Stain's successor, It would be beneficial for him to acknowledge his connection to us. We need to add more power to ranks if we expect to fulfill Sensei's vision. Don't worry, Mineta didn't flinch away from Kirigiri's gaze. I'll make it happen. Katsuki was impressed with how well he was ignoring his tag-along group of extras, considering how loud they were. Still, despite his best attempts, he sometimes found himself almost laughing at Kaminari's stupid jokes or getting hyped up by Kirishima's pep talks. That had never happened with those dumb lackeys from middle school, and Katsuki wasn't quite sure how to feel about it. He was going to be the best, so these guys should be nothing to him. Right. He let Mina's latest rant about the local love triangles go in one ear and out the other as he opened his locker, immediately flinching and jumping back as something shimmery exploded out of it, covering him from head to toe. Fuck. To his surprise, instead of helping him, Mina started giggling. Oh my god, Bakuo, you just got glitter bombed. Actually, Zero drawled, I think we all did. We were standing a little too close to him, I guess. Katsuki swore and wiped glitter out of his eyes so he could look around. Even though he'd taken the brunt of the attack, there were patches of glitter all over Mina, Zero, Kaminari, and Kirishima. His hands were heating up to explode. Whoever had dared pull this when Kirishima started laughing his head off. Guys, we match. Kaminari was grinning just as widely as he fished his phone out of his pocket. We gotta take a picture of this. Come on, everybody get in. Fuck no. Katsuki tried to back away, but Mina and Kirishima had already grabbed his arms and were pulling him into the huddle. You guys are idiots. We gotta put Baku bro in the middle, Kirishima insisted. He's the main attraktion. He scowled, but let the others push him into position as he glared at the camera. These extras were just weird. If this had happened in elementary school, Deku would have immediately started trying to clean him off and just generally being an annoyance, but these guys just brushed it off and started laughing. It was like they knew he could handle a little bit of glitter and they trusted him not to start crying or whatever just because he was a little sparkly right now. Katsuki was definitely still going to find whoever did this and make them pay. But well, these extras had the right idea. He just had to be stronger than a little bit of glitter. Present Mike peeked around the corner and grinned. Nice coverage, you managed to hit, like, 5 different targets. You kids did good. Hitoshi blushed. It was mostly Mei and Izuku. I'm super glad we talked her out of including actual explosives though, thanks. It's just about being open-minded to other methods and listening to people with more experience than you. Mike winked. Hatsum totally perfected me and Shu's old design though. That was awesome. I still can't believe that you and you and Aizawa used to be pranksters in high school. Hitoshi shook his head. I'd probably better get to class. I don't want to look too guilty when Bakugo comes exploding in. Mike had a small, proud smile on his face as he nodded and pushed Hitoshi away down the hall. See you later, kiddo. Hitoshi nodded. Yeah, I'll, see you at home. Achako wanted to say that she was surprised when Mina came running into the classroom covered in glitter, but she really wasn't. Mei and Izuku didn't do anything halfway, so Achako had honestly expected Bakugo's glitter bomb to coat the entire hallway. Actually, the fact that Mina's body was only half covered was actually an example of incredible restraint. What Achako should have expected was that Mina would immediately grin and run around the room hugging everyone in sight. Glitter for everyone. Well, Momo's eyes widened as Mina ran into her arms. Hi. What happened? Kaminari ran in and immediately made a beeline toward Gyro. Somebody planted a glitter bomb in Bakugo's locker. It was awesome. Don't you dare, Kaminari. Gyro dodged his hug smoothly. Don't get it on me. Go away. She was so focused on Kaminari that she didn't notice Mina behind her until it was too late. Come on, Gyro, don't be like that. Embrace the glitter. Aoyama grinned and accepted Kaminari's hug with open arms. We must all sparkle like the stars. Todoroki didn't even flinch when Mina hugged him. I suppose I have no choice but to accept my fate. Takoyami nodded sagely. Even the dark void of space has its stars. By this point, Zero and Kirishima had already come in and joined in the mission to infect the entire classroom with glitter. Achako was desperately trying to smother her giggles, but she apparently didn't do a good enough job at it because Mina suddenly turned to her with fire in her eyes. Your turn, Achako. Achako squealed and teleported away, only for Kaminari to try to get her when she reappeared. Soon enough, everyone was laughing and playing an impromptu game of glitter tag in the classroom. The only one not really participating was Bakugo, who was covered with more glitter than any of them. Achako had honestly expected him to explode, and at multiple points he seemed about to, but every time he did, either Mina or Kirishima would go up to him to reload, as Zero called it, and he'd take a deep breath and calm down. It was almost disappointing, but it let the rest of the class enjoy their game and resulted in far less destruction of property, so it was probably for the best. Achako had just recovered from another warp when Hitoshi walked into the room, eyes widening as he saw the chaos. What's going on? Mina took full advantage of her distraction and grinned, catching her in a bear hug. Gotcha. Hitoshi just blinked. Ochako shrugged with a smile, teleported to right behind him and wrapped her arms around his waist. Sorry, Shindig, if I have to suffer, so do you. Hitoshi just sighed. Shoto looked over his class, regretting every decision he'd made to get him to his point. Apparently, instead of going to shower after getting glitter bombed like any rational person would do, Bakugo and his friends had decided to see how many students they could infect. The answer was all of them. Every single one of his students had glitter all over them, and there was absolutely no chance that Hitoshi would allow him to leave here unscathed. He groaned and rubbed his eyes. May as well turn it into a training exercise. Yaoyorozu, Shout sighed. Make double-sided stickers for everyone, please. Just a 6-inch circle will do, as long as both sides are adhesive. Yaoyorozu nodded in confusion and started making them. The Ada brothers immediately jumped on the task of handing them out, which was a struggle on its own, considering that Tensei had apparently decided that the best way to do that was to treat them as frisbees, and Tenya was desperately trying to stop his brother from throwing things in the classroom. Why had he signed up for this? Does everyone have one? Shoto looked around and nodded. Good. Now peel the backing on one side and stick it somewhere on your body. The class looked confused but did as they were told, and soon enough, everyone had a giant sticker on them and they all looked to him for further instruction. This was going to be entertaining, and at the very least it would distract him from the meeting he was dreading tonight. Now take off the backing on the other side, Shoto instructed. Now the rules. As soon as I call start, the game is on. Do not disturb other classes. Focus on stealth. You can team up if you want, but there is only going to be one winner. The student with the least amount of glitter on their sticker at the end of the time wins. Go. Sauda smirked as his students immediately jumped into action. At least they'd learned not to wait for countdowns. Izuku was peacefully minding his own business, working on his program, when he heard Kohaku shouting in the lab outside, "Don't track it in here." "What's it matter?" Powerloader complained. Hatsum already covered half the testing rooms in Tay stuff while making that stupid bomb. "Meh, it's biodegradable. It'll be fine," Mei said cheerfully. "Everything will just be sparkly for a little while." Izuku frowned and went out. "Is Katsuki here? Oh. Ochako smiled sheepishly. A light coating of glitter all over her, except for a weirdly clean circle on her arm. Apparently Bakugo and his friends can match you guys in pattiness. Aizawa even made it a training exercise. You're only excited about that because you won. Hitoshi complained. It's no fair when you can just teleport away from whoever is targeting you. Ochako rolled her eyes, like you didn't brainwash most of the class into leaving you alone. Hitoshi glared at her. I should have brainwashed them into going after you. Izuku giggled. I'm glad you guys had fun. Sorry, I guess we kinda thought Katsuki would just storm off and take a shower. Next time we'll figure out how to get it to stick only to him. Mei grinned. Glitter Bomb 2.0, here we come. It wasn't a big deal, it was good training. Hitoshi shrugged. That was a lot of warps though, Ochako. Are you feeling okay? Ochako shrugged. I'm a little nauseous, but nothing I can't handle. I need to get used to it anyway, since I'll be making longer jumps once I move home this weekend. Oh, that reminds me, can you guys come over and help out? I've teleported with small objects before, so carrying the boxes back and forth shouldn't be a big deal, but well, I kinda just don't want to do it alone. Izuku grinned and nodded. I can bring my laptop and get data on all your jumps. It'll be interesting to see if the extra weight from the boxes changes how you teleport. Ochako sighed. I just wish you guys could actually meet my parents. Why can't we? Mei was already turning back to the next invention on her table. People are objects too, right? Izuku blinked, then smiled slowly. I guess we have a new experiment to run. Shigaraki was already streaming by the time Shoto got to the alley they streamed from. It wasn't the best streaming setup, but considering it was pretty much the only neutral ground they had, they somehow made it work. He hadn't showered after class, since that would have made him miss the whole stream, but they never turned their cameras on. So he didn't think being covered in glitter would be a big deal until Shigaraki turned to him and froze. What the hell happened to you? Shoto rolled his eyes and put on the headphones Shigaraki had given him to stream with. Long story short, one of my classmates got glitter bombed and my teacher turned attacking each other with glitter into an assignment. Shigaraki scoffed. Your teacher really is super cool. Shoto just raised one eyebrow. I'm not sure if that's a compliment. Didn't you just try to kill him a couple months ago? Meh, he wasn't my target. Shigaraki rolled his eyes as the chat all played along with what they thought was just a running joke. It wasn't, but they weren't going to correct anyone who thought they were just kidding. Oh no, the cat's gonna be covered with the stuff, isn't she? Not if she doesn't sit in my lap this time. Shoto trailed off as Epper jumped off one of the trash cans and immediately started rolling around in his lap. Yeah, she's gonna be one sparkly cat. Shoto wasn't late to the meeting, but he wasn't early either. By the time he finally managed to get the majority of the glitter out of his hair and change into a new uniform, Pretty much everyone was already cramped into the secure conference room Tsukachi had reserved. Edshot and Best Jeanist were the only other heroes present, but the Hero Commission had also sent Mira over so that they could stay updated. A hero killer wasn't something that the Commission could afford to ignore. Tsukachi looked up as Shouta sat down in one of the empty chairs. Thanks for taking the time to come, Eraser. I know your class keeps you pretty busy. The hero killer has a connection to at least 2 of my students, Shouta said tersely. It's only logical for me to want to be involved in whatever the hell is happening, if only to keep my students safe and in line. Jeanist raised an eyebrow. You don't think the Eda brothers will try going after this new hero killer, do you? They're not nearly recovered enough to even think. Ingenium is a good hero. Edshot interrupted. I wouldn't underestimate how fast he can get back on his ... Well, you know what I mean. I think they both have a long way to go, Shouta said firmly. And while we're working on Tenya's anger issues as much as we can, if Stain somehow survived or spawned a successor, I can't say I trust him to not go rogue again. Well, we can confidently say that Stain himself did not survive. Tsukachi started handing out files. We double-checked the body and the autopsy. We also asked around, and it seems everyone is in agreement. Stain was killed by a shadow villain who goes by the name of Trapper. Mira sighed as he looked over the photos. You do realize that makes it worse, right? Shouta nodded. The new hero killer has shown evidence of having blood curdle, Stain's quirk, right? Do you think the League might be involved? It's possible this new hero killer is some kind of Namu. It would explain his single-mindedness at the very least. Our current theory is that the new hero killer, Spinner, is most likely an illegitimate child of Stain's or at least some blood relation. Tsukachi explained. That's pretty much the only way that he would have the same quirk, so that's what we're working off of right now. Shouta looked at him skeptically. Stain was obsessed. You really think he had any time or desire or a relationship? It could have been a one-night stand, Edshot suggested. Still unlikely. Shouta rolled his eyes. I knew him for years. Even if he wanted that, which I doubt, no woman in their right mind would go for it. That doesn't automatically mean he's a Namu, Jeanist pointed out. But in the end, our main concern shouldn't be how he got his quirk but what he does with it. Spinner has killed in a month almost as many as Stain killed in 10 years. He's a spree killer, which means that he was most likely highly lacking in mental stability when he started his kill streak, and what little balance he had is long gone by now. We at the Commission agree. Mira yawned. He hasn't confirmed any connection to the League, so we'll cross that bridge when it comes to it. For now, we just need to worry about stopping him. Look, Tamura apparently wasn't sure of a lot of things in his life, but if there was anything he was sure of, it was that this lizard guy was crazy. Then again, maybe he didn't really have any room to talk ... but at least he shut up sometimes. Spinner hadn't hardly taken a breath since he'd started rambling about his precious Stain. The guy was obsessed. Was this how Tamura sounded when he talked about Sensei? No wonder the chat had been concerning. This was annoying. Spinner started repeating himself again and Tamura groaned. So, are we actually gonna do this raid? Or? Trapper rolled his eyes and Tamura seriously wondered where that little twerp hid all the audacity. Sure, Sensei liked him and Tamura had to admit that he was actually a semi-decent spy, but he was sticky and two-faced, so Tamura tried not to spend more time with him than he had to and left most of the necessary communication to Kurogiri. But hey, if Trapper was willing to be responsible for Spinner, then that meant Tamura didn't have to do it and it was worth keeping him around. For now, yes, Spinner slashed Stain's katana in midair a few times before sheathing it. Let's go kill some face heroes. That's pretty much everybody, Tamura muttered under his breath, but followed Spinner and Trapper through the portal. He really preferred solo missions, usually, since his teammates more often than not just pissed him off, but apparently this was essential to linking Spinner to the League. Why they'd want to be linked to yet another crazy person, Tamura didn't know. But whatever, Sensei had a plan and he was smarter than the rest of them, so it had to be a good one. Hopefully, unless Todoroki was right and Sensei was just using him. Tamura shook his head. Stupid chat distracting him and making things more complicated than they were. Sensei cared for him. Why would he have saved him if he didn't care about him? Tamura ignored the 1.5 million ridiculous answers that came to mind and flexed his hands as he looked around. Trapper and Spinner had already disappeared up the walls, and Tamura cursed as he realized he was the only one left out in the open. Of course he had the lowest stealth stat of everyone. Was Trapper trying to use him as bait or something? Oh, he'd make that stupid little twerp regret ever. Yeah, and it was totally unfair, you know. Mount Lady's voice echoed through the alley and Tamura shrunk back into the shadows that were growing in the twilight. There were 3 of them, just like Trapper had said there would be. Mount Lady, Kamui Woods, and Death Arms, none of which were very high-ranking. But Tamura supposed that most of the top heroes usually worked alone and Trapper had been looking for a group. The three heroes walked through the alley, chatting idly on their way to dinner or wherever they normally went after their shift, completely unaware of Trapper landing behind them and setting up an entire minefield of his sticky balls at the entrance. When he disappeared into the shadows again, Tamura took that as his cue and strolled into the light. Hello, heroes. All three of them stopped and took fighting stances, but Kamui was the first to attack, shooting one of his branches forward. You're one of the villains that attacked UA. Tamura rolled his eyes as he dodged and grabbed the branch, disintegrating it into dust. Yeah, that was game over a while ago. I had to respawn and start over. He strode forward again, which made Mount Lady instinctively take a step back right onto one of the sticky traps. Her eyes widened when her foot didn't move like expected, but she'd already shifted her weight and she went down hard, landing on enough of the balls to stick her entire body to the ground. It's a trap. Wait, of course it is. Death Arms muttered and grabbed a dumpster, lifting it above his head. They're villains, so I'm not surprised they'll sink this low. Death Arms dropped, the weight of the dumpster pinning him to the ground as the paralyzation set in. Spinner's sharp-toothed smile almost glowed in the darkness as he licked the blood off his lips and crawled off the dumpster. It looks like we've caught 2 false heroes already. Stain would be proud. Kamui gasped and sent his branches to wrap around Spinner. You're the new hero killer. You're despicable. So are you. Spinner hissed and started hacking through the branches with his katana. Fake heroes like you are unworthy of the title. You make me sick. Trapper shot him a look from the shadows and Tamura huffed before reluctantly rushing forward and disintegrating Kamui's remaining branches, which was enough of an opening for Spinner to lunge forward and nick him with the katana. 2 seconds later, he licked the blood off the blade with a crazed look in his eyes and Kamui fell to the floor, and that makes 3. Spinner, you finish off Death Arms. Not that he'll give you much trouble, since that dumpster already probably broke half his bones. Trapper strode forward, pulling out his knife. Shigaraki, you take Kamui Woods. Don't tell me what to do. Tamura snapped. Minta. Mount Lady actually sounded genuinely distressed. But maybe that was just because she couldn't move. When I saw the balls. Don't both trying to use your quirk. Trapper cut her off. This alley is way too small and there's a park nearby that will get all the dust and asbestos if you destroy these buildings on either side. Actually, I'm pretty sure my balls sticking you to the floor will prevent you from growing anyway. But best not to risk it, right? There was a small grunt and Spinner started licking blood off his blade. Mount Lady had tears in her eyes as she looked up at Trapper. Is this because of the internship? I swear, I can be a better mentor just. I only interned with you because you were ditzy enough not to notice when I disappeared for hours on end. Trapper knelt down beside her. Although, being able to memorize your patrol schedule was an added perk. As Trapper finished her off, Tamura turned back to Kamui, who was staring at him stubbornly. He reached forward, but stopped a half-inch away from Kamui's face. Did he actually want to kill him? Did he actually enjoy killing at all? Sensei said he did. But if he asked Endeavor, he'd probably say that Todoroki enjoyed training and they both knew that wasn't true. Was he killing Kamui because he actually hated him and wanted to destroy him, or was he killing Kamui because it was what would make Sensei happy? What's the holdup? Shigaraki, Spinner hissed. Kill him already. Tamura snatched his hand back and swallowed. Nah, he's not worth the attack points. Low-level enemies like him don't piss me off enough. Trapper narrowed his eyes questioningly, but Tamura didn't flinch as he stubbornly turned his back. Why had he done that? Why hadn't he just killed him? Without thinking, he reached out to hit the wall, disintegrating a large chunk right out of it. So much for self-control. Lucky for you, false heroes piss me off more than enough. Spinner sliced with his katana, and it was over in half a second. Now, we're done here, right? Almost, Trapper answered, taking out a spray bottle. I just need to modify the evidence. Tsukachi's face hardened as he read through the briefing one of his officers had just handed him. A crime scene was just found that links Spinner, Trapper, and the League. It's time to cross that bridge. Denki felt kinda helpless and wasn't quite sure what to do about it. He glanced over at Todoroki and quickly looked away before he could get caught. He hadn't meant to find out that his classmate was homeless and making enough money to eat by streaming with who Denki strongly suspected was that crusty villain from the USJ. But he sometimes just liked to have gaming streams on in the background, and he'd seen that these 2 new guys were trending, and it was pretty hilarious to watch Icy Cat just fail over and over again as Dusty roasted him, and he'd kinda thought that their voices sounded a little familiar. But he watched a bunch of these streams, so while it was kinda weird, he didn't really obsess over it until he was trying to get some of the stupid glitter off his backpack, and Icy Cat described exactly what had happened in class that day, right down to Aizawa making it a class exercise, and everything fell into place. Of course, after he realized that Todoroki was Icy Cat, that meant that Dusty was Shigaraki, and all those jokes about Dusty trying to kill Icy Cat weren't jokes at all. They were actually true, and why was Todoroki voluntarily hanging out with an actual villain who had actually, really, 100% tried to kill him? Was it just that he was homeless and had nowhere else to turn to? Why was he homeless in the first place? He'd mentioned something about his dad kicking him out and then him being too stubborn to apologize and move back in. But wasn't his dad Endeavor? Why would Endeavor kick out his own son? Was it safe for him back at home, or was he safer ... Well, considering he was hanging with Shigaraki, he probably wasn't safe anywhere. Denki knew that he should probably tell the police, but, like, snitching on his classmate, not to mention one of his favorite streamers, just kinda felt ... icky. Like, Shadow obviously didn't want to go back home, but if the police found out, then they'd probably send him right back, and that would kinda suck. But it wasn't like Shadow was telling Shigaraki anything, right? Beyond vague hints, they never really talked about their lives on stream, otherwise Denki would have figured it out a while ago. So it wasn't like the League was gathering info on them or anything, right? Still, he should do something, shouldn't he? He bit his lip as their friends finished packing up their stuff for lunch. Hey guys, why don't we invite Todoroki to eat with us? Shiro's eyes widened. Are we sure we want to keep adopting the scary ones? I mean, the only one who's scarier than Todoroki is Bakugo, and we've already got him in the bag. What did you say, soy sauce face? Bakugo's hands popped threateningly, but Mina just patted him on the shoulder. Just because he doesn't emote much doesn't mean he's scary, she argued. I say we do it. Gotta catch 'em all. Bakugo looked like he was about to burst a blood vessel. We're not fucking Pokemon. Nah, but if you were, you'd both be fire types. Kirishima grinned. That means you'll be great friends. Hey Todoroki, wanna eat lunch with us? Todoroki looked a bit surprised, obviously, but after a long moment of staring at them blankly, he just shrugged. Okay. Shiro blinked in surprise. Whoa, that was easy. Bakugo quietly simmered while they waited in line for their food, but even though he was obviously not happy, he didn't explode, so Denki counted that as a win. As for Todoroki, the rest of the group wasn't really sure what to do with him, but Mina was just rambling as usual as Kirishima encouraged her, so it was almost normal until Todoroki actually joined in on the conversation. Mina had been talking about punting Mineta into the sun, which was a pretty usual topic for her, when Todoroki, completely deadpan, said, I don't think that's wise. We don't want the sun getting indigestion. Almost immediately, everyone stopped walking. Todoroki just blinked and looked at them. What? Nothing, dude. Shiro grinned. We just didn't know you actually had a sense of humor. Kirishima nodded. Yeah, dude. Totally manly. Denki wasn't quite sure why he was surprised. Obviously, he was familiar with Todoroki's weird sense of humor. It was like half the reason he was such a popular streamer, but for some reason Denki had just kinda assumed it was just for the stream. Like Icy Cat was a character Todoroki played and not actually who he was, but like, no. Todoroki was acting the exact same right now as he would during a stream, and it was kinda trippy. Eventually, they all got their food and sat down, and Shiro turned to Todoroki. So dude, you've actually been using your fire and stuff in class. It kinda sucks, you know. We couldn't beat you before, but now it's just ridiculous. Todoroki slurped at his noodles. I'm still trying to get the hang of my flames. I was trying to spite my father by not using my fire at all, but now I'm going to spite him by stealing it back. Pretty simple if you ask me. Whoa, Bakugo scoffed. You really hate your old man, don't you? Yes. Todoroki nodded simply. He's a bastard. Kirishima snorted so hard that the soda he was drinking shot out of his nose and everyone started laughing. Todoroki looked mildly concerned, but Kirishima just waved him away. Nah, man, I'm good. If you're looking to improve your fire, though, I'm sure you're super stoked about those packets cheat code gave us. Todoroki frowned. A conversation would be more helpful. The packets can be annoyingly vague. Just ask Ochako to introduce you. Mina piped up. You know how she had that weird blank packet? Well, she's totally been improving anyway. Every time we try to ask her about it, she either laughs us off or teleports away. But, like, I'm 90% sure at this point that she actually knows the guy. Shinso probably does too, because he's acting just as suspicious. Todoroki hummed thoughtfully. That. I might have to ask them then. Denki frowned. Sure, he was 90% sure that Todoroki wasn't actually giving any information to the League, but like, that wasn't 100%, and if he found out who cheat code was, he really should probably tell someone. Tenya stood and watched Tensei as they waited for Artiste. They had figured out that she actually taught part-time at UA, so it wasn't a big deal for her to come teach them, but Tenya felt an obligation to apologize for making her take time out of her day. He should probably also apologize to Cementos, who had taken the cement training room and turned it into a beginner skate park. Tensei had wasted no time in exploring, almost giving Tenya a heart attack as he immediately tried to take his wheelchair over a jump. Seriously, didn't he know he could get hurt again if he did that? Thankfully, Tensei had started just rolling down some of the hills, which didn't seem quite as dangerous, so Tenya just quietly watched, ready to run forward and help at a moment's notice. He was just about to try to stop Tensei from going toward the jumps again when the door to the training room opened and Artiste glided in. "Hello, boys," she sang out. "I hear I'm here to teach you how to use those wheels." "Hey, Artiste." Tensei grinned and waved, trying to use one hand to wheel himself closer. "Long time no see." "Tensei," Tenya hissed. "Don't be rude." "I'm not being rude," Tensei defended. "Just because I'm a little more casual than your preference doesn't mean I'm being rude." Tenya scowled. "You can't just..." "Ahem." Artiste interrupted them with a glare. Immediately, Tenya dropped into a low bow. "My apologies for my brother's presumptuousness, man. We know you're taking time out of your already busy schedule for us and we are eternally grateful. Now let's get one thing straight." Artiste interrupted firmly. "I like all of my classes to be a safe space. So that means we have to be comfortable with one another, and that means stop bowing and apologizing for things that don't need apologies." "Got it." Tenya straightened immediately. In addition, Artiste cut him off before he could argue. "None of that ma'am stuff. You will not call me miss. You will not call me professor. You will not even call me Artiste. When we're here learning, I'm Hina and nothing else, okay?" Tenya opened and shut his mouth a few times, not able to think of anything to say until Tensei laughed and gave their teacher finger guns. "Finger guns. You got it, Hina." "What? No," Tenya sputtered. "You're our teacher. Referring to you by your first name is entirely inappropriate. And I'm the teacher, so that means I'm in control here." Artiste laughed. "Aizawa warned me you were a bit stiff, but my goal here is to foster creativity, not manners." She wrinkled her nose in disgust. "If you're too worried about the rules, you'll never break them." "That's..." Tenya felt like he was having an aneurysm. "Isn't that the point?" "Of course not. Now let me finish." Artiste had a twinkle in her eye. "If you never break the rules, then you can never create something new and wonderful. Now, wouldn't that be just tragic?" Tenya bowed again. "I apologize, I hadn't thought." Tensei cuffed him over the head. "Kiddo, didn't she just tell you not to bow anymore?" "Oh, right." Tenya straightened. "I am so sorry." Artiste rolled her eyes. We'll get there eventually. That's what it means to just keep rolling along, right?" She shifted her feet and spun in a circle, then proceeded to skate circles around them, navigating the hills, jumps and ramps like they were nothing. She bent down and Tenya saw her grab a piece of chalk from the bag on her hip. Soon enough, she was drawing long, flowing lines all around them. Tenya followed her movements as best she could, but it all just seemed so impossible. Maybe a Shindo could learn to move like that, but he was a runner, not a dancer. After a minute, Artiste spun to a stop and wiped her forehead with the back of her hand, leaving a smear of multicolored chalk dust across her face. Then she gave them a wink and knelt down to touch the ground. All of a sudden, vines started growing from her drawings, completely blocking the walls and boxing them in with thick thorns and flowers. "As you can see," Artiste grinned, "it pays to keep an open mind. My quirk is limited by the size and quantity of my drawings. But have you ever tried to draw while running? It's a nightmare. Even if fighting in roller skates is a bit non-traditional, some might even say it's breaking the rules. It helps me make smoother lines and gives me the freedom I need to make larger drawings. There are challenges, of course, but with a little creative rule breaking, you'll be able to figure out how to roll around all those little bumps in the road. You boys ready to get started?" Tenya nodded politely, but Tensei had a different idea, cheering and whooping as he clapped, completely undeterred by the fact that he was the only one making any noise. It was all Tenya could do not to die from embarrassment. To his surprise, though, rather than being mortified, Artiste smiled. "That's the spirit. Now let's get started, shall we?" She clapped her hands and the vines disappeared into a shower of chalk dust. "Cementos has been kind enough to set this place up into an amazing skate park. But you guys already know the basics, so let's get a little creative." She grabbed a piece of paper from her pocket and tapped it, making a tennis ball drop onto the floor. She caught it on the first bounce and threw it as hard as she could against the wall. "Your job is to bring me that ball, but let's break the rules a little bit while we're at it." She smiled mischievously. "You can't move in a straight line." Mina finished setting his trap and moved to his perch on top of the building while he dialed Kurogiri. From what he'd seen on the maps, this would be the perfect spot to catch that Midoriya kid on his way home from school. There were a few different routes that he could take, but they all converged there at one point or another, so even if he switched his routine, he'd almost definitely have to pass by Mina to get home. A quick call to Powerloader about his costume had been enough to confirm that both Midoriya and Hatsum had already left the school, so it was only a matter of time until he could spring his trap. Minda still wasn't quite sure if Midoriya really was cheat code, since Hatsum could have easily accomplished any of the tricks that cheat code pulled at the USJ. But the fact that Midoriya was Netsu's personal student swayed the suspicions in his favor. Minda was obviously still skeptical, since the guy didn't even have a quirk to back him up. But if Nezu thought he was the real deal, then well, Minda could at least give him the benefit of the doubt and he'd act as good bait if Hatsune was cheat code instead. Kurogiri picked up on the 4th ring and Minda didn't even bother saying hello. Be waiting for my call. As soon as I nab my target, I'll be needing a pickup. I'm sure Sensei will want to meet him as soon as possible. So you're capturing cheat code today, I gather, Kurogiri said boredly. I suppose I should wish you luck then. Minda scowled and hung up. I don't need his stupid luck. Who does that oversized cloud think he is, underestimating me? He shoved the phone in his pocket and popped one of the balls off his head in anticipation. He'd show them that he wasn't just some child that they could ignore and push aside. He'd make them take him seriously. He'd catch cheat code and present the guy to Sensei as proof that he wasn't somebody they wanted to mess with. Minda took a deep breath. All that was left to do now was wait for his prey. Hitoshi huffed as he carried another box out into the living room. You know, Acha, you really could be using your quirk to make this easier. Oh, don't be such a wuss, extra credit cunt. Mei rolled her eyes as she carried 2 boxes in her arms and used drones to carry 2 more in the air above her head. Just think of it as muscle training. Aren't your parents always saying you need more of that anyway? My adults are monsters. Hitoshi scowled. They've both been pros for, like, a decade, so they've had 10 years to build that muscle. I've only really been exercising for a couple months. So of course I look like a weakling compared to them. All the more reason to lift boxes. Izuku panted. Achako, please tell me we're about done with packing. Achako walked in with 2 boxes of her own and Hitoshi couldn't even say that she was using her quirk to show off because she'd taped over her pinkies so she would have enough energy to teleport all of this to her parents' house. Thanks for helping me move, guys. I know it's a lot of work for right after school, but the contract my parents' company is working on this week is for a remodel of an office building, and they want them to work weekends so that the construction is less distracting. Now was pretty much the only time they were available to stay at home, and since I kinda need them to act as anchors. Don't worry about it, Acha. Hitoshi crossed his arms. I'm sure Powerloader and Nezu are more than happy to have a break from these 2 gremlins. Hey, Izuku pouted. Nezu thinks we're fun. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow, and Powerloader. Nah, somebody's gotta give him gray hairs, it might as well be us. Mei shrugged. Okay, Gravity Girl, are you ready? Achako took a deep breath and activated One for All. The lights in the room seemed to dim as a swirling pink and green aurora formed around her. Hitoshi didn't want to look away. There was so much power at her fingertips and it didn't even faze her. She was so strong. He caught movement out of the corner of his eye and turned to see Izuku smiling at him knowingly. Hitoshi blushed and picked his jaw up off the ground. Why was he so embarrassed? Anyone would admire Achako. She was amazing. Okay, Izuku-kun. Mei grinned. It's your time to shine. Izuku jumped and stumbled as he hurried to grab his laptop. Okay, so yep. Everything's up and running so I can track your warps and try to figure out exactly what makes you unique. Okay, so we're weighing the boxes, right? That way we can see how the amount of weight you take with you affects your quirk while testing your limits at the same time. Let's start with some of the small boxes first. Since we already know you don't have any issues with teleporting with small objects, and it'll give us a good baseline for the rest of the project. If you can work up to something heavier, we might even try having you teleport us. Achako nodded and Shinso picked up one of the boxes and put it on a hanging scale that he was pretty sure was originally meant for fish, but whatever, they'd sanitized it. This one is about 1 kilogram, Hitoshi announced, tossing the box to Achako. You realize it's gonna take forever to weigh every box, right? Izuku didn't even look up from his laptop. Good science takes time, Hitoshi. We can get a lot better data points if we actually know how much extra weight she's teleporting. And we're not weighing all the boxes, Mei added. Just most of them. Hitoshi shrugged and sat down on the armrest of the couch, which was currently the only part of it that wasn't covered in boxes. Whatever, it's not like you have that much stuff anyway. Achako stuck her tongue out at him and disappeared, making Hitoshi smile. Izuku's computer pinged as it collected the data from her jump and he typed frantically, doing something that Hitoshi had no idea how to make heads or tails of. It was a minute or 2 before Achako came back, so she'd probably gotten distracted saying hi to her parents. They must be pretty nice people if they were cool with the whole suddenly being given an extra quirk thing. Hitoshi's own parents hadn't even been cool with his first quirk, so he didn't want to know how they'd react if he suddenly showed up with a second one that made his brainwashing even more powerful. He shuddered at the thought, but thankfully by that point, Achako had reappeared. Izuku looked pleased as he finished his typing binge. Okay, on to the next box. Minda ground his teeth as he looked down at the street for the upteenth time. An hour. He knew that stupid support student wasn't at the school anymore, so where the fuck was he? Minda couldn't have missed him, could he? No, he'd gotten enough of a head start that there was no way, unless the kid had taken a different way home ... or if he hadn't gone home at all. Since Midoriya and Hatsune were friends, there was a good chance he had gone over to her house after school instead of his own, in which case Minda could simply nab both of them at the same time and kill two birds with one stone. The charge in plans was infuriating, but ultimately, it was doable and this way might even be better in the end. The most annoying part was that his targets didn't live anywhere near each other and he wasn't really in the mood to waste another half an hour commuting on top of the hour he'd already wasted waiting for Midoriya to never show up. He huffed in defeat and pulled out his phone. Kirigiri, change in plans. I need a ride. Okay. Mei picked out a box and handed it to Ochako. Everybody make your guesses and place your bets. Ochako hefted the box and hummed thoughtfully, I think, around 8 kilograms. Mei nodded and wrote down her guess. And how much are you willing to bet on that? 10 Pocky sticks. Ochako smiled and shoved the box into Hitoshi's arms. Your turn. What's your guess? Hitoshi struggled to get a better grip and shrugged. It feels pretty heavy, so maybe 13 kilograms or something. Oh, and I'll bet 3 Pocky sticks. Not very confident. I see. Extra credit kun. Mei teased. Okay, now for the moment of truth. To the scale. Izuku grinned as Hitoshi handed over his Pocky. They'd started playing this game about 15 minutes ago and Hitoshi had yet to win a single round. It was getting to the point where Izuku was starting to wonder if it was a passive effect of Uraraka's quirk. But she hadn't actually taken the gravity away from any of the boxes. If it was her quirk, had she always had this latent potential or was it one of the things that had changed when she'd gotten one for all? There was a ping from his laptop and Izuku looked away from the game to check. It was just the program that he used to track Ochako's warps and with as much as she'd been going back and forth, it had obviously been going off all afternoon, so he almost dismissed it before he froze and blinked at the screen. Hey Ochako. Izuku kept his eyes on the readings to make sure they didn't suddenly disappear. You didn't go anywhere while I wasn't looking, right? Ochako came up and looked over his shoulder. No, I was just about to leave, but I've been here for a solid 5 minutes now. I thought so. Izuku grinned and popped his knuckles, which means that the reading I just took was from someone else. This is gonna be fun. They weren't coming. Minda scowled and threw one of his balls against the wall in frustration. It stuck, obviously, which was somehow much less satisfying than it would have been if it had actually bounced. Minda growled and stalked away. All that planning and setup for absolutely nothing. Had it just been an unlucky coincidence or had those two nuances actually figured out that someone was after them? Knowing cheat code's intelligence, it was probably the latter, which meant it was a waste of time trying to go after them directly. They were too unpredictable. One of them was definitely cheat code though, Minda was sure of it. He swung his backpack off his shoulders and dug around until he found the page he'd stolen from Hatsume's notebook. He uncrumpled it as he walked, glaring at the various prototype logos like it was their fault he'd fail. He was moving to crumple it back up again when something caught his eye and he froze as a new idea occurred to him. He slowly unwrinkled the page again. Most of the logos were simple sketches in pen or pencil, but they were all basically done in black, white, and gray. Only one was in color, which made it stand out. If she'd taken the time to find markers just for this sketch, then the colors probably had a meaning beyond just looking pretty. Green, pink, purple. Green was obviously for Midoriya. It was even in his name, not to mention his hair. And if they were going off of hair colors, then pink was obviously for Hatsume. They were the two strongest possibilities for cheat code's identity, but then there had to be a third, someone close to both Hatsume and Midoriya who acted suspiciously when cheat code was mentioned and who had purple. Minda smirked. Half-formed plans whirled around in his brain and by the time his phone rang, he was almost in a good mood again. At least he was happy enough not to cuss out Kurogiri on the spot. Hello, Kurogiri greeted. I take it you were unsuccessful. Obviously, Minda scoffed. It's alright though, I've got another plan to lure them out. You've been trying to decide on a target for the summer camp attack, right? I think I might have a suggestion. Okay, Shindig, are you sure you actually want to do this? Ochako asked nervously. I've never teleported a person before and if something goes wrong. I mean, you teleported the houseplants without damaging them at all. Hitoshi pointed out. And some of the boxes were just as heavy as I am so it'll be fine. But my quirk. Ochako hugged herself insecurely. Aren't you scared I'll hurt you? Hitoshi shrugged. If you do, Mei can always just put me back together again with spare parts. Ochako looked at him in shock and disbelief for a second before punching him in the arm. Hitoshi Shinso, this is serious. I could actually hurt you. I know. Hitoshi laughed and held his hands up in surrender. But Mei and Izuku ran the numbers and you've trained a lot, so teleporting me shouldn't be too different from teleporting, a fridge or something. Your warping ability doesn't seem to care if something is alive, or even what it is. Izuku shrugged. Your quirk only cares about how much something weighs. Ochako still looked nervous, so as the light from One for All gathered around her again, Hitoshi smiled. Hey, look, I've got a scary quirk, but you trust me anyway, right? Ochako scoffed. Don't be ridiculous, of course I do. Good. Itoshi held out his hand in a fist with the pinky up. Then promise to trust me and I'll promise to trust you. Deal. Ochako took a deep breath and gripped his pinky with her own. Deal. Hitoshi only had a split second to enjoy the moment before the world turned upside down. Tamura hated this. He kind of wished that he'd never run into Todoroki in that stupid alley, because then he never would have blown up as a streamer and then he never would have realized that he liked gaming more than he'd ever liked being a villain. If Sensei had actually cared about him, he would have seen that, right? Even if he hadn't, what kind of sick person encouraged a 5-year-old to kill people? The chat didn't even know that that was the legacy his sensei was trying to pass on to him, and still people were donating like crazy to try and get him out of the house. He didn't even live with sensei. But Tamura still had to admit that getting an apartment with zero ties to him or the league was starting to sound extremely appealing. At the very least, he'd be able to get a better gaming setup than he was able to have with a laptop in the murder alley, as Todoroki liked to call it. He shouldn't be doing this. He had no idea how Sensei would react if he knew that Tamura was playing around with the idea of leaving the league and abandoning his role as Sensei's protege. But for some crazy reason he was still going behind everyone's back and researching apartments. Without Sensei's money, he wouldn't be able to afford anything too fancy, but there were a couple hole-in-the-wall places that had caught his eye. He should probably get something with 2 bedrooms, in case Todoroki wanted to get off the streets for a couple nights. Tamura caught himself before that line of thought could go any farther. With as much time as they spent together, he sometimes forgot that they were fundamentally enemies. Todoroki was a hero student. There was absolutely no way that he would ever be willing to move in with a villain, even if they practically acted like squabbling brothers on their streams. It just wouldn't work out. Still, if the apartment didn't have any other connection to the league, then it might still be neutral enough for Todoroki to be open to using it as a streaming space. And as long as he kept it a secret from Sensei for as long as possible, he might just be able to get away with it. Hopefully. Why did everything have to be so complicated? He just wanted to relax and live the rest of his life as a stupid streamer and not have to worry about what Sensei would do to him, or worse to Todoroki, if he were to find out. Was that too much to ask? Tamura sighed and clicked on another listing. Probably. Hitoshi knew that theoretically, they must be on solid ground. Theoretically. His stomach, however, hadn't gotten the message. He could vaguely see other people around him, but all he could focus on was clamping his hands over his mouth and trying not to throw up. Sweetie, a feminine voice said. Is he supposed to be that green? Oh no. Ochako sounded panicked. Dad, grab a bowl. Somebody shoved a bowl at his chest and Hitoshi grabbed it gratefully, fully losing his battle and his guts. It took a moment for his stomach to settle down, and even then he was left with a gross, acrid taste in his mouth. Is this what it feels like every time? Damn, Ochako, you must have an iron stomach or something. This is terrible. Ugh. Ochako patted his back as she chuckled awkwardly. Yeah, it takes some getting used to. Mom, Dad, this is Shindig ... Hitoshi Shinso, one of my friends. Hitoshi grimaced and looked up as he realized that, yes, Ochako's parents were here too, and yes, they had just seen him throw up. Wonderful. Great first impression. He gave an awkward wave. Hi. Ochako's parents looked like her. Her mom had the same pink cheeks and brown hair, but she obviously got her muscles and strength from her dad. Thankfully, they also seemed to have her personality, because instead of looking at him with disgust, her dad just looked concerned. You okay, son? Hitoshi swallowed. Yeah, just kinda wasn't expecting that. Yeah, neither were we. Ochako's mom laughed. We thought the nausea was from her using her quirk. But I guess it's just the gravity going all topsy-turvy on you, huh? Ochako had taken the bowl away from him at some point and brought him a glass of water. So, besides the nausea, are you feeling all right? There weren't any other effects, right? Hitoshi shook his head. No, I'm already starting to feel more ... well, less like I just got off of a really bad roller coaster. I'll be okay in a couple minutes, but I am not looking forward to the return trip. No offense. Ochako wrinkled her nose. Yeah. I think I might have to incorporate barf bags into my hero costume if I plan to take civilians with me. People I teleport frequently will probably get used to the gravity shifts, but new people, maybe there's some other way to lessen the impact. If anyone can figure that out, it's me. Hitoshi shrugged. But yeah, we should talk to Izuku and make sure there's nothing else going on before you start taking rescue victims on an unexpected hurl. Ochako's mom frowned. Isn't it whirl? Hitoshi smirked. I said what I said. Ochako pouted and her dad clapped him firmly on the back. Well, now that that's taken care of, it's nice to meet you. We've heard a lot about you. Hitoshi frowned in confusion. You have? Of course. Her mom smiled. Ochako talks about you all the time. We should probably be heading back soon. Ochako blushed furiously. Shindig, you're good to jump again, right? Oh, don't worry. We'll try not to embarrass you. Ochako's dad winked. Much. Ochako groaned and put her head in her hands. I'm just gonna. She disappeared from existence and Hitoshi blinked. Bye. Her mom was struggling to hold back her giggles. Does that happen often? Hitoshi shrugged and stared at where Ochako was supposed to be until she reappeared, blushing even harder than she had been before. Sorry, I kinda didn't mean to do that, but Mina says hi. Izuku ran through the numbers again. The mystery warper had warped one more time after that initial ping, but no more data had come through after that, so the other teleporter must be staying in one place. The basic mechanics of the warp seemed similar to Ochako's, but the new guy's signature was more spread out, which made them a lot more difficult to track. Izuku could tell that there had been a warp and kinda get a general sense for where the guy had ended up, but it was going to take a lot more work to actually be able to track them like he could with Ochako. Izuku's main question was why. Ochako's jumps had been pretty specific. Even in the beginning when they were just starting to figure out how her new quirk worked. Why was this other signature so difficult? It wasn't until she had taken Hitoshi along on one of her jumps that it clicked. When Ochako warped with large objects, such as people, her quirk affected a larger area and it looked a little more similar to the dispersed signature from the mystery warper. But when it was just her, the area of effect was much smaller. So the other warper was either extremely large, which wasn't very likely, especially considering that the mystery warper's signature had differed slightly between the two warps, which implied that something had changed, or their quirk was primarily optimized to warp other people with them. It was possible that there was some other explanation for the diffused signature, but from Izuku's observations that one was the most likely. He would have to check the quirk registry to make sure, but to his knowledge, there was only one teleportation quirk that would fit the readings he'd gotten from the mystery warper. And that was Warpgate. He'd gotten a signature from Kurogiri. Hitoshi was ready to punch something, but he was pretty sure that was a normal reaction to 3 solid days of brutal academic testing. That was probably the main reason why the physical exams were on the very last day, to let them let off some steam before heading off to summer break. The fact that they were punching the teachers, though, was an interesting twist. He almost felt bad for Ochako having to fight All Might. But it only made sense for the 2-1 for all holders to be paired up, since that was the only way the students would even stand a chance. But it would be interesting to see how Mina would hold up during the fight. He glanced over toward Kaminari, who had seemed almost relieved when it was announced that they'd been paired up together, which was weird, because it had also been announced that they were fighting Netsu, and Kaminari was always going on about how intelligence wasn't his strong suit. The only reason Hitoshi could think of for his reaction was that he had someone in the class that he was trying to avoid or really didn't want to get paired with for whatever reason. But that also didn't make any sense because Kaminari was the definition of a social butterfly. There wasn't anybody he didn't like. Maybe he could brainwash him and get the tea, but that was a boundary he really shouldn't cross anyway. He could always just ask him and see if he'd answer voluntarily, but that was awkward, and Hitoshi would rather die of curiosity than awkwardness. Thanks. I honestly thought they'd pit you against Aizawa. Kaminari laughed awkwardly, shooting a nervous glance up toward the front of the bus where Netsu was sitting. You've got, like, those similar scarf things and eye bags and stuff. They probably just want to avoid any nepotism charges. Hitoshi grumbled. Kaminari's eyes widened. What? Don't worry about it, Hitoshi said quickly. Now, do you have any strategies in mind for how to fight a rat smarter than most humans? Kaminari went pale. Mostly just don't die. Hitoshi rolled his eyes. Nice start, but I think we're gonna need something with a little bit more oomph. Well, Monami, I hope you're as fast as you look, Aoyama said, his smile somehow sparkling as he spoke. I would imagine it takes quite a bit of speed to outrun a black hole. I'm not going to outrun 13's quirk, Tenya said tensely. That would require going faster than the speed of light. I will only be outrunning their reaction time. Light will be absorbed as well. Aoyama looked nauseous. Oh my, you didn't. Tenya scowled. How are you planning on fighting them? My naval laser is simply too marvelous, Aoyama said. It doesn't usually require any planning. Everything requires planning, Tenya said incredulously. You can't just wing it. They both tensed as an automated recording of Netsu's voice played out over the testing area. All combatants are in position for the final exam. Begin. Tenya fell into fighting stance and stared straight ahead. When 13 comes, we need to be ready to. His eyes widened as he felt himself be pulled backwards. He looked over toward Aoyama in a panic and saw that he had already grabbed onto the nearest railing to prevent himself from being sucked in by 13's quirk. Tenya quickly dug his heels in and followed suit, yelling at 13 over his shoulder, coming at us from behind. That is disgraceful. You're a hero. Villains aren't going to fight fair, kids. 13 sounded almost amused. So what are you going to do about it? We need to come up with a plan of attack. Shouto began. Aizawa has practically maxed out his stealth stats, so he'll most likely open with a sneak attack. Yaoyorozu blinked in confusion for a moment before nodding. So what's the plan? Not sure. Shouto frowned. My first instinct is to run, but it'll be a lot easier to win if the whole party is on the same page. So how about you tell me what you think we should do and then we can go from there? Sound like a plan? Sure. Yaoyorozu looked surprised. I actually did come up with a strategy that might work, if you think we could maybe. Let's hear it. Shoto nodded decisively. We've got a boss to beat. So, you can teleport us to All Might and we can attack him before he has a chance to fight back, right? Mina asked. Or does your quirk not really work like that? I mean, it does, technically, Ochako said. But I'd really rather leave that as a last resort. Why? Mina pouted. Wouldn't it give us an advantage? I want to teleport. Ochako groaned. My quirk isn't like Kurogiri's, Mina. I'm used to the G-forces it takes to teleport and everything. But anyone that tags along isn't, and there isn't anything my quirk can do to protect you from them. When Itoshi and I tried it the other day, just one jump wiped him out for a full 5 minutes and then it was a couple hours before he was up to 100% again. So, yeah, no. It's not really the best option if you want to, fight. Oh, Mina slowly got a mischievous look on her face as an idea occurred to her. We could. I mean, we probably shouldn't, but we could. What? Ochako demanded. Come on, Mina. Spit it out. Well, I was just thinking, if whoever you teleport is gonna be practically useless, Mina defended, then what if you don't teleport me? Oh, Ochako's eyes widened and she couldn't hold back a smile. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Okay, this is pointless. Itoshi huffed. Nedzu's turned this place into a maze and is only making it worse by knocking down walls left and right. If we keep going like we have been, we're never gonna find a way out before time's up. Well then what are we supposed to do? Head straight for Nedzu, Kaminari asked. We don't even know where he is. Itoshi thought for a minute. Well, right now, we're at a disadvantage. He can see us but we can't see him. Itoshi grabbed his capture scarf and used it to yank down the nearest camera. Let's change that. Got it. Kaminari grinned and started sparking as he grabbed the wires where the camera had been. One blackout, coming right up. Tenya grit his teeth. We're not getting anywhere. I can try ... this. Aoyama shot his naval laser at 13 and, predictably, it disappeared into their quirk in under a second. Well, that did not work. I told you it wouldn't. Tenya growled. Black holes are strong enough to absorb light. They couldn't run, they couldn't fight, they couldn't even let go of these stupid railings. What was he supposed to do when nothing worked right and all the rules he thought were supposed to apply here were thrown out the window? Get creative. Tenya gasped softly as it clicked. This was what Tensei, an artiste, had been trying so hard to hammer through his head. When everything went wrong, he had to go with the flow and think outside the box. Otherwise he'd be paralyzed. Direct attacks on 13 were useless. They'd simply turn everything to dust. But if they didn't limit themselves to the rigid rules of a Rire 111 fight. Aoyama, quickly, Tenya yelled. Aim for the ceiling. Let's bring the roof down on top of them. Aoyama's eyes brightened with excitement. Oui, monsieur. Tenya watched 13 with rapt attention as Aoyama adjusted his aim and fired. He just needed to wait until just the right moment. That's not going to work, kids, 13 called out, using their other hand to suck up the debris from the roof and keeping one hand pointed toward the kids. You're going to have to do a lot better than that. Tenya almost smiled as he let go of the railing. He knew they'd take care of the debris, but they also made the mistake of looking up. As soon as 13 saw him flying toward them, they deactivated their quirk, but with all their focus on the falling roof, there wasn't any time to stop him and Tenya used the full momentum of Back Hole to help him as he prepared a devastating kick that knocked 13 halfway across the room. Tenya crouched to lower his center of gravity, but he didn't stop moving. Instead, he let his rollerblades do all the work and used the speed he already had to curve around and grab Aoyama, flinging him onto his back as they rocketed toward the exit. It didn't take long for Aoyama to recover from the surprise. So we're making a run for it after all. I guess so, Tenya panted. Aoyama started squirming. Let me face backward and I shall use my sparkle to dazzle all those who would try to follow. Tenya nodded and focused on staying steady as Aoyama held on tight and maneuvered himself so that they were back to back with their elbows linked. It was like they'd become their own battleship and Aoyama was the artillery as he shot his laser in short bursts behind them. There were crashes as anything that was hit with the laser fell to the floor and created obstacles for 13. But the unexpected result was that every time Aoyama shot his laser, it gave Tenya a boost of speed as if the two of them were a literal rocket. The rollerblades get rid of any friction, so all the energy of Aoyama's laser was converted almost directly into pure speed and the two of them practically flew down the halls and through the exit gate. It took a full 30 seconds for them to actually slow down enough to stop and they were still speeding away when they heard the recording. Tenya and Yugi Aoyama have passed the final exam. Okay, so I'm gonna take the high ground and try to figure out where Nedzu is while you sneak up on him through the tunnels, right? Hitoshi nodded. They didn't give us comms, but dang it, what can we use to communicate? Well, I have this. Denki pulled a laser pointer out of his pocket. Hitoshi blinked. Do I even want to know? Denki shrugged sheepishly. It was on President Mike's desk one time and I thought it was cool, so I was playing with it. But then he came back in the room and I didn't want to get in trouble. So I shoved it in my pocket and I meant to return it after class. But then I forgot that I had it and now it's been too long to return it. Hitoshi just stared at him. Mike never really used laser pointers while he was teaching, so he'd probably bought it for the cats and then assumed he lost it. Apparently, Kaminari took his silence as a sign to keep rambling. I was thinking that even if Nedzu stopped knocking down buildings when I took the power out, there's still a lot of smoke and stuff in the air, so if I shine the laser where I see him, you'll be able to see where it's pointing. I'm sorry, that's probably really stupid. No, Hitoshi grinned. It's just crazy enough that it might actually work. Ochako huddled on a nearby rooftop and watched as Mina taunted All Might just like they'd agreed. She might be going up against the #1 hero, but she looked like she was having the time of her life. Hey All Might, Mina laughed and waved as she skated around on her acid. Are you ready to go down? All Might gave a booming laugh. Oh, young Ashido, did you come to fight me alone? Where's young Uraraka? Oh, here and there. Mina skated around him. She tends to just pop up when we need her. Like now. Ochako took a deep breath and called on One for All, focusing on All Might as her anchor point. She just needed to focus on where he was and appear, right behind him. She smiled as the world spun and she landed less than a foot behind All Might. Bingo! She grabbed onto his cape and he immediately whirled around, but she hung tight even as she was whipped through the air. It took some concentration to focus on Mina's gravity, but just as All Might jumped to try and body slam her, she latched on and disappeared. When they reappeared, All Might immediately collapsed in a puff of steam and Ochako panicked when she realized that Mina was already running toward them and she didn't know about All Might's small form. Ochako cursed under her breath. Of course All Might's body wouldn't be able to handle the jump without reverting. Why hadn't she thought of that? But if she could teleport close to All Might, then she could jump far from Mina, at least now that she wasn't focusing all her attention on hanging onto All Might's cape for dear life. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were 2 streets away and Ochako snapped the cuff around All Might's wrist as soon as she could so that the exam would officially end and the medbots could enter the city. She didn't even pay attention to the recording that announced their victory as she hurried to help All Might. He was already kneeling on the ground, so she just rubbed his back as he threw up. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? I'll get back to you on that. All Might wheezed. But I'm proud. I did not expect you to beat me so easily. Ochako chuckled awkwardly. It was actually Mina's idea. Well, and I guess Shindig should get some credit too, since he was the one who discovered the, unfortunate side effects of riding along with me. Sorry, All Might took a deep breath. It's alright. Now go and ... and celebrate your victory, young lady. You deserve it. Ochako hesitantly stood. She hated to leave him like this, but the medbots should be picking him up soon and she needed to intercept Mina before she saw All Might's small form. After a moment, she nodded and warped, falling into step with Mina as she skated down one of the fake streets. Hey, Mina skidded to a stop. Why'd you disappear again? I was gonna help you cuff him. He wasn't completely debilitated after one warp and I wanted to be completely sure. Ochako lied. He's the #1 hero. He's going to be strong, I guess. Mina pouted. But we won. We passed. Summer camp, here we come. Ochako grinned. Yep. What are you most excited for? Probably swimming. Mina said. What about you? Are you excited to see a certain purple-haired boy in a swimsuit? What? Ochako blushed and covered her face with her hands. Mina, why would you say something like that? I knew it. Mina grabbed her hands away triumphantly. I knew that's why you got so flustered when he met your parents. You're cruising on him hardcore, aren't you? And no, Ochako stuttered. Keep your voice down. Aw, come on, he's at his own exam. He's not gonna hear. Mina rolled her eyes. Forget swimming. There's a more important goal this summer. Get this ship to sail. Mina. Ochako whined as Mina started giggling. Mina, no. Hitoshi followed the red line of light through the smoke until he finally found where Nedzu was hiding. He grinned and adjusted his support items so that he could mimic Kaminari's voice. Whoa. Shinso, I found him. Think we can win. Young Shinso. Brilliant use of teamwork and your support items. Nedzu smiled and looked around the room. But in case you've forgotten, I did read your file before you started hiding your activation requirements, so I'm afraid I won't be answering any questions from you or Kaminari today. Hitoshi sighed and stepped out of the shadows. I guess we have to do this the hard way then. Nedzu smiled. I suppose so. Hitoshi lowered into a fighting stance and glanced out the window. The laser pointer was still shining, but the trajectory kept changing like Kaminari was moving toward them. Good. That meant that even if he couldn't beat Nedzu on his own, then he could stall until his partner arrived. He tore his eyes away from the window and focused all his attention on Nedzu, who was standing there smiling at him like he didn't have a care in the world. Hitoshi felt a shiver run down his spine. He didn't know a whole lot about Nedzu and his fighting style, But if his brain was anything like Izuku's, he was in for a rough fight. Hitoshi's first move was to attack with his capture weapon, but Nezu dodged underneath it and rushed towards him before his attack even reached its target. Nezu leapt toward him and Hitoshi managed to force him back with a kick at the very last second. But by the time he regained his balance, Nezu was already launching another attack. It seemed like every time he blocked or dodged one attack, there was another just waiting. It was like a game of cat and mouse, but this time, the cat was literally a mouse. Hitoshi tried once or twice to switch to the offensive, but Nezu forced him back onto defense every single time. Finally, though, Hitoshi felt a tingle of electricity in the air. Nezu noticed it too and turned toward the doorway, giving Hitoshi the opening he needed to finally wrap his capture weapon around Nezu's waist. He yanked the entire contraption off his neck and threw it toward the doorway right as Kaminari appeared. "Kaminari, do your thing." "What?" Kaminari fumbled the capture scarf for a moment before finally grabbing it in a bear hug. "Oh, right. This thing has a bunch of metal in it." Nezu was almost completely untangled by the time Kaminari was able to send an electric shock down the length of the scarf, but not quite. He went rigid as the scarf got turned into a taser and moments later, Hitoshi was running forward to slam cuffs around his wrist. Kaminari Denki and Hitoshi Shinso have passed the final exam. Shoto Todoroki and Momo Yaoyorozu have passed the final exam. Shoto was honestly impressed. He'd expected Todoroki to steamroll Yaoyorozu and not listen to her input, but apparently he'd been working on his teamwork skills when no one was looking. The plan they'd put together used both their quirks well and played to their strengths, which showed a lot of potential. There was still room for improvement, obviously, but they were still teenagers. "We did it, Todoroki." Yaoyorozu smiled. "We beat Aizawa." Todoroki nodded. "Poggers." Denki glanced over at Shinso as they picked their way out of the maze of destruction that Nezu had created for them. At first, he'd just been grateful that he hadn't gotten paired with Todoroki because he really didn't think that he'd be able to keep his cool for the whole exercise and not let on that he knew about his classmate's super-secret streaming hobby ... More accurately, the murderous gaming partner that came with it. He was still kinda panicking over who he was supposed to tell. Like, what if Todoroki actually was working with the villains and then the teachers found out and then somehow realized that Denki had known the whole time and thought he was helping them? But what if Todoroki wasn't giving out any information and the teachers figured out that he was homeless and made him go back to his dad, who was obviously not the greatest if Todoroki would rather live on the streets than apologize to him? If that happened, Denki would feel terrible for ruining Todoroki's life, because he at least seemed to be fairly happy doing what he was doing, which was streaming video games with a villain who had tried to kill them. Perfectly normal. Sometimes Denki just wished that Aizawa or somebody would find the stream on their own so that they could figure out what to do about it and Denki wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. It was kinda a stupid thing to hope for, because teachers were normally pretty lame, so what teacher was going to listen to stupid gaming streams in their free time? He'd pretty much written the whole thing off as a vain hope by the time he'd gotten paired up with Shinso, and was pretty much ready to ignore it like he had been ever since he'd first figured it out. And then Shinso had made that nepotism comment. Denki wasn't 100% sure what nepotism was, but he was pretty certain it was similar to favoritism and meant that Shinso and Aizawa were related somehow. Even if they weren't, there was bound to be some kind of connection between the two, and that meant that if Shinso somehow found the stream, then it was only a matter of time until Aizawa figured it out. That meant that all Denki really had to do was point Shinso in the right direction and he could wash his hands of the entire situation. "So ... do you have any hobbies?" Denki started. "Like video games you play or anything?" Shinso shrugged. "I wouldn't describe myself as a hardcore gamer or anything, but I play." "You?" "Yeah." Denki latched onto the opening like a lifeline. "I like, listening to gaming streams and stuff when I study. I actually know one that you'd probably really like. If you want." "I dunno." Shinso hummed noncommittally. "I don't have a lot of spare time right now. One of the streamers has, like, this really deadpan sense of humor, kinda like you." Denki pushed. "They're just this streaming duo, you know, and they're pretty new on the scene, but they go by Dusty and Icy Cat if you want to look them up. I can send you a link too, I really think you should check them out." Shinso looked at him suspiciously. "Okay." Denki exhaled in relief and hurried ahead to where the medbots were waiting. He was so glad that was over. That had been awkward as hell. "Stop pouting, Izuku-kun. Failure is an essential part of invention." Mei glanced up from her sketchbook. "Plus, I know it's not where you wanted it to be, but it's not like your tracking program doesn't work." "I know, but it's not exact enough to be useful." Izuku whined. "I can find the major city that Kurogiri is in and I've got a few ideas on how to narrow it down. But I really wanted to finish it by the end of the semester." "I don't even know why you're complaining." Kohaku rolled her eyes. "The assignment was to do one semester-long project and you and your girlfriend both did too. And that was on top of however many side projects you both had going on. Izuku shot her a withering look. For the last time, we're not dating. And May actually finished hers. The Ida brothers both passed their finals thanks to their new modifications. It's so cool, and yet, here I am and I can't even do my job well enough for the heroes to find one single villain. I'm a failure. He slammed his head on May's desk and she absent-mindedly patted his hair with one hand while she drew blueprints with her other. There. Izuku-kun, life is so hard. Izuku lifted his head to glare at her, but she just shot him a cheeky smile, so he groaned and lowered his head again. Just let me wallow in self-pity, as much as I'd enjoy the break. That's probably counterproductive, Powerloader said in amusement. And this is a lesson for all of you. Deadlines are helpful, but they aren't the end-all be-all of invention. They give you something to work towards, sure. But if you put too much stock in a deadline and then don't reach it, you'll end up feeling exactly what Midoriya is feeling right now, demotivation. It can be not only harmful, but paralyzing in the long run. So just remember that deadlines are only truly important when they help you. But there's usually always time to tweak things afterwards, so don't let them stop you. Got it. There was a chorus of understanding noises from the class, but when Izuku didn't respond, Powerloader sighed. Got it, Midoriya. Izuku groaned and sat up. Got it. Good. Powerloader nodded. The good news, both for those of you who still need to finish their projects and for those who will be starting new ones, is that we are having a design boot camp for all of you during summer break. Ooh, you mean kinda like the training camp that extra credit Kun's class is going on? They asked. Almost exactly like that, Powerloader confirmed, with a couple major differences. First, even though they're happening the same week, we're going to be staying put, not going off campus like the hero students are. Since you're going to be focusing on your creative and technological skills rather than your combat skills like they are, it will be more beneficial if you're already familiar with the labs, rather than in an unknown location. That being said, we will be bringing in a variety of new materials for you to experiment with, as well as special guests, who will be staying the week with us and helping you improve your skills while hopefully answering any questions you kids have about the support industry. It will be an amazing opportunity and can open a lot of doors for you, so we want everyone to be on their best behavior. That means no unnecessary explosions, all right? Of course not, May agreed easily. All explosions are necessary. Powerloader heaved a long sigh. You know what? I'm just grateful the shields have already met you two, so at least they won't be surprised. Please don't take that as a challenge. Izuku smiled slowly as May cackled. He'd never been to summer camp before, but he had a feeling that surpassing challenges was kinda the point. This was going to be fun. The minute the bell rang, Ochako grabbed her bag and started activating One for All so she could teleport to All Might and maybe apologize again for going so hard on him during the final exam. But Mina saw and grabbed her before she could disappear. Oh no, you stay right where you are, young lady. Mina grinned and tugged on Ochako's arm. We are all going to the mall this weekend, and you are going to make sure your precious Shindig comes along for the ride. Mina, Ochako blushed. Shindig is an introvert. He doesn't like going to malls and stuff. Mina turned sharply. Oh. And what happens when an introvert goes someplace social? They latch onto the nearest safe friend and stay with them the whole time. We just need to make sure he latches onto you. Let's go. Ochako sighed and let herself be dragged along as Mina tried to catch up to Hitoshi. We do hang out, you know, frequently. You can't just drag him along to the mall so he spends time with me. Oh hush, I'm sure he needs to buy some stuff for the summer camp too, so it's not just to get him to hang out with you. Mina dismissed. But if you happen to confess your feelings over Boba at the end. She winked and Ochako groaned as they finally caught up with Hitoshi, who took one look between the two of them and raised an eyebrow. Do I even want to know? Ochako opened her mouth to say something, but Mina beat her to the punch. Hey Shinso, the whole class is coming to the mall this weekend to pick up whatever we need for the summer camp. You're coming, right? Hitoshi glanced between Ochako and Mina for a long moment. Are you going, Acha? MMHMM. Ochako squeaked. I need, bug spray. Gotta keep those pests away. You know, it was taking all of her willpower to stay put, but normally when she got flustered she ended up jumping to Mina, who was right beside her, so her usual escape strategy was just going to put her right back where she didn't want to be. Hitoshi frowned, but shrugged. Sure, why not? My adults are gonna be busy preparing everything, probably, so it's not like I won't have time. I also want to get some more practice teleporting with you, if that's alright. Ochako nodded frantically. Okay, I guess I'll pick you up. Hitoshi grinned. Yeah, it's a ... sounds like a plan. She could almost feel Mina pouting beside her, but Ochako smiled. All right, it's a plan. Hitoshi finished his latest episode and sighed. Right now was the Aizawa Yamada household equivalent of family time, which basically meant that they were all currently existing within the same space, but mostly doing their own thing. Mike was busy in the kitchen making dinner, while Hitoshi watched TV and Aizawa was taking a nap on the couch beside him. It was nice, but it meant that it was up to him to decide whether he wanted to watch another episode or actually check out those streamers that Kaminari had recommended. He usually didn't care too much about gaming streams. He preferred to play the games himself. But Kaminari had seemed oddly insistent that he watch that one, and it was honestly making Hitoshi kinda curious. It wouldn't hurt to just watch a few minutes, right? Aizawa looked up from his nap when Hitoshi turned off the TV. What's up? Are you bored of your show already? Hitoshi shrugged as he pulled out his laptop. I dunno. Kaminari recommended these streamer guys when we were doing our final the other day, so I figured I might as well give them a try. Kaminari. Aizawa groaned. You really had to take meteor recommendations from the loudest kid in class. Mike popped his head in from the kitchen. Oh, don't complain, Shu. I know you secretly find us loud ones entertaining. Aizawa scowled at him. You are the exception. Sure I am, Shu. Mike winked knowingly. Of course. Ignore him. Aizawa huffed. Whatever, go ahead. Hopefully Kaminari has at least half-decent taste. I wouldn't think that you'd like the same things. He said I'd like it specifically. Well, at least the humor. Hitoshi said. It actually looks like they're in the middle of a stream right now. I might as well watch that instead of one of the recordings. He clicked on the icon to watch the stream and waited for it to load. The stream was just the game they were playing. But instead of having a video of the steamer in the corner like Hitoshi had expected, it was just a voiceover. I know that Dusty said to stay in that one area, but I'ma be honest, I am completely lost right now. Maybe when he comes back from buying snacks, he'll help me actually reorient myself, but for now ... Welp, I guess I'll die. Whoever was playing, Icy Cat apparently, obviously wasn't playing to win, because he didn't even care when his character respawned only to get immediately killed again. Well, I guess I'm here for a good time, not a long time. These guys are probably above my level, aren't they? Mike walked out of the kitchen and peered over Hitoshi's shoulder. I think I may have watched this once or twice. I know the streamer's voice sounds familiar. Hitoshi frowned. It's familiar to me too, though, and I know I've never watched this stream before. Same here. Aizawa had sat up by this point, and Hitoshi tilted the screen so both of his adults could see too. I've heard that voice before. It almost sounds like Todoroki. Yes, that's it, Hitoshi said triumphantly. That's exactly who it sounds like. Wow, Mike gave an impressed nod. Pretty impressive that he's able to do all this behind his old man's back. Hitoshi frowned. You don't think Endeavor knows? Aizawa just gave him a tired look. There is no way Endeavor would allow something like this. They listened quietly while that sunk in, watching Todoroki's character die for the first time in as many minutes. He really is bad at this. Aizawa chuckled. Mike slapped his shoulder. Oh, don't be like that. He's trying his best. I think that's actually the point, Hitoshi said, pointing to the chat. I think the streaming partner usually just roasts him the entire stream because everyone's trying to come up with the best insult to make up for Dusty's absence. Dusty, Mike hummed. Who's that? Do you think it's another student? It must be, Aizawa said. He wouldn't have many opportunities to meet anyone else. Maybe Bakugo, Hitoshi suggested. He seems rude enough to enjoy roasting Todoroki for hours on end. Be quiet you two, Mike hissed. I think the partner's coming back. Hitoshi grinned. Just watch, it's gonna be Kudo or someone we'd never expect. Aizawa muffled a snort as Todoroki started talking to someone. Took you long enough. I had time to die 5 times while you were gone. Only 5. A raspy voice responded. I guess you're such a hopeless noob anymore. I thought it'd be more. As soon as they heard the voice, Hitoshi froze and Aizawa went pale. It looked like he was only keeping himself from hyperventilating by forcibly reminding himself to breathe, and Mike looked between the two of them in growing panic. Wait, what's going on? Shu, are you okay? Hitoshi tried to swallow, only to realize his mouth was dry. It might not be him. Izuku and Mei didn't show me much of the footage, just a little, so maybe it's just somebody who sounds similar. I hear that voice in my nightmares at least 3 times a week. Hitoshi. Aizawa snapped. I'm pretty sure I wouldn't forget it. It's definitely him. What are you two talking about? Mike yelled. Do you know who it is? I think so, it's just. Hitoshi glanced at Aizawa. Why would Todoroki be hanging out with Shigaraki? Hitoshi was exhausted. He hadn't slept in 2 days, and for once, he couldn't even blame it on insomnia. No, instead he had to blame it on his classmate, who was apparently an oddly successful streamer who spent his time getting roasted by an actual, real-life villain because that was completely normal. Obviously, what even was his life? After finding the stream the other night, Hitoshi and his adults had spent the entire night and next day going through every single last episode that Dusty and Icy Cat had archived. But even though they hadn't been streaming long, the duo was ridiculously dedicated to putting out content, which meant that they didn't get to bed until way past midnight. It was easy to see how the two of them had become so popular. Todoroki's tendency to actively encourage his followers to make fun of him was unique and had caught a lot of people's attention. Add to that his deadpan humor and Shigaraki's constant roasting, and it was no wonder so many people tuned into their streams. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Hitoshi had found himself actually enjoying the content. And he'd even caught Aizawa reluctantly cracking a smile a few times. They weren't watching the stream for entertainment, though. They were watching it because as soon as they'd all gotten over the sheer panic of hearing Shigaraki's raspy voice in their living room, they'd all jumped to the next logical conclusion. That Todoroki was likely a member of the League and that the villains had somehow planted him as a traitor within 1A to feed them information. It made sense, but at the same time, it didn't. From what Izuku and Mei had told him, Todoroki had saved Aizawa at the USJ, but if he was actually a villain, then wouldn't he have just let him die? That was the main reason they'd decided to binge the stream instead of immediately notifying the police. At first, Hitoshi had been convinced that Todoroki was a villain, but after more than a day of listening to Shigaraki and Todoroki interact, he wasn't so sure anymore. They didn't act like co-conspirators so much as friends or maybe even brothers with a healthy dash of sibling rivalry sprinkled on top. Todoroki never talked about 1A, except to benignly make fun of Bakugo a few times, and Shigaraki spoke about the League even less. So it didn't look like they were discussing insider information. Hitoshi supposed that it was always possible that they were sharing info off-stream. But as weird as it sounded, it almost seemed like they designated the stream as some kind of neutral space where their roles as hero and villain didn't really matter. That somehow didn't stop them from joking about Shigaraki trying to kill their entire class, though, which Aizawa thought was ridiculous and both Hitoshi and Mike had to admit was darkly hilarious. As terrible as it looked, there was still a chance that Todoroki wasn't a traitor and that he'd only paired up with Shigaraki and streaming because he felt he had nowhere else to turn. The fact that Endeavor had kicked him out, though, while surprising to learn, only added more evidence to the villain theory because it gave him a reason. Hitoshi was so tired that he didn't even notice anyone else had come into the kitchen until a steaming mug in front of him. He blinked up slowly and looked up at Aizawa. "What do you want?" "For my students to not be problem children," Aizawa said dryly. "But caffeine is the next best thing. Drink up." Hitoshi took a deep gulp of the coffee and groaned. "Why is binge watching more exhausting than insomnia?" "Because your brain was still working the whole time," Aizawa said. "It's the same reason stakeouts have you feeling dead even though, objectively, you were just sitting in the car the whole time. It's the same concept here, especially since we were actively researching a villain. The fact that it's a villain we've fought before and that it affects one of your classmates only makes it more mentally and emotionally exhausting." "Oh yeah, that," Hitoshi drawled. "Where's your partner in crime? Isn't he usually the high-energy one?" Aizawa scoffed. "That's when he's gotten his beauty sleep." "No, when I tried waking him up this morning, my wonderful husband told me in no uncertain terms that he would murder me if I tried to wake him up before 10 a.m. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. "And what time was this?" Aizawa smirked. 10:02. "Figures." Hitoshi chuckled. "At least he'll be rocking those eye bags so he matches the rest of the family." He took another gulp of coffee and grimaced. "This is doing absolutely nothing." Aizawa rolled his eyes. "It's coffee, kid, not magic." The conversation fizzled out and both of them were more than happy to embrace the silence as they waited for the coffee to kick in. It was nice and relaxing and Hitoshi was actually starting to nod off again when his phone suddenly vibrated loudly against the table and startled him so badly that he almost fell out of his chair. He scrambled toward the phone and picked it up. "Hi, good morning." Achako's voice was cheerful and loud enough that Hitoshi had to hold the phone a few inches away from his ear. "Are you ready for me to pick you up?" Hitoshi blinked. "What?" "Mina invited everyone to the mall, remember?" Achako said. "Don't tell me you're gonna bail." "I was gonna come over and we were gonna get you more used to teleporting with me, remember? That was today." Hitoshi rubbed at the bridge of his nose. "Of all the yeah, just, everyone's coming, right?" "Yeah, I think Mina managed to convince everyone." Achako answered. "Why?" No reason." Hitoshi's brain was racing as sluggishly as humanly possible. If everyone was going to be there, then that meant that Todoroki was going to be there, and at this point they had no clue if he was a villain or not. It might be a good idea to watch him and see if he was acting suspiciously for any reason, but at the end of the day, it probably wasn't Hitoshi's call. Aizawa was the homeroom teacher and the hero most responsible for Todoroki at the moment, since Endeavor had obviously noped out of the position, so anything Hitoshi planned on doing definitely needed to be cleared with him first. Right, okay. Let me just check something out with Dad real quick and then I'll text you when I'm ready to go." Hitoshi hung up quickly and turned to Aizawa, who looked shocked for some reason, but Hitoshi shook it off. They were both too tired to really care at this point. "I forgot that a bunch of our classmates are going to the mall today and I already promised Achako I'd tag along. I was thinking that since Mina's dragged pretty much everyone into going, then there's a really good chance that Todoroki is going too. I'm assuming you want me to keep a close eye on him, right? I know we hadn't really discussed what we were going to do, but I figured that if he's working with the villains." Aizawa shook himself out of whatever stupor he'd been in and frowned. I have a meeting with Nedzu today to inform him of the situation. But there's still so much we just don't know. It would be illogical and unfair of me to ask you to do a job when both the danger and the threat level are both still completely unknown. But you're not asking. I'm volunteering, Hitoshi pointed out. And he's my classmate, so if he is a villain I'm already kind of at risk. Which is the only reason I'm not telling you to avoid him entirely. Aizawa said firmly. Go, have fun with your friends. But if Todoroki starts acting oddly, inform us instead of going after him yourself. He shouldn't be your top priority and I don't want you putting yourself in danger. Got it, kid? Got it. Hitoshi stood and nodded to Mike as he walked into the room. I gotta go, I'll talk to you guys later. Alright kiddo. Mike gave him a knowing smile. Have a great day. Okay. Hitoshi shook his head and went to go get dressed. His adults were so weird. Shouta stared after Hitoshi as he ran back to his room. Did he just? Mike grinned widely. Yeah, he did. Our kid just called you dad? Shoo. How do you feel? Shouta groaned. I think I need a nap. Tamura walked into the bar only to see Kurogiri talking to Jiren and two NPCs that he'd never seen before. What's going on? Kurogiri heaved a disappointed sigh and gave him a look. First of all, you're late. Second of all, allow me to introduce our new recruits. This is Dabai and the young woman next to him is Toga. They have come to join us because of our alliance with Stain's successor. Tamura tried not to grimace as he remembered that there was a reason they'd taken Spinner out on that murder spree. He didn't want new recruits, he wanted to get an apartment and try the newest video games. Sensei had raised him to beat All Might, but at the end of the day, that wasn't what Tamura really cared about. He wanted to beat bosses, sure, but it was a lot more effective to get that sense of accomplishment from gaming rather than murder. There were more bosses to beat, for one, and fewer consequences when he failed. Eventually, he just huffed, so why are you NPCs here? The one Kurogiri had introduced as Dabai raised an eyebrow. To join your little group. I guess you're just as stupid as you look. Not that, you idiot. Tamura growled. I mean, why do you want to join? What objective are you after? Dabai gave him an appraising look, but Toga jumped right in. I loved Mr. Staney. I want to kill people and drink their blood just like he did. I want to meet his apprentice and drink his blood too. That, Tamura wrinkled his nose. That's something, I guess. And what about you, Patchwork? Why are you here? To expose the fakes masquerading as heroes. Dabai replied, not breaking eye contact. What about you? Is your reason good enough to follow you? I'm just here to beat the big boss. Tamura snapped. I don't really care if you join the party or not, so if you don't like that, go find your own side quest or whatever. Tamura, Kurogiri shouted at him as he shouldered past the new recruits and tore open the door. You must forgive him. Our leader knows what he must do. Allow him to clear his thoughts and we'll get back to you on recruitment. Tamura slammed the door behind him, resisting the urge to disintegrate it completely. Drinking blood and exposing heroes. On the surface, those seemed like great reasons to be a villain, but at the same time, there were other ways to make those things happen legally. Even if there wasn't, though, Tamura couldn't get the thought out of his head that Sensei was going to find a way to twist these guys' goals for his own purposes. With how he had been manipulated over the years, Tamura could only imagine what those two would be like once he was done with them. Could he really just stand by and let that happen? Maybe Kurogiri was right. He needed to clear his head. Hitoshi took a few deep breaths as the world righted itself again. Ochako had given him some anti-nausea medication before they'd left, and Izuku had printed off an entire booklet of strategies for him to try. So he managed not to throw up his coffee, but it still took him a couple minutes to feel good enough to start looking around. Ochako, I thought we were going to the mall. Why are we at Izuku's place? Ochako blushed deeply. Well, I was just thinking, that everyone in class kinda knows of them, but no one really knows them and it might be nice to have a buffer. I mean, it might be nice to let people meet them. Hitoshi blinked. If the worst case scenario happened and Todoroki was the traitor, Izuku was cheat code. He and Mei had already proven that they were capable of fighting the League, so if things went south, it would be super useful to have them around. Ochako was looking forward to just having a normal shopping trip, though, and if he told his kidnappers about Todoroki, they'd probably jump into the whole situation with both feet and the whole idea of a normal outing with friends would fly out the window. He could always tell them after, or even bring it up later if Todoroki started acting suspicious. He was supposed to be leaving it to Aizawa anyway, right? Oh, yeah. Hitoshi laughed awkwardly. That sounds great. Do they know we're coming? Ochako nodded. Yep. I texted them both yesterday, and Mei said she'd meet us at Izuku's. I tried texting you too, but you weren't really responding, so. I was busy. Hitoshi grimaced. Sorry. Ochako shrugged. You were spending time with your adults, right? I noticed you called Aizawa dad earlier, so that must be going well. Hitoshi did a double take. What? No, I didn't. Yeah you did. Ochako gave him a confused look. You said, and I quote, I have to check something out with dad real quick, so I'll text you. You totally called him dad, Shindig. Hitoshi opened his mouth to deny it again, then froze in realization as his brain caught up. Oh no. I called Aizawa Dad. In front of him. And Mike was just around the corner, so he probably heard. Ugh, no wonder they were acting so weird. I called Aizawa Dad. Ochako patted his back. There. At least he didn't call you out on it. That just makes it worse. Hitoshi groaned. Right at that moment, Mei and Izuku came running down the stairs. Or Izuku was running and Mei was trying to slide down the banister. Extra credit, Kun. What took you so long? We've been waiting forever. You only know that because Mom asked why we were still there. Izuku pointed out. You wouldn't have noticed otherwise because you were too busy showing me the plans you have to make Tensei's wheelchair fly. Levitate, Mei corrected. It would be too energy inefficient to actually make it fly for long periods. Too much fuel would just slow him down. Ochako giggled. You two are so cute sometimes. You're like an old married couple. Izuku frowned. Why does everyone always say that? The walk from Izuku's apartment to the mall wasn't too bad. But they did have to take the train. If she had been alone, Ochako could have easily just anchored to Mina and been there in the blink of an eye. But Mei and Izuku had never teleported with her before and she didn't want to put Hitoshi through that twice in a row like she had with All Might, so she was happy just walk and spend time with her friends. Mina saw them walk in the door and grinned as she called out to them, Ochako, Shinso, over here. Ochako was right at her side before she even realized she'd activated her quirk. Hey everybody, how's it going? Pretty well, no complaints. Gyro shrugged. Those your friends formed a support course, right? Oh yeah. Ochako smiled as the other three walked over. Everybody. This is Izuku Midoriya and Mei Hatsum. You might recognize them from the sports festival. Of course, Kirishima grinned. How could we forget the crazy team that blew up the 10 million point headband? It was savage, but effective. Todoroki said simply. Definitely impactful. Oh yeah, that was Izukun's idea. Mei said proudly, elbowing Izuku. It was so much fun to see if we could actually pull it off. Mei, Izuku blushed and shoved her away gently. I mean, it wasn't that cool. We were trying to make an impact and that was just a pretty simple way to do it, you know. Ochako caught Mina looking at her out of the corner of her eye and turned toward her. Mina's eyes narrowed and she cast a pointed glance toward Mei and Izuku. Ochako shrugged and looked away. Okay, so maybe bringing along those two hadn't been the most subtle strategy, but if everyone was focused on the support gremlins, then it would take attention off her and Hitoshi. Mina probably wouldn't get too distracted. But it would hopefully keep the rest of the class from joining in on whatever scheme she'd cooked up to try and get her and Shindig alone together. Hopefully. So, are we going to actually shop or did you extras just drag me along to hang out with Deku? Bakugo shot a glare toward Izuku. And don't pretend like it wasn't you and your little girlfriend that planted that glitter bomb, Deku. I know it was you. Izuku stuttered. She's not my girlfriend. Mina's head whipped around in surprise. Wait, you're not. Ochako let out a quiet sigh of relief. New friends might not be enough to distract her, but new targets definitely would. She felt a little guilty for kinda not really throwing Mei and Izuku under the bus, but well, it was probably high time for them to get together anyway and everybody already thought they were dating so she'd have to apologize later, but for now, she was just going to take it for the blessing it was. Come now, Ashido. It's impolite to meddle in others' love lives, Tenya said, chopping the air with his robotic arm. That being said, I had been under the impression that you two were dating. My apologies for making assumptions. It's fine. Izuku blushed. Don't worry about it. Yeah, Izukan and I have more important things to worry about than what other people think. Mei said, we've got these great projects and we really need to prepare for the design boot camp and make sure you all have the right support items for your little camping trip. And I think we should split up, Mina declared. We're not shopping for the same things, right? So that means that it's going to be more effective shopping in small groups and stuff. Groups of 2 should work, right? That sounds wonderful, Yaoyorozu said, ignoring the way that Mina was winking at Ochako. And then we can meet back here for lunch. Before Ochako could figure out what Mina had planned, she was already being dragged by the arm in Hitoshi's general direction. Mina grinned at her as she pushed her into Hitoshi's arms. You two have fun. Take good care of her, Shinso, you hear? Hitoshi just blinked in confusion. Okay. Mina nodded in satisfaction as she grabbed Mei's arm with one hand and Izuku's with the other. You two are support kids, right? I saw this science shop with lots of cool toys, so why don't you two go have fun there? Within seconds everyone had split off and Ochako realized that Mina was a lot better at multitasking different targets than she'd anticipated. What just happened? I dunno. Hitoshi stared blankly in the direction his kidnappers had just disappeared in. But I think you're stuck with me. Ochako sighed, turning away to hide her red cheeks. I mean, that's not the worst thing, right? Hitoshi smiled softly. No, it's not. Izuku and Mei looked around the store that Mina had abandoned them in and Izuku frowned. You can totally build everything in here, can't you? Yep, they huffed. I think I made a version of that little electricity ball thing they're so proud of when I was 8. So, Izuku frowned. What do you want to do, then? Do you want to meet back up with Hitoshi and Ochako? Sure. Mei smiled. Do you know where they are? No, I could always just use my tracking program to see where Ochako is. Izuku trailed off as he saw the security cameras in the corner of the store. Or we could have a little fun first and find them the hard way. Tamura didn't know exactly where he was going. Mostly just wandering and clearing his head, like Kurogiri had suggested. He just felt so conflicted and he hated it. Why did he have to care so much? It's not like he had any stake in those stupid NPCs' lives. What did he care if Sensei manipulated them? For all he knew, they wanted to be villains and killed people because they thought it was fun. Not because they were taught from a young age that it was the ideal outlet for spare rage. They probably weren't like him, or if they were, they didn't care. Plus, at the root of it all, Tamura wasn't a hero. He didn't save people. As of right now, he couldn't even save himself. He'd found an apartment. Finally, one with absolutely zero ties to All for One and a decent monthly payment, but if he wanted it, he'd need some ID, preferably for an identity that Sensei didn't know about, which meant that he couldn't just go to Jirian and get one. It was possible, sure, but was it worth it? If Sensei never found out, things would be fine. But if he did find out, then what? If he knew Tamura was trying to leave, would he just kill him without hesitation, or would he find a way to manipulate those desires into his own evil plans? Tamura wasn't sure which option was more frightening, but both were something he would prefer to avoid. Life sucked. Eventually, he decided to head toward the mall. There was a new zombie game that had come out a few days ago that he wanted to try it out. He pulled up his hood and made his way there without anyone recognizing him. Not that he thought they would. Even after the USJ attack, his face hadn't really been on the news and people weren't expecting him, so everyone just assumed they were safe. They didn't even know how many villains were hiding among them, just waiting for the right moment to strike. But at least they were doing their best to enjoy their lives despite that. Tamura ... he kind of wanted that, honestly. He didn't even need to be safe, just free and normal. He groaned in frustration as he got to the mall. Whatever, all this stupid worrying was just exhausting. He just wanted to get his stupid game and get out of here. He almost stopped short when he saw that brainwashing kid from the sports festival alongside that anti-gravity brat that Trapper had said could teleport. There are hero students here. He huffed and pulled his hood forward just a little more. He'd just have to avoid them and hope that if Todoroki was with them, he had the good sense to keep his mouth shut. So much for a relaxing walk. For someone who was trying to keep an eye on Todoroki, Hitoshi sure had lost sight of him quickly. It wasn't his fault. He'd been focused on Mina dragging Izuku and Mei away, and by the time he'd realized what was happening, pretty much everyone had split up and Todoroki was gone. At least he was with Ochako and not one of the classmates he didn't know as well. That would have been awkward as hell. It was still kinda awkward, of course, and Ochako seemed nervous for some reason, but she was amazing, so even if he didn't know what to say, she wouldn't judge him. Definitely better than getting stuck with a stranger. So, I don't really need anything besides bug spray, Ochako said quietly. What about you? Hitoshi shrugged and sat down next to the fountain. I don't really need a whole lot of stuff, and, you've seen Aizawa. He carries around a sleeping bag every single day, so I'm pretty sure we're good on camping gear. You've got a point. Ochako giggled as she sat down next to him. Are you looking forward to the camp? Oh yeah, Hitoshi nodded. My quirk still has a lot of untapped potential, and I've got an entire packet of suggestions from Izuku on what to do with it. Don't we all? Ochako huffed, swinging her legs back and forth. I feel like the biggest thing is picking just one goal to focus on. You know, do I want to focus on teleporting farther? Or carrying more weight? Or maybe getting our classmates used to the G-forces so I can take them with me? There's so many things I need to improve, it's hard to know where to start, you know. Definitely, Hitoshi agreed. I've been thinking about working on my information gathering skills, you know. Because Izuku ran some tests a while ago and figured out the theory of it, but we never got any farther than that. Ochako frowned. So you can't just ask someone a question and they answer. It's not that simple. Hitoshi sighed. I can order them to tell me something I already know pretty easily, but getting new info requires partial control. It's like I'm the GPS, but they're driving the car. Theoretically possible, but we've all been so busy with the sports festival and then everything that's been happening with your quirk that I haven't really worked on it much yet. That sounds really cool, but also really complicated, Ochako said. But then again, I teleport based on people's gravitational fields, so I guess I can't really talk. It's kinda the same idea of holding the connection without taking control. Hitoshi shrugged. And I had to get really good at that during the sports festival, so my brain knows what it needs to do, I just don't have much practice doing it yet. Ochako frowned for a moment before her eyes lit up in determination. Then let's practice. Hitoshi jerked back slightly. What? Well, you let me practice my quirk on you today, right? Ochako said. so it's only fair to return the favor. Come on, try to get me to answer something you don't know. Okay. Are you sure? Hitoshi asked. Ochako rolled her eyes. Just hurry up and brainwash me already. Fine. Hitoshi smiled and did his best to only take half control. It felt really weird, like he was half inside and half outside her brain. Okay, so what's a good, dumb question that I don't already know the answer to? Okay, got it. Why do you think Mina dragged Mei and Izuku off so fast? Ochako didn't respond and Hitoshi facepalm. Oh, wait, that's not gonna work. I'm pretty sure I have to phrase it as an order. Tell me why you think Mina dragged Mei and Izuku off so fast. He knew it worked when he felt some resistance over the bond and Ochako started speaking in an odd monotone. Because she's trying to set them up. She was also trying to get us alone together because she knows I have a crush on you. They had picked the lock on one of the supply closets to give them some privacy while Izuku hacked his way into the camera systems. It had taken a little finagling to do it, but Nezu had been teaching him a lot of cool tricks, so it didn't take him long to figure out how to connect to the camera system and get all the access he wanted. It was so much easier than hacking UA, so if I were a pair of hero students, where would I be? Their class was coming here to buy stuff for their camp, right? They asked. So maybe the sporty things store. I don't think that's what it's called, but I'll try it. Izuku said, flipping through the camera feeds. Nope, there's Ojiro and Sato, but not who we're looking for. Him. Where else would they be? Maybe we should just start from the main plaza and go from there. He started looking around the plaza, just scanning until he saw something promising. Is that them? Right there by the fountain. Yeah. They leaned closer to the screen. Awa, Ochako's blushing. How cute. Izuku caught sight of something behind them and narrowed his eyes. It was just some guy in a black hoodie, but for some reason it was setting off alarm bells in Izuku's head. Hey Mei-chan, does that guy look familiar to you? He zoomed in on hoodie guy and Mei frowned. I mean, kinda. His posture is pretty unique, but it's hard to tell without being able to see his face. Can you get me another angle? Sure. Izuku panned through different cameras until he found one with a good angle and zoomed in. Before he fully processed what he'd seen, he was already scrambling backwards, knocking over a broom in his attempt to get as far from what was on the screen as possible. After a long moment of staring at the screen, he shot a panicked look over to Mei, who looked just as terrified as he was. It's the League. They're here. Hitoshi panicked and dropped his control. I am so sorry. I should have picked a different question. I didn't even think it would actually work. I can. It's It's fine. Ochako was bright red and looked like she was about to cry, which made Hitoshi feel even worse. I guess, lesson learned. Create a list of questions beforehand, right? Yeah. Hitoshi swallowed. I am so sorry. It was an accident. Ochako squeaked. We can just drop it. I mean, I know you probably don't feel the same way. Oh no, I do, it's just. Hitoshi froze, eyes going wide. I did not mean to Okay, that just happened. Pretty sure I just made this even more awkward. Don't you usually disappear by this point in a conversation? When I teleport by accident, it's because I'm thinking of the person. Ochako buried her face in her hands. That's kinda hard when the person you're thinking of is right in front of you. Oh, Hitoshi nodded numbly. Yeah, so basically, we're just a mess. Ochako gave him a pained smile. Yep. Yeah, pretty sure. Izuku couldn't think. He wasn't even really seeing the screen, much less the supply closet around him. All he could see was Shigaraki disintegrating a guy to dust right in front of him, just because Izuku had been meddling in things he wasn't supposed to and messing up his plans. They couldn't let that happen again. Izuku's mouth was dry as he tried to think of what to do next. We need to get everyone out. Right. Mei nodded in determination. We don't know when the rest of their forces will show up and we can't risk them cutting off the exits and repeating the USJ attack. Okay. We need ... Can we contact the students? What about the police? Izuku muttered, his brain spinning with so many ideas and possibilities, but he still couldn't think. There was no way he'd be able to decide on a course of action. How can we get everyone out safely? Thankfully, while he was frozen, Mei jumped into action. She threw open the door, running out into the hall before he could yell at her to stop. Izuku didn't realize what she was planning until she made a beeline for the fire alarm outside and pulled it as hard as she could. Done. Now let's inform Nezu and get someplace safe. She ran back to him and yanked him to his feet, and Izuku barely had time to hug his computer against his chest before he was being dragged down the hall. Okay, yeah, that works. Ochako and Hitoshi both jumped when the fire alarm went off. Ochako looked around, but couldn't see any smoke. What's going on? Hitoshi frowned. I dunno, but Izuku and Mei probably do. If not, they can probably find out. Right. Ochako's face hardened in determination as she called up her quirk. I'll be back. The world tilted and she ran to catch up to Izuku and Mei, who were running down an alley just outside of the mall. Do you guys know what's going on? Why are you out here instead of inside? Izuku shot her a glance, but he had a phone held up to his ear and stayed focused on his call as Mei filled her in. We caught sight of Shigaraki on the security cams. Izuku's on the phone with Nedzu right now to get heroes on the way in case it turns into a full-scale attack. Ochako gulped. So not just a fire drill? No, Mei replied gravely. Not just a fire drill. Izuku hung up the phone and turned to Ochako. You've got anchors on everyone in Class 1A, right? Yeah, I do, Ochako said. You want me to let everyone know? Izuku took a deep breath. Yes. Tell everyone that Nedzu's authorized us to help with evacuation but not combat. If you see Shigaraki or any other villains, just run. Got it. Got it. Ochako confirmed. Izuku's face was grim. Good luck. Shoto didn't really need to buy anything for the camping trip, since he'd basically been living a camping trip since his old man had kicked him out, and his quirk took the place of a lot of camping essentials like sleeping bags, flashlights, and matches. Still, he didn't have anything better to do, so he figured he might as well tag along. It was nice having a little disposable income again. But now that he'd been living off practically nothing, it was a lot harder to justify spending any of it. After everyone had split off, he'd found himself in a store that Shigaraki would either love or think was absolutely ridiculous, considering that it only sold merchandise for games and TV shows and nothing really useful. But Shoto thought it was entertaining to see how much he recognized from the various games Shigaraki had introduced him to. When the fire alarm had gone off, he'd been looking at a section of nerdy pet collars that would have been great if Epper was an inside cat, or well, if Shoto actually hadn't an inside to put her. He hadn't really been too concerned about the alarm at first. If it was a drill, then that was just fine, and if not, then he was immune to the heat and could always use his ice to put out the fire if he needed to. He'd been content to follow along at the tail end of the evacuation crowd until Uraraka had suddenly appeared right next to him and immediately started talking. Shigaraki is here in the mall. The heroes are already on their way. We've been authorized to help with evacuation until they arrive, but not combat. Got it. Shoto kept his face carefully blank as he nodded. Yes, I understand. As soon as Uraraka disappeared, Shoto immediately jumped into action and started running toward the nearest video game store. Dusty, you idiot, where the hell are you? Hitoshi wasn't too surprised to get a call from his kidnappers after Ochako didn't come back, so he answered right away. What do you need me to do? Add Izuku to your class group chat thingy. They rushed out. Put him under the name of cheat code so everybody knows to trust him. All right. Right. Hitoshi wasn't even finished responding before Mei hung up. Hitoshi knew that Izuku was probably busy trying to coordinate with the heroes, but he still added Izuku to the group chat as quickly as possible, making sure to change his name to cheat code first so that that's what he would show up under. He sent a quick text to both Izuku and Mei letting them know that he was done and hurried to join the evacuation. So much for a relaxing class trip to the mall. The fire alarm was really annoying. Tamura had just wanted to buy a stupid game, but in addition to being loud, the alarm meant that the workers were shutting down the store and sweeping everybody out. There probably wasn't even a fire. It was most likely just a bunch of dumb kids who'd pulled the fire alarm to be funny. It was pissing him off. Tamura shoved his hands in his pockets and kept his head down as he made his way toward the door. He wouldn't be getting his game today, so there wasn't any point in sticking around until the fire department decided to show up and investigate. He'd better be getting back to the league anyway, even if the new push for recruitment left a bad taste in his mouth. All for One was going to do whatever he wanted anyway, so what was even the point in Tamura pretending he even had a say in any of it? There was a commotion as someone forced their way into the store, and Tamura barely had any time to recognize Todoroki before he was grabbed by the arm and dragged behind one of the shelves. Are you really attacking us right now? Seriously? If you are, I swear to God, I will. What? Tamura yanked his arm away and looked at Todoroki in disbelief. I'm not ... What are you even talking about? I'm just here to get a stupid game. Todoroki narrowed his eyes. So you and your little gang aren't here to target our class? I'm the only one here, you idiot. Tamura snapped. Well, unless that little creep ... No, we agreed no spoilers. Whatever, why in the world would I be attacking you? I didn't even know you'd be here. Thank God. Immediately, Todoroki deflated in relief. Then you need to get out of here. Now, somehow, cheat code caught sight of you on the cameras and everyone thinks it's going to turn into another USJ. The heroes are already on their way. Minta fumed silently as Kaminari listened raptly to Uraraka's report. What did that stupid gaming geek think he was doing? Launching an attack just days before the actual attack they had planned. He was going to show their card and ruin everything. Minta seriously had no idea what All for One saw in him anyway. Beyond the destructive quirk, he never even did anything. He didn't deserve to be Sensei's successor. Uraraka disappeared and Kaminari's hands sparked nervously. Do you really think we're gonna have to fight again? Last time I ended up useless. Why would the league attack now? Minta forced himself to stay in character. Our class totally isn't ready. Nothing was ready. The timing was totally wrong. If Shigaraki actually attacked now... Wait, did that idiot actually plan this, or did he just get angry and decide to dust someone just because? Of course, he couldn't kill someone when it actually mattered. But when it messed up all their plans, it was no big deal. That guy was such a child sometimes, seriously. He followed a step behind Kaminari until they ran into a group of people that was large enough for Mineta to pretend he'd just gotten separated in the crowd. Would they even be able to attack the camp after this? Or worse, would this just make the league a laughing stock? They already had one failed attack under their belts thanks to cheat code. But if word got to the media that Shigaraki was here and pretty much no damage was done, it would make it seem like they weren't dangerous at all. They couldn't afford that. Not when they were just barely seeing the recruitment results from their alliance with Spinner. Mineta pulled out his phone and almost did a double take when he saw that Shinzo had added someone named Cheat Code to the chat. He had Cheat Code's number now... He shook his head. He'd figure out how to use that to his advantage later. The important part was that he had confirmation that Shinzo was close to Cheat Code and he'd be able to know the hero's next moves if he kept his eye on the chat. For now, he just had to make sure he was on the same page with the rest of the league. Yes, Trapper, Kurogiri answered quickly, thankfully. I had thought you were simply maintaining your cover today. That's what I thought as well, Mineta hissed. But apparently Sensei's little brat had other plans. Did you know that the league is attacking them all today? There was telltale silence on the other end of the phone for a long moment. I had not been made aware, no. I had thought young Tamura was simply on a walk to clear his head. Yeah, Mineta scowled. Well, apparently he got himself spotted and now my entire class is preparing for USJ. Take 2. This is unfortunate timing, Kurogiri said carefully. I will have to discuss this with young Master Tamura. There's not a whole lot of time for that. Mineta cut him off. Right now, we need to focus on damage control. Like you said, we can't afford to show our hand, but we also can't afford not to attack. Because then it will look like we're nothing but cowards running away from the heroes. Kurogiri's voice was grim. So we have been caught in a catch-22. Mineta frowned thoughtfully. Not necessarily. It isn't the best, but there might still be a way to turn this to our advantage. We have new recruits for the training camp, right? Assuming that Tamura approves it, then yes, Kurogiri replied. Well, considering that this whole fiasco is his fault, then he's going to have to. Mineta rolled his eyes. Get yourself and Spinner over here. That shouldn't give them any new info, and there's enough of my classmates around that he should have plenty of false heroes to choose from. If we're lucky, no one will suspect 2 attacks so close together and we can use this to camouflage our next move. A solid strategy, young Trapper, Kurogiri said smoothly. Sensei will be proud. Mineta growled as he hung up and ran to catch up with Kaminari. He better be. Todoroki kept a bit of distance between him and Shigaraki as they made their way out of the store. On the one hand, he was really glad that they weren't being attacked right now, but on the other, he was terrified that Shigaraki wasn't going to get out of this and that scared him. He was supposed to be a hero. He shouldn't be even considering letting a villain like Shigaraki escape, much less helping him. He should have immediately let his classmates know where to find him and cornered him together or even just trapped him in an ice cube immediately. So why was he giving him a chance to run? Despite everything that he knew he should do, all he did when they got into the hall was nod and start walking in the opposite direction. If it had been an actual attack, then he would have fought him, right? He hoped so, at least. That's what being a hero was all about. But still, why had his first instinct been to warn the villain instead of capturing him? The gaming store they'd been in was on the 2nd floor, and with mass evacuation from the fire alarm, there were now a lot of people crowding around TH4 stairs and escalators waiting to get down. According to Uraraka, their class had been authorized to help with evacuation, so it might be good to make a slide down to the 1st level to help with the bottleneck. There wasn't any real rush to get everyone out, since this was just a big misunderstanding and not an actual villain attack. But he didn't really have a way to communicate that to everyone, and even if he did, how was he supposed to explain how he knew? He didn't really know the words to describe his weird relationship to his co-streamer, and if he said that Shigaraki had told him that it wasn't a real attack, his classmates would just get the wrong idea. No, the best strategy when things went wrong in a game was to keep following the rules of the current quest until things calmed down a little more, which would happen as soon as Shigaraki left and everyone realized that there wasn't any real danger. Suddenly, Shadow heard screaming in the plaza below them. The screams were loud enough that he could hear them above the sound of the alarms. So he ran to the balcony just in time to see a lizard man with a katana crawl out of a smoking portal and stick himself to the fountain. That portal ... that was Kurogiri. If Kurogiri was here, that meant Shigaraki lied. He didn't know why the realization left him feeling nauseous. Of course Shigaraki was going to lie. He was a villain, that's what he did. Shadow really didn't have any right to be surprised. God, he was such an idiot. Shadow's face hardened and he whirled around. ice already coating his arm as he prepared to encase Shigaraki in an instant glacier, only to be distracted by more screams and the railing on the balcony suddenly disintegrated into dust. Everyone who had been leaning against it like Shadow had been screamed and had to jump back to avoid falling. But of course, not everyone was fast enough. Shadow leapt into action, jumping off the balcony as a sheet of ice exploded out from his right root and created a ledge to catch everyone who had fallen. He slid along the ice, building underneath him as he went. When he got to the main level, he glided to a stop and took a quick moment to look around and make sure everyone he'd saved was all right, then immediately looked up to glare at Shigaraki before stopping cold. Shigaraki looked horrified. His hands were grasping in midair and Shadow could just imagine him running to the railing just like everyone else had and accidentally gripping the metal with all 5 fingers. His eyes were blown wide, glued to the portal in barely concealed panic, and Shadow swallowed as a horrible realization hit him. Shigaraki didn't know. Izuku and Mei had run until they had found someplace relatively safe to set up camp. Well, maybe the lobby of an abandoned apartment building wasn't necessarily safe, but it was far enough away from the mall that Shigaraki's decay wouldn't be able to reach them, and a random enough location that Kurogiri would have a hard time finding them. At least, that's what Izuku was counting on. Izuku's laptop was still connected to the security feed from the mall, and the first thing he saw when he opened up the screen again was a portal opening above the fountain. He gulped and looked at Mei. "We were right." They nodded grimly. "They can't seal off the exits, right? Not while the fire alarms are going off." Izuku cracked his neck and scooted closer to the screen. "At least not easily. But if they try, I'll know. How's 1A doing?" Mei grabbed for Izuku's phone and opened the group chat. "About half of the class has responded since Extat Credit Kun added cheat code, and Aoyama says that the lizard guy who just came through the portal is named Spinner. Most likely the new hero killer, judging by the katana." Izuku said absently. "Wait, I isn't that where Hitoshi was? I think we might need to call Nedzu again." Hitoshi stared at the lizard guy, Spinner, as he screamed out his challenge. He didn't have permission to brainwash him. He only had permission to help civilians right now, not fight the villains. He was also pretty sure that Todoroki had been upstairs with Shigaraki when the portal had appeared, which was pretty much all the proof they needed that it was him who had given the League their location and created the opening for this attack. He couldn't afford to worry about that right now though. Todoroki still believed his cover was secure, which meant that he wouldn't risk attacking them directly. That meant that the biggest threats were from Kurogiri, Shigaraki, Spinner, and another villain named Trapper that his adults HD mentioned was working with A-League as well. And of those, only one was currently brandishing a sword at him. Spinner glared at him as he hopped down off the fountain, sword in hand. "You're one of those UA brats, aren't you? I recognize you from the sports festival. Are you a true hero or just another one of those fakes?" Hitoshi swallowed, but didn't move. The heroes were already on their way before the portal even appeared, which meant that they had somewhere between 5 to 10 minutes before anyone showed up to help them, less if they were lucky. That should be well within the window of time where Hitoshi could activate his quirk without taking full control of his target. With half a plan in mind, Hitoshi stepped forward, smirking sharply as he spread his arms wide. "I dunno. Maybe I'm a fake or maybe I'm just that awesome. How would you know either way?" Spinner's hand tightened on his sword. "I will call the fakes. If you survive, then perhaps you deserve the title of a true hero." Hitoshi's smirk widened. Bingo. Ochako had developed a new appreciation for how hard Izuku worked. Kurogiri had appeared in the plaza less than a minute after she'd finished telling 1A about Shigaraki, and she'd had the brilliant idea to follow him before she realized just how hard it was to track a teleporter. Unlike Mei and Izuku, she didn't have any fancy tech to help her out, and even though she'd come close several times at the USJ, she'd never actually touched him, which meant that she couldn't anchor to him directly. Instead, she was having to rely on just tracking him visually, which so far basically came out to a large-scale game of whack-a-mole. Every time she saw a wisp of purple smoke, she had to find her nearest class, anchor to them, and just guesstimate to try and get close to him. She'd kept him too busy to be able to warp any other villains and through, so that was something at least. She hadn't managed to get close until Kurogiri did a shorter jump than usual, and he had accidentally gotten close enough to Zero that Ochako didn't even have to think about it before she was right next to him and reaching out for his neck armor, only for her fingers to close around thin air as he disappeared again. "I'm afraid I can't let you do that," Kurogiri said smoothly, appearing just behind her. "Your quirk allows you to teleport to anyone you touch, correct? I'm sure you can understand why that might be inconvenient for someone in my position." Ochako growled and lunged for him, but again was left only with a fistful of purple smoke. "Well, that's frustrating. How did he even know?" Izuku facepalmed as he watched Hitoshi walk towards the villain with the massive sword. "Why did we pick that one?" "Because he's going to be an amazing hero if he lives." Mei groaned. "What in the world is he thinking?" "Most likely that he can establish a connection with his quirk and activate it as soon as the heroes give him permission." Izuku sighed. And it looks like Ochako is chasing Kurogiri. They're both gonna get in trouble if the heroes don't get there soon. Or if they don't get permission to fight. Mei already had her phone in her hand. We were gonna call Nezu again anyway. She put the phone on speaker and let it ring until Nezu answered, which didn't take very long at all. Hello children. How goes the evacuation? It looks like about half the civilians are out of the mall, Izuku reported. But they're going faster now that the rest of the league has shown up. Oh no, Nezu hummed. That's not good. We already have several heroes on their way. Hawks is approximately 3 minutes away. He wasn't in the area, but his faster speed means he'll make it there faster than some of the heroes that were supposed to be closer. Can the hero students hold out until then? Not without permission to defend themselves. Mei snapped. That crazy sword guy's got his eye on extra credit. Kun and Gravity Girl is the only one who's going to be able to keep up with Kurogiri. You understand why I can't give children full permission to use their quirks, Miss Hatsune? Nezu said firmly. If one of you gets hurt, or worse, hurts someone else, then that could be disastrous not only for the students involved, but for UA as a whole. Mei looked livid, but that is not to say that I am willing to leave our students completely helpless. Nezu cut in quickly. However, the permission will need to be conditional. I can authorize them to defend themselves against direct attacks, but they cannot initiate. Will that do? It'll have to. Izuku snatched up his phone from the floor and sent a message to the group chat. Done. Now we just hope they don't need to use it. Hitoshi stared Spinner down and tried to think of his next move. He wasn't allowed to activate his quirk yet, which meant that he had to actually survive long enough for the heroes to show up and give him permission to brainwash this idiot. That was going to be easier said than done, considering that his opponent had a sword and he had to rely on a sharp tongue and roguish good looks. Also, Spinner had just threatened to kill him, obviously just to keep it interesting. This day just kept getting better and better, didn't it? So, how was he going to get out of this without becoming a shish kebab? This guy was obviously obsessed with worthiness, so he might have some underlying ideology that Hitoshi could take advantage of to keep him talking instead of fighting. He also needed to make sure that he did at least one weird thing to throw his opponent off and keep him from connecting the brainwashing to answering a question, because he did not need the League of Villains figuring out his quirk's activation requirement. Okay. Easy as pie. Hopefully. Hitoshi kept smirking at Spinner as he shrugged. I mean, there's gotta be a more effective way of seeing if I'm a hero than stabbing me and seeing if I die. Like, what's a true hero even like? Maybe we can come up with a better test. All Might was the only true hero. Spinner narrowed his eyes. Are you saying we just come up with a test to see if you're as worthy as the symbol of peace? Hitoshi whistled lowly. Whoa, that's a tall order. I can't say I'm exactly on All Might's level, but hey, we're bound to share some similarities, right? You're the one holding the sword, so I guess it's up to you to decide if I get close enough. He let out a breath of relief when Spinner gave a short nod. Ochako would probably be better at this than he was, considering that she was literally All Might's successor, but she was busy right now, so Hitoshi was just gonna have to do it. Now he'd managed to turn the fight into a friendly chat, or about as friendly as it was going to get, so the next step was just to be as confusing as possible. He nodded in satisfaction and walked toward the fountain. He hung around his kidnappers for fun. He could manage a little chaos. Spinner pulled his sword. What are you doing? Well, I figured if we're going to have a serious discussion, we should probably sit down. Hitoshi shrugged and put one foot into the water. This seems like as good a place as any. Spinner blinked, his sword wavering as he watched Hitoshi pull his phone and wallet out of his pockets and put them on the side of the fountain. I in the fountain. Hitoshi hummed an affirmation as he sat down, suppressing a shiver from the cold water as he looked up at Spinner. Why not? All the cool kids are doing it. It helps get the brain juices flowing. Spinner hesitated for a moment longer, unsure if he was supposed to go along with it or just walk away before slowly sheathing his sword and joining Hitoshi in the fountain. Very well. Tell me, young hero, how are you like All Might? Well, let's start with the fact that I want to save people. Hitoshi leaned back, the water splashing slightly as he put his hands down to support himself. What other qualities am I supposed to have? Let's see if I match up. Hitoshi waited tensely as Spinner thought up another question. So far, he'd been doing pretty well, but then again, he was also lying through his teeth to make himself seem more like All Might than he really was or even really wanted to be. He was really starting to get chilled from the water, but it was just a little longer until the heroes arrived and Spinner should be starting to go numb too, which might help him keep control longer ... or might knock the villain out of his control immediately. But it was too late to do anything about that now, so Hitoshi was really hoping it was the first option. Spinner cleared his throat, like he didn't have Hitoshi's full attention in the first place, and asked his next question. Can you face down even terrifying situations without flinching? That's necessary if you wish to be like All Might. Finally, a question he could actually answer truthfully. Well, considering that I'm here talking to you instead of running away screaming, I think you have your answer. Spinner's expression soured. There's no reason to be rude about it. I'm sorry. Hitoshi flinched when his phone vibrated on the side of the fountain, and the minute that Spinner looked away from him to think again, he checked it as discreetly as possible, smiling when he saw what Izuku had just dropped in the group chat. He quietly set his phone down and turned back to Spinner. Actually, no, I'm not. Spinner froze. What did you say? Hitoshi spoke a little louder. I said, I'm not sorry for being rude, not that I was anyway. But considering that you're the one that barged in here on what was supposed to be a fun day for goofing off, I'd say I'm entitled to a little rudeness, don't you think? No, Spinner snarled, jumping up stiffly. True heroes are never rude. All Might is never rude. He pulled out his katana and charged, slightly stiff from the cold water, but Hitoshi was faster. He smirked and activated his quirk, making Spinner stop short and drop his katana in the water. Well, that didn't take long at all. Hitoshi frowned and trailed off. There was something weird about Spinner's mind. He was fighting back and the cold water was making it harder to maintain his control. But Hitoshi had been expecting all that. No, what threw Hitoshi off enough to break his control was that Spinner's brain felt exactly like Takoyami's. Well, more precisely, like Takoyami's in Dark Shadows. Spinner shook his head as the brainwashing dissipated and grabbed his katana with a splash as he started stalking forward again. You little fake, how dare you? Hitoshi wasn't even listening. All he could do was scramble backwards in the fountain, soaking himself even more completely as he stared at Spinner in horror. He was supposed to be a lizard who could paralyze with blood. He didn't have a sentient quirk like Takoyami did, but Hitoshi's brain was spinning so fast he didn't even think to phrase it as a question. You're not the only one inside your head. Spinner stopped, tilting his head in frustration. What? Hitoshi opened his mouth to respond, but nothing came out. What was he supposed to say? He didn't know what was going on either. Thankfully, though, he didn't have to say anything, because that was when a bright red feather launched itself straight at Spinner, whose eyes widened as he barely had time to wing his katana, slicing the feather in half. He shot one final look at Hitoshi, but his expression was a mess of so many emotions like frustration, confusion, and even fear, though that was probably wishful thinking on Hitoshi's part, that it was hard to tell exactly what was going through his head. Hitoshi tensed, mentally preparing himself for another attack, but instead Spinner turned on his heel and dashed away. Get back here. Hawks flew through the door like a bullet and made a beeline straight towards Spinner, but he had already disappeared through a spot of purple smoke on the floor. Hawks gave a disappointed snarl before turning to Hitoshi. You hurt, kid? Hitoshi shook his head and Hawks nodded in satisfaction before taking off again and flying up to the second floor. The heroes were finally here, but more importantly, what the actual hell just happened? The first thing Fumikage had done when he saw Shigaraki was turn off the lights. There was still sunlight and other brightness coming in from the hallway outside the store he'd been trying to help evacuate, just enough to keep Dark Shadow firmly in his control, but without the harsh artificial lights directly above him. He was free to order Dark Shadow to spread out and form a wall between the small crowd of civilians behind him and the dastardly villain up ahead. Leave here, Fumikage said, sounding a lot braver than he felt. I will not allow you to hurt these innocent people. Shigaraki scratched at his neck. What makes you think ... they're just a bunch of NPCs anyway? It's not like they're gonna drop any loot. Stupid side quest. The party is supposed to communicate and clear things with the party leader. Fumikage watched suspiciously as Shigaraki paced back and forth, still scratching his neck and muttering unintelligibly. Finally, he stopped, his hand falling limp at his side. Whatever, you're not high enough HP to be worth my time. I'm outta here. He put out his hand and Fumikage hadn't had time to take more than one step forward by the time the outer wall collapsed into dust. Shigaraki gave a mocking salute and moved to jump out of the hole he'd just created when a portal appeared just a few feet away. Young Tamura, Kurajiri said, materializing out from the portal. I've been looking everywhere for you. To his surprise, Shigaraki tensed. Yeah, and the heroes have arrived, so it is time to retreat for the time being, Kurajiri said. We shall regroup and prepare our forces for another day. Fumikage had to be imagining the way Shigaraki looked, almost disappointed about that prospect, grabbing a bright red feather that had been flying toward them and disintegrating it to dust. Fine, whatever, let's just get out of here. They disappeared into the portal and Hawks came flying in. Takoyami, are you alright? I felt Shigaraki dust the feather I sent up here. I am alright, Fumikage assured him. The villain did not harm us. Hawks' shoulders slumped in relief. Thank God. Get these people out of here. I'm gonna make sure there's no more villains. Takoyami nodded as Hawks sped away, stopping for just a moment to stare at the wall Shigaraki had disintegrated instead of attacking them. Weren't villains supposed to have a terrifying inner darkness? What had happened to his? Shouta hated this. It was just like Shirakumo all over again. He and Mike ran as fast as they could, steps echoing on the pavement as they burst into the mall. He should have made Hitoshi stay home. He should have warned Nezu about Todoroki's link with the League immediately instead of researching it more. In hindsight, it was obvious. Of course the League would attack a class outing where no teachers would be present. It was only logical. But no, he'd been blinded by his own hopes and had let his students and his son walk into a villain attack with no preparation and no backup. He was so stupid. He's gonna be alright, Shu. Hazashi sounded like he was reassuring himself more than Shouta, but the effort was still appreciated. Hitoshi can handle himself and he's got the support gremlins to help him out, plus the rest of his class. He'll be fine. Shouta nodded, but didn't say anything. He could see a few of his other students talking to the police, but he could worry about them later. Right now, he just needed to find his kid. His eyes scanned what was left of the weekend shopping crowd until he caught a glimpse of purple hair. He almost didn't realize it was Hitoshi at first because his hair was darker than usual and hanging around his face in wet clumps rather than sticking straight up like it usually did. And the rest of him was equally soaked. It looked like Yaoyorozu had made him a blanket at some point, but he was still dripping onto the tiles and slightly shivering as Uraraka awkwardly rubbed his back. Hazashi was the first to take off running, but Shouta was only half a step behind and he was pretty sure it looked like they'd both inherited Uraraka's teleportation ability because almost instantly, they were barreling into him and wrapping him in a hug. Hitoshi was okay. He was safe. Hitoshi went tense for a short moment until he realized who it was, and then he immediately slumped over into the hug. It's been a long day. Hazashi gave a wet chuckle. I bet, kid, I bet. Are you hurt anywhere? Shouta asked. How did you get so wet? Kind of invaded the fountain. Hitoshi grimaced. And no, I'm not hurt. Just cold. Todoroki offered to warm me up with his fire, but Shouta's face went stony. Right. I think this is all the proof we need. Hitoshi grumbled as he dragged himself into the living room and face planted onto the couch. After he'd come home from the mall yesterday, it had taken less than 5 minutes to shower, put on the comfiest pajamas he owned, and collapse into bed from emotional and physical exhaustion. He'd gotten up only once, and that was because Aizawa had shaken him awake and forcibly shoved a plate of fried rice in his face. Beyond that, he'd been dead to the word, and honestly, he kinda wished he still was. Mike looked up from his laptop and grimaced when he saw Hitoshi come in. I'm guessing you're not actually feeling any better. I'll get back to you on that after I finish dying of mortification. Hitoshi lifted up his head and looked at Mike piteously. I called Aizawa dad. Mike's face lit up. Yeah, you did. Hitoshi's pout deepened. And I told Ochako I like her. Mike's eyes widened and he hurriedly shoved his laptop onto the coffee table so he could give Hitoshi his full attention. And what did she say? Nothing. Hitoshi whined. The fire alarms went off pretty much immediately after that and we had to jump straight into a villain attack. Oof. Mike winced. That's ... wow ... Hitoshi flopped over so he was on his side. Yeah. And to make it even worse, we were playing around with my quirk and I pretty much forced her to tell me she has a crush on me. Mike froze. What? It was an accident. Hitoshi groaned. I know what you're thinking. I feel like a villain for doing it too, but like I said, we were just playing around with my quirk and I asked what I thought was a totally innocent question about Mina, but apparently Mina knows about her crush and it just came tumbling out. I didn't think I'd even be able to get her to answer. Oh, Hitoshi. Mike came and sat on the couch beside him, carting his fingers through Hitoshi's hair and letting him put his head in his lap. Quirk accidents suck. Hitoshi nodded and rubbed his eyes. Sorry. I was hoping I'd feel better after sleeping, but yesterday was a lot. Mike pointed out. It's okay to feel a little overwhelmed. Hitoshi sighed. Where's Aizawa? He had another meeting with Netsu. Mike said. Their one yesterday got interrupted. Oh, right. Hitoshi said numbly. What's going to happen to Todoroki? We're not sure yet. Mike said. On the one hand, he's dangerous to have around. But on the other, knowing who the traitor is can give us a huge advantage if we can use that knowledge against the League. Honestly, we were hoping to get Cheat Code's opinion on this, so ... Well, your dad's gonna be home soon, so why don't we invite your friends over? We can bring them up to date on the Todoroki situation and you can test the waters with Uraraka and see how she's feeling about the whole thing. How does that sound? Hitoshi's face scrunched up. Do I have to? Mike shrugged. No. Ugh. Hitoshi groaned. Fine. But if this goes south, I'm volunteering to be a test subject for one of Mei's explosions. Izuku bit his lip as he looked through the security footage again. Mei-chan, you didn't see anyone fitting Trapper's description at the mall, did you? What description is a kun? Mei asked. Nobody's ever seen him. Well, yeah, but his quirk, Izuku tried, wasn't used during the attack. Mei finished. The police and the heroes are looking for him too, you know. You don't have to find him all by yourself. I know. Izuku frowned. But if I'd just noticed Shigaraki earlier or pushed Netsu to let the students fight. Izuku-kun, this isn't healthy. Mei sighed. You helped keep people safe. You don't have anything to make up for. But, no buts. Mei slammed his computer closed. Did you eat breakfast? Izuku blinked. Mei rolled her eyes. If you can't remember, then we're gonna assume it's a no. Come on, let's get a snack. I promise I'll try not to explode your kitchen. Izuku swallowed and let Mei drag him by the arm into the kitchen. He supposed breakfast wasn't a terrible idea. Ochako was nervous. It had only been a day since their class's nice normal trip to the mall had gone completely south, and that meant that the last 24 hours had been a whirlwind of police interviews, reassuring her parents, and teleporting away from the media. In the end, her anxiety basically came down to the fact that she hadn't talked to Hitoshi since the attack, which was understandable considering that he hadn't been doing that well when his adults had arrived to shuffle him off. But she still felt weird because maybe the fact that she'd accidentally confessed she liked him and he confessed back wasn't that important considering that an actual villain attack had happened less than a minute later. But it still kind of felt like something they should address eventually. Maybe she was just making a big deal out of it and it didn't even matter at all. She groaned and flopped back into bed. Her bags for the training camp were half packed on the floor by her closet, but she didn't feel like doing that right now. Honestly, she didn't feel like doing a lot right now. How was she supposed to focus on anything with literally everything else that was going on? Their class had just gotten attacked by villains and her crush was ghosting her. Even if he had an incredibly valid reason to do so, it was still ridiculously stressful. Why did this have to be her life? Her phone vibrated beside her head and Ochako groaned and rolled over to see Mei calling her, "Hey Mei-chan. What's up? Hitoshi's adults invited us to lunch," Mei said. "Are you coming?" Ochako shot up. "What? Am I invited?" "I think so," Mei replied absently. "Pretty sure Present Mike said he texted you too." Ochako scrolled through her texts and groaned. "Yep. I was just too busy being depper ... Okay, yeah, I'll text him back and say I'm coming. It's in ... like 10 minutes. Great. Wonderful. Well, it's not like you have to worry about driving time." Mei laughed. Ochako looked down at her comfy pajamas with holes in the knee. "Yeah, that's not what I'm worried about." Izuku was trapped in kind of a surreal situation. On the one hand, this was just Hitoshi's house and he knew, logically, that Hitoshi's parents were just normal people. Sure, they were pro-heroes, but he talked to pro-heroes all the time at school and it was no big deal. On the other hand, he was in Eraserhead and Present Mike's living room and they were offering him cookies. His inner fanboy was dying right now. Ochako said she was coming, right? Hitoshi asked under his breath. "I really hope I didn't scare her off." "How would you have scared her off?" Mei asked, grabbing a cookie. "She's used to me and Izuku, so I'm pretty sure she's got nerves of steel at this point." He blushed, but didn't say anything as Mike and Aizawa sent him sympathetic looks. Izuku frowned and grabbed a cookie. He'd figure out what was going on when Ochako got here. Speaking of Ochako, she popped into existence less than a minute later by the side of the couch. "Hi guys, sorry I'm late." Hitoshi's face lit up briefly before he cleared his throat and looked away. Hey, glad you could make it." "Perfect." Mike grinned. "Everybody's here. Lunch is already ready, so let's eat." There was still an odd tenseness as they followed him into the kitchen, but then again, they had just been through a huge villain attack yesterday, so that might just be normal. The dishes at the table were all mismatched, like most of them had been bought as gag gifts at the thrift store at some point. But Izuku supposed that Eraserhead and Present Mike were kind of mismatched too and they somehow made it work, so it was fitting that their house was the same way. So are you feeling any better, Shindig?" Ochako asked as they sat down. "I was kinda worried about you after, that whole thing at the mall." "Yeah, sorry," Hitoshi grimaced. "I didn't mean to fall off the face of the earth, but I came home and basically just crashed into bed. It had already been a really long day before we even got to the mall. That's actually part of why we invited you kids over." Aizawa cut in. "You're all in on a few school secrets already, not to mention that you're Hitoshi's friends, so it's only logical for us to inform you, especially you Midoriya, since you're so skilled in analysis." Izuku and Mei exchanged a confused look and Izuku caught Ochako looking at Hitoshi with rapt curiosity until he sighed. "There's a traitor in Class 1A and I figured out who it is." Tamura was pissed. He was supposed to be the leader of the league. How had an attack, a major attack, happened without his approval? Not only that, but without him even knowing about it. Hirajiri had given some bullshit answer about their fearsome reputation and made the whole thing sound like it was Tamura's fault in the first place. How was he supposed to know he was gonna get spotted? He didn't even know 1A was going to be there in the first place. If this was anybody's fault, it was that good-for-nothing spies for not informing them of 1A's location. But no, as soon as word got to the league that he'd been spotted by the heroes, they were simply following his lead. It was ridiculous. If he was really the league's leader, he wouldn't be under All for One's thumb right now. He'd be free to do what he liked and actually make something of himself rather than obsess over destroying society in Sensei's name. He wasn't the leader of the league, though. Not really. He was just some kid that All for One had picked up on the side of the road one day and decided would make a perfect puppet. And to make it worse, he didn't even have a main role anymore. He was constantly getting pushed to the sidelines by everyone and wasn't even the main character anymore. No, he was just some side character that everyone had apparently decided didn't have enough strength of character to win the game. but couldn't get rid of because their face was on the box. He hated the way the rest of the league was treating him, and he hated that they were right. A few days ago he would have argued that at least he still had his stream and Icy Cat, but there was no way Todoroki would ever talk to him again. Why would he want to win? From his perspective, Tamura had just betrayed him and then lied about it. Maybe if he hadn't assured Todoroki there wouldn't be an attack, then they'd be able to get through it, considering that he and Todoroki had a sort of silent understanding that he was a villain, and attacking heroes was just what villains did. But that wasn't what happened. No, he just had to open his big mouth and let Todoroki think everything was going to be fine before stabbing him in the back. He hadn't been surprised when Todoroki had put out a message on their socials saying that he was going out of town for a bit and would miss the next few streams. Sure, he could have just been talking about the training camp, but at the same time he hadn't said when he'd be back, or even if he was coming back at all. And the worst part was that Tamura couldn't blame him. He wouldn't want to come back either. Izuku's frown got deeper and deeper as he listened to Hitoshi describe Todoroki's odd friendship with Shigaraki. I'm sorry, but that makes absolutely zero sense. I mean, it kinda does. Achako said. Kurogiri knew how my quirk worked, so he was obviously given inside information from someone. Hitoshi shrugged. I can show you some of the streams. It's definitely them. And I'm sure you saw them together in the security footage. Well, yeah, but it just seemed like he was trying to de-escalate because he wasn't allowed to use his quirk. They argued. Why in the world would he start gaming with a villain anyway? The simple answer is teenage rebellion. Aizawa sighed. He has good reason to hate his father, and, quite honestly, if he's trying to piss off his dad, this would be a great way to do it. No, I got that. It's just, Izuku groaned. It doesn't make any sense for him to be the traitor ... or at least, not the only one. Mike blinked and Aizawa heaved a heavy sigh. Do I even want to know what you're getting at? Well, Mei, you know how I couldn't find any evidence of Trapper during the attack? Yeah, Mei's eyes widened. You think? Izuku nodded. Every other known member of the league was there, but Trapper didn't even show his face. Why? Because he'd be recognized. You think Trapper is one of our students? Mike asked. Well, I mean, if it's Todoroki, then everything comes back full circle. But the quirks don't match, Izuku said. Todoroki has ice and fire, but the evidence Trapper's left behind points to some sort of like an almost synthetic moss, which doesn't fit any of our classmates' quirks either. Uraraka huffed. So now what? Well, just because it doesn't match our class doesn't mean that it doesn't match someone they know, Hitoshi said. A parent, sibling, uncle, anyone they trust enough to tell about their day pretty much, could be a potential information leak, or they could be intentionally doing something to hide their quirk. Mei said, there are tons of inventions that can change things, chemical reactions, all sorts of options if you're desperate to hide who you are. So ... we've got a lead, but it's thin. Aizawa said, so what if looking into their families doesn't work out? Well, then we've got a plan B. Izuku smiled. If all else fails, we already know one of the traitors. If we play our cards right, he'll lead us straight to the Trapper without even knowing we're onto him. The sun was barely starting to rise when Class 1A trickled onto the bus to the training camp. There were a few subdued conversations here and there, but most people were too tired to make a whole lot of noise. Hitoshi knew that wouldn't last. He'd been on enough normal field trips to know that the bus was going to be absolute chaos by the time they actually got to wherever their destination was. Joy. He wasn't really surprised when Kaminari sidled up to him. Hey, did you ever get around to checking out that stream that I recommended? Hitoshi glared at him tiredly. A little warning would have been nice. You almost gave Aizawa a panic attack. Kaminari winced, but immediately sent a quick glance over toward Todoroki. So, we're dealing with it. Hitoshi grumbled. Cheat codes consulting, and we've got a plan, so just ... keep doing what you've been doing. The heroes will get it figured out. The quiet murmurs of the class went dead silent when Aizawa walked onto the bus and started glaring at them. Good morning, gremlins. A pathetic chorus of good mornings and grumbles that were probably supposed to mean something like that echoed through the bus, and Dad rolled his eyes. I hope you can muster up a bit more enthusiasm for the actual training part of this camp. Otherwise you're going to have a very hard time. But whatever, try not explode anyone's eardrums. Don't stand up and, oh, right, all technology, including any cell phones and video game consoles, need to be turned off and put in here. What? Mina gripped her phone to her chest. But, it's just for security reasons, Aizawa said, handing the box to Ida to pass around. Do I need to remind you that you were just attacked 2 days ago? We need to make sure the villains can't hack your phones to find the camp's location. Now get to work, and if I hear of anyone bribing Yaoyorozu, I will expel you, understood? There was a louder chorus of grumbles this time. But all in all, it only took about 15 minutes for everyone to turn in their phones and get on their way. Even though it was almost impossible that the League would attack twice so close together, there was still a chance the League would try to contact Todoroki during the training camp, and considering that most of their time together was spent on gaming stream, They'd figured that if Shigaraki was going to reach out, he'd do it digitally. The plan was to leave all student phones at UA so they couldn't be used to find the camp, while also letting Nezu keep a convenient eye on the devices if a text from Shigaraki happened to come through. The teachers, on the other hand, had been given 3 different backups to be able to contact the school, just in case. Hitoshi had been expecting Todoroki to have more of a reaction to having his phone confiscated. But he was also stoic enough that it wasn't too odd. The people who seemed most upset about the new phone rule were Mina and Kaminari, which checked out, and oddly enough, Mineta. Hitoshi wrinkled his nose in disgust. Maybe this was for the best. He really didn't want to know what that grape stain had been planning on using his phone for during the camp. The labs were cramped now that the entirety of Class 1 Fahrenheit was there with all their bags for the whole week. The labs were decently large, so it wouldn't have been so bad if their tables hadn't already been filled with all the fun new materials and projects they would be working on during the training camp. Izuku hovered by Mei's table, moving their bags away whenever it seemed like something was about to explode. They'd made Eraserhead promise to let them know if anything bad happened, but Izuku had helped make the plan to keep 1A safe, so he just had to trust that Hitoshi and Ochako would be fine and focus on doing what he could to stop the leak, which was perfecting his tracking program and finding Kurogiri. The door to the lab opened behind them and Powerloader walked in, followed by David Shield and Melissa. Mei was too busy tinkering to notice, but Izuku's face lit up when he saw them and they smiled back, making Powerloader sigh when he noticed. This week was going to be so much fun. Izuku could already tell. When they got to the front of the room, Powerloader turned around. "Class, I would like to introduce David Shield and his daughter Melissa. Both of them are inventors and support technicians on Island, and I encourage you to listen to their advice. You'll learn a lot from them. Now, let's get some basic logistics out of the way. How many of you have been wondering where you'll be sleeping?" The entire class raised their hands. To Izuku's surprise, Powerloader smiled. "There's a tradition that happens every year during this workshop, meant to help spawn creativity and help all of you to think outside the box. UA is a big place, and long story short, you're allowed to sleep anywhere." That got me to look up. "Anywhere." Powerloader nodded. "Anywhere. Nezu sometimes gives prizes for ingenuity. Just make sure you stay safe. If you're somewhere you could fall, then you'll have to either move or prove that you're properly secured. That being said, setting up camp is your first task of the day, because we need the space in here to do the actual work of the week. We meet back here at noon, don't be late." Izuku and Mei looked at each other with matching grins. They were right, this week was going to be a blast. As they filed off the bus, Hitoshi glanced over at Ochako. They'd been so busy planning for the training camp and figuring out what to do about Todoroki that he never actually got a chance to pull her aside and talk about what had happened at the mall, and now they were going to be around all of their classmates for a whole week. Hitoshi sighed. He'd probably already missed his chance. Aizawa had been talking to a couple of cat-themed heroes and a kid that had gotten out a car shortly after they pulled up. But he turned back to the class before anyone had the chance to wander off. "Hello everyone. I'd like to introduce you to a few of the heroes you'll be working with this week." The hero with brown hair started the official introduction. "Lock on with those sparking gazes. Surprisingly cute and cat-like." The blonde one added. They finished together, the wild, wild pussycats. Hitoshi felt a chill run down his spine when Dad smiled. "They're here to make sure you get whipped into shape. Lunch is at noon. That gives you about 3 hours. Good luck." "What do you?" Kaminari had started backing back toward the bus when the ground started moving underneath them. "What?" They were swept off the cliff and Hitoshi scrambled to get a hold of anything, but nope. He really should have been suspicious when Dad told him to pack his capture weapon in his backpack and not his duffel. Most of the class was groaning when they reached the bottom, but Yaoyorozu immediately jumped into action. "Is anyone injured?" There was a quick shuffling as everyone checked themselves over before they heard Mineta screaming, and everyone looked over to see a giant monster looming over them. Okay, yeah, Aizawa was definitely planning on putting them through the ringer. Tamura didn't like the new recruits. If he still had any say in anything, he'd turn pretty much all of them away and call off this whole attack. But he wasn't stupid enough to think that would do any good. The League had launched an entire attack without him, so why in the world would they stop one just because he said so? The new batch was even worse than the ones he'd met before the mall attack though, and about 5 times more annoying. Sure, Mustard, Magni, and Compress were kind of on par with Dabai and Toga, but Tamura still didn't think they needed to be villains to accomplish their goals, especially not Mustard. All for One was probably ecstatic about his addition though. Kids were easier to manipulate. The ones he really hated though were Muscular and Moonfish. There was no doubt that they were perfectly happy being villains considering that their goal was quite literally just to kill people, and maybe Tamura was being judgmental, but those didn't seem like very worthwhile goals. They were selfish and short-sighted, like a druggie always looking for their next hit, and in this case their drug of choice was other people's suffering. He'd locked himself in his room pretty soon after the Vanguard Action Squad had shown up to prep for the big attack and had basically spent the whole time playing video games by himself. Thankfully, he didn't have to participate in this one. He didn't even want to imagine how awkward that would be if he happened to run into Todoroki. Actually, it would still be hella awkward because he still streamed with the guy. Well, hopefully, if Todoroki ever decided to talk to him again. But whatever, he could handle playing video games alone if it meant that he didn't have to deal with bloodthirsty serial killers like Muscular and Moonfish. Tamura froze, hardly noticing when an enemy killed his character as he came to a realization. That was who All For One wanted him to be. He wanted him to be just like Muscular and Moonfish, a tool that enjoyed bloodshed and murder just as much as those two did so that Sensei could just point Tamura in the direction of someone he wanted dead and they'd be dust before the end of the day. It was what he'd been going for ever since Tamura was a little kid, and it was the same goal he had for Mustard, Toga, everyone in the league. He couldn't stay here. He needed out. ASAP, and if getting out meant throwing his dear sensei under the bus, then that sounded even better. Izuku and Mei had ended up just stashing their bags in one of the many nest spots they'd made in the tunnels. Izuku threw his duffel bag down with a huff and turned to Mei, who was already dusting herself off to leave again. I know you know we can find a more creative spot. We're not gonna win any extra points for this. Meh, that's what we have extra credit kun for. Mei dismissed. And this way we don't waste any more valuable lab time. I want to see what fun toys Melissa-chan brought. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go. She grabbed Izuku's hand and started dragging him away, but both of them stopped short when they saw Melissa crawling toward them through the tunnels. She grinned and looked around as she dusted herself off. This looks so cozy. I love what you've done with the place. Melissa, Izuku gaped at her. How did you get in here? It took us forever to figure out the entrances. Melissa giggled. And it took me even longer. You forget that I've been visiting Uncle Mite since I was a little girl. Danzu usually invited Dad over for tea and I was free to explore. These tunnels are every nerdy kid's dream. Seriously. Did you and your dad bring us any fun toys? Mei was bouncing up and down with excitement. What did you bring me? Explosives, trackers, computer chips. I need toys for my babies. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll be super happy with everything we brought you, Melissa said. And we didn't forget about you, Izuku. Turns out, the scientists Dad works with have been able to learn a lot about the theory of relativity from the data you collected when your Uraraka was jumping around the island, and they've figured out some tweaks you can make to help get some more exact reading. I brought their research for you to read over. It's just waiting back in Powerloader's classroom. Izuku's eyes widened and he grabbed Mei's hand. Well, what are you waiting for? We're wasting valuable lab time. Let's go. Hitoshi was grateful that Mei had insisted on him getting some muscle-building training because otherwise he would have been completely useless against these literally brainless dirt monsters. He decapitated another one with a fallen branch and ran forward again, eyes darting around as he watched Ochako zip around helping everyone. If only he could get to the lady who was actually controlling these things and brainwash her. But they'd left her back with Aizawa, and there was no way that he'd be able to climb all the way up that cliff again. Hitoshi facepalmed, leaving a trail of dirt across his forehead. He was an idiot. Ochako, he yelled. I need you to get me to Dad. What? Ochako appeared right next to him. Why? I think one of those women he was with earlier is the one controlling the dirt. Hitoshi explained. If she's still with him, then I can use Aizawa as an anchor and you can brainwash her. Ochako smiled brightly enough that Hitoshi's breath caught in his throat. Shindig, that's brilliant. Are you ready? Hitoshi took a deep breath to steady himself. As I'll ever be. Let's just get it over with. The world's shortest and most intense roller coaster later, Hitoshi was kneeling outside a house he'd never seen before, Aizawa nowhere in sight. Where are we? And more importantly, where are they? Ochako pointed at the building, up ahead, most likely just inside that building. I landed us a bit farther away just in case you needed a minute. Hitoshi swallowed some bile and stood. Good idea. They'll be expecting a teleportation attack. But this way, we can sneak up on them. You get Dad and make sure he can't cancel my quirk. I'll focus on the pussycats. Ochako nodded once and followed Hitoshi as he silently made his way toward the house. They were almost there, crouching behind a bush near the front entrance, when Ochako suddenly tugged on his sleeve. What are you? Oh. The little kid, the same one that had been with the pussycats at the drop-off point, was staring straight at him, mouth open wide as he saw them trying to sneak in. Hitoshi shot a panicked glance at Ochako, but she obviously didn't know what to do either, so he did the only thing he could think of. He raised a finger to his lips and whispered, SHHH. Instantly, the kid's expression fell into a hateful glare. Auntie, some of those hero brats got here early. What would you do that for? Ochako hissed. You couldn't just. You're just a bunch of stupid heroes. The kid spat. Why would I ever help you? Hitoshi had been fiddling with his capture weapon, rearranging the parts that made it a voice changer and hoping he got this right because there was no way Aizawa was going to give him a second chance. Auntie, can't you make them leave? The kid's eyes widened and Hitoshi smirked behind his weapon as Ochako launched forward and shoved her hand over the kid's mouth. They froze as a pair of footsteps came running out of the front door. "No, I can't. Don't be rude, Kauta." Ochako released Kauta with a yelp when he bit hard on her hand. "That wasn't me." Hitoshi didn't let him finish before taking control. "Call off the dirt monsters." The woman didn't move and Hitoshi glanced at Ochako, who disappeared, only to be back a second later shaking her head. "We must have gotten the wrong one. Let her go." Kauta launched himself at Hitoshi and started kicking and punching him so much that it took all of his concentration and training to keep his control of whoever they had. He couldn't afford to let her go, though, not until they had the right one. "You let her go right now." A blonde woman came rushing out of the house. "Kauta, what are you doing? He's got Audi." Kauta had tears in her eyes and Hitoshi had to force down a twinge of guilt as Ochako cut in. "He's not even touching her." Ochako lied. "How could he have her?" Hitoshi gave his best innocently confused smile. "Can I have a little help here?" "Of course." Pixabop moved forward to help, only to stop short as Hitoshi took control. He spat out a mouthful of dust. "You better be the one with the dirt monsters. Call them off." Ochako disappeared and reappeared with a relieved smile. "It worked." Kauta glared at both of them. "This is all about that stupid training exercise, isn't it?" "Yes, it is." Dad's voice echoed behind them and both Ochako and Hitoshi jumped to their feet. "I knew you'd figure out that this was the most logical course of action eventually, but I honestly thought the execution would be cleaner." Hitoshi winced. "Sorry, we got the wrong pussycat first." Dad raised one eyebrow. "Yeah, I saw that. Now let them go." "But if we let them go, the blonde one will just make more dirt monsters," Ochako argued. "That would defeat the whole purpose of it in the first place. The kid needs to know his aunts are okay," Dad said gently. "You won the spar and Pixabop will honor that. Now let her go." "Okay." Hitoshi let them out and they immediately went to go comfort the kid. "I'm sorry, Dad." Dad just rolled his eyes and ruffled Hitoshi's hair. "It's okay, kid. We all forget and go too far sometimes. The biggest thing is making sure you know your limits and the limits of people around you to make sure that doesn't happen. That's why intelligence gathering is so important." Hiyoshi still kinda felt guilty about the whole thing, but was starting to feel a little better until the kid glared at him from underneath his aunt's arms. "You're nothing but a no-good dirty rotten villain." Mandalay gasped. "Kauta." Hitoshi shrunk in on himself. He could see Ochako starting forward, but before he could stop her, Aizawa put a hand on her shoulder. Hitoshi didn't think he'd seen him so pissed since he'd taken him away from his old foster parents. "Hitoshi, why don't you and your Raka go help your classmates? I'm sure they need it." Hitoshi took a deep breath. Distance and de-escalate. That was exactly what they needed. He grabbed Ochako by the arm. "Yeah, they're hopeless." It was only when he saw Dad trying to hide a soft smile behind his capture weapon that he knew he hadn't done anything too wrong and everything was going to be okay. Ochako waited until they were out of earshot in the woods to go off. "That little jerk. How dare he call you a villain like that? You're a hero through and through and that brat deserves." Hitoshi cut her off. "I mean, we kinda did kidnap his aunts. I wasn't even thinking beyond the objective to realize how hard that might be for him to watch." Still, Ochako huffed and ran her fingers through her hair. "You didn't deserve that, especially not after you did so well capturing both of them." "Yeah, Mei and Izuku would be proud." Hitoshi joked. "The kidnappee grew up to be a kidnapper." "Ah, they grow up so fast." Ochako wiped a fake tear from her eye. "What would Mina say if we told her our first date was kidnapping people?" Hitoshi choked on his next breath. "Our what?" Ochako's eyes went wide. "Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I was thinking out of context and then thought it'd be funny, because Mina would freak, but obviously this is a training exercise and not a date. That'd be ridiculous. Not that I'd be opposed to a date, but you already knew that because I also accidentally told you I had a crush on you." Hitoshi caught a hint of light swirling around her as she gathered her quirk to leave and he moved before he could think, reaching out to take her hand and act as her anchor. Ochako looked at him. "Why yes." Hitoshi's mouth was dry, so he cursed internally as he found himself reverting back on his oldest coping mechanism and saying the snarkiest thing he could think of. "Do you really think I couldn't plan a better first date than fighting dirt monsters? I'd pull out the actual monsters at least." There was a beat of silence before Ochako snorted. "Oh yeah. What else?" Idash gulped. Maybe a walk around the park. And some matcha." His heart soared when Ochako smiled. "Okay then. It's a date." Mike was going to blow his eardrums out when he heard about this. Dabai looked out the window at the darkening sky and downed the rest of his drink. "All right, let's go." The rest of the league, except for Shigaraki who was holed up who knew where, nodded and stood, the only complaint coming from Muscular. "I'd much rather get straight to killing people than waste a whole day scoping things out." "Knowledge is power," Compress reminded him. "If we don't know the lay of the land, the heroes will strike back long before we even set eyes on our target. Not to mention that the extra day will lure the heroes into a false sense of security." Dabai added, What with that and the mini attack on the mall the other day, they won't suspect an attack until their students are already injured. They won't stand a chance. Are you ready? Kurogiri asked. Already opening a portal? Dabai nodded and stepped through, waiting for everyone to get to the other side before turning to address the group. All right. Number 1 rule of tonight, don't get seen. If you mess up, Trapper said they confiscated all the students' cell phones. So make sure the kid doesn't have a chance to run back to the camp and we should be good. Sensei's using a quirk to track him, but his cover is still intact, so don't expect him to say hi or answer your calls if you see him. Be back here by 3 am or you're getting left behind. Izuku had spent the whole day looking over the research Melissa had brought him and checking it against his program. Thankfully, he didn't have to restructure his entire program, but the minor changes looked like they were going to make a big difference. He wished he could test it out by tracking Ochako, but he didn't finish making tweaks until after dinner, and by that point she was apparently staying put, so he'd have to wait until she was training tomorrow to see if it worked. He'd also widened his search net, since none of the students knew exactly where the training camp was, so he wouldn't even know where to look for her signature until he caught her teleporting. All right, kids, you have 10 more minutes, then we're kicking you out of the lab. Powerloader yelled. Taking breaks is important. You don't have to sleep, but you do need to switch gears so you come back tomorrow with a fresh brain. Izuku smiled when he looked through the open door of his workroom and saw Mei doubling her pace, yelling orders at Melissa, who had been helping look over her project. She would have stayed in the lab all night if she could, but Izuku guessed that wasn't that odd, since Powerloader said they had a curfew at this camp every single year. Support students must get hyper-focused more than the other courses did. He got a ping on his computer and frowned. Ochako should be resting too, not teleporting at this time of night. He opened the map and almost fell out of the chair. He knew what Ochako's gravity signature looked like, and this wasn't it. No, even with the tweaks to his program, this signature was a little spread out. Not to the point where he couldn't figure out where it was, but to the point where it looked cloudy, for lack of a better word. And he'd seen this signature before. Izuku hurried to open the program on his laptop, making sure to triple-check that the data was there and saved before running out of his room and dashing out into the hall toward Nedzu's office. The door opened just before he ran into it, and Nedzu smiled at him, 2 cups already set out and ready. Hello, Midoriya. Nedzu chirped happily. I apologize, the tea is still steeping. You ran here faster than expected. That training with Shinzo must be paying off. I have a location for Kurogiri. Izuku blurted. Immediately, Nedzu's mood changed. He was still smiling, but it was more intense, and the teacups got pushed to the side as he reached for Izuku's laptop. Are you certain? Not completely, Izuku admitted. But the gravity signature I'm picking up matches what I've theorized about the way his quirk works. My only question is what they're doing in the middle of nowhere. I would have thought their hideout would be in a city close to the action where they could easily get info and not have to rely too much on warping to get everywhere, but they're nowhere near anything. Interesting. Nedzu glanced down at the map and froze, his hair standing slightly on end. Midoriya, you're absolutely certain this isn't Uraraka's warping, correct? Yeah, hers doesn't look like that. Izuku nodded. It's more like a lightning strike, not a cloud. Very well, then. Nedzu nodded. Do you mind if I hold on to this until tomorrow? I do believe that your class's current assignment is to take a mental break. Sure. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Is something wrong? That remains to be seen, Nedzu said. But if so, we have a team of heroes ready to help, and you're right here in case we need your expertise. Don't you worry, I know what I'm doing, young Midoriya. Oh, okay. Izuku frowned. I'll try. Nedzu smiled softly. That's all I ask. Sleep well, and thank you for bringing this to our attention. Have a great night, Midoriya. Izuku nodded and walked away. It was going to be a weird night. Hitoshi didn't tend to sleep well in new places, but today was the exception. He was exhausted from the fight with the Pussycats, had a stomach full of good food, and his crush had agreed to go on a date with him. It was like the perfect recipe for a good night's sleep, until his adults ruined it completely. Wakey, wakey, little listeners. Loud Dad screamed. Everybody pack up. Hitoshi jolted out of a deep sleep and looked around at his classmates, who were in a similar state. Todoroki was blinking slowly, while Minta looked almost enraged at being woken up, and Kaminari just looked absolutely bewildered. What's going on? Training, Dad answered shortly, picking up Kirishima's half-empty backpack from the floor and throwing it at him. Get everything packed up. In heroics, you never know when the next fight is going to happen, and you have to be ready to get going at the drop of a hat. Bus leaves in 5 minutes, and you all better be on it when it does. His adults left, and everyone exchanged confused looks for half a second before the room erupted into a flurry of movement as everyone scrambled to grab everything and stuff it in their bags as quickly as possible. Hitoshi groaned and flopped back onto the floor. I'm revoking their parental privileges. Izuku tried to sleep, but didn't do a very good job. Nezu still had his laptop, and his other computers were locked up in the lab alongside Mei's inventions. He'd just expected Nezu to be more excited and less worried, and it was giving him anxiety. Was there something special out in that part of the woods? Was he accidentally stumbling across yet another state secret that he wasn't supposed to know? It was frustrating, but Mei was more than happy to ramble and distract him, and that was how they tried to fall asleep. They'd added their sleeping bags onto a giant nest of all the blankets they'd found around the tunnels and had basically buried themselves in an attempt to battle the anxiety and boredom that came with not being able to work on their project. His mom would probably be concerned that he wasn't worried about sleeping basically right next to a girl like other boys his age would have been. And Powerloader probably didn't want them sleeping in the same space either, but having Mei right there was comforting. It felt like home in a way that even his house didn't. He was still worried and bored out of his mind, but at least he wasn't alone. He'd have to get some games from Nezu tomorrow and stash them up here so they didn't have this problem the whole week. Mei nudged his arm. Are you getting lost in your own head again? You said that Nezu's taking care of that ping, so don't worry so much about it. I can tell you more about my babies, if you want. I didn't even know you were up. Izuku groaned and stretched. What time is it? Just past 6 a.m., Mei said, sitting up. The labs unlock at 7 at the earliest, so do you want to just head down there and wait? Izuku nodded, and they pulled on their work clothes before making their way to the nearest exit and dropping down into the halls of UA. They weren't in any rush, since there was no way Powerloader had unlocked the labs yet, so they were just kinda wandering in the right general direction when they heard a commotion down the hall and turned to see the entirety of the first-year hero course coming toward them. They all looked exhausted. Everyone was still in their pajamas, and most of them were bleary-eyed and dragging their feet as they made their way down the hall. Izuku glanced over at Mei, who shrugged, so he just turned back to the hero course and started looking for Hitoshi and Ochako. Go put your stuff in the classroom, Aizawa instructed. Then meet in the cafeteria. Lunch rush should have breakfast ready pretty soon anyway. Mei face-palmed. Oh right, breakfast. Oh yeah. Izuku blushed. I forgot about that too. By this point, Hitoshi and Ochako had made their way over, and Hitoshi groaned as he dumped his duffel bag on the floor. I hate my adults. Can you two kidnap me again? What even happened? Izuku asked. I thought you were in an undisclosed location. We were, Ochako whined. We were just in the woods somewhere until the teachers all came in at way too early in the morning and forced us onto the bus. I thought we were only supposed to have, 3 heroes there, but they had a whole crowd of them to be taskmasters if we weren't moving fast enough. Ugh. And that was after having to fight our way to camp in the first place. Izuku froze. You were in the woods. Just I in the middle of nowhere. Hitoshi frowned. Yeah. Does that mean something to you? Izuku shared a look with Mei. And no reason. Glad you're okay. Okay. Hitoshi looked at him skeptically. You guys forgot to eat breakfast, didn't you? Inventing is more important, Mei insisted. But the labs are still closed, so onward to the cafeteria. Ochako rolled her eyes and fell into step beside them. How has inventing been? I got my program to work. Izuku shrugged. Oh, Hitoshi asked. Congrats. Yeah. Izuku looked forward. I think I might have already stopped an attack. Minta was seething. So far he'd been able to pass it off as waking up on the wrong side of the bed and being grumpy from lack of sleep just like everyone else, but if things kept going wrong, he might not be able to keep that up. He couldn't imagine how things could have gone more wrong. First the mall attack, then the teachers moving the camp and all the hero reinforcements that had come with that. They had known about the attack somehow, and considering how Midoriya and Hatsune were the first ones to greet them, Minta was betting that it was all Cheat Code's fault. He needed to get his hands on Shinso and soon see how they reacted to having their precious little extra credit project fall into the hands of the villains. All right, kiddos, Present Mike yelled over the crowd. So yesterday you guys were training your quirks with the Pussycats, right? Well, we're gonna get you whipped into shape real quick right here at UA. It may not be as pretty as the woods, but you're gonna be doing the same things here as you would have there, you dig. Oh, and Todoroki, Eraserhead wants to talk to you real quick in Nezu's office. Let's go. Hitoshi was almost completely certain that Izuku knew why the camp location had changed, but for some reason, he didn't want to tell anybody yet. That was fine. He'd probably hear all about it tonight anyway. It tended to be like that. Even when Mei and Izuku were supposed to keep information confidential, he ended up in the know anyway, so he could be patient. He just hoped that the attack that Izuku had mentioned wasn't on them. Oh, who was he kidding? They were the problem class, of course it was. But then who had tried attacking them? The League had just attacked a few days ago, so there was no way they'd be able to mobilize again this quickly, right? He sighed as Mina came bounding up to him. Hey Mina, how are you? Running on caffeine and sugar, Mina said cheerfully. Mandalay said we're supposed to help you with your quirk on our breaks. Hitoshi nodded as he felt his quirk connect and pulled a small notebook out of his pocket. Write down some questions you're okay with me asking. Oh, and before you start scheming, I already know Ochako likes me and I'm taking her out next week, so don't bother putting those questions down. The squealing was so loud that Hitoshi almost lost hold of his quirk. It was gonna be a long day. Aizawa glared at Todoroki's phone as it started vibrating again. Shigaraki again. Yes, Nedzu hummed. He's been calling and texting quite frequently since we evacuated the camp, most likely as a result of said evacuation. Unfortunately, none of the texts have had any relevant information to the attack. Most of them simply tell him to call or have a colorful variety of insults. It's quite entertaining, even if it is highly concerning and incriminating. He doesn't know we're onto him though, Tsukachi said quietly, so he won't be prepared for my quirk. That's a silver lining at least. Nedzu suddenly pressed a button and the door swung open to reveal Todoroki, his hand raised to knock. Hello. I was told you wanted to see me. Ah yes, young Todoroki, Nedzu said pleasantly. You're right on time. Come sit down. Todoroki glanced around suspiciously as he entered the room and the door closed behind him with a click as he sat down. What is this about? Nedzu set his phone on the table in front of him. Would you care to explain why Tamura Shigaraki, excuse me, Dusty, has been calling you nonstop for the past 4 hours? Todoroki stared at the phone on the table. I don't know. He doesn't usually call me. Tsukachi blinked in surprise and nodded. Shouta frowned in confusion. So Todoroki was telling the truth, but that meant that he didn't know why the camp had changed locations, which just didn't make sense considering he's the one who told the League their location in the first place. So you did not know that the League planned to attack our training camp last night? Nedzu asked. I find that hard to believe. The League was going to attack, Todoroki said. Okay, so I guess you already know about the streams, and I know you probably won't believe me, but we never talk about hero and villain stuff. I would never give him information on the camp. Tsukachi confirmed that he was telling the truth and Shouta groaned. So cheat code was right about there being 2 traitors. I'm not a traitor. Todoroki shook his head. I promise you, I haven't been giving out any information. Nedzu hummed. Then why does he keep calling you? I don't know. The phone on the desk started vibrating again and Shouta reached toward it with determination and put it on speaker. But I can find out. I want out. Shouta froze for a brief moment before answering. Out of the stream. No you idiot. Shigaraki hissed. Out of the League. Oh. Shouta blue screened. Is that why you've been calling me nonstop? He could practically hear Shigaraki rolling his yes. I've been calling you nonstop because you wouldn't answer, you stupid noob. They confiscated my phone. Shouta defended. I'm sorry. Whatever. Shigaraki grumbled. So what? Can't you talk to your stupid pro-hero teachers and work out some deal or something? Shouta glanced between Nedzu and Aizawa. They're already here, actually. They thought I was the traitor, especially since you kept calling me. Well, ask them if they want info. Shigaraki said. There's gonna be an attack on your stupid camp tomorrow. Tell them that. We already know that. Aizawa cut in. Cheat code informed us last night and we've moved the students to a more secure location. Well, if you brought Trapper too, then that's not gonna help you. Shigaraki said. Sensei's using him to track your stupid class. Oh, and hi Eraserhead. I love your fighting style. I will try to take that as a compliment, considering that you've tried to kill me. Aizawa said dryly. What else can you tell us? There was a long moment of silence, not over the phone. I don't know everything that All for One is tracking, but there's a good chance he'll find out about this burner. If he finds out I'm leaving ... well, we'd have to discontinue the stream if I died and I don't want to disappoint our fans. Shouta rolled his eyes. I think we'd have bigger problems in that case. Yeah, Shigaraki sounded like he was smiling. Probably. Nedzu and Aizawa turned to the cop, who looked shocked. He's telling the truth. He really wants to leave the League. Of course I fucking do. Shigaraki spat. Are you guys idiots? Sensei's a manipulative bastard and I just want to have a normal life. Is that too much to ask? Not at all, Nedzu said, a gleam in his eyes. When can you get here? Just give me a couple minutes to pack up my gaming consoles and I'll be there in an hour, Shigaraki said, then promptly hung up. Shouta sighed. He'll be here tonight. He's seriously underestimating the number of gaming consoles he needs to pack. Hitoshi didn't think he'd ever get used to brainwashing Takoyami. Being able to feel 2 people with 1 brainwash was just so strange that Hitoshi was left thinking about it even after the day's training was over. The sensation was eerily similar to what he'd felt inside Spinner's head and it was freaking him out. He dropped his quirk and rubbed his head. Hey Takoyami, you mind if I ask you a question? You have asked me many questions already. Takoyami's voice was laced with amusement. But yes, go ahead. Hitoshi chuckled. I was just wondering what it was like when Dark Shadow manifested. Strange. Takoyami sat down and invited Hitoshi to sit down next to him. I suddenly was not as alone as I had been, which was both an asset and a terrifying curse. It took a few years before I truly saw Dark Shadow as my companion and not some interloper, truthfully. But you knew Dark Shadow was there, right? Hitoshi asked. It didn't hide from you at first, did it? Takoyami blinked. It is a part of me, so until it became tangible for the first time, I suppose it could have been there longer than I was aware of it. I guess that makes things simpler, Hitoshi muttered. Thanks for the help. You can let whoever else needs a break know that I'm free if they want. Takoyami nodded and walked away. Hitoshi groaned. Why couldn't brains be simpler? Listen up, you gremlins. Powerloader yelled. I have an announcement to make and it's only gonna take a few minutes. Then you can get back to your projects, all right. Everyone mostly set aside their projects and Izuku stood by the doorway of his workroom. He shared a look with Mei. Did this have something to do with why the hero students had to come back to UA so quickly? As soon as he had everyone's attention again, Powerloader started talking again. If you hadn't noticed, some last-minute changes mean that the hero students are doing the rest of their camp here at UA, same as you. Well, tonight, they're going to have a test of courage and I think this will be a great opportunity to test your inventions against an actual audience. Remember, the goal is to scare them, not hurt them. But you've got a little bit to prep something, so go, have fun and do what some of you already do best, terrorize the hero students. Izuku blinked. Okay, so that definitely had something to do with the ping he'd gotten last night. But that didn't mean he and Mei couldn't still have fun with it. I wonder what babies I should use. Mei mused. I could make spider babies. We only have a couple hours. Izuku pointed out. I think the point is to find new uses for our current projects. Mei pouted. Well, my current projects are all being used by the heroes. What about your Araka's earrings? Melissa wandered over. She doesn't seem to need them anymore. So is there a way we can use that technology to give us an edge? The gravity shifting, not so much. Mei muttered. But the tracking will be fun. We can each pick a student and just keep scaring them over and over and over again no matter where they go. And I can make them look like spiders. So do you need me to go get your Araka's earrings, or? Izuku smiled as Mei grinned. They matched her outfit today and I got the blueprints. They're just little trackers, and I can make them look like spiders and scare everyone. She lowered her goggles over her face and grabbed a blowtorch. I'll be done in no time. Tamura pulled the hood more securely over his face and gripped his two massive duffel bags tightly in either hand. He almost looked like a terrorist walking up to the gates of UA, but thankfully Todoroki's stupid cat ruined that illusion. The stupid thing had been hanging around more frequently, and as soon as she'd seen him leave with his bags, she'd immediately launched herself onto his shoulders and refused to leave. She hadn't stopped purring the entire time either, like she was gloating about something and rubbing it in. No wonder Icy Cat liked her so much. He'd managed to sneak away without Kurogiri seeing him, and all for one hadn't tried to follow him yet, so it was worth it. It had taken him a little longer than he'd planned to pack everything up and get out. But now that he was out, he was almost free. As soon as he got inside UA, he'd never have to go back to the league again. He carefully set one of his bags on the ground and rang the intercom. There was a few moments of silence before that dumb rat answered. Hello, we've been expecting you. Todoroki will meet you at the gates and take you where you need to go. If you leave his side, my teachers are prepared to swarm you. Noted. Tamura rolled his eyes. I'm turning myself in. I get what happens if I step out of line. Good. Nedzu chirped. Then Todoroki should be right there to pick you up. I look forward to meeting you, Tamura Shigaraki. Tamura picked his duffel bag back up and waited for a long moment before Todoroki came into view. Took you long enough, you filthy casual. You can't say that to me, you noob. Tamura huffed. So, can I come in? Todoroki nodded and gestured for him to follow. Yeah, everyone's waiting for you. Tamura gulped and stepped into UA. Todoroki never came back. Mina pointed out. Oh, I guess not. Ochako said evasively. It probably wasn't the best idea to tell everyone that he was likely being interrogated by the cops because of associations with the league. Do you think we'll get a break tonight? I'm exhausted. I doubt it. Gyro groaned. Aizawa's acting like a slave master, waking us up in the middle of the night. It's sadistic, but we have to be doing something. Sue pointed out. The teachers have planned this whole thing out, so whatever we do, it will probably have a reason. You're exactly right. Pixabop popped up behind them and Ochako jumped, instinctively teleporting across the room. Whoa, you really are a fast one, aren't you? Ochako blushed and teleported back. Sorry, you startled me. Pixabop laughed. Well, you better get used to it. Tonight, you're gonna be trying to scare the pants off each other. It's not nearly as spooky as the middle of the woods, but it's up to you to make it as haunted as possible. What's the point of a test of courage unless it's actually challenging? Test of courage. Nina grinned. That sounds amazing. Yep, Pixabop said. And everyone gets to participate. We were gonna make the ones who failed sit out, but Aizawa and Vald are going to be ... Well, they're kinda busy, so everyone gets to come. Mina jumped up, hands in the air. Yes. Gyro looked at Pixabop suspiciously. Why change the plans? Were Aizawa and Vlad not supposed to be busy? Oh, don't worry about it. Pixabop dismissed. Your teachers are working it out now, and whatever it was is pretty much over now, anyway. It'll be fine. It starts in half an hour outside the cafeteria. Ochako frowned, but didn't have any time to argue with Pixabop before she was off to tell the next group about tonight. Well, at least the test of courage sounds fun. Yeah, it will, Gyro said. Just don't let Aizawa hear you say that. Oh, he's busy, don't worry. Mina waved her away. This is gonna be a blast. Minta was a fairly smart individual, but right now he felt like a total idiot. He'd only seen it out of the corner of his eye, and at first, he thought his brain must have been playing tricks on him. But unfortunately, no. A very poorly disguised Tamura Shigaraki was walking alongside Todoroki, and Minta hadn't even known they'd started hanging out. The alarms hadn't started going off yet, which meant that there was only one possibility. Shigaraki had turned traitor. Screw going to the test of courage. Minta needed a phone. Now, Shigaraki didn't waste any time getting to the point. I want house arrest and witness protection. The cat on his shoulder meowed in agreement, following that up with a threatening hiss in Nedzu's direction. Witness protection we can guarantee, Nedzu said calmly. House arrest depends on your information. You've killed a lot of people. Shigaraki groaned. I know that. And for the record, I know it might not be possible, but All for One picked me up when I was 5 years old and wandering the streets. Is it too much to ask for a second chance at a normal life? His sensei raised him to be a killer. Shaodo cut in. He was groomed to be the next incarnation of the man who took him in, so it wasn't something he chose, which is something we'll keep in mind when considering his sentence, Tsukachi said. But that depends on what information he can give us. How about the identity of your mole, trapper? Shigaraki offered. I bet you never thought to look past Enru Minda's little act to see what he was really hiding. I can tell you pretty much everything he's passed along so far. Is that good enough? Nedzu and Tsukachi exchanged a glance. It's a start. Has anyone seen Minta? Mandalay asked, passing out the students' phones as a precaution so that they could contact the teachers in case anything happened during the exercise. I keep reaching out to tell him it's time to begin, but I can't find him anywhere. Let's just start without him, Tiger said sternly. There's no reason for the rest of the students to miss out just because he wasn't responsible enough to show up on time. Mandalay sighed. I guess you're right. All right, kids, listen up. You're going to take turns scaring and being tested. Class 1B will be the scurriers this first round, and Class 1A will have to endure. Pixabob took over. Class 1A, you'll be split into groups of 2. Your goal is to get a piece of paper from Ragdoll at the other end of the school and bring it back here. Class 1B, you may divide however you like, but your goal is to scare your classmates out of their pants. That's it. Monoma laughed. Oh, this will be a piece of cake. I dunno, Tiger said vaguely. They might just surprise you. Also, we convinced the support course to help out, and they'll be working to scare both groups too, so there might be a few more surprises waiting for you. Bakugo grumbled. I swear to God, if it's glitter again. All right, Pixabob interrupted. Scarers, get out of here. The rest of you, let's draw lots to find out your pairs. Izuku and Mei had set up camp in Izuku's workroom, his big computer already linked to the camera feed so they could see all the students. The little spider trackers that Mei had made were hanging out in little groups throughout the school, but most of them were hanging around the beginning, ready to latch onto the students without them even knowing. Their camera feeds taking up the third screen. Izuku and Melissa had both told her that adding cameras to the spider bots was redundant, but she'd thrown them in anyway, so they might as well have the feed pulled up, even if they weren't going to use it. The Pussycats were still giving instructions, so they were just stuck in that awkward waiting phase between action and anxiety that Izuku hated. It didn't help that he was kind of freaking out about other things too. Hitoshi and Ochako seemed closer somehow than they did before, and he'd overheard one of the other hero students say that Hitoshi had asked her out. Did that mean they were dating now, just like everyone thought Izuku and Mei were dating? What did it really mean to date anyway? It was supposed to happen when someone liked someone else, right? Or at least liked him more than other people. Maybe that wasn't quite right. Izuku's mouth fell open in a quiet "oh." Maybe it wasn't that he was supposed to like Mei more, but that he liked her differently than everyone else. And that was true. Izuku liked Hitoshi and Ochako, obviously, but they didn't hold the same place as Mei. She was his partner in crime, and he didn't think anyone could ever even come close to replacing her as that. Was that what liking somebody meant? Okay, I can see you overthinking from here. Mei poked him in the side. What's on your mind, Izuku-kun? Izuku hemmed and hawed for a moment. I think I might like you. Mei rolled her eyes. I like you too, Izuku-kun. You wouldn't be my best friend if I didn't. That's not what I meant. Izuku mumbled. I meant I think I might like you romantically. Mei's eyes widened. I don't think I heard that right. Izuku-kun, could you speak up? Romantically. Izuku blurted, blushing now. I think I might like you romantically. I mean, maybe. I know you're really important to me and I can't imagine my life without you. But it's more than that, you know. It's that I want you by my side as my partner for the rest of ... Well, I mean we're still young, so things might change, but at least for now. The crosshairs in Mei's eyes narrowed as she zoomed in on his face. Really? You ... You're not lying. Izuku shook his head. I know neither of us are really used to people actually liking us, especially not in that way, but I dunno. People already think we're dating and I guess ... Well, I'm not opposed to that maybe being the truth. May grinned and grabbed his hand. It would definitely be a lot more fun. Izuku chuckled awkwardly and squeezed her hand. So does this mean you're my girlfriend now? MHHM. May nodded. And you're my boyfriend, because I feel the same way. I never want to lose you. Ever. You're stuck with me and my babies forever. Got it. Izuku smiled widely. That sounds absolutely perfect. Good. May nodded in satisfaction before turning to the screens. Ooh, they're starting. Achako watched Kauta out of the corner of her eye as he glared at her classmates. He really seemed to hate heroes and she wasn't quite sure why, but from the way he'd reacted when Hitoshi had brainwashed the pussycat, it probably had something to do with heroes putting themselves in danger all the time, and that just made her feel worse about the whole thing. Maybe she could find some way to make it up to him, but at the same time, he'd probably prefer it if she never talked to him again, so she just didn't know what to do. This was one of those things where she couldn't just ask Izuku and Mei for advice because both of them were even more useless in social situations than she and Hitoshi were, and Mina tended to be a little bit too pushy, which definitely wouldn't go over well. He'll be fine, don't worry, Mandalay said softly. Well, his parents were heroes and he blames them for leaving him behind. Seeing us in danger just brought back bad memories is all. But he's a strong boy and we're here to help him, assuming he accepts our help. I'm sorry, Achako muttered. Mandalay gave her a sad smile. You didn't know. He'll understand one day. It's just hard for a little boy when everyone seems to celebrate his parents' death just because they died as heroes. She patted Achako's shoulder and sighed. Well, it's time for you and Isui to get going. Don't let that other class scare you too badly, all right? Achako smiled and popped her knuckles. Oh, don't worry. I think I've got it covered. Minda weaved his way through the tunnels and made his way up from the basement. While the rest of his class was busy doing that stupid test of courage, he was busy visiting every single backup generator and busting it by pouring sugar inside that he'd stolen from Tay Kitchen. Now, when he cut the power, the generators would fail just as quickly and the doors would be wide open for the leak. Now, he could find all the power switches, but that would take time that he didn't have if Shigaraki was already spilling his guts. Finding Kaminari was so much simpler. He kept to the tunnels until he saw a shock of yellow and black hair through the vents, then went a little farther and popped out into the hall. He made sure the door was closed before running to catch up. Hey, Kaminari, wait up. Minta. Kaminari grinned. You made it. Yeah, Minta lied. The pussycats told me to just run ahead and join your group. Well then, be looking out for 1B. Kirishima said. They're supposed to pop out and scare us at any second. Well then maybe we should scare them first. Minta turned to Kaminari. Why don't you show them what you can really do? Kaminari frowned. What are you talking about? Blow out the power. Minta shrugged. It'll be dark so we can scare all of them and it'll set the mood. Plus, Kirishima's strong and I'll take care of you and you're aging to be impossible to scare if you're dumb. I don't know whether to be offended or impressed, dude. Kaminari whistled. That's really smart. Minta seethed internally. Thanks, man. But won't we get in trouble? Kirishima asked. I mean, blowing out the power is kinda a big deal. Nah, there's backup generators and they can always just reset the system. Kaminari insisted, walking toward the nearest plug. This is gonna be epic. He took out a paper clip and jammed it in the socket, sparking as he maxed out his power output. The lights flickered once and then went out. It's really dark. Kirishima fretted. Aren't the emergency generators supposed to kick on or something? Minta didn't answer. He just chuckled silently to himself as he used the sudden darkness to steal Kaminari's phone and slip away. Hitoshi wasn't sure that having all the lights go out at once had been the original plan, but he thought it was a nice touch. It definitely made the place more spooky, but he was pretty sure that at least some of the lights were supposed to stay on in case of an emergency. He'd been partnered with Anjiro, who looked like he had a very fight response when it came to fight or flight, so they would probably be alright. Class 1B sounded like they had some creepy quirks from what he'd heard from Izuku's ramblings when he was working on their analysis packets. But Izuku's analysis could make anyone's quirk sound terrifying. So yeah, hopefully the students they ran into were still working on implementing Izuku's advice and hadn't quite leveled their quicks up to eldritch horrors quite yet. Ugh, Ajiro groaned behind him and Hitoshi turned around. My tail's caught on one of Minta's gross little balls. Pretty sure he lost his head the second things got scary and just tossed his balls everywhere in a panic. Yeah, Hitoshi laughed, then froze. Wait a minute, Minta wasn't a part of the exercise. Ajiro stopped pulling. What? Minta wasn't part of the exercise. Hitoshi repeated. He didn't show up, remember, so he shouldn't be here. Ajiro frowned. What are you? Hitoshi saw something moving through the shadows and lunged to tackle Ajiro out of the way, but before he could, a storm of purple balls flew out from the shadows. He managed to dodge most of them, but he took a step back and stepped on one, anchoring his foot to the floor. Hitoshi immediately took off his shoe, but that meant he wasn't looking when the next volley of balls came and stuck themselves all over his clothes. He tried tearing off his shirt, but the balls stuck to each other into his hands, so all he managed was to get himself even more trapped. A shape dashed out of the shadows and Minta punched him in the back of the knees, forcing him down to the floor and sticking him even more completely. Hitoshi stared at Minta in shock. Since when are you actually good at fighting? Since I got here, Minta snapped. But you, like everyone else my whole life, were too busy underestimating me to even notice, just like you never noticed I was working for the villains. He turned his attention to Ajiro. And yet, everyone loves you, tail boy. But what about without it? Huh? How will you fight now? Ajiro tensed and raised his arms. I've still got 4 limbs, you traitor. What did you do? I cut the power, Minta said, and poured sugar in the emergency generators. This whole place's security system is run on electricity. Without it, the villains can just walk right in. And honestly, I don't even have to fight you, you idiot. I've got what I came for. Ajiro's eyes narrowed. And what is that? Minta pulled a spray bottle out of his bag and got to work spraying the balls, attaching Hitoshi to the floor. As he sprayed them, the balls turned green and took on a mossy appearance, and something clicked in Hitoshi's brain. Your trapper is. Cheat code was right. Todoroki wasn't the traitor. Why the fuck would Todoroki be the traitor? Minta scoffed. He doesn't have the range. Do you know how hard it was to keep everyone from seeing my true colors? Pretending I was more interested in the girls than the info I was getting every day. Todoroki could never. Hitoshi flailed as Minta tried to pick him up, but he felt the pinch of a needle at his neck and a cold numbness started radiating out from the point. What did you? Muscle relaxant, Minta bragged. Only works for a few minutes, but that's more than enough to get the great cheat code to come save you. Now come on, we've got a trap to set. Hitoshi fell asleep listening to Ajiro call out for help. Izuku knew that something was wrong as soon as the power went out. He waited for the backup generators to kick in, but when nothing happened, he immediately kicked into action. He tried to check the cameras, but without the power from the grid or the generators, they were still offline. They would have still had visualization of the students from the little spider bots that May had created ... if his computer hadn't been affected by the blackout. This was bad. This was very, very bad. May, Izuku asked, what would cause a critical failure like this? Sabotage, May answered grimly. Someone would have had to destroy or disable every single backup generator. And the backups to the backups before cutting the power to get it to go out like this. So this is an attack. Izuku took a deep breath. How soon can we have power back online? Give me 5 minutes. May was already grabbing her tools. Maybe 10 if I run into trouble. Izuku nodded. I need to track down my laptop. I'll try to find some of the students and have them guard you. Our highest priorities are to get power back online and probably find Uraraka, since she'll make communication easier. His phone buzzed in his pocket and he frowned as he looked at who the message was from. Why is Kaminari of all people texting me? There was an image attached and Izuku clicked on it hesitantly, expecting a meme, not a photo of Hitoshi tangled in Minta's purple balls in one of the back halls of UA. His mouth went dry. Never mind. Izuku swallowed. Priorities changed. And then they heard something crash. Mina hurried down the hall, looking for any one of her classmates. She'd gotten separated from her partner by some of the 1B students with creepy quirks and hadn't been too concerned about it. But then the lights went out, so it was just her, acid skating down the hall in almost pitch-black darkness. She heard a large crash and pushed herself even faster. She saw an odd shape moving away from her through the darkness and called out, "Hey, wait up." The shape started going faster and Mina huffed in frustration. "Hey, I said, wait up, don't run away from me." She skated after them as fast as she could go and rammed into them within seconds, sending the shape sprawling to the floor. "Hey, what's the big idea?" Minta's shrill voice echoed through the hall and Mina groaned. Of course it had to be Minta. She looked around the hall and froze when she saw Shinso, unconscious and completely stuck in a net of purple balls. You weren't partnered with Shinso for the exercise. There was just enough light for her to see Minta roll his eyes. Yeah, no shit. Now just run away and maybe I'll let you live. What are you talking about? Mina scrambled to her feet. What are you doing with Shinso? None of your business, bitch, Minta growled. No. Mina coated her hands with acid. You're trying to hurt one of my friends, so, yeah, it's my business. She skated by and tried to grab Shinso, only to get tripped up by a barrage of sticky balls landing right in her path. She managed to catch her footing again and turned back toward Minta, dropping into a fighting stance, only to freeze as she realized the balls were dissolving as soon as they came in contact with her acid. Wait, that looks familiar. Mina's jaw dropped. I saw pictures of that on the news. Your trapper, you're a villain. Nice of you to finally catch on, Minta said dryly. Now get out of my way. Todoroki looked around the room when the lights went out, taking in the teacher's expressions with a growing sense of dread. The blackout isn't part of the exercise, is it? No, Aizawa said seriously. It isn't. Well, the plans to attack the camp obviously didn't work, Shigaraki said. So instead of abandoning the quest, they must have decided to keep going after their objectives and attack UA directly. If they had the balls to do it though, they didn't run it by me at all. Is there anything else you can give us? Nedzu asked. I cannot imagine you would come here without significant leverage. I can tell you the party members and their quirks, Shigaraki offered. They did the little side quest at the mall to try and hide them, which I didn't know about either, for whatever that's worth. Sukachi flipped to a new page in his notebook. You've got a deal? What are we up against? The most serious threats will be a fried chicken nugget called Dabai and a psychotic bitch named Toga, Shigaraki said. Fire powers and a quirk that lets her look like anyone, but they're both smart and know what they're doing. In terms of immediate danger, though, you're looking at 2 escaped convicts, Muscular and Moonfish. I trust you don't need more info on them. Todoroki watched as Suikuchi went pale. No, I think we know their threat level just fine. Shigaraki nodded. Okay then, outside of those 4, we've got a couple wild cards. Mustard can create a poison gas, Magni has magnet powers, and Mr. Compress can do what his name says, compress stuff into these puny little marbles. They're all dangerous. Sensei wouldn't have recruited them otherwise. Very well, Nedzu said. Aizawa, get a hold of Present Mike. I think we have a use for radio communications. I will call Mandalay and have her use telepathy to inform the students. Muscular grinned and shook out his fist. How did I do, boss? This is about killing false heroes, not showing off, Spinner complained. Oh, come on now. Mr. Compress cut in. Destroying the wall of UA with 1 punch is quite impressive. See, Muscular flexed. Someone appreciates my greatness. Now let's see some blood. Blood. Moonfish's groans sounded almost inspired. Finally, Spinner growled. We have work to do. Yeah, Toga jumped up and down. I get to drink all the little heroes' blood. This is gonna be so much fun. Just make sure you get enough. Dabai said. Mustard, cover our path so the local heroes can't give back up. Don't tell me what to do. Mustard growled, but even as he spoke, he was already letting off a large cloud of poisonous gas. These fake heroes don't stand a chance. Before we fight, just remember that Trapper's been exposed, Dabai warned. So if you see him, get him out. Oh, and Shiggy's a traitor, so kill him if you get the chance and assume these heroes know your quirks. As if that'll help him. Muscular cracked his knuckles. These heroes don't stand a chance. For once, Nedzu did not have the chance to open the door before Midoriya slammed it open and came barging in. I need my laptop. Nedzu nodded and gestured to the laptop. We received a ping from your program just moments before the loud crash. That means the League has already arrived. Midoriya nodded and crossed to sit at Nedzu's desk, shooing Shigaraki out of his seat so that he could sit down. Based on the lack of fighting, I'm assuming there weren't 2 traitors after all. No, what does everyone keep thinking that? SH Jiraki complained. Icy Cat never gave me any info at all. And who are you anyway? Midoriya looked up and glared at him. You can call me Cheat Code. I'm sure you'll understand why I don't trust you. Shigaraki gulped. Oh, you're the little cheater from the USJ. It's not cheating if it saves lives. Izuku turned back to his computer. Now tell me everything you know. What am I up against? Divided by. What is that smell? Hagakure sniffed the air. It's like rotten eggs. I'm not sure. Gyro slammed her hand over her mouth and nose as she started to feel lightheaded. I think we should get out of here. It's probably just one of Class 1B's quirks, Hagakure said, more slowly than she should have, which made alarm bells go off inside Gyro's head. No, Gyro heard unfamiliar footsteps and turned toward them to see Spinner and a bunch of people she didn't recognize emerging from the growing mist. It's villains. She was passed out before the villains even noticed her. Divided by. May dashed through the halls, her tool bag swinging by her side like a weapon as she held the phone to her ear. Come on, pick up. May. Achako sounded confused when she answered. Do you know what's going on? No time. May snapped quickly. Extra Credit Con has been kidnapped. Go get him. She hung up and slid down the banister, eyes narrowing in on the door to the maintenance cabinet. She just needed to get to that room and she'd be able to get at least partial power back. Hopefully. She scrambled back as a long blade slammed into the floor in front of her. Flesh. Give me blood. May swallowed and looked up at a guy in a straitjacket who looked even crazier than she was. Oh crap. The minute that Ochako heard that Hyoshi had been kidnapped, she was by his side within seconds. He was completely covered in Mainta's sticky balls and Akako cursed under her breath. Mainta, how did I miss that? Hitoshi blinked, raising his head about an inch to look at her. Acha. What? I'm here. Ochako wasn't quite sure how to grab him without getting stuck. I'm gonna get you out of here. Where's Mainta? Fighting Mina. Hitoshi slumped back down. She figured out he was Trapper. Okay. Ochako swallowed. She'd help Mina later. Let's get you someplace safe. Show me your blood. She ducked down and hid behind Hitoshi just in time to see little Kauter running for his life down the hall as the largest villain Ochako had ever seen reached out to grab him. Shindig. Ochako whimpered. I have to go save him. Itoshi smiled. I can still talk. I'll take care of myself. Ochako nodded and disappeared. Sue really hoped that Ochako was okay. She'd left in a hurry, but then again, she usually did these days, so it wouldn't have been too concerning if it hadn't been for the blackout and the phone call right before. She had the feeling there was something else going on besides the exercise. Her night vision was a bit better than normal due to her quirk, but the shadows were still putting her on edge as she made her way through the halls to where Ragdoll was supposed to be. She knew that was most likely the point, since it was a test of courage, but it was still enough to make her pay more attention to her surroundings. That was probably the only reason she didn't miss the knife flying at her out of the corner of her eye. She hopped to the side just in time, and the blade embedded itself in the wall instead of her braid. A blonde girl with high buns and what looked like huge needles hanging from her backpack came out from the shadows with a pout. "Oh, but you'd look so much cuter if you were a bit more cut up." Sue swallowed. No thanks. She didn't recognize this girl from Class 1B, which didn't paint a very nice picture when combined with the blackout and Ochako's sudden disappearance. If there were villains here, then were they under attack? Were they allowed to fight back? What was going on? A voice rang out inside her head. "Students, this is Mandalay. The school is under attack by the League of Villains. As the attack is happening on UA grounds, you are allowed to use your quirks to defend yourselves, but do not initiate attacks. Make your way to the cafeteria as soon as possible." Mandalay then started listing the attackers and their quirks as quickly as she could. Sue gulped as Toga started to circle her, a hungry look on her face. Okay, so those needles must be so that she could gather blood and turn into other people. First priority was to keep Toga from getting her blood. Then get away and meet up with the rest of the students. She shifted into a fighting stance, which made Toga smile. "Are you ready to bleed now? You kinda spaced out for a minute, and that's no fun. I want you to feel it when I stab you. That way you can enjoy it too." Another knife came flying at her and Sue hopped out of the way. "I think we enjoy different things." Toga scowled, and this time, she threw her needles. She was fast, and it was all Sue could do to dodge until out of nowhere Toga yelped and stumbled as if she'd taken a hit from behind. Sue felt a hand on her shoulder and whirled around to see a floating head that she thought she recognized as a girl from 1B. "Sorry for scaring you," the girl's head said. "I'm Setsuna, I'm in the other class. Komoro has a plan, but we need to get that girl's gas mask." Sue nodded and flexed her tongue. "I can do that. Students, this is Mandalay. The school is under attack by the League of Villains. As the attack is happening on UA grounds, you are allowed to use your quirks to defend yourselves, but do not initiate attacks. Make your way to the cafeteria as soon as possible. The villains' quirks are as follows: Dab Eye, Cremation; Spinner, Lizard Traits and Blood-Based Paralysis; Toga, Blood-Based Appearance Changes; Mustard, Poison Gas; Magni, Magnetism; Mr. Compress, Compression; Trapper, Akka, Minru Minda, Sticky Hair. May bolted to the nearest tunnel entrance and quickly solved the puzzle to get inside before slamming the door behind her. The knives slammed through the wall, but that psycho couldn't get to her if he didn't know where she was, so she moved quietly as she made her way back to the labs. She really hoped the time she'd waste would be worth it, but there was no way she'd be able to do this without her baby. She dropped down into the lab and grabbed a variety of her projects, both the successes and the failures. The successes would do what they were supposed to and the failures would blow up, so it was a win-win. She ran back to the basement as fast as she could through the tunnels, exiting to the view of the straitjacket guy still attacking the wall where she'd disappeared. He'd almost completely ripped it open by this point, and May got a determined look as she launched a stink bomb into the air. "Look alive." The guy turned toward her like some sort of eldritch entity, but soon enough reared back as the stench of the stink bomb filled the hall. May covered her mouth and nose and hoped this actually worked. She'd tried to channel her inner Izuku and she'd seen that the guy was wearing a blindfold, which meant that he wasn't finding her by sight, which meant that it was either smell or sound. But he hadn't been able to find air in the tunnels, and if he had enhanced hearing, then she'd be a shish kebab right now. That left that he was probably smelling for her blood or something creepy like that, and that was easily countered by a stink bomb. She smiled as her opponent became disoriented, and she realized that she'd been right. Izuku would be so proud. She grabbed one of her failed babies that was supposed to be an early version of her jetpack and turned it on before launching it at the guy's head. It exploded about a second earlier than she'd hoped, but it was still enough to force him back. She ran for the maintenance room door, only to find her path blocked by knives. Again, this was getting old. Blood, flesh, what a mad banquet of darkness. May felt hands grab her and she yelped as she was carried around the corner by one of the hero students with a full 6 arms. "Are you hurt? You're one of the support students, right? We need to run." "No, what we need is to get the power back on." May pushed the student, Shaoji if she remembered right, away. "And to do that, I need to get in that stupid room." Shaoji blinked for a moment and nodded. "All right. Then Takoyami and I will help you. Stay behind us." He raised his arms into a shield and raised himself up to his full height. May got ready to run. They were running out of time. It took longer than he preferred to figure out where the hell Mustard was and lure Mina into an affected area. He had his gas mask, obviously, so he wasn't affected, but the stupid pink idiot could hold her breath for an infuriatingly long time. At least she was out of the way now. But Minda was definitely not in a good mood as he finally hurried back to where he'd left Shinso. Sending that text as a threat to cheat code hadn't seemed like a risk at the time. But then again, he hadn't been planning on running into one of his classmates. He breathed a sigh of relief when Shinso was still there, stuck to the floor exactly where he'd left him. He hadn't even woken up yet. Minda chuckled and kicked Shinso in the ribs. "Wake up, sleeping beauty, rise and shine." Shinso blinked, bleary-eyed, and raised his head. What time is it?" Minda immediately looked at his watch. If he was correct, Shinso's quirk relied on confusing his target. So no matter what, he needed to know what he was talking about. 11 p.m. His eyes widened as Shinso smirked. "Got ya. What are you?" Apparently he was just confused enough by Shinso's reaction for the quirk to kick in because he felt his brain go fuzzy and his arms fell limp at his sides. "Dissolve these stupid things and let me go." Minda had no choice but to obey. Dabai was supposed to be able to focus on traumatizing Shoto tonight. But no. Of course he had to go and find the stupid gamer boy who should never have been put in charge of the league to begin with and kill him. Trapper had tried to give them as much info on the school's layout as possible, but it'd be built by a literal rat, so it was a maze. Speaking of the rat, Dabai was betting that he'd find Shigaraki right in his office. It was probably near the center, basing things on a traditional rat maze, but he wasn't too concerned about solving anything right now. That was what the new recruits' quirks were for, after all. "Just compress the walls in front of us," Dabai ordered. "We're not playing by the rules of their little game." The frog girl was pretty cute, and Himiko was still deciding on her opinion when it came to Mushroom Girl, but she thought the Lizard Girl could definitely use some improvements. "Why don't you bleed when you split apart? You'd be so much cuter if you just bled a little more." "Yeah, because that's not creepy at all," Setsuna muttered. The disembodied hands were grasping at the ugly gas mask around Himiko's neck, and she would have given it up if it hadn't also been connected to her blood canisters to let her drink on the go. Not that she had any blood in them at the moment, but she was working on that. "Come on, I just want a little taste of your blood," Himiko cried out. "I'm only gonna hurt you a little. Doesn't that sound like fun?" "No," all three girls answered in unison, and it would have been cute if they were just bloodied up a little more. The frog girl's tongue came barreling toward her again, and she managed to slash it with her knife. But the attack created an opening for the lizard girl to send a leg and kick her in the back of the knees, which then allowed the frog girl to wrap her tongue around the mask and pull. The tubing popped out and Toga scowled as she stood back up. "That was totally not cute. Setsuna, get out of here," the mushroom girl said. "Asui, put on the mask." "Call me Tsu," the frog girl said, putting on the mask. "Oh, Tsu." Himiko's eyes lit up. "What a cute name." The frog girl glared at her from above the mask. "Only my friends get to call me Tsu." Himiko smiled. "Well, I guess this means we're friends, th." Her voice cut out when she suddenly stopped being able to breathe. There was a slight mist in the air. Mustard?" "No," the mushroom girl answered. "Spores. You're not getting anybody's blood tonight." The mist disappeared, but she could still feel it in her lungs as her vision went spotty. "Wah." The lizard girl ran back up. "I found a rope. Let's tie her up." Well, that hadn't been fun at all. Xiaoji shielded Mei with his arms as Dark Shadow grappled with Moonfish. Xiaoji could use some armor for his arms, but she'd have to be careful not to restrict his range of movement. Maybe something like a cape, made of Kevlar obviously. And Takoyami's needed some more in terms of defense and maybe some offense too, but she'd have to experiment. Mei forced herself to pay attention to the fight and brave someone for babies, just some taser marbles, so nothing fancy, but still effective enough that a faceful of them was able to keep Moonfish from slicing off one of Shoji's extra arms. As soon as Moonfish reared back, Xiaoji dashed forward and yanked the door to the maintenance room open. "Go. We'll make sure he doesn't follow you." Mei nodded and dropped one more stink bomb, just to make sure Moonfish still couldn't rely on his sense of smell, then ran into the maintenance room. She slammed the door behind her and Mei turned on a flashlight and opened her tool bag. "All right, time to get this baby working again." Shinso ran through the halls, trying to put as much distance between himself and Minda as he could. He'd ordered him to go turn himself into the teachers, but Hitoshi wasn't stupid. He knew that the likelihood of something knocking Minda out of his control before then was almost a guarantee, and he didn't want to be anywhere near the creep when that happened. Izuku had warned them that there had to be another traitor. Why hadn't they focused harder on figuring out Trapper's identity? He scrambled back when Spinner dropped from the ceiling right in front of him. "Hello again, hero. We didn't quite get the chance to finish our conversation last time." Achako teleported to Kauta. "Hey, I'm gonna get you out of here, okay? It's him. It's muscular. He killed my mom and dad." Kauta's eyes widened and he pointed over her shoulder. "Watch out." A punch barred into her from the side, knocking her through the wall. She groaned and stood up to see the huge villain gloating as he towered over her. This is the hero they sent after me. A puny little girl. Ochako shifted into a fighting stance. A puny little girl who beat All Might in a fair fight. The villain laughed. Oh, you've got spunk, but even All Might couldn't beat me. I'm gonna love killing you. Ochako grit her teeth, and I'm gonna love beating that stupid grin off your face. She felt a tingle run down her spine just in time for Muscular to throw a massive quirk-enhanced punch right at her face. She channeled one for all and moved faster than she thought possible, grabbing him in preparation for a judo flip and activating her quirk so that she could actually slip him completely over her shoulder and slam him into the ground. It didn't even keep him down for a second. He twisted her arm and she helped as she felt the bones snap. Pathetic. Maybe killing the kid will be more fun. She bit her lip and launched herself at him. Don't touch him. The most she'd ever teleported on repeat had been when she'd first developed her quirk. Ever since she'd learned to control her jumps, she hadn't teleported for more than 2 or 3 times in a row. The only exception had been the mall, but even then, she'd only been teleporting herself. The only time she'd teleported on repeat with another person in tow had been that one time with All Might, and that had only been twice. She knew it'd be draining, but at the moment, she really couldn't bring herself to care. She grabbed onto Muscular and teleported to every single one of her classmates, not staying at any of them long enough for Muscular to get his bearings. Around number 10, she started getting nauseous, but she didn't stop. She wasn't going to let this guy hurt Kouta or anybody else. She let loose a guttural yell as she teleported to Aizawa, pouting as she threw a now exhausted Muscular to the floor. It took her a minute to push down her nausea and realize that there was now an entire roomful of people that were all staring at her in shock. Shigaraki was sitting right next to Izuku, who was sitting at Nedzu's desk, which was the only reason why she didn't immediately grab him and give him the same treatment as Muscular. He gave a low whistle. And this is why I'm glad I'm switching sides. You're still on thin ice, Izuku said without looking up. Eraserhead can handle this goon if he wakes up. Itoshi got himself out, but we know he's a target, so back him up. The teachers are getting the rest of the students. Ochako nodded. Got it. See you soon. Minda cursed under his breath as he put on his gas mask. That stupid brainwasher. How had he gotten the jump on him so quickly? And now his bait for cheat code was gone and the entire attack was going so far off of the plans that it wasn't even close to the same attack. He was out of backup plans to his backup plans and now was firmly in the improvisation territory, which was not where a trapper preferred to be. He took a deep breath. He could still make this work in his favor. Sure, he'd let Shinso slip through his fingers, but Mustard had already set up the gas trap and he just needed to make sure as many of his classmates as possible got caught in it. Most of them still didn't know he was the traitor, so he'd just lure them into the gas and take down as many as he could. He saw Zero up ahead, his freakishly large elbows backlit against what little light there was. Hey, do you know what's going on? Zero's eyes widened, and instead of greeting him like a friend as Minda had expected, Zero immediately shot out his tape. Guys, the traitor's here, get him. Minda swore and used his balls to stick Zero's tape to the wall instead of to him, but he wasn't quite sure what other backup Zero had. Who had he been paired with for the exercise? What members of 1B were around? It had to be more than one person from what Zero had said, so the safest option was ... well, to do what he planned to begin with. He may not have planned to have his classmates know his true intentions already, but actually this made his job ironically easier. Catch me if you can, bitches, Amanita muttered under his breath. Until you can't breathe, that is. He ran as fast as he could in the direction of the gas, running just slow enough that his classmates stayed focused on him and not on the gathering mist until it was too late. He could hear multiple sets of footsteps, probably between 3 and 5, so a good number if everyone fell for his trap. He adjusted his gas mask and kept running until he heard a few thumps behind him, then turned around and doubled back. Zero and a brown-haired kid from 1B had fallen for it, but whatever others there were had gotten away. Minda shrugged it off and went to go find more students. There was no lack of targets wandering the halls at this point. He just had to find some more prey. Hitoshi swallowed and stared down Spinner. What conversation? Last I remember you were trying to kill me. Spinner frowned. You said I had other people in my head. Explain what you meant. Oh. Hitoshi hesitated. He could take control right now, but Spinner didn't seem intent on killing him at the moment, and he could always brainwash him later. Izuku was always emphasizing how important information was, and for some reason, Hitoshi was intrigued. Okay. It was just one other presence, but it just ... felt like there were 2 minds. 2 consciousnesses, kinda. It's hard to explain. But whose? Spinner looked so confused and almost angry. Whose mind is it? I don't know. Hitoshi's mind spun. He did not want an angry hero killer. I might be able to brainwash it though. To interrogate it. I don't know how else to figure it out, sorry. Hitoshi silently cursed himself. He had just offered to brainwash the angry murderer. Of course that was a brilliant plan. Way to not make his opponent angry. Do it? Hitoshi reared back in surprise. What? Do it, Spinner ordered again. I'm not going to have other people messing with my head. Not while I go about Stain's important mission. I need to know what I am fighting, so figure it out or I swear on Stain's blood that I will cut you down where you stand. Okay. Hitoshi took control immediately. That's a pretty convincing reason to brainwash somebody, not gonna lie. He took a deep breath and hoped this actually worked. Honestly, brainwashing Dark Shadow from Takoyami's brain had been hard enough, and he was still working on taking half control so that people could actually talk under his brainwashing. So there was every chance this was going to blow up in his face. But if it didn't, it would be really cool. First, he focused on Spinner's mind until he could feel the other presence inside it. Then he pushed a little forward. The other mind didn't resist his control, not in the way Dark Shadow's had. In fact, it was almost like it knew what he was trying to do and hesitantly approved of the plan. After he had control of both, he let go of Spinner, not trusting himself to be able to successfully interrogate if he was trying to brainwash multiple people, and oddly enough, he was pretty sure that Spinner wasn't going to kill him until he figured out who the other presence was, so it was a pretty safe move. Or at least, Hitoshi hoped so. Then he dialed back his control. He gave the other presence just enough control to be able to speak, but carefully kept enough that it should answer his question. If everything went according to plan, that was, so it was about a 50/50 shot. Hitoshi carefully thought through the wording of his question before speaking, careful to phrase his question as an order. Tell me who you are. Spinner's voice spoke blankly. I am Stain, the hero killer. It took all of Hitoshi's willpower to not drop his control right then and there. I thought you were dead, Hitoshi said. Tell us how you're here. A part of me was torn out when All for One stole my quirk. Stain answered. He is the one who had me killed. Spinner let out a guttural scream and Hitoshi stumbled back at the sheer rage emanating from him, losing both his control and his footing. He scrambled back as Spinner drew his katana. He lied. Sensei lied. He told me that the heroes killed Stain. He lied. Hitoshi didn't know what to say, just scrambled backwards to put as much distance as he could between himself and the hero killers. Both of them. Oh no. He needed to ask a question and quickly. He froze. No need for Spinner's, Stain's, paralyzation quirk when the hero killers turned on him. I have no reason to kill you, for now, Spinner said, fire in his eyes. I have more important prey to take care of. He leapt onto the wall and scurried away, and Hitoshi waited for him to disappear completely before falling onto his back in relief. What the heck just happened? Ochako suddenly appeared beside him. What did I miss? Monoma did a double take as soon as he saw the obvious pair of villains literally carving their way towards Nedzu's office. Well, now, that's interesting. Pony grabbed his arm. Stop. Teachers will take care of them. We run. Monoma scoffed and shook his arm loose. You can run if you want, but I know you've noticed the gap between us and 1A. What's the difference? Not our test scores, that's for sure. They've fought real villains. I'm not going to let them keep leaving us in the dust. Pony hesitated for a moment before giving a determined nod. We go. Monoma grinned and cracked his neck. Let's do this. Try to pin the guy in the yellow coat. He looks like he's got a useful quirk. I want it. Shaoji hissed and grabbed his arm. The hand wasn't a big loss. He could grow it back. What was an issue was that Dark Shadow hadn't taken kindly to one of its friends being hurt. As soon as Takoyami had seen Moonfish hurt him, he'd completely lost control and Dark Shadow had started going berserk. It had gone after Moonfish first, thankfully, and the villain was somewhere down the hall with who knew how many broken bones. But now Dark Shadow was stalking anything that moved, which was unfortunately mostly Shaoji. Takoyami was trying to get it to calm down, but wasn't having much success. Suddenly, there was a cheer from inside the maintenance room and Shaoji felt a stab of fear as Dark Shadow zeroed in on the noise. It let out a massive roar and launched itself at the door. Shaoji knew that the wall wouldn't stand a chance and that support student wouldn't be able to do a thing against it before she'd be torn to shreds. He took a step forward, not knowing what he could do, but at the same time knowing he had to do something. And then the lights turned on. Dark Shadow whimpered in the suddenly harsh lighting and Takoyami was almost sobbing with relief as Shaoji went to go comfort him. The agent of chaos must have restored the power. What a mad banquet of darkness, but I think I'd prefer to stay in the light for now. Shaoji nodded. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Kendo was lightheaded even now that the gas was finally clearing up. This poison gas smelled nasty and she would have known to avoid it even without Mandalay's warning. But knowing all the villains' quirk definitely gave them an advantage, as did knowing who the traitor really was. She thought she'd seen Minda through the fog once or twice, but every time she tried to chase him, he disappeared before she could find him. At least she and Tetsu had knocked out that mustard kid. Now, though, they had to find everyone who had passed out from the gas and get them to Recovery Girl. Hopefully nobody but Tetsu had gotten hit with any bullets, but Kendo wasn't counting on that, so they needed to hurry. She made her hands as big as she could and started running. Come on, let's grab everyone we can and get back to the Pussycats. Pony shot her horns forward and snagged Mr. Compress's coat. Dabai, wait. Dabai glared back and shot a stream of fire in the student's general direction. Get yourself out of it, you dumbass, or I'm leaving you behind. Compress sounded like he was pouting underneath his mask. But my coat will rip. Dabai rolled his eyes. Suit yourself, I've got a traitor to take care of. Monoma waited until he was around the corner before dashing forward and ripping Compress's glove off. And now, let's see what your quirk can really do. What are you talking about? Compress sounded confused. My quirk is. He disappeared and Monoma was left holding a marble. Okay, this is going to be nice. Ochako sighed after Hitoshi finished filling her in. Okay, so what now? Well, the lights are back on. Hitoshi shrugged. And I'm no longer being targeted by a serial killer, so maybe go back to the teachers. Maybe. Ochako frowned. But I feel like the biggest threats are still out there. Like Shigaraki? Hitoshi asked. No, he's apparently on our side now. Ochako answered absently. Hitoshi blinked. Wait, what? Izuku was being almost polite to him when I dropped in earlier. Ochako said. I think he's the one who gave Mandalay the info on the villain's quirks. Oh, Hitoshi frowned. I guess I was wrong about Todoroki being the traitor then. Detective Tsukachi was there too. Ochako said. So I think he interrogated both of them. I don't know what's going on, but I'm just scared that Kurogiri is going to teleport in and mess everything up. If I just had an anchor on him, then you'd be able to keep up. Hitoshi nodded. I can brainwash him long enough for you to touch him. I don't think the villains have figured out my quirk yet. Minda thought it was based on confusion, so ... we're still in the cellar. I just hope he's still around. Ochako said. If he is ... he's probably after Shigaraki for turning on them. She grabbed Hitoshi and felt the world shift as they jumped. A second later, they were in Nenzu's office and Hitoshi was taking deep breaths to calm the nausea. I think I'm actually starting to get used to that. What do you guys need? Izuku said. Now that the power's back, I'm kinda busy figuring out how to best use the weapons systems. We were hoping to track Kurogiri. Hitoshi answered. Figured here was a good place to start, since the villains are probably going to be after Dusty here. I'd be offended if you weren't right. Shigaraki whined. Yeah, Todoroki drawled. You knew what the consequences of switching parties would be. Shirogaki groaned, the cat on his lap nuzzling up to his face to try and comfort them. Don't remind me. I'm still worried about the big boss. The big boss? Todoroki asked. Your sensei. Shigaraki nodded, all for one. Nenzu nodded grimly. Then I will call All Might and tell him to be prepared for an attack. It is a good thing that young Mei managed to get the power back on so we can bolster our defenses. What did I do? Mei popped her head out from a secret tunnel in the ceiling. Oh, hi. What's one of the villains doing here? Switching sides. Izuku answered. Now get down here and man Nenzu's computer. The students have taken care of most of the villains, but Minta and Spinner are still on the loose. Mei nodded and jumped down. Any others we need to worry about? Just this one. Izuku pressed the button that opened the door to Nenzu's office, revealing one very surprised villain who had been about to blow down the door. Welcome, Dabai. We've been expecting you. There was a long moment of awkward silence as the heroes just stared at Dabai, who stared right back. Shadow thought Midoriya was absolutely insane for opening the door like he was inviting in a friend. Not a villain, but he had to respect the audacity of the power move. It immediately put the heroes at an advantage and took away the element of surprise that Dabai had almost definitely been counting on. Finally, Nenzu broke the silence. Oh my, this office is getting rather crowded, isn't it? Dabai responded by sending a stream of fire directly at Shigaraki. But Shadow created an ice wall to protect him just in time. The wall melted immediately under the heat of Dabai's flames. And Shadow glared at him. Don't you dare touch him. Epper hissed in agreement and launched herself at Dabai, scratching at his scars and the staples on his face until Dabai ripped her off and flung her away with a snarl. Get out of my way, Shadow Todoroki. So Minda told you my name. Shadow rolled his eyes. How impressive. Aizawa stepped in front of them. Cheat code, you take the others back to your lab. Use the tunnels, we'll deal with him. Fat chance. Dabai tried to shoot more fire, but Aizawa shot him with a glare. Oh, fuck this. He reached his hand into his pocket and grabbed something. Aizawa rushed forward, but Dabai just smirked. Too late, he's already on his way. Nenzu's fur stood on end. And who would that be? A swirl of purple mist appeared in the middle of the room and Kurogiri stepped out. You called. Minda was stuck to the wall, hiding in a patch of shadows near the ceiling as he watched the students gathering. The Pussycats were doing a head count of all the students while the UA teachers stood off to one side, handcuffing all of the villains that the students had managed to take down. They had done a lot better than he'd thought they would, or maybe it was just that his allies had done worse, because the only villains missing from the captured pile were Dabai, Kurogiri, and himself. And now the lights were back on. This entire attack was turning into a disaster and Minda didn't know how to turn it around. Not with their current numbers. However, they couldn't afford to fail either, because failure meant that they lost Shigaraki, who knew enough to cripple them. which was probably why their attack had failed in the first place. They needed to pull out something that the heroes couldn't predict, something that Shigaraki's knowledge wouldn't help against, something so powerful that no matter even if they knew what they were up against, they wouldn't be able to fight. Mineta pulled out the phone he'd stolen from Kaminari. They needed the big guns. Ochako looked over at Hitoshi, who nodded, and both of them rushed forward. "What do you think you're doing here?" Hitoshi yelled. "If you want to get to him, you're going to have to go through us." "What are you?" Hirajiri went limp just in time for Ochako to barrel into him and knock him from the brainwashing. She scrambled to her feet with a grin as Kirigiri started floating. "Got ya." Ochako put her hands together. "Release." Dabai scowled and turned to Kirigiri. "Never mind, you useless waste of oxygen. I'll handle Shigaraki myself." Kirigiri nodded and disappeared, and Ochako grabbed Hitoshi's hand. "Let me know if you need me to stop." Hitoshi's expression hardened. "I'll stop when we catch him." Gravity shifted and they ended up on top of the school, but the moment they got there, Kirigiri left again. After 3 more jumps of his, Ochako stopped. "He's trying to wear us out." Hitoshi looked green. "It's working." Ochako bit her lip and looked around. They'd ended up in one of the fake cities that UA used as a training ground. "If I can just get ... Oh, I'm an idiot." "What?" Hitoshi Fornwood. "What did you just realize?" "Well," Ochako started, "I can determine more or less where around my target I appear, right? So if I appear close enough, then I can grab him and bring him back. Only if you're fast enough to do that before he gets away from you." Hitoshi pointed out. "His teleporting hasn't been throwing yours off, has it?" "Not enough that I can't make this work." Ochako's eyes were determined as she dropped Hitoshi's hand. "I'll be back soon." Hitoshi nodded. "And I'll be waiting." Shadow glanced back and forth between Shigaraki and Dabai before turning to Midoriya. "There's a tunnel entrance just right here, right? The one your girlfriend came out of." Midoriya looked like he was about to say something else before he stopped himself with a blush. "Yeah, the one my girlfriend came out of." "That one." Shout didn't have time to figure out that reaction. Nor did he think that was the most important thing to worry while there was a psychopathic flame killer after them. "I'll stay back and help Aizawa. You two get Dusty to safety." Hatsum nodded. "Got it. Do I get any say in this?" Shigaraki complained. "No," Midoriya answered shortly. "Good luck, Todoroki. If you're going to do something, do it quickly." Aizawa snapped. "I do have to blink eventually." Shadow glared at Dabai and went to stand beside Aizawa. "Go. We got this. I believe that I shall accompany you," Netsu said to Midoriya. "I do not believe the computers in this room will be functional for that much longer. Your workroom has a better setup." "And whose fault is that?" Midoriya responded. There was a scramble behind them as they got into the tunnels, but Shadow was more concerned with the staring contest he was having with Dabai, who looked confused and angry. "Since when are you all buddy-buddy with Shigaraki?" Shachuo shrugged. "Since my old man kicked me out and he was the one who kinda took me in." Dabai did a double take. "Wait, Dad kicked you out?" "He didn't even kick me out." Shadow froze, his thoughts racing as he tried to make sense of that until everything finally clicked. Tauya. Hirajiri knew he hadn't completely shaken the girl. Uraraka, that would have been a ridiculous assumption. If what Trapper had said was correct, she now had a permanent tag on him that could not be removed without a significant change in weight, and it would not be safe to return to the base until that happened. He could starve himself for a few days. That would be simple enough, but there was the question of if the change would be sufficient. There was also the option of amputation, but he did not want to impact his usefulness to Sensei if he could help it. Basically, for the moment, he was out of good options. He felt something barrel into him, and then all of a sudden, the world was shifting just like it did when he warped. He knew the girl must have grabbed him and forced him to teleport, but why would she do something like that? He was used to teleporting and ending up in a new location, so there was no way she could throw him off using that strategy. He readied himself for a fight before he even figured out where he had ended up, and his eyes widened when he heard Tamura's voice. "I'm not coming back. Will you stop trying to grab me already? You surely can't be abandoning Sensei so easily." Hirajiri felt his brain go blank again, realizing too late that young Tamura was nowhere to be seen. He'd fallen for their ruse, and this time there was no one around to knock him out of it. He was somewhere within the UA training grounds and alone with the teleporter and the brainwasher. "Wonderful. All right, Hitoshi," the girl said. "He's all yours." The brainwasher, Hitoshi Shinso, came into view, fiddling with a mask on his face that Kirigiri recognized as the support item he'd used during the sports festival. His quirk must have something to do with his voice. Then, rather than confusion as Trapper had suggested, Sensei would be pleased. "I am really getting sick of this stupid sensation," Shinso muttered. "Multiple people in the same head." Which, based on Spinner's answer, means you've got someone else's quirk. "So, whose quirks do you have?" Kirigiri didn't answer, obviously. He didn't even know what Shinso was talking about. He wasn't a Namu, he was simply Kirigiri. That was who he was, and that was who he had always been. Shinso facepalmed. "Oh, right. I need to phrase it as an order, not a question. Tell me what quirks you have. Warp Gate is created from multiple quirks, Kurogiri answered, the shock of his response almost enough to knock him from the brainwashing. Not quite, unfortunately, but Kurogiri's brain was absolutely reeling. He was a Namu. He was just another one of the doctor's creations. But the Namu were slaves and he was Sensei's trusted servant. Right, okay, Shinso hummed thoughtfully. Tell me where you got them. All for One gave them to me, Kurogiri answered. He stole them from their original holders. Ask him more about All for One, Uraraka said. I'm pretty sure he has something to do with One for All. Shinso nodded. Tell me about All for One and his connection with One for All. As soon as he'd said his name, Dabai turned tail and ran. Shouto gave chase as he threw himself out the window and Shouto used an ice slide to follow him. Dabai, no, Talia snarled as he shot another jet of flame in Shouto's direction, melting the slide so the other heroes would have difficulty following. So you figured it out. What? You want a gold star or something? No, but an explanation would be nice. Shouto dodged the attack and shot back with an ice spear. I thought you were dead. Yeah, well maybe it should have stayed that way. Dabai snapped. What you guy going to do now? Go away to the old man. Are you kidding? I haven't talked to Endeavor in weeks, Shouto said. He kicked me out, remember? Why? Dabai huffed but didn't send out any more flames, which was progress. Why would the great Endeavor kick out his masterpiece? He was trying to prove that I needed him and his power to succeed. Shouto shrugged, and I figured out that I didn't. Dabai was silent for a long moment before he suddenly cracked up laughing. That is a bigger fuck you to Dad than I've ever even known of. Are you even going to be a hero? If I do, it won't be full-time. Shouto said. I'm actually making a name for myself as a gamer, so I want to see where that goes before I commit to anything. A gamer. Dabai cackled harder. Endeavor's perfect masterpiece is dropping out of heroics to be a gamer. Oh my god, that's amazing. Shouto considered pointing out that he might not be dropping out of heroic entirely, at least not right wave, but figured at this point that strategy might start another boss fight. So it was probably better to just keep his mouth shut and let his brother have this. Eventually, Dabai stopped laughing and gave him a nod. Do me a favor and don't tell Dad I'm alive. I've got plans for how to devastate him even more than his failed masterpiece already has. Shouto smiled. I guess I look forward to seeing what you come up with then. Dabai shook his head and laughed as he walked away. A gamer. Shachuo rolled his eyes. He took pride in being a disappointment, so Dabai's reaction didn't really bother him. He needed to reunite with the students and I can't believe you got him to just walk away. Shachuo tried to shoot a stream of fire in the direction of the voice, but his quirk didn't work. Shouto deflated in relief. Oh Aizawa, it's just you. How much of that did you hear? Enough. Aizawa's hair fell. But don't worry, it would be illogical for me to spill a secret you already promised to keep. Plus I'm curious too. Also, he shot out his capture weapon and caught Shouto as he couldn't run away. We need to talk about your current living situation. All for One was angry. He was a patient man. He enjoyed pulling strings and then watching those tiny actions have great effects over decades. He had been looking forward to the sweet devastation on All Might's face when he realized Shigaraki's true identity for almost 15 years now, and yet that plan had been ruined in a moment by the stupid child's teenage rebellion. He'd raised Shigaraki to be his masterpiece and carefully controlled his upbringing so that he would never question it. But no, somehow when he wasn't looking, Tamura had decided that he wanted to be normal, as if that was even a possibility. Well, All Might's face when he realized he'd been too slow to save his master's grandchild from being murdered by his arch-nemesis would not be quite as exquisite, but it would make a half-decent consolation prize. It would have been easiest to have Kurogiri warp him over to UA, but for some reason, he was unable to get in contact with that particular project, which probably meant he had fallen into the hands of the heroes. It was a terrible loss, one that he could undoubtedly blame Tamura for, but at the very least, it would lead to the heroes learning his true identity, which would deal a powerful psychological blow in All for One's favor. Not ideal, but it was something he could work with, and arriving normally would make for a grander entrance anyway. He stood in front of the UA gates, undamaged so far. The heroes inside hadn't yet called for outside backup, most likely because they had the attack under control and to avoid any negative press coverage that could damage the school. All for One smiled. They wouldn't be able to cover it up after what he was about to do. He held up his hand, air cannon ×3. Ochako paced back and forth across the street of the fake city. Why didn't he tell me? I don't know. Hitoshi shrugged sympathetically. Maybe he forgot. Forgot about a lifelong nemesis, Hitoshi. Ochako huffed. No, he just didn't want to tell me. I mean, he told me that he had enemies, but I mean, he's the #1 hero, so of course he does, but someone who has killed or at least brutally injured pretty much every single holder of One for All. That seems like something he should have mentioned before I agreed to the quirk, right? Hitsuhi rubbed his temples. I agree completely. Ochako stopped. Are you okay? I'm fine. Hitoshi did not look fine. It's just that maintaining half control is a little more taxing than full control, and I've had Kurogiri under for a while. I am so sorry. Ochako gasped. We can deal with All for One later. What else do we need from this guy? I'm not sure, Hitoshi said. I can just order him to go to sleep, but okay. So he said that all of the quirks that made Warpgate were stolen, didn't he? Yeah, Ochako nodded. Why? Well, I'm just wondering. Hitoshi turned to Kurogiri. Tell me if you chose to work for All for One. No, Kurogiri said blankly. Then tell me why you work for him, Hitoshi insisted. Kurogiri seemed to fight the brainwashing for a moment before he answered. Because he erased my memories and brainwashed me into being devoted to him. Both Ochako and Hitoshi were shocked into silence for a long moment before Hitoshi managed to shake himself out of it. Okay, then well, I order you to not be devoted to All for One anymore, and to remember what he forced you to forget. Can you even do that? Ochako asked. Hitoshi took a deep breath. There's only one way to find out. He dropped his control and they both dropped into fighting stances, but Kurogiri didn't fight them. Instead, the mist gradually receded until it was just covering the hair on his head, and he looked at them with bright yellow eyes that looked lost and a bit more than a little panicked. Hi. My name is Aburo Shirakumo. Nice to meet you. Ochako glanced over to Hitoshi, who shrugged. I guess it worked. The ground shook, almost knocking the three of them over, and Shirakumo gulped. He's here. Izuku stared at the screen in shock. Half the school was gone. Before the ground started shaking, everything had been fine. Hitoshi and Uraraka had managed to catch Shirakumo. Dabai was fighting Todoroki, and the only villains still missing were Minta and Spinner. Everything was fine. He sent some of the spider bots to the destroyed area, since the cameras there were obviously shot. Izuku felt a chill run down his spine as he watched the dark figure advance. He wasn't quite sure who he was, just that whatever was about to happen couldn't be good. He felt a chill run down his spine as Mei jumped up from his seat and whirl around. Stay right where you are or I swear I will unleash all of my babies on you. I won't even blink. Izuku jerked his head around to see one of Kurogiri's portals appearing right behind him, and he only got more tense when Shinso stepped out, followed by someone they didn't recognize. The cat on Shigaraki's lap spat at the newcomer, and Shigaraki had fallen into a fighting stance same as Mei. Hitoshi held up his hand. Whoa guys, I can explain. It's just me. Mei eyed him suspiciously. And where's Ochako? She went to fight All Might. Hitoshi scowled. We think it's his long-last nemesis who just knocked down our front door. Yeah, Theat-sensei. Shigaraki sighed. But who is this noob? I'm offended you don't recognize me, Tamura. It's me, Kurogiri. The newcomer frowned. Shirakumo. Sorry, I'm trying to undo a decade's worth of brainwashing and it's kind of causing problems. Shigaraki looked like his entire world had just flipped upside down as Hitoshi confirmed. Shirakumo is planning on pulling a Dusty and switching sides now that I got rid of all of one's brainwashing. And got some of his memories back, so he's with us. Izuku glared at the two of them suspiciously. The League has someone who can change appearances. I still need you to prove that it's you, Hitoshi. Okay. Hitoshi frowned thoughtfully. She can't imitate quirks, just faces. Shigaraki said helpfully. So just brainwash his faker and make him tell you who he really is. 2 birds, 1 stone. The man who claimed to be Kurogiri looked mildly offended, but nodded. If that's what I have to do to prove my sincerity, then I'll do it. Hitoshi nodded. Are you sure? Shirakumo took a deep breath. Yes, I am. Hitoshi took control and winced. I'm kinda starting to reach my limit, buddy. But tell me who you are. I am Aburo Shirakumo, also known as Kurogiri. Shinso dropped his control with a huff. There, is that good enough? Izuku nodded. Yeah. There was another crash and Izuku ran back to his computer. All Might is here. Toshinori cured himself for being so slow. If he was still at the height of his power, he could have gathered to you near instantly, or at least had enough resilience to catch a ride back with Uraraka after she had come to inform him about All for One's allies attacking the school, but no, as it was he had to survive his strength and couldn't run faster than the eye could see. He'd grown even weaker since the USJ incident, and especially since giving his quirk to young Uraraka. It didn't help that her constant disappearances in association with wall gremlins was quickly giving him gray hairs. All that combined to say that he'd really been hoping that All for One was as dead as he'd appeared 5 years ago. But unfortunately that was clearly not the case. All for One knocked him through another wall, and All Might spat out another mouthful of blood as he forced himself to his feet. I will not let you hurt my students. Ironically, it's not actually one of your students I'm after, it's my own. All for One replied amicably. Well, perhaps with the exception of your successor, but she's a slippery one. You stay away from her. Toshinori snarled. I won't have you hurting her like you hurt Master Shimura. Funny you should mention your old mentor. All for One grinned widely. Have I ever mentioned Tamura Shigaraki's true identity? Well, he's an asshole, Shigaraki said. And here I thought he would have picked up anybody he thought he could manipulate. Izuku and Mei had managed to get some shaky audio from the few remaining cameras, but even with the poor quality audio, they could have heard a pin drop as All for One detailed the way he had handpicked Shigaraki just because of his connection to One for All. Hitoshi snorted at Shigaraki's reaction. You just learned that the guy who raised you basically only took you in to hurt All Might and that's all you have to say. What? Are you saying I'm wrong? Shigaraki asked defensively, and besides, he didn't do most of the work. His lackeys did, like Kiro, Shira, whatever over there. If I'm allowed to put my 2 cents in, Shirakumo said dryly, may I just say that raising you was not easy. The room shook again as All Might launched forward and the titans started clashing again. This room is gonna come down soon. Mei frowned. Dust boy, disintegrate the ceiling. Portal man, make sure the dust doesn't get into the computers. Dust boy, Shigaraki balked. Just do it, Tamura. Shirakumo said tiredly. I'll make sure debris doesn't fall on us from above. Destroy the room before it has a chance to destroy us. Izuku nodded thoughtfully. Smart. Not an option for the other students though. I'm gonna give the group chat a clue for how to get into the tunnels. There's 1 or 2 places that can act as bomb shelters, so I'll go ahead and send them a map. They just have to get there before All Might and All for One destroy the entire school. Easy. There was a long moment of awkward silence and they all shared matching grimaces as they realized how not easy that would be. Finally, Shirakumo cleared his throat. Maybe I can help. Unlike your friend Uraraka, I specialize in transporting large amounts of people at the same time. No good, Mei said quickly. They won't trust you. They don't have to, Shirakumo said sheepishly. Not if I'm quick enough. Izuku blinked. So you're suggesting kidnapping our classmates for their own good? Hitoshi smiled. Well, it won't be the first time you'd have done that. The room shook again and a few things fell off the shelves. Izuku's expression hardened. Do it. Ochako knew she'd be safer inside instead of holding herself in midair above the school. But even though she knew Izuku probably had eyes on the fight, she couldn't bring herself to leave. In a way, this was her fight too. She was the next holder of One for All and therefore All for One was her rival too. If All Might fell, she was the only one strong enough to pick up the fight. As if on cue, All for One launched another superpowered punch at All Might, who barely managed to hold his ground. The media was starting to warm and Ochako noticed a few helicopters in the air with her. Come on, All Might. Ochako muttered, you can do this. Get up and fight him. All Might, however, wasn't nearly as strong as he had been. Ochako gasped as the dust and steam cleared to reveal All Might looking ragged and deflated in his smaller form. She could only imagine how the meteor reacted, but she didn't have time to think on it because the moment she saw All Might in danger, she was suddenly right in front of him. She released her quirk and landed in a crouch, slowly standing and doing her best to stare down All for One when he didn't have eyes. I think it's time we finally met, Ochako said, doing her best to keep her voice from shaking. I'm Ochako Uraraka, the 9th holder of One for All, and I'm here to take you down. Has anyone seen Shinso or Ochako? Mina yelled. I can't find them anywhere. The hallway was crowded with both hero and support corps students as almost every single person currently on campus huddled together to try and find some protection. The building kept shaking like it was going to collapse. But Cementos had, so far, been pretty good at keeping things from splitting apart. He'd only be able to last for so long though, so everyone with a shielding quirk was getting ready for action. She was too, even though she could only hope that her acid would be faster than the falling debris, but she was determined to do whatever she could. They would have evacuated ... if they weren't sure that whatever was going on out there was 100 times worse than whatever they were experiencing. Yeah, no, going outside was not going to happen. There was a swirl of mist and everyone screamed as the entire group was suddenly consumed by a purple cloud of the stuff. It was like the USJ all over again, and Mei felt the floor disappear from underneath her feet as they were teleported to a room even smaller than the hallway they'd been in before. The villains they'd caught had gotten teleported too, but to Mina's surprise, they were still with the group instead of getting teleported back to the villain's base. A loud voice cut through the panic. Hello everyone, it's me, Cheat Code, please calm down. Reluctantly, the students stopped pushing at each other and looked toward a speaker embedded in the wall. All Might is fighting a villain outside and it's unsafe both for the heroes and the villains to be in the main school right now. You are still at UA, just in a bomb shelter that is highly rated enough to keep you safe. If you have any other questions, please ask Nedzu. Mina looked around in confusion before she realized that Nedzu, Aizawa, and Todoroki, alongside what looked like a detective, who hadn't been with the group before, had been teleported to ... to relative safety alongside them. Well, Nedzu smiled. This is an interesting development. What in the world do you think you're doing? Izuku yelled at the screen. He beat All Might. You can't fight him. I have to go help her. Itoshi paced restlessly. I have to. He tried to go for the door, but Kurogiri portaled him back to the center of the room. No, you'll only get yourself killed. Itoshi turned to him with a glare. I have to protect her. Do you have One for All? Mei huffed. No, so sit down and we'll figure out a way to help her without you charging in like an idiot. What's the support gear he's wearing? Izuku muttered. Is it something to strengthen his quirks or just some kind of body armor? Either way, disabling that could be deadly. Shigaraki finished. It's actually his life support. All Might did a lot of damage in their last fight. Izuku's face lit up. Even better. We disable his life support and we give Uraraka a fighting chance. Shigaraki, I need to know everything you know about it. I'm sure you know a little bit about technology, being a gamer and all. Shigaraki grinned. Yeah, I guess I'm not a complete noob. It's a bit different than a gaming system, but I know enough weak points to point out your targets. Good. Izuku ran a quick inventory to figure out which of the school defenses were still functional. Let's hear it. Young Uraraka, All Might said desperately. Get away from here. Now. No, Achako didn't look away from All for One. This is my fight too, All Might. Ah, so the girl actually knows what it means to hold one for all. All for One laughed. Did you tell her, or did she have to figure it out on her own? Achako ignored a stab of anger at the insult and shifted her stance. What's important is that I'm not going to let you hurt me or anyone else ever again, even without eyes. The patronizing expression on his face was obvious. Oh my child, that's what all the other holders said as well. Achako yelled and ran forward. All for One sounded almost bored. Air cannon times 5. Achako barely teleported out of the way in time, slowed down by having to grab All Might and get him out of the way too. Get out of here, I can handle this. No, you can't. All for One walked toward her. You don't stand a. He was cut off as something exploded underneath him and Achako smiled as she realized that Izuku must be weaponizing the playing field. I think you underestimate me and my friends. You can't follow a trapper. Minda called out. I know you're there. Spinner dropped from the ceiling and drew his katana. You're the one who killed Stain. No, Minda lied. The heroes did. A false hero did. Spinner shot back. And I think a traitor like you fits that definition perfectly. You can't argue with it anyway, I know. He told me. Who? Minda panicked momentarily. All for One wouldn't have betrayed him. He didn't have any reason to. Right, Stain. Spinner tapped his head. That brainwasher destroyed the walls between us and now I can hear him perfectly. You killed him. So what if I did? Minda huffed and grabbed a ball from his head. Killing him was easy. So do you really think you'll stand a chance against me? Don't be ridiculous. Oh, you're not just fighting me. The building shook and Amanita struggled to keep his footing, but Spinner just used his quirk to stick himself to the floor. He crawled forward like a lizard, unbothered by the shaking floor, and Minda tried to dodge, but ended up falling to the floor as another violent tremor passed through. Spinner bit Amanita's arm as he passed and then stood up, licking blood from his lips. You're fighting both me and Stain. Minda felt a shot of fear rip through him as his body went stiff and fell to the floor. He had to get out of this. Sensei would save him ... and no one would save him. For the first time, it was him who was stuck and not his prey. The building stopped shaking and Spinner stalked forward, drawing his katana, and now it's time for you to die. All right, so what next? Izuku asked. We've done just a generic explosion, which should have done a little damage. Explosions are really only useful if they can clog up his air filters with the smoke, Shigaraki said. He's got a really high HP, but his constitution is low if we can disable his equipment. All right, Izuku pressed a few buttons. Smoke bombs it is. What else can I disable? That depends. Shigaraki grinned. Do you have access to tasers? All for One was not doing well. He still hadn't managed to land a single hit on that darn girl because she simply kept teleporting out of the way. She'd learned after the first time that she had to put All Might out of his sight, so he had no idea where his nemesis was and there was a severe lack of other hostages to use. He'd tried using the media helicopters, but she had simply gotten them out of the way as well ... or well, the people, considering that the helicopters themselves almost fell on him without anyone driving them. She couldn't match him in physical strength, but in speed and strategy, he would almost be tempted to admit she was superior. He, however, was All for One. It would have been simpler if he could see the other enemy fighting him. He knew it was cheat code. The way the school's remaining defenses were being weaponized against him made that obvious enough, but without knowing where the nuisance was, it was impossible to take them out. His air filters were already giving him issues from all the smoke in the area, and All for One was almost certain that cheat code was doing that on purpose. And if he knew about the air filter, that meant that choices were high that Tamura was with him and feeding him information. His path forward was simple then. He simply had to find both his target in one fell sweep. It should be an easy task for the symbol of evil. All Might's successor made another run at him and he readied another attack to push her away, but she disappeared before he could even launch it. In his brief moment of distraction, however, little robotic bugs started climbing up his legs. He went to brush them away when he was hit with a massive shock and all of a sudden, it was much more difficult to breathe. They had fried his life support systems. All right, time to stop playing around. All for One grunted. Kinetic energy times 10. Did my babies do good, Izuku-kan? They bounced up and down. I gave the spider bots the taser marbles and put them exactly where Dust Boy said. Your babies did amazing, Mei-chan. Izuku grinned. You can already tell he's looking a little rougher. He was cut off by Kurogiri suddenly snatching him up with a portal and dropping them all with the other students. My apologies, but that room wasn't going to be safe anymore. You did well, cheat code, but you also may have managed to make All for One angry. I'll get your friend and All Might and get them here as well. Izuku nodded. Okay, good luck. It was around the time he disappeared that all of the gathered students finally got over their shock and exploded with question. What are the villains doing here? Are you working with the League? Your cheat code. Izuku gulped and reached for Mei's hand. This is why I hide behind a computer. Shouta stared at the man who had brought back All Might and Uraraka. The quirk was Kurogiri's, obviously, but the face, that was Shirakumo. When he saw him the first time, he'd been half convinced that his eyes were playing tricks on him. But now, seeing him again, he cannot deny the similarities. How in the world had he ended up with the villains? Shouta glanced over at Hisashi, who seemed to be going through the same thought process he was. Shouta swallowed. Do you think it's really? Hisashi took a deep breath. Well, there's only one way to find out. He pushed his way across the crowded room and marched straight up to the Shirakumo look-alike, who was currently on the floor playing with the cat that seemed to hang around Shigaraki and Todoroki. Shirakumo, is that you? He looked up and gave them a far too familiar smile. Hisashi, Shouta. It's been forever. Yeah, Mike's voice sounded choked. Yeah, it has. Before either of them had time to react, Mike had pulled Oboro to his feet and trapped them both in a big hug. Oboro laughed and hugged them both tighter. I guess I've got some explaining to do, huh? Shadua pulled away and raised an eyebrow. You think? Oboro gave a wet laugh, wiping tears from his eyes. Yeah, I mean, it's still a little fuzzy for me too, but this kid, one of your students, I'm pretty sure, he saved me and helped break the brainwashing I was under and everything that All for One used to control me. Where did he go? Shouta looked to see Hitohi standing with Uraraka and staring at them in shock. Do you guys know each other? Oh yeah, I was just talking about you. Oboro grinned. This is the kid who saved me. Shouta felt himself tearing up as he put his arm around Hitoshi's shoulder. I guess then, that you've already met our son? Hitoshi. All for One ripped the walls apart. He could tell cheat code had been there. A technology mapping quirk let him know that the camera feeds from the front of the school were still being piped into the giant computer until he destroyed it with a single punch. The ceiling had been disintegrated away, so Shigaraki had been there as well, and they were gone, so Kurogiri had been there too. Though the fact that their teleporter was apparently helping the heroes was inconvenient at best. Oh well, just one more name to add to his extermination list. There was nothing left to find here, and neither All Might nor his infuriating successor had shown their faces again, so All for One stalked away, breathing heavily through his mask now that his life support had been made useless by that stupid eclectic attack. He was on a timer to end his fight quickly, which was quite the feat when all of his opponents were cowards. You're not a difficult man to find. All for One turned around slowly, sensing Spinner behind him. Ah, Spinner, it is nice to know that not all of my forces are useless. You see, that's where you're mistaken. Spinner said, I am no longer part of your forces. All for One scowled. Oh really? Yes, Spinner said. My mind has been freed and I finally see clearly. You see, heroes did not kill Stain. All for One felt a hint of annoyance. Oh, I've already disposed of your little traitor, Spinner informed him. Now it's your turn. If All for One still had eyes, he would have rolled them. I just beat All Might. You can't expect to hold a candle against me. You see, that's where you're wrong. Spinner raised his kanatana and ran forward. Things are only impossible if you lack conviction. All for One sighed, ignoring the pain in his lungs as he batted the lizard away with one hand. I don't have time for Thays, get out of my way. No, Spinner growled, getting to his feet. Your time is up. He ran at All for One again. Then again, and each time, All for One butted him away like it was nothing, but I wasn't. His breathing was getting more and more labored. He needed to get back to the doctor, and quickly. As much as he hated it, the best course of action would be to retreat and then dispose of his enemies another day. How amazing. Suddenly his body locked up and he fell to the floor, knocking his head against the concrete on his way down and shattering his mask. That's the thing about conviction, Spinner said, raising his katana above All for One's neck. Much like blood, a little goes a long way. All for One winced as the katana came down. All those plans and he didn't even get to enjoy the outcome. Nedzu looked out over the ruins of UA and sighed. We are going to have to rebuild this entire school. Perhaps we should make a few changes while we're at it. Izuku put the last of his notebooks into his backpack and walked out of his empty room. The service that UA had hired to help all the students move into the dorms was already there, and Mom fretted nervously as they carried Izuku's boxes out of the apartment. Baby, are you sure you want to move into the dorms? I know they said they may as well build them, since they're rebuilding everything else, but it just seems so hard having you so far away. I'll be close to my friends, Izuku said tiredly, and I'll be surrounded by heroes, Mom. I'll be fine. It had the same discussion 20 times that week, twice just this morning as he was packing up the last of everything, which only reaffirmed his decision to move out. He'd be closer to his labs and his new computer set up in case of another attack, and he'd get to spend more time with May and his friends. It didn't make it any easier to say goodbye when Mom was hugging him with tears in her eyes, though. I'm not going to be gone forever, Izuku insisted. I'll still visit on the weekends and everything. I know, Mom sniffled, but it just feels ... Oh, you're going to be so far away. At least you'll be protected and safe with all those heroes. I don't want you getting swept up in any more of those villain attacks. You could have been hurt so badly. Izuku gave her a strained smile. The school had tried telling her about his involvement in the villain attacks, but all she'd heard was that he was the victim, not that he was one of the people trying to prevent the attacks, and it had just made her worry more. It gave Izuku a little more leverage for his argument to move into the dorms, but it still left a bad taste in his mouth. I'd better get going, Izuku said. May's probably already there looking over blueprints, so. Mom frowned. You're going to be living very close to your girlfriend, Izuku. Do we need to talk about? Izuku went bright red and shook his head. No. Sorry, no. It's just, she's way more interested in making her babies than ... making babies or anything. Mom sighed in relief. Okay. Just so you know, if you ever have questions, I'm here. Okay. Izuku smiled. Well, I'd better get going. Bye. He gave her a final hug and walked out the door. Itoshi fiddled with the ribbon on the daisies while he waited for Ochako to pick him up. You don't think the flowers are too much? Definitely not, Mike answered quickly. Everyone loves flowers. I'm sure she'll love them, Aizawa added. And the two of you are so awkward already that even if it's the wrong move, she probably won't care. Shoo. Mike punched him in the arm. You can't just say that. Why not? Aizawa grinned wickedly. It's true. Don't listen to him. Mike huffed. You'll be fine. Their entire apartment was a mess of boxes and half-packed suitcases, and Hitoshi was pretty sure he should have picked literally any other day for their first official date. But he hadn't known that they were going to be instituting brand new dorms when he'd suggested going out for matcha today. Since both of his adults were teachers, they had a brand new apartment on campus that they didn't have to pay rent for, so, as Dad would say, it was only logical to move. It still didn't make today any less stressful or chaotic. I feel like I should be picking her up, Hitoshi said. Isn't the guy supposed to pick the girl up for the first date? For right now, Uraraka still lives 2 hours away, Dad said, and she can teleport. You picking her up would be illogical. Hitoshi groaned. I know you're right, it's just, I want to do this right, you know. Mike smiled and brushed a bit of imaginary dust from Hitoshi's shoulder. That's what the flowers are for. You're gonna do great, son. Hitoshi took a deep breath and let it out. Oh, okay. Aizawa nodded proudly. You've been through like 3 life or death situations with this girl now. A date is gonna be a piece of cake. Ochako appeared right next to him. What's gonna be a piece of cake? Me convincing my husband to eat an actual meal and not just coffee, Mike said quickly. Fat chance. Aizawa shot back. It's got multiple food groups. Therefore, logically, it qualifies as a meal. Mike pouted. There's nothing logical about it. Aizawa just grinned in response. You two stay safe. Call us if there's any villain attacks. And have fun, Mike added. Don't forget that. Ochako smiled. Oh, that'll be easy with Shindig around. She turned to Hitoshi. Are you ready? Definitely. Hitoshi held out the flowers hesitantly. And, these are for you. If you want them. If you don't, they were my adult's idea. Oh, I want them. Ochako turned bright red and took the bouquet. Thank you. I love them. She held out her hand for him to take and then stopped. Oh, actually I forgot. I don't have an anchor at the matcha place. Oops. We might have to walk. Hitoshi smiled and took her hand anyway. It's okay. That just means I get to spend more time with you. Shoto looked at the setup that Shigaraki had planned and shook his head. I can't believe they're letting you have an entire gaming setup in a prison cell. Because Shigaraki's information had been essential to protecting the students during the attack on UA, Principal Nedzu had taken responsibility for him. His crimes were too great for traditional house arrest. But he'd been given a cell underneath UA that was basically an extra secure apartment that locked from the outside, and he was allowed to have visitors. Nedzu had even installed a door just big enough for Epper to fit in, since she'd decided to follow her kittens to the dorms rather than stay in Murder Alley. Shigaraki had brought all his gaming consoles, and once Powerloader had checked them over for security reasons, he'd been allowed to create his own setup. Well, it's not like they set me to Tartarus or anything, so that's nice. Shigaraki shrugged. Plus, it's not like I can step out of line. If I remove these stupid gloves or make a move to use my quirk, the room will instantly fill with some sort of sedative gas and I'll be knocked out before I could even hurt the cat. Epper hissed from her place on his gaming chair, but when she saw Shigaraki didn't mean it, she yawned and went back to sleep. Shoto laughed. Be careful, I think Epper might get to you before UAS defenses will. No, but I think she's going to smother me in my sleep, Shigaraki said. How she gets along with the rat principal I have no idea. Are you ready to start the stream? Sure. Shadow shrugged. Is everything already set up? Shigaraki rolled his eyes. Like I have anything else to do. Shadow took a seat on the second chair as Shigaraki glared at Epper. Move, you stupid cat. Just put her on your lap or something. Shadow said. Come on, hurry up. Whatever. Shigaraki scooped up Epper and dumped her in Shadow's lap. Your cat, your problem. Epper gave a disgruntled meow, but settled down on the left half of Shadow's lap. He sighed. Fine, but she's going to wear you down eventually, you know that, right? I can pretend. Shigaraki did a final check that everything was working and then started the stream. Hello everyone, sorry we dropped off the face of the earth, we got arrested. You mean I got arrested, which was your fault by the way. Shadow deadpanned. You turned yourself in, it doesn't count. Yeah, Shigaraki challenged. And who's streaming from a jail cell right now? Shadow smiled. Technically both of us. A look at the chat confirmed that everyone, as usual, assumed they were joking. Their fans were going to get a nasty shock if the two of them ever decided to turn on their cameras. May was already at the school, or what there was left of it. They had put first priority on completing the dorms so that the students could move in, but the rest of the school was still a giant mess of construction and wet concrete. About a third of the school had been completely destroyed and 3/4 had been damaged in some way or another. The good thing was that no civilians had been injured during the attack and student injuries had been kept to a minimum and were mostly just from the students getting caught in the gas attack. Most of the villains had been injured in some capacity with the exception of Dabai, who had left before the attack was over, but the only deaths had been All for One and Mainta, who had both shown evidence of being killed by Spinner, not the heroes. The days since the attack had been a whirlwind of activity, especially for the support course students who were all helping with the reconstruction. Izuku and Mei had spent most of that time helping to redesign the tunnels and making some manual defenses that didn't rely on electricity as a power source. In other news, they had learned that trebuchets were a lot of fun. The labs weren't complete yet, so Mei had set up a miniature lab in the common room of their dorms, and Izuku smiled as he watched her fiddle with the prototypes they'd made yesterday. You look like you're having fun. Is your stuff already moved in? The movers are still bringing it over, Mei said without looking up. I'm in the same boat, Izuku said. So, what do you want to work on until then? Mei grinned and pulled out some blueprints. Well, I was thinking of some ways we could make the tunnels a lot more fun. Izuku and Mei were in a construction tent that was currently doubling as Nenzu's office. Do you think Nenzu wants to talk about the tunnels or the trebuchets? They asked. Maybe he has a new project he wants us to work on. I'm not sure. Izuku hummed. Don't get too excited though. He probably just asked us to come so we could talk about logistics. Nenzu's voice rang out behind them. In a way, you are both correct. Izuku and Mei looked to see Nenzu walking into the tent. So ... we have a new project? They asked hopefully. Of a sort, Nenzu said, taking a seat. I'm sure you're aware that the provisional licensing exam for our hero students is mere weeks away. Yeah, Izuku nodded. Do you want us to give everyone another analysis? Or maybe help them train one-on-one in preparation for the exam? No, Nenzu smiled. I would like you to take the exam. The walk to the matcha shop was nice. It was a warm day, and even though he didn't have to, Hitoshi held her hand the whole way. Achako felt like her face was on fire, and she really hoped her naturally pink cheeks disguised at least some of the blush, but knew that was probably hoping for too much. Finally, Hitoshi broke the silence. What do you think of the new dorms? It's kinda weird, Achako said. I just barely moved back in with my parents, and now I'm gonna be moving out again. It's just a lot of moving. Well, you're a teleporter. Hitoshi smiled. You're always going to be Acha going someplace or another. Achako shot him a playful glare and he laughed, nudging her slightly, and they walked the last block to the matcha shop in comfortable silence. Izuku stared at Nenzu in disbelief. What? We're not heroes, we're support. We don't want to be heroes. What Izuku said. Mei nodded. I'm not abandoning my babies. Nenzu held up his hand in a calming gesture. We're not asking you to. You would still be primarily in support, but what with your prominent involvement in every villain attack we've experienced so far this year, not to mention the increased danger that will come now that your identity as cheat code is more widely known, it only makes sense for you to be able to defend yourselves, both in terms of skill and legality. And, of course, in order to do so most effectively, you would need hero licenses. But we don't want hero licenses, Mei said simply. Licenses mean work and time that I could be using to perfect my babies. So no thank you. It also means using those inventions to help others, Nenzu pointed out, which you have already proven that you are capable of doing with great effect. The licenses would simply give you more freedom and resources to do what you have already been doing of your own prerogative. But we don't want to be heroes. Izuku stood up. And even if I did want to be a hero, which I don't, I can't. Nenzu tilted his head. And why do you say that? Izuku looked at him incredulously. Because I'm quirkless. I thought that was obvious by now. Nenzu looked at him sadly. I suppose your reaction makes much more sense now, even if I do not agree. Izuku stopped. What? The idea that a quirkless person cannot become a hero is, quite happily, incorrect. Nezu chirped. Of course, there will be more difficulties, but you excel at overcoming every obstacle in your path, so I have no doubt of your capabilities and there are no laws preventing it. So yes, I believe it is perfectly possible for you to become a hero. Izuku shook his head. Look, I gave up on that dream a long time ago. Be that as it may, Nezu interrupted. Getting licensed is still the best course of action. You may not have had any legal ramifications from your involvement thus far, but if you keep assisting as you have been in performing heroics without a license, that will not always be the case. But we're not performing heroics, May argued. We're acting as support, which is what we want to do. That's why we came to UA in the first place. Yeah, Izuku agreed. What we're doing isn't hero work. You are saving people. Nezu shrugged. I fail to see the difference. I've never wanted to be a hero. May said. It would take my focus away from my babies. It would also give you better opportunities to advertise them. Nezu smiled. Imagine seeing a hero use their own inventions and trusting their life to them. How much more enticing would those inventions look, both to the public and to other heroes? Much more effective than a traditional commercial, don't you think? They bit her lip. Well, when you put it like that, how about I let you think on it? Nezu suggested. You two can talk it over and tell me your decision by tonight. That way we can properly adjust your schedules for the upcoming semester. I assure you that you will still be primarily students of Class 1 Fahrenheit, but you will be joining Class 1A for subjects such as heroics and combat. You would be both support and heroes. Support heroes, if you would. Izuku and May shared a look. They had a lot to think about. Hitoshi smiled as he overlooked the large variety of matcha they'd ended up with. You know, this is probably too much matcha for two people. Achako hummed. That's what a coward would say. What, Shindig? Aren't you up for a challenge? Oh, I'm always up for a challenge. Hitoshi smirked. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to catch a teleporter. Achako blushed and ducked her head. I guess not. Oh, my adoption papers are going to be coming through soon. Hitoshi said. It's weird timing right when we're having to pack everything up for the dorms. How is that even going to work? Achako's eyes widened. The dorms, not the adoption, obviously not. Oh my goodness. I am so sorry. Congratulations. Hitoshi managed to hold back for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. Well, for the adoption, you see when two men love each other very much. Achako hit his arm. Oh, stunned up. You realize I can just leave, right? Hitoshi gave her a cocky smile. And yet you're still here. Achako raised an eyebrow. I don't have to be. Hitoshi smirked. They're giving my adults an apartment on campus so they can hang around and respond if there's any issues in the dorm or whatever. I get a normal dorm like everyone else, but I'll also have a room at the apartment if I want it. It's just kinda up to me. Achako nodded. It sounds like fun. I'm just glad you're in 1A now. It would be so weird if you had to live in the 1 degrees Celsius dorm. I mean, it's gonna be weird enough with May and Izuku living in 1 Fahrenheit. Let's be honest, Hitoshi rolled his eyes. Those two are going to be living in the tunnels. The rats already practically adopted them, so they may as well just make their home in the maze. Achako laughed. Yeah, they're probably there now. Izuku paced back and forth in one of the few areas of the school that had been completed. May sat on the floor working on her latest project as Izuku paced. You're going to give yourself motion sickness. Izuku slumped down onto the floor with a huff. What gives them the right to tell me I can be a hero now of all times? Mei-chan. I begged to be a hero for 10 years. That's a whole decade and everyone told me no, even my mom. But now that I've given up and found a new goal and am finally in a good place, now all of a sudden, it was possible all along. How does that even make any sense? What gives them the right to suddenly change their minds like that? In his defense, May said, Nezu was never one of the ones who told you that. My old principal did. Izuku argued. And my teachers and Kaken and everybody else. I finally accepted that it was impossible, May. I found a new dream and I even held a pity party for goodness sake. I threw a goddamn mental funeral for my old dream. What gives them the right to tell me I can be a hero after I put in all that work to come to terms with the fact that I couldn't? May put down her invention and reached for his hand. You're being an idiot. She turned away and started tinkering with her tools again while Izuku stared at her in shock. Excuse me, I thought girlfriends were supposed to be supportive. Not when you're being stupid. May said simply. I put a lot of work into inventions that never work out. But does that mean I shouldn't try? No, even if it blows up in my face, it was still worth the work I put into it because I learned something from it. You're just over there giving into the sunk cost fallacy. So no, I'm not going to agree with you. You're being stupid. Izuku froze. Oh, May snorted. Yep. It doesn't matter what work you've already put in. You can't change that. What you can change is what you do now. I think Nezu's right. Being heroes will give us a really great opportunity to market our inventions and give us more resources to do what we've already been doing. But you're my partner, so I'm not doing it without you. Izuku took a deep breath and took Mei's hand before walking into the classroom. Aizawa greeted them with a nod and Hitoshi and Ochako smiled at them while the rest of the class exchanged glances of confusion. Izuku squeezed Mei's hand a little tighter and gave a little wave. "Hello everyone. Class, you already know cheat code," Aizawa said. "Shinzo, would you like to introduce us to our friends and explain a little bit about why they're here?" "Yeah." Hitoshi stood up with a grin. "Everybody, these are my kidnappers, Izuku, Midoriya, and Mei Hatsum, and they are going to be heroes." Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.